I mastered the Shu Mountain sword technique in just 3 minutes, but no one in the sect celebrated for me. Instead, I was assigned to guard the swords in the sword tomb. Legend has it that there are 108,000 flying swords buried here, all left behind by their masters who fell in battle, wailing day and night, their sword energy turning malevolent. Disciples who have guarded the swords throughout the ages have been injured by the malevolent sword energy, some dying prematurely, while others perishing suddenly and tragically. Just as I was about to find an opportunity to slip away, I suddenly felt a slight tingling in my meridians. I realized that my body seemed to have undergone a miraculous change due to the crossing, transforming into a 1 in a million innate sword body. What is innate? It is born before the heavens and earth. Those who possess this gift can advance rapidly in any sword technique they practice, truly possessing the innate qualifications of a sword immortal. Not only that, the innate sword body can also absorb the aura of thousands of swords and transform it into pure sword energy. So, not only am I not harmed by this sword evil aura, but I also benefit from it. This sword mound is a dangerous place for others, but for me, it is a blessed place for cultivation. Just as I was feeling pleased with myself, an old voice rang out. The sharpness of the spirit sword is not to be looked at directly. If you don't want to die, you'd better behave. I suddenly looked up at the sharp-eyed old man, whose cultivation was unfathomable. Hastily, I bowed and presented my waist token. Upon learning that I was a new disciple guarding the sword, the old man seemed somewhat surprised. Kid, have you offended someone? With a top-grade spiritual root, becoming an outer disciple is completely fine. You won't be assigned menial tasks, let alone sent to the sword tomb. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but recall the tragic experience of my past. Just because of the engagement with the most beautiful woman of Shu Mountain, Fairy Lung Yue, I was suppressed by the true disciple Yu Xianyang as soon as I arrived at Shu Mountain. The steward hall assigned me to guard the swords at the sword tomb. This place is harsh and dangerous. I will inevitably leave Shu Mountain. If I don't know the current situation and stay here, I won't survive for long. The old man before me was already accustomed to such things. No matter who you have offended, since you've come to the sword mound, just stay here peacefully and work. You don't have to worry about anyone striking back at you here, but whether you can survive depends on your own abilities. After saying this, the old man threw the waist token to me and began to explain the rules of the sword mound. There was only one rule, and that was to be honest. Inside, there were some fierce and terrifying swordsmen, and if you accidentally provoked them, your life would be in danger. The duties of the sword guardian disciples are quite simple. Apart from guarding this place and receiving disciples who come to choose their swords, they also use special talisman cloths to cleanse the swords, refining and suppressing the malevolent energy on them as much as possible. This process is very dangerous. If one's cultivation is not sufficient, they will be harmed by the sword's malevolent energy. Throughout history, no sword guardian disciple has lived past 30 years old, with many only enduring for a few months at most. But this task must be done by someone. If no one cleans the swords, the sword spirits in the sword mound will sooner or later become a great threat. Therefore, the sect gives the sword guarding disciples very high treatment, with a monthly salary of 10 spirit stones. After serving for 3 years, they are directly promoted to the inner sect. If they can persist for 10 years, they will be comparable to the inner sect elders, with a status second only to the true transmission disciples and the sect leader. Upon hearing this, I finally understood the high status of Yu Xianyang. Fortunately, I have the innate sword body, so I will only become stronger here, and I will seek revenge on him sooner or later. I wonder how long this Mr. Zhou has been staying in the sword tomb. Mr. Zhou patiently explained to me. The lower 3 levels of the sword tomb are ordinary swords, the middle 3 levels are magic swords, and the upper 3 levels are spirit swords. You have just started with chi refining, so I won't make it difficult for you. You will be responsible for consecrating the ordinary swords on the lower 3 levels. Consecrate as much as you can handle each day, as long as within 3 years. Well, let's see if you can live that long. There are rooms in the attic and side halls. Feel free to find a place to stay. If someone comes to choose a sword, just follow the rules, and don't bother me with anything else. After saying that, Zhou Lao turned and headed towards the depths of the sword mound. I didn't pay much attention to his reclusive nature. After all, the turnover of the disciples guarding the swords in the sword mound was too fast. In his eyes, I wouldn't live for long anyway, so there was no need to waste words. I got up and took the sword cleansing talisman cloth given to me by old Zhou, and went to the edge of the row, pulling out a small dagger. It felt icy in my hand, with a blade as wide as a finger, a blood groove in the middle, and fish scale-like cloud patterns densely covering the sides, emitting a chilling coldness. The moment I gripped the hilt, I inexplicably sensed some information, including the name of the sword and the background of its previous owner. Following that, a sharp aura of sword intent burst out from the sword. I felt a blur before my eyes. as if I were in a dream. In the magnificent and solemn hall, soldiers clad in armor stood in formation, exuding a chilling aura. The only sound was the dripping of blood on the stone floor. I felt as if I were sitting on a throne, looking down on the black-clad swordsman below. Just 10 steps away, a sudden cold light flashed, and a murderous intent erupted in the eyes of the black-clad swordsman. A gleam of silver light flashed from his sleeve, piercing into my forehead. I didn't even have time to see the opponent's face clearly. The sword is so fast. I opened my eyes in an instant, and the illusion disappeared. The sword intent that surged into my body has been absorbed and transformed into my own power by the innate sword body. Have I broken through? Feeling the pure sword energy in my body, I couldn't help but show a smile on my face. Second level of Qi refining. The path of cultivating immortality is divided into 8 major realms: Qi refining, foundation building, golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, void cave, great vehicle, and tribulation crossing. I never thought that by washing the sword, I could also absorb the sword's energy, and even faster than direct cultivation. Not only that, the astonishing sword and the illusion seemed to be imprinted in my mind instinctively. Stabbing Qin, a yellow-grade middle-tier sword technique. The swordsmanship in the illusion is precisely the sword technique mastery of the original owner of the fish dragon sword, though the grade is not high, but it is a sword skill created specifically for killing. Simple, crisp, powerful, and straight to the point. When this sword comes out, you will see blood. Within 10 paces, you can assassinate the king and kill the driver. What a stabbing Qin! I see. The innate sword body not only allows me to absorb these sword fury Qi, but also through these residual fury Qi, I can comprehend some of the sword master's original stance sword moves. Su Chuan recalled the sword in Fong's fantasy, as if it had been honed 1,000 times. The fish dragon sword in his palm fiercely stabbed out, as if it were electric light, and accurately disappeared into the original sword hole. Very good. Su Chen raised his head in satisfaction and looked at the flickering sword lights around him. The 100,000 and 80,000 flying swords in this sword mound were simply rare treasures prepared for him. If we were to sacrifice all these swords, all of them, the sword fury obtained was able to bring his cultivation to a terrifying level, plus the sword stance contained within it. At that time, he would be able to truly gather the Qi of 10,000 swords and fuse them together with unimaginable power. Keep sacrificing. Su Chen had no intention of stopping. Stepping forward, he continued to draw a second sword. A strand of crimson fury flew out through the air. Sword name, Flying Rainbow. Sword master, Li Yunfei. And at the same time that Su Chen was washing his sword, a shocking sound exploded from the Qingyang peak of Mount Shushan. A moonlight white sword Qi chopped down across the sky. The grass and trees on Qingyang peak withered as if they were frozen, and a laurel tree carved out of ice crystals grew crazily, spreading its eerie coldness and almost covering the entire hall. Many of the disciples of Qingyang peak were affected and turned pale with fear. It wasn't until a ball of green light rose up to the sky and turned into a big sun suspended, which managed to block those frosty cold air. The voice of the imperial heavenly sun came from the depths of the blazing sun. Ryusho, why make such a big deal out of it? Humph. What answered him was another sword Qi. Chapter 3 Warnings. Sword Mound. Su Chen was holding an unusually shaped longsword. 7 stars were branded on the surface of the sword, blooming with soft starlight. The ferocious sword fury Qi, lingering around his body, was continuously absorbed and refined by the innate sword body. Whoosh! In the sword fiend illusion realm, arrows rained down from the sky. Su Chen saw himself transforming into a black-clothed swordsman, and in front of him was a dense square of archers, arrows falling like rain. Suddenly, he moved. As his feet moved, points of starlight shone, and the entire person seemed to be transformed into a meteor breaking through the air and flying out. An arrow flew past his body, but it didn't hurt him in the slightest. He was like a swimming dragon, cutting through the rain of arrows and killing his way into the center of the square formation. Countless soldiers roared in anger and rushed up, but they could not stop him. Raising his sword, blood flew across the room, and a human head hung on the flagpole. What an exquisite stance! To be able to weave in and out of an army of thousands of people, cutting down the generals and capturing the flag. Su Chen opened his eyes and marveled. The owner of this 7-star sword swordsmanship was actually quite average. However, his stance was extremely subtle. 7 stars by the moon. Yellow grade upper grade body technique. Not bad. Su Chen recalled the feelings he had in the vision, and his feet stepped, walking in the direction of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The footsteps are getting faster. With a whooshing sound, the whole person was like a stringless arrow, shooting out, almost ran straight into the wall. Fortunately, this stance is very flexible. A little bit of toe on the wall, has reversed direction, back to the original place. Good stance. Using this in conjunction with the stabbing Qin sword technique, one can't defend against it. Su Chen smiled in satisfaction. He had already sacrificed 4 mortal swords, and the sword chi in his body, too, had gotten much thicker. Again, putting the 7-star sword, after the sacrifice, back to its original position, Su Chen planned to continue to come back again. Maybe he could break through to the 3rd level of chi refining in one breath. The result was a feeling of unspeakable exhaustion. The body meridians, too, were vaguely tingling. This was the result of absorbing too much sword fury in one go, causing it to exceed the limit of the body's tolerance. I'm afraid I'll hurt myself if I continue. It seems that absorbing the sword fury isn't without limits. It's too late, so let's leave it at that for today. Southern cleaned up a bit. The plan was to go back and get some rest and recuperate so that the sword washing could continue tomorrow. But it was at this time, outside the door of the sword mound, there was a sound of footsteps. Su Chen twisted his head and looked, only to see a slim youth with a gloomy face, walking in with a few odd-job disciples. Chen Jinhui, why did this guy come to the sword graveyard? What bad luck? Su Chen frowned slightly. This person in front of him was a male child he had met after crossing over, and when he was participating in the introductory trial, he was writing roughshod over the others on the basis of some family history. Su Chuan couldn't see past it and denounced it to the sect deacon. Chen Jinhui was thus punished with a warning, not realizing that he could actually get started. Moreover, he was still wearing the outer disciple's attire. It seems to have some connections backstage in the clan. Ha ha, Su Chen. I didn't expect us to meet here, right? Chen Jinhui had a smug look on his face. Through his elder brother's relationship, he was not only exempted from punishment, but also directly became an outer disciple of Mount Shu. You could say it's carp. Instead, Su Chen was relegated to this vicious and cold sword mound because he had offended the true Chuan. The first time he received the news, he couldn't wait to rush to this place, just to ruthlessly hit Su Chen's face and take revenge. How could Su Chen not know his little mind, and didn't take him seriously at all? Calmly, he said, the important place of the sword mound is not to be trespassed. If you want to choose a sword, show your waist tags. If not, please leave. Damn, you've been reduced to guarding the sword here, and you still dare to be so arrogant? Chen Jinhui was furious when he heard that. He hated Su Chen's serious look the most, as if he was always standing on the moral high ground. Kid, look carefully. I'm an outer disciple now, while you're just a handyman guarding the sword. Do you understand respect and inferiority? Su Chen ignored him and repeated the rules according to what Elder Zhou had told him. If you want to choose a sword, show your belt tag. If not, leave. This is the second warning. Grass, are you out of your mind? Do you really consider yourself a person? Last time, if it wasn't for the deacon elder, I would have gotten rid of you long ago. Chen Jinhui didn't expect Su Chen to not take his words at all. It gave him the feeling that his fists were hitting cotton, and the few minions he had just taken in behind him were watching. Now, get on your knees and kowtow to me. Maybe I'll consider. For the third time, Su Chen coldly interrupted him. With a single step of his feet, his body was like electricity. Chen Jinhui and the others only felt a blur before their eyes as remnants of shadows surfaced. The next moment, a sharp stinging sensation came from the center of his brow, and the sharp edge of the sword chi, coalescing around his fingertips, rested against his brain. Blood dripped down. Chen Jinhui such as a lightning strike, the whole person frozen in place. The brain is blank, eyes full of fear. A good half day this is only wow screamed, plopping softly on the ground. The crotch of the pants is already a mess. In that moment just now, he really felt like he was going to die, killed by Su Chen with his finger. Hiss. The few miscellaneous disciples who followed him only reacted at this moment, and they all drew a mouthful of cold air in unison. So fast. What a powerful sword chi. They couldn't even see how Su Chen struck. This kind of sword technique, they had never seen before. He could instantly crush an outer disciple. How did he dare? You should be glad that I don't have a sword in my hand, or else you'd be a dead man by now. Trespassing on the sword graveyard without a reason. 3 warnings are ineffective, and in accordance with the rules of the sect, I can directly kill you. Su Chen coldly glanced at him. Remembering that this is your first offense, I'll punish you lightly. If you dare to go to the sword graveyard to act recklessly again, don't blame me for not remembering the friendship of fellow disciples. Get lost. Chen Jinhui hadn't even reacted yet, sitting dumbfounded on the ground. Still, those miscellaneous disciples he brought with him were awake and hurriedly helped him up and fled as if they had left. This kid is kind of interesting. Deep within the sword mound, Elder Zhou opened his eyes. The 3 long swords around him gulped with light, like a large formation, and as he sat in the formation, he was aware of everything that was happening outside. In the past, the disciples who guarded the swords were so weak that many of them were on the verge of forgetting the rules of the sword graveyard. It's rare to meet a tough one. It seems that this kid has adapted quite well in the sword graveyard. Let's hope that he can survive for a few more days. However, There seems to be quite a lot of trouble on this kid, and I'm afraid that the sword graveyard will hardly be quiet in the future," he said, raising his eyes to look out, only to see a white dress. I do not know when to float down to the bright moonlight enveloped her, like a heavenly fairy descending to the mortal world. The little girl from Jade Peak. At such a young age, she's already in the late stage of conjugation. I'm afraid that in a few more years, she'll surpass an old man like me. Zhou Lao was a little emotional, and the 3 Dao swords around him seemed to sense the fluctuations in his mind, vibrating slightly and emitting a terrifying sword fury aura. One of them, a snow-white longsword, vibrated the most, as if it wanted to break through the air and fly away to find its owner. The opportunity has not yet arrived, so be honest with me. Zhou Lao backhanded a slap. The long sword is like an aggrieved child, emitting a whimpering like sword sound. Chapter 4, The Dignity of Men. Cold. Su Chen felt an unprecedented chill. It's like being naked and standing in the middle of the freezing cold. Even the surrounding sword fury chi seemed to be frozen, causing the flow to then slow down a bit. He seemed to sense something and raised his head, looking at the cliff above the sword mound. Saw the stunning moonlight, the maiden in the moonlight, cold and beautiful, noble and holy. The dress on her body seems to be the moonlight condensed and woven. She stood barefoot, round toes, like a grain of crystal pearl. Good foot. He couldn't help but look at it more. The woman on the cliff, who seemed to have noticed the focus of his gaze, frowned slightly annoyed. No one had ever dared to look at her with such an unbridled gaze. This guy, he's quite a daredevil. Soon, though, he withdrew his gaze. Arching his hand, he said, I didn't know that the true master was coming, so I'm sorry to have missed the welcome. But I pay my respects to senior sister you. You know me? Yu Liuxuan was slightly surprised. Su dust but shook his head, have not seen. But senior sister temperament is outstanding, like the bright moon in the sky, dazzling. Shu Mountain disciples tens of thousands. In addition to you who have such a style, 1,000 times worn. A horse's ass is not worn. Even if it is really a goddess in the sky, she still likes to hear good words. Su Chen said these words in a serious manner, as if he was seriously analyzing them, and did not have that kind of currying favor. At least, Yu Liuxuan did not resent hearing it. There was even a little bit of wanting to laugh. However, considering her persona of always being cool in front of outsiders, she hurriedly suppressed the corners of her mouth again and hummed lightly. I didn't realize that you turned out to be a smooth talker. Well, that's better than an uncomprehending log, isn't it? Su Chen smiled, knowing that the person in front of him was Yu Liuxuan. That was his fiancée, so he wasn't overly restrained. If it were any other true disciple, of course they wouldn't dare to be so casual. Well, it's pretty good looking, not bad for a first look, Su Chen thought in his heart. He admitted that he was just a shallow man who liked good-looking women. Purely in terms of face value, Moonflower Frost definitely scored full marks, plus that high and cold temperament. TSK. Of course, this can only be thought about. The current Yu Liuxuan was afraid that he wouldn't be able to look at a tiny sword guard disciple like himself. Can you come down first? It hurts my neck to talk with my head tilted up like that. Yu Liuxuan blankly glanced at him and didn't pick up on it. Turning to the right color, he said, I don't have any relationship with Royal Heavenly Sun, and I really didn't expect that he would take it out on you because of the matter of the marriage contract. Before, I was in closed-door cultivation and didn't know that you were initiated, which led to you being assigned to the sword mound. She said this as if it was an explanation. Su Chuan heard a few extra words. This Yu Liuxuan seems to be surprisingly not very averse to this marriage contract? That was a bit of a surprise to him. How in the world did my deadbeat dad, who's been missing for years, negotiate this marriage in the first place? As he was ruminating, he heard Yu Liuxuan say, the land of the sword mound. It's too heavy with the deadly chi. It's not suitable for ordinary people to live and cultivate. Now you can leave with me. My Jade Peak does not accept male disciples, but will rearrange a good place for you. Leave? Su Chen shook his head, though he was quite grateful that Yu Liuxuan had made this trip specifically for his own sake. But this sword mound, it was a treasure trove for one's cultivation. How could he leave? Thanks for your care, senior sister, but I think the sword graveyard is quite good. At least it's quiet. I like cultivating swords, and this place suits me well. The sword fury chi, it will damage your body. With your cultivation staying here, you might die. I know, but I want to rely on my own efforts. Cultivate and grow. I can't just hide behind you and rely on you for shelter for the rest of my life, right? The matter of the innate sword body could not be casually revealed by Su Chen. So, that's the only reason to use it. In fact, he kinda wanted to have a soft meal of Moonflower Frost. Too bad talent won't allow it. Ha! Manly dignity? Moonflower Frost scoffed. However, the heart is still more or less high on the other side. No woman, Well, like a man with no ambition. Although, in her opinion, Su Chen's current ambition was a bit unaware of the heights of heaven. Originally, according to her idea, she had come to rescue Su Chen from the sword graveyard, and then arrange for him to cultivate in a nice mountain peak and give him more resources. But Su Chen insisted, and she didn't force herself. You insist, so be it. Saying that, Yu Liushang raised her hand and a white jade porcelain bottle fell into Su Chen's hands. In here, is the jade dew pill that I refined. It can strengthen your body and enhance your cultivation, and help you resist the sword fury chi here. Jade dew pill? This was a spirit elixir that was unique to Jade Peak, and belonged to the category of good things that money couldn't buy. Su Chen was now limited by his body, and the amount of sword fury he absorbed each day was limited. So if there were pills that strengthened his body and enhanced his body, they would also be able to greatly enhance his cultivation efficiency. So he didn't refuse and accepted the pills, as well as this goodwill from Yu Liushang. I've been to Qingyang Peak. Although this person, Royal Heavenly Son, is old-fashioned, he is also very proud. He won't lower himself to target you anymore. However, he has many followers under him, and there are few people who are smart. That I know. Su Dust nodded. Moonflower Frost was so dazzling that she didn't know how many people looked up to her. Imperial Heavenly Son was but one of them. As long as this marriage contract was in place, one would definitely be less likely to be noticed and targeted in the future. Originally, Su Chen was planning to find a time to take the initiative to find Yu Liushang to withdraw from the marriage, so that everyone would be relaxed and not have to be watched, and he would be able to cultivate at ease. But today, upon seeing it, he changed his mind. For Yu Liushang to personally make this trip, caring about her well-being and sending pills, it was already a great kindness for the two who had never met. Plus, it's so pretty to look at. Su Chen was a normal man. It was hard to feel any ill feelings towards her, even if it's not a relationship yet. It's at least something you can continue to live with. Perhaps Lunar Flow Frost had the same attitude nowadays. So, both of them tacitly didn't bother to mention the marriage contract. Nowadays, Su Chen's cultivation level was still too low, and although this marriage contract would subject him to some targeting, in a way, it could also be a form of protection. Yu Liushang chopping down a sword at Qingyang Peak was a statement. In the future, at least when others were counting on Su Chen, more or less, they would have to consider Yu Liushang's attitude and would not go too far. Next, I will continue to remain in seclusion for a period of time to impact the Yuaning realm. I will send someone to deliver the Jade Dew Pill every month, but this item can't completely help you withstand the danger of the sword fury. So if you can't stand it, don't tough it out. Yu Liushang pondered for a moment before instructing. If you encounter something you can't solve, go to Jade Peak and ask for help. There will be someone to help you. After saying that, she gave Su Chen a serious look. You, go for it. Then he rose up in the air and floated away in the midst of the roiling moonlight. Su Chen looked at the direction she left and twisted his somewhat sore neck. This woman. Everything is good, but next time, it's better if I'm on top. Chapter 5, Sword Song in the middle of the night. The night was like a curtain, and the silver moon was bleak. The sword mound was like a lone sword, standing in the middle of the mountains. The large disciple compartment was now empty. Su Chen was the only one who lived alone in the entire small courtyard. It was fine during the day, but at night it was more or less cold and lonely. Su Chen didn't care about this either. Back in the room, he sat down on his knees beside the bed, directing the mana in his body to run, digesting and tamping down the sword chi he had absorbed during the day. After waiting for the sword chi in his body to stabilize, he then took out the porcelain bottle left behind by Yu Liushang. When you open it, a light fragrance wafts out, as if osmanthus flowers are in bloom. There were a total of 30 small dan inside, one after the other, like pearls. If you take one a day, it is just enough for a month. Try the effect. Su Chen took out one of the jade dew pills and directly opened his mouth to take it. When the elixir entered the stomach, there was a cool sensation that permeated the entire body and traveled to all the limbs and bones. Su Chuan only felt that his entire body was soothed, as if he had drunk a bowl of ice water on a 3-volt day. His pores were stretched out, and the blood around his body was rushing and surging. Under the nourishment of the medicine, the tiredness was swept away. The meridians that were originally stimulated by the sword fury and somewhat slightly damaged were all repaired at this time with the help of the elixir, and it's vaguely gotten a little tougher. Solid foundation. The effect of this jade dew pill was even better than he had imagined. Taken daily, it could greatly alleviate the burden caused by the sword fury chi on the body and enhance the efficiency of cultivation. Moreover, taking it for a long period of time would also warm the meridians and tamp down the foundation. It's something really good that money can't buy. After all, this was an elixir made by Yu Liushang herself, from a Jindan powerhouse, so how would ordinary people have the chance to enjoy it? That's a big favor to owe. Su Chen stood up and only felt refreshed. He hadn't gotten used to going to bed so early, so he planned to go to the sword mound to continue cultivating for a while. As a result, just as he reached the door, he heard a noise coming from inside. Looks like someone singing. The song was crisp, seemingly childish, but the lyrics, however, made one's scalp tingle. Old white bone tree with flowing hair and a human-skinned grandma hanging from it. What netherworld nursery rhyme? Su Chen winced. The line of sight looked in through the doorway, only to see a bit of fluorescent light shining in the sword graveyard in the night, and a little girl in red clothes was jumping around inside. She looked 6 or 7 years old, with 2 buns, a pinkish look, short arms and legs, chubby, like a delicate porcelain doll. Her body, like it had no weight, jumping around inside. His toes stepped on the swords, and every time he reached a place, the light on those swords dimmed, and even the aura of sword fury was collected, as if very afraid. What's with such a strange girl in the sword mound? Su Chen frowned slightly. A strong longing suddenly rose within his heart, as if he wanted to eat the girl. The idea took him by surprise as soon as it popped into his head. Am I a pervert? Nope. This was the innate sword body's instinctive reaction. Could it be that the girl is a sword? Just as he was thinking so, suddenly, the girl seemed to have sensed something as well and turned around violently. A wave of fury greeted him and actually pushed the door open. So it's a new big brother. The girl's eyes lit up and she seemed to be very pleasantly surprised. Her feet stepped, and she even flew out a distance of several feet. She warmly invited, "Big brother, come in and play with me." Great. Su Chen shook his head in rejection and hastily took a few steps back. It's not like he's a little cutie. On this girl's body, the fury was almost condensed into substance. No matter if she was a human or a ghost, she was definitely not a good match. Even if he had an innate sword body, he would definitely not be able to block her fury. So without saying a word, he just turned around and left. "Big brother, don't go." The girl seemed to be in a hurry, and ran quickly, her pair of ebony eyes instantly becoming bloodshot, and she lunged, but with a bang, she crashed into the doorway, knocked out by the sword mound's prohibition. His figure collapsed into blood-colored smoke and quickly disappeared. Luckily, there's a sword mound prohibition. This thing, what the hell is it? Su Chen stood outside the door, his heart palpitating. He was now considered to have further feelings about the ferocity of the sword graveyard. That creepy girl, whether she was a human or a ghost, but certainly dangerous enough not to be seen during the day, should not be able to come out. It only manifests at night? It seems that from now on, you can't just enter the sword mound at night. Su Chen shook his head, not daring to stay for long, afraid that some even scarier monster would pop up inside. Honestly, he went to his room and went to bed. The next day, Su Chen found Elder Joe and asked about what he had seen last night. Elder Joe didn't explain too much after hearing this. He was only instructed not to enter the sword graveyard at night. Some of the swords in there were too heavy in their aura. During the day it was fine, but at night they would manifest and run out. If you are not careful with your encounter, you can be seriously injured or lose your life. There was a sword guarding disciple before who died just because he was curious and ran into the sword mound at night. Su Chen wasn't that stupid to joke with his own little life. This kid is smart enough to encounter the spirit of a demon sword and still be safe and sound. Looking at Su Chen's departing back, Elder Joe nodded slightly. Jade Peaks Jade Do Pill. Not just anyone can eat it. This kid has Moonflower Frost to look after him. Maybe he can live in the sword graveyard for a while longer. He certainly wished he had someone to share the sword washing duties for him. Those 3 swords up there, which were becoming more and more dishonest, were giving him a lot of pressure. Coupled with the fact that he still had to keep the sword mound running, he really had no time to care about those swords below. Those old things in the heavenly pool, they are idle. Hey, who called me a bitter sword keeper? Returning to the lowest level of the sword mound, Su Chen took out the talisman cloth and started a new day's work. It was a willow leaf long sword. The sword is thin, light and long, cast in cold iron, shaped like a willow leaf and branded with an inscription. Name of sword, Hui Feng. Sword master, Ryu San. Su Chen gripped the hilt of his sword, and a stream of baleful chi flew out, as if it was a blistering wind. He saw a green willow swaying in the wind, a swordsman holding a sword and rising, the sword light swinging in the middle of the wind blade harsh, as if a piece of willow leaves breaking out of the air. Willow leaf sword chi. Yellow grade medium grade sword skill. Sword chi condenses the wind and kills the enemy at 100 steps. This is a long-range sword move. The power is not as strong as the stabbing chi, but it is more convenient, and can kill and injure the enemy from 100 paces away. Next hand, Su Chen put the wind-returned sword back in its original position. At this time, a uniquely shaped long sword next to him caught his attention. It was better to say it was a sword than a bar of iron. 6 feet long and 2 fingers wide. The surface was very rough. The pits from the forging could still be seen, and the blade was only half open at the front. As for the hilt, it was simply wrapped in cloth. It was like a beggar inside the sword. Rough, tattered, thrown on the side of the road. Probably no one would even take a second look. But it managed to be placed in this Shushan sword mound. Compared to the various ornate and exquisite longswords around, this sword seemed a bit out of place. Chapter 6, Seeing Injustice. I'd like to see what's so different about this sword. Suchen stepped forward and held the hilt of the cloth-wrapped sword. With a slight effort, I was surprised that I couldn't pull it out. The broken iron bar-like sword was still a bit heavy, until he ran his mana to add to it, which shook it a bit. And it's like a sleeping angry tiger that's been disturbed, and between the buzzing and the shaking, an overpowering fury that pounces on the face. Sword name, See the Injustice. Swordmaster, Gu Changcheng. 6 pounds of mortal iron forged into a sword. Where in the world is injustice? Boom! The surging fury was like a shocking wave. Suchen had never felt such a strong aura before. It was really hard to imagine that this was actually a mortal sword made from the most ordinary iron bars. Gu Changcheng. This name, it seems familiar. Suchen frowned and thought. In the illusion, a cloth-clothed teenager emerged. He was plain-looking. His skin was rough and tanned, and he even looked a bit mute and naive, like a farmer's son who could be found everywhere. The long hair was tied behind her head, and there was an indefinable sense of competence about her whole person. The sun was rising, and the boy was dancing around the yard with a wooden sword he had sharpened himself. He obviously hadn't learned any swordsmanship. There was no cultivation route either. The sword moves were rough and clumsy, but he was obsessed. Evergreen. Forget it. We were born to be mediocre. What kind of swordsman are we? You can't even afford a sword. Assholes. All day long you know how to daydream. Wake up. If we don't work the fields, our whole family will starve to death. His father broke his wooden sword in anger and stomped on his dreams, but he didn't look to have given up. In the rice field, he wields a hoe and imagines it to be a big sword. In the wheat field, he wields a scythe and thinks of it as a short sword, and when he lies in bed at night, he uses the sheet as a soft sword. This was the first time Suchen had seen such a fine and detailed picture, but it didn't bother him. The young man in the vision was all about heavy farm work, but again, his every move seemed to be connected to the sword. If you don't forget it, it will come back to you. He believed that one day the teenager would be transformed. If only he was given a chance. If he could be guided by a famous teacher. Pity. He didn't end up waiting for a so-called master teacher. Instead, they waited for a disaster. That day, the young man returned to the village with a bamboo basket on his back, but all he saw was an evil fire falling from the sky. The village was in a tragic mess. The fire engulfed the huts, and the sprawling corpses twisted in the firelight, emitting a charred stench. The teenager didn't cry. He just silently put down the bamboo basket, picked up the hoe, sickle, kitchen knife, iron pot, among the ruins and threw them all into the fire. The fire, evil and terrifying, burned for 3 whole days and nights. Those iron was calcined into a reddish iron water. The teenager stretched out his hand, actually directly grabbed that iron water. The skin and flesh of his hand was scorched black. Blood flowed, but he did not care. His body vaguely sword chi burst from the inside and outside. Eventually, he knocked out the iron sword that didn't look like a sword with one punch. Then take it and walk out of the village. The image before us, ever-changing. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years. He carried this sword with him day and night, caring for it as if it were his life, quenching and warming it with his own sword chi every day, and sheathing it if he encountered any injustice. One day, in the desert city, he found an evil cultivator who was covered in burning flames, and with a sword chop, the evil cultivator fell, and the whole city was split into 2 halves. The visionary images, eventually, come to an abrupt end here. Su Chen, however, was still deeply shocked by that last sword. 10 years to raise a sword. 1 sword to the city. No wonder. This sword was able to be buried within the sword grave. Not because of how strong the sword itself was, but the person who held it. Gu Changcheng, I remember. 300 years ago, the 7th generation of Mount Shu's folding sword peak head, the sword god of Mount Shu. Su Chen's face changed abruptly. This iron bar was actually the sword god's sword from his early years. Later, Gu Changcheng broke through Yuaning and cultivated the heart sword, and had already stopped pretending to be an external object. So he put this sword into the sword mound, and he himself entered the Shushan heavenly pool retreat. It's been 300 years now. The sword god left behind his sword, perhaps to give future generations of disciples a chance. But his sword, too peculiar, unusual disciples simply do not know the origin of this sword. So it was treated as an ordinary mortal sword, placed here for many years, and no one asked for it. If Su Chen didn't possess the talent of an innate sword body, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to see the specialness of this sword, right? Honestly speaking, the sword itself wasn't strong. It was even worse than an ordinary mortal sword. What was truly strong was the sword god Gu Changqing and his unique method of raising swords, cleansing the sword, seeing the injustice, comprehending the art of raising the sword, a heavenly ranked lower grade mind technique. Su Chen was ecstatic. Celestial order heart technique. The sword god Gu Changqing's sword nurturing technique was actually a heavenly rank mind technique. With my blood, feed my sword. With my chi, raise my sword. Hide the sword in the body. The heart and the sword is one. But see the injustice in the world. You can test the coldness of the green blade in your palm. What a sword raising technique. This senior Gu Changqing is truly worthy of being a sword god. To be able to create his own heavenly rank sword nurturing mind technique. I'm afraid that his sword enlightenment is also rare in the world. Su Chen opened his eyes. At this time, the fury emanating from the sea no ping has slightly weakened, but still raging. Su Chen's innate sword body was still absorbing and refining. This sword, because of the thoughts of the sword god, dusty for 300 years, breeding a very strong fury, in the case of an ordinary person, would have long been unable to withstand, but to Su Chen, it was ample sustenance. At that moment, without thinking too much, he fully urged the sword chi in his body, and together with the innate sword body, he accelerated the absorption of those baneful chi into it. Boom! As the swarms of baleful chi poured into his body, Su Chen only felt a slight tingling in his tendons and veins, and in his sea of chi and dantian, there was an even more inflated feeling, as if he was about to be burst. But fortunately, the refining speed of the innate sword body was fast. A large amount of baneful chi was refined, and the mana in his body expanded. And amidst the sword chi whistling, he had instantly broken through the third level of chi refining. The growth in cultivation caused his chi si capacity to increase. The entire person instantly relaxed, and continued to grasp at straws, digesting the remaining sword fury chi. Meanwhile, deep within the sword mound, a raging red light, constantly floating, like boiling magma, the surrounding long swords, all enveloped by this red light, as if infested, wailed in low voices. In the center of the red light was a crimson longsword. Golden chains, wrapped around the sword's body, were also covered with various kinds of talismans, as if forming a large formation to seal it. On the hilt of the sword, which was carved like jade, the little lowly in red stood barefoot. This new one seems to have some unusual physique. A bit interesting. Saying that, her figure drifted like smoke, and she lunged over in the direction where Su Chen was. Chapter 7, The Challenge of Choosing a Sword. Boom! The sword chi in his body was running like a mountain calling out to the sea. 2 hours later, Su Chen opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a sheathed sword. Mana light floated around his body, blossoming into a faint sword aura. He had finally digested all the fury of seeing injustice, and with the help of this huge power, his cultivation had also advanced further. He broke through to the 4th level of chi refining. In just a few days, from the 1st level of chi refining, one after another, he broke through to the 4th level of chi refining. This speed is horrifying. However, absorbing so much sword fiend chi had placed a considerable burden on his body. Su Chen hurriedly swallowed a jade dudan down, and with the help of the medicinal power, it was much more soothing. Then he looked down, glancing at the iron sword in his hand and thought, this sword, although of poor quality itself, had been raised in the hands of the sword god for many years, and should not be left in the dust in this sword mound. As a disciple of the sword mound, he had the right to choose his sword or change it at any time. This was considered a benefit given by the clan to sword-guarding disciples. Su Chen now had not yet chosen a sword. Usually practicing the sword was to randomly pick a mortal sword in the sword mound that was handy and use it temporarily. But the sword-raising technique, obviously, couldn't be cultivated that way. So he's thinking about whether or not to go with this see-no piece. Right about this time, suddenly, Su Chen felt the iron sword in his hand vibrate as if it had been stimulated by something. Immediately afterward, a cold air came from behind. His face changed slightly, his innate sword body shook, and he only felt a cold and fierce baleful aura surging into his body, but fortunately it was digested by him in time, which prevented him from being injured. Ha ha, it's really extraordinary. You're much better than those losers before. The naive voice suddenly came. Su Chen was taken aback. The sound was fresh in his mind. The problem was that it was broad daylight. He turned his head in surprise and realized that the sword mound was empty, and there was no sign of the little girl in red. Her voice, however, sounded as if it was right in her own ears. It was a feeling that made him very uncomfortable, and he always felt a cold chill on his back. Su Chuan estimated that the little girl in red was most likely transformed by the sword fury chi within the sword graveyard, and how terrifying a sword fury that could condense into such a thing was, he didn't even dare to imagine. So Su Chen pretended not to hear and prepared to grab his sword and slip away. Hey, why are you ignoring people? Really ruthless, the voice said again. Don't run away. I don't eat people. It's broad daylight. I can't even manifest. Su-Chen still ignored it. Well, you really don't fit in with this broken iron bar. It's nice that it's a sword god's matching sword, but the strong one is Gu Changqing. It doesn't matter if it's a twig, and Gu Changqing isn't dead yet. Hearing this, Su-Chen hesitated slightly. Unlike other swords without owners, the owner of this Si-no Ping is still alive. Although the sword god's current cultivation level was probably no longer able to use the sword. However, Su-Chen had to consider one more layer. That's right. What's so good about this broken iron bar? It still doesn't even dare to breathe in front of me? It's not that I'm bragging. This sword graveyard's 180,000 swords are all just scrap iron in my eyes, the little girl said proudly, her voice seeming seductive. Big brother, you have extraordinary talent. Your future is bound to be extraordinary. How can an ordinary sword be worthy of you? Come to the depths of the sword mound to find me. I'm the one you're destined for. Damn. So it's trying to trick me into going to the depths of the sword mound. What do you mean? Destiny? Su-Chen recalled her petite appearance and couldn't help but shiver. He wasn't a pervert, let alone a sword. Maybe you're right, but I'm sorry, I don't believe you. Su-Chen shook his head. The little girl in red wanted to say something else, but at that moment, there was a sound of footsteps coming from outside the door. She had to leave it for now. Anyway, as long as Su-Chen stayed in the sword graveyard, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so he couldn't be in too much of a hurry. Where are the people? Where is everyone? Su-Chen, get the hell out of here. In the midst of the noise, a few guys dressed in outer disciple attire walked in. The leader was a big man with a majestic physique, tall and dark, like a giant bear, with a ferocious aura emanating from his body. Behind him, followed by a sharp-tongued guy, was none other than Chen Jinhui, who was almost scared to pee by Su-Chen earlier. Su-Chen frowned slightly. This guy, how dare he come back? Looks like we didn't learn enough from last time. Brother, that's him, he sued dust. Brother, you have to do it for me. Come on, it's useless. That black strong big man impatiently waved his hand, his two eyes glaring like copper bells. Staring at Su-Chen roared, Kid, do you know who I am? Who in the outer sect doesn't know the name of my storm bear Chen Jinxiong? You hit my brother. How should this account be settled? Stormy bears? What a crappy name. Su-Chen secretly bristled, while on the surface, he calmly said, Chen Jinhui trespassed into the sword graveyard, and I punished him in accordance with the rules of the sect, which was already merciful. You guys now, are you going to make trouble at the sword mound as well? Kid, what are you so mad about? A punk who was sent to the sword mound and still really thinks of himself as a person? Those few people felt extremely annoyed when they saw that Su-Chen was not humble. The leader, Chen Jinxiong, was however very calm. He's rugged in appearance, but he's no cutie pie. Over the years, because of the weak disciples guarding the sword, it led to the people outside not taking the sword graveyard seriously. But the fact is that the sword mound is still the forbidden land of Shushan. Who dares to trespass? This hat buckle down. Who can not afford? It was fine to bully the sword guarding disciples, but one couldn't really break the rules of the sword mound. Otherwise, if the real sword guardian was alarmed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shut up, all of you. Chen Jinxiong stopped the crowd, then turned his head and stared ferociously at Su-Chen. Kid, you have a lot of guts, but we came today, not to cause trouble. I'll choose the sword. There's always no problem, right? Choosing a sword? The crowd sniffed. He said, Big brother, aren't we here today to smash the scene and find trouble with Su-Chen? Why are you thinking about choosing a sword again? Su-Chen also frowned when he heard this, not knowing what kind of medicine this guy was selling in his gourd. The 180,000 flying swords in the Shushan sword graveyard were not placed here for display. Disciples of the sect, as long as they fulfill the appropriate conditions, can apply to the sect and choose one of them as their personal weapon. This is the choice of sword. Of course you can choose a sword. Please show your identity belt tag to verify if you have the qualifications to choose a sword. Sword selection qualification? Ha ha, I'm here now to obtain the sword selection qualification. Chen Jinxiong laughed loudly. Shushan disciplinary rules. All disciples in the door, accumulated enough merit, can be exchanged for the qualification to enter the sword mound to choose the sword. In addition to this, there is another way. That is, the challenge to defeat the sword guarding disciple. So that's what you hit on. When Su-Chen heard this, he finally understood. There are generally only two ways for Shushan disciples to enter the sword mound to choose a sword. The first was to accumulate merit contribution points or receive various rewards from the sect and be given the qualification to choose a sword. Secondly, it is the challenge to defeat the disciple guarding the sword and also get the chance to choose the sword. However, because over the years, the sword guarding disciples who entered the sword mound were either weak or short-lived, the The sword mound hadn't accepted challenges for many years, and the unusual disciples didn't know that there was such a rule. But this rule was not really repealed from the sect's grand ceremony. Chen Jinxiong taking out this rule to say something at this time was indeed justified. So it's still possible to get a chance to choose a sword by challenging a sword guard disciple? We haven't even heard of it before. Ha ha, aren't the sword guard disciples of the sword graveyard all crooked? In that case, we can try it too. It's still Brother Xiong who's knowledgeable and knows these rules. Those outer disciples who followed Chen Jinxiong were pleasantly surprised. Su Chen secretly said in his heart that it was not good. The rules of challenging the sword mound had been known to very few people over the years, and Chen Jinxiong was afraid that there was someone behind him who was instructing him. Was it Yu Tianyang, or those inner sect supporters under him? Su Chen turned his head and glanced in the direction of the upper level of the sword mound. Zhou Lao still didn't show up, seemingly unwilling to intervene in this matter. How to deal with it would have to depend on their own choices. Will it be war, or will it be retreat? Admittedly, he could have refused the challenge like the previous sword guard disciples and avoided this trouble, but these people would be reckless in the future, too, coming every now and then. So how could one still cultivate? Does the sword graveyard need a weak disciple to guard the sword? Those who cultivate swords should be courageous and rise to the occasion. He had just made a breakthrough and was just itching for a breakthrough. So wasn't this Chen Jinxiong just a live target for him? Just the thing to practice on him. Thinking of this, Su Chen picked up the nearby Seeing Injustice and said, "If you want to challenge the sword guard disciple, you can. However, according to the regulations, you have to pay a fee of 10 inferior spirit stones first." Chapter 8, Who else? Challenging a sword guarding disciple required a challenge fee. Otherwise, just any cat or dog would run to challenge them. And the sword guard disciples would not have to do anything every day. They would have to accompany them to fool around. 10 inferior spirit stones, compared to the value of a flying sword, were certainly not worth mentioning. The flying swords in the sword mound, even if they were mortal swords, would cost hundreds of spirit stones when placed outside, and they were not necessarily available. However, for an ordinary outer disciple, 10 lower grade spirit stones was not a small amount of money. It is almost equivalent to 2 months of their monthly salary. So, if you are not sure, it is best not to try it easily. Chen Jinxiong was actually a bit of a meathead. He ranked in the top 100 in the outer door disciples. Each month's monthly salary earnings quite a lot, but the expenses are also big. On the top to pay tribute to the senior brother above. The next to make friends with fellow disciples. Collect little brother. Not to mention their own still have to cultivate. These 10 lower grade spirit stones were not a small amount of money for him. If it's just to take the heat off of your brother, you don't have to. However, the matter was otherwise explained by the senior brother above him, and Su Chen was to be scrapped and expelled from Mount Shu. The only way to make it this far without violating the rules of the gate is through the challenge route. 10 spirit stones is 10 spirit stones. If you win the challenge, I can choose a new flying sword, and turn around and get a reward from senior brother. It's not a loss by any reckoning. Thinking of this, Chen Jinxiong greatly took out the spirit stone from his storage bag and threw it over. Su Chen reached out and grabbed. 10 lower grade spirit stones entered his hand, and a faint aura emanated out. The heart was faintly joyful. Spirit stones, a hard currency in the immortal cultivation world, could be used to purchase many things. As a sword guard disciple, he only had a monthly salary of 10 spirit stones a month. Looking at it this way, accepting the sword selection challenge seems like a good way to make a living. Since the challenge has been accepted, let's begin. Chen Jinxiong's eyes suddenly flinched. Challenge duel. Life and death. Kid, you're on your own. His aura instantly became ferocious, an earth-colored mana covering the surface of his body, as if his entire body was wearing a thick rock armor. A fist blasted out, power rushing out, like a boulder smashing down. The sound was horrifying. Good. Brother Xiong is mighty. Ruthlessly beat up this kid. Let him know the gold content of the outer sect's top 100. When Shen Jinhui and the others saw this, they all applauded loudly. 6th level of Qi refining. Su Chen slightly straightened his color. This Chen Jinxiong is not the kind of rookie Chen Jinhui, but cultivation level is not low, and the cultivation is the earth system magic power. The physical body is strong, and the path of one force is 10. Su Chen wasn't stupid. His innate sword body had yet to be cultivated into fire. His own cultivation was also inferior to that of the other party, so of course he would not meet them head on. So the toes gently point, the body shape floating, faint star light shining, feet on the north dipper. Chen Jinxiong powerful attack, all fall into the air. Angry, he roared. Su Chen quickly pulled away, the sword chi in his palm waving like a willow leaf. Stern and sharp, straight away, he struck his opponent's body, causing his rock armor to crumble and stone chips to fly. Coward, is that all you know how to do? Hide? Chen Jinxiong had been flying a kite, and at this time, he was also furious, and at that moment, he roared furiously, and the mana in his palm condensed, transforming into a huge stone sword. Dancing, the wind raged and rolled through like a great windmill. Because of the limitations of the terrain in the field, Su Chen had been forced into a corner at this point, and there was already nowhere to hide. But he didn't panic. The reason he had been choosing to roam and attack from afar was not because he was afraid of the other party. He just wanted to save his strength as much as possible and look for a chance to kill him in one blow. It's now! Su Chen's eyes flickered as he keenly grasped the opportunity. At this moment, Chen Jinxiong, in order to block his retreat, used a ranged attack that looked fierce, but his own brokenness had become more frequent. Su Chuan's Si No Ping, which had been waiting to be released, came out of its sheath with a resounding clang. Yellow rank middle grade sword skill, sword drawing chop. This was a sword skill he had realized from a sword called tiger hunting. All that was heard was a crunch of a ding. Sparks sputtered. The tip of the sword accurately passed through the gap in the attack and stabbed at the body of the greatsword. A powerful sword chi erupted, and it was as if Chen Jinxiong's attack was suddenly jammed. He exclaimed, a ripping pain coming from his tiger's mouth. Immediately after that, he saw a flash of cold light rapidly approaching, so fast that it was like lightning, and he couldn't even react in time as a sharp pain came from his shoulder. Blood flew. Chen Jinxiong screamed miserably and fell down. His right arm had been penetrated by the sword light. From the palm of his hand to his shoulder, his bones and meridians had been injured by the sword chi, and his entire face was pale as he half-kneeled on the ground. Challenge failed. Su Chen expressionlessly put away his sword and opened his mouth. It was only then that the people present came back to their senses, and they were all dumbstruck. A moment ago, it was clear that Chen Jinxiong still had the upper hand. How could he be defeated in the blink of an eye? This Su Chen. His cultivation didn't look good, but his swordsmanship, it was horrible. One move, as if it had been steeped in many years, and when it came out, it was straight to the door of life. Just now, if it wasn't for Su Chuan's intentional deviation of half an inch, the current Chen Jinxiong would already be a dead man. Who else wants to come to battle? Su Chen stood with his sword in hand, his gaze coldly sweeping over the people present. Chen Jinhui shivered, not daring to meet his eyes at all, and the others also turned their heads away. What a joke! Even Brother Xiong was defeated. How would they dare to fight again with this meager cultivation? Go up and give him money? Thanks a lot. Have mercy. At this time, Chen Jinxiong on the ground sealed the acupoints on his shoulders, gritted his teeth and stood up with a somewhat complicated expression. He's rugged on the outside, but he's no cutie pie. That sort of Su Chen's just now. As long as it was half a point more off, he would be dead. But at the critical moment, Su Chen stayed his hand and didn't take his life, only injuring one of his arms. What was this? Not mercy. It's just a sword choice challenge, not a life and death duel. What would I kill you for? Su Chen shook his head. At first, he did have the thought of taking the opportunity to kill the other party to deter the curmudgeons, so that they wouldn't dare to harass him again. But then when I thought about it, the Chin brothers were just pawns for others. Killing him wouldn't deter those under Royal Sky Yang. The trouble that should be there is still unavoidable. Killing someone in the sword selection challenge was not a good thing after all. So who would dare to come to the sword graveyard to select a sword again in the future? He also wanted to take this opportunity to earn more spirit stones. Since there's no one else to challenge, let's go. If you want to come back in the future, I'm always welcome. But remember to bring enough spirit stones. Su Chen waved his hand and said. Everyone's faces were ugly, and Chen Jinhui didn't dare to mention any more about revenge. So he helped his elder brother and walked out. Before leaving, Chen Jinxiong paused for a moment and hesitantly spoke for a long time. You have offended the true transmission, and are destined to have no good days. The matter of you and Yu Liushang having a marriage contract. Someone is deliberately publicizing it. Your troubles won't be less next. Be good to yourself. In his position, there was only so much he could warn. Think of it as repaying Su Chen for not killing him. Surely it's the people under Royal Heavenly Sun who are authorizing this? Su Chen was silent in his heart. This woman, Yu Liushang, had really brought herself a big trouble. But thinking about the jade dudan she sent, she was relieved again. I don't know. How is she practicing in seclusion now? Trouble is trouble. Soldier to soldier. Water to water. All I can do is to raise my strength as much as possible. I can't be sheltered by her for the rest of my life. In the middle of his thoughts, Su Chen returned to his room with the Si No Ping. Prepare to start practicing the sword raising technique. At the same time, in the vortex of baleful chi at the top of the sword mound, Elder Zhou witnessed everything from beginning to end and couldn't help but nod slightly. Su Chen's performance exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought that Su Chen would be like those previous sword guard disciples, choosing to retreat out of fear. As a result, he didn't expect that Su Chen would not only agree to the challenge, but also win in a clean manner. And in the end, he was defeated but not killed, showing a benevolent and righteous side. This kind of character is not often seen in the weak and strong immortal cultivation world. I remember, when this kid first came here, he was only at the first level of chi refining. It's only been a few days, but his cultivation has actually increased so quickly. It seems that he really does have superiority, and coming to the sword graveyard is also a blessing due to misfortune. Zhou Lao was thoughtful. He himself was already old. His body was getting worse by the year, and in order to suppress the sword mound, he had no chance to go further in his life. Sooner or later, the day will come when the oil runs out. The sword graveyard. Perhaps it was also time to consider training a true sword guardian heir. Chapter 9, The Innate Sword Fetus. The matter of Chen Jinxiong's sword mound challenge was quickly spread among the outer disciples by the push and pull of those who were interested. A part of the crowd was surprised at Su Chen's strength, actually being able to defeat the notoriously strong Chen Jinxiong. The other part of the group felt that it was just Chen Jinxiong who had a false name and was too weak. Since the current sword guarding disciples had the guts to accept the challenge of choosing a sword, many of them were eager to try. After all, it wasn't easy to rely on the merit contributions of the sect to obtain the qualification for choosing a sword. In comparison, defeating a sword guard disciple who had just been initiated not long ago would undoubtedly be much easier. For a while, a lot of people were rubbing their fists. Prepare to go to the sword mound and try your hand at it. Su Chen certainly didn't know this at this time. He is in his room, sitting on his knees, with the C-No ping flat in front of his knees. Then he ran the sword-raising art mind technique. A strand of chi and blood essence, floating out, was about to drill into the iron sword. However, at this time, his innate sword body vibrated violently, like a shark that had smelled blood. Instantly, the wisp of essence was plundered and swallowed back. Immediately afterward, a vague golden sword shadow coalesced from the depths of the chi sea. As the sword nurturing technique operated, the sword shadow within his body gradually became clear and solid. What's going on here? Su Chen froze. In the illusion, Gu Chongqing practiced the sword nurturing technique, but nothing like this had ever happened. This should be caused by one's innate sword body. Could it be that because of the innate sword body, I can directly nurture my own body by practicing the sword nurturing art? This sword shadow in the sea of chi is the innate sword tire manifested by the innate sword body? In the dark, Su Chen seemed to have some enlightenment. That's great. Although the sword nurturing technique mind is good, the sword that is conceived is ultimately an external object. It would undoubtedly be more powerful if it could directly breed itself. Once this innate sword fetus was completed, Su Chen clearly felt that the sword chi in his body was several times purer than before. If one were to perform a sword technique with this, it would be much more powerful. Not only that, but his physique, too, seemed to have been greatly improved. The skin, flesh, sinews and bones were like stubborn iron that had been thrown into the furnace fire and forged, constantly stripping away impurities and becoming stronger and sharper. The sea of sinews and chakras and chi was expanded. Excellent! This sword nurturing technique with the innate sword body complements each other perfectly. Su Chen rejoiced in his heart. The heavenly rank mind technique, it really lived up to its name. And the best feature of this sword raising technique is the growth. The longer you keep your sword, the more powerful it becomes. Embodied in him was that the longer he raised the sword, the stronger his body became. And sooner or later, one day, he could gestate his own flesh to a strength comparable to that of a Dharma treasure, spiritual treasure, or even an immortal body. The sword tire in his body would also continue to grow and strengthen the sword chi's power. In the future, it might even be able to breed some unique divine abilities. This is much more powerful than just raising a sword. However, it is also more consuming. After only a few moments, Su Chen felt that his body had a feeling of being emptied, and his chi and blood were severely deficient. He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly pulled out another jade dudan and took it. That's what's slowly coming back to life. The jade du pill was solid and powerful. Originally Su Chuan took one per day, which was enough to ensure that he recovered his strength. But now in order to cultivate the sword nurturing art, he could only increase the dosage of the medicine. Luckily, this elixir was of extremely high grade, so even if it was taken in large quantities, there wouldn't be any after effects. Day 2. Su Chen had finally practiced the sword raising technique initially, and the sword tire in the sea of chi within his body already had a vague outline. He once again returned to the sword mound and began to wash his sword. After having the innate sword tire, the speed of absorbing the sword fiend chi was indeed greatly increased. Originally, he had absorbed up to 4 mortal swords with baneful chi on them every day, but now it had been raised to 7. A big increase in efficiency. In this way, Su Chen washed his sword every day, absorbed the sword fury chi to cultivate, and then took jade du pill to cultivate the sword nurturing technique, and his strength grew very quickly. Before long, he had successfully broken through to the 5th level of chi refining. At this time, The Jade Dew pill given to him by Yu Liushan was almost finished. Without the aid of pills, the cultivation of the sword nurturing technique almost came to a standstill. Luckily, Su Chen still had some spirit stones in his hand right now, so he took the time to go to the sect's workshop to purchase body hardening pills. An elixir of the Jade Dew pills level was definitely unavailable. The most common body hardening pills on the market today were the Tiger Bone pill and the Xian Huang pill. The former was refined from the blood and flesh of demonic beasts, with remarkable efficacy and rapid enhancement, but the price was expensive, with one having to be a lower-grade spirit stone. The Xianhuang pill, on the other hand, was refined from some spiritual medicines and herbs, and its medicinal properties were mild, belonging to the type that slowly nourished the blood, flesh, and body, just what Su Duan needed, and the price was quite a bit cheaper. One spirit stone could buy 3 of them. Su Chuan bought 30 Xianhuang pills in one breath, and the 10 spirit stones that had just arrived were spent in the blink of an eye. With all these pills, I don't know how many days they can last for cultivation. I heard that there are also some external body-quenching medicinal liquids that nourish the body with better results, but unfortunately, they are expensive. Those materials can easily be tens of hundreds of spirit stones, so I can't afford to buy them all. Su Chen secretly lamented. Since ancient times, it has been said that poor in literature and rich in martial arts, cultivating immortality is even more costly. Although he himself came from a small immortal cultivation family, his family's situation was not very good right now, and he had already done his best to send him to Shushan. It's not realistic to ask your family for spirit stones, and figure out how to make money on your own. Speaking of which, there has been no letter from home for more than a month, and I wonder how the Su family is doing now. With regards to the Su family, Su Chuan only had some understanding through the memories of his predecessor. Knowing that there's a sister-in-law in the family, she's been very kind to him. His parents, at a very early age, left without knowing where they were, relying on his sister-in-law to raise him and send him to Shushan Mountain to worship and practice. When I have accomplished my cultivation, I must return to the Su family to visit and repay this sister-in-law's kindness. In the middle of his thoughts, Su Chen had already returned to the sword mound. From afar, he saw more than 10 Shushan disciples, gathered in front of the mountain gate, looking east and west, looking left and right, seemingly waiting for something. That is, until someone saw the mountain guard disciple's costume on him. Coming. Su Chen is back. Ha ha, after waiting for half a day, we've finally waited for the rightful owner. Su Chen, we're here to choose the sword. Sword selection challenge. You wouldn't be afraid to take it, would you? Good lord. So many people, all here to challenge Zhujian? Oh, this is all money delivered to the door. Su Chen swept his gaze over those disciples present. Fortunately, none of their cultivation levels were too high. After all, the sword selection challenge wasn't just anyone. The inner disciples and some of the top-ranked outer geniuses would themselves be valued by the sect and bestowed with the qualification of choosing a sword, and there was no need to go through this way. Only those outer disciples outside of the top 10 rankings needed to choose their swords through this route, so Su Chen wasn't very worried. With his current strength, meeting an opponent like Chen Jinxiang was already a sure thing. Sure, it could not be ruled out that there would be some shameless guys who clearly had the qualifications to choose the sword, but also ran to challenge him a bit and took the opportunity to strike at him. When he encountered the kind of opponent whose strength was obviously much higher than his own, Su Chen would definitely not try to show off and would just refuse directly. After all, the initiative of whether or not to accept the sword selection challenge was entirely in one's own hands. Alright, you all want to choose a sword to challenge, right? Come over here first and pay the money and line up. Chapter 10 is none of your business. Swish dash. A sword blade broke through the air. Immediately after that, there was a figure falling down. The disciple retreated several steps with a pale face and said unwillingly, I admit defeat. In front of the door of the sword mound, Su Chen stood with his sword in hand, and another 10 spirit stones arrived. He turned his head and swept his gaze over the people present. Who else wants to challenge Setsubu? The crowd was silent at this point. When they heard that the new sword guard disciple was accepting the challenge of choosing a sword, they all rushed here in a hurry, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to bow a chance. As a result, he didn't expect that Su Chen's strength was far more powerful than he had imagined. From the beginning until now, there had been a succession of 4 people who had taken up the challenge, only to lose. This Su Chen, his cultivation level was actually not very high. However, its mana is extremely pure. Sword chi waving, also seems to be proficient in a number of sword strokes sword skills, long distance attack and close combat. Explosive body, there is almost no obvious shortcomings. Moreover, his physique was stronger than expected, and he fought several matches in a row without showing any fatigue. It was only then that the crowd realized that the sword selection challenge was not as easy as they had imagined. Outer disciple, Zhang Yong, has come to choose a sword. Please teach me. At this time, a youth with a withered figure came forward and said loudly. The people present heard the sound and applauded and cheered. This Zheng Yong, nicknamed Ghost Hand, ranked 48th in the outer sect in last year's disciple competition, and was clearly not bad. Su Chen glanced at the spirit stones that had arrived and nodded. Not to say any more nonsense. Raised his hand as a sword. The field of energy flow, like the wind in the willow leaves. The sword attack. Seeing this, that Zhang Yong shouted, and sharpness burst out between his 5 fingers, like the claws and teeth of a stern ghost, incomparably sharp, tearing the flying sword Qi into pieces head-on. Then, with a single step, his figure seemed like a ghost, bursting into Su Chen's body, and the two of them quickly entangled themselves in a fight. This Su Chen, his strength has increased so much. On the far side of the hill, the 2 outer sect deacons in blue robes, looking at the field from afar, were both frowning slightly. These 2 people were the same 2 deacon elders who had assigned Su Chen to enter the sword mound in the first place. The man at the head, surnamed Yang, named Yang Yusen, he came from the Yang family in western Liang, while the Yang family was a subsidiary family of the imperial family. On that day, when Su Chen contradicted royal Sky Yang, Yang Yusen was there. With his arrogant personality and high self-esteem, Yu Tianyang did not place Su Chen in his eyes, nor would he lower himself to strike at him. But they, the ones below, have to know how to figure out what the higher-ups want. So under the authorization of the young master of the Yang family, Yang Yusen secretly operated and sent Su Chen, who originally had good talent, to the treacherous sword mound. The intent was to suppress him. Su Chen couldn't stand the sword fury in the sword mound, so he would naturally leave Mount Shu. Even if he forced himself to stay, he would be injured by the sword fury. Not to mention cultivation, even his little life could not be saved. In this way, his marriage contract with Yu Liushan was naturally called off. As a result, he didn't expect that not only did Su Chen not leave, but instead, he even stabilized himself in the sword mound. It didn't seem to have been affected by the sword fury chi, and there was a considerable increase in strength. It made their arrangement seem a little botched. It must be Yu Liushan. She came to the sword mound the last time she came out. Most likely, she bestowed pills, which allowed Su Chen to gain a foothold in the sword mound. Fairy Lingyu seems to be quite attached to Su Chen, and that marriage contract thing is mostly true. This Su Chen must be gotten rid of, Yang Yusen said with a frown. The other deacon elder next to him said with some difficulty. After Yu Liushan came out of the gate, he chopped down a sword at Qingyang Peak. His attitude is clear. If we want to move Su Chen, we must also be reasonable and sensible. Otherwise on the side of Jade Peak, it's not easy to explain. Humph. You and I are still outer sect deacons no matter what. It's not easy to clean up a disciple of his? Yang Yusen smiled and pointed downwards. Don't worry, I've already arranged it. As he spoke, the sword chi exploded. Su Chen stabbed out with his sword. The dense sword chi swept like a gale. Willow leaves fluttered. Zheng Yang stifled a grunt. His body stumbled back. Several shallow blood marks were left on his chest. Skill is not as good as it should be. I admit defeat. Zheng Yang sighed. He had thought that he would be able to take advantage of the situation by virtue of his stance in close combat, but it turned out that he did not expect that Su Chen's footwork was even more exquisite, and he could not even touch the other party's corner. Instead, it was a succession of injuries. If he had been in a life and death struggle, he would be dead by now. Surprisingly, even Ghost Hand was defeated? Amazing. This Su Chen, defeating 2 top 100 ranked experts in a row. No wonder he has the confidence to take on the battle. What's the use of being powerful? It's still not being sent to the sword mound. I've heard that the fury in the sword mound will damage the foundation. Some people may utilize the fury of the sword in the early stage and show great power, but it's hard to live for a long time. He's just draining his life force. The crowd was talking. Su Chen didn't care what they thought, and was very happy to see 50 spirit stones arrive. That's a lot of money coming in fast. 50 spirit stones. How long do you have to earn them on your own? The innate sword tire had greatly enhanced his physical quality, and even after 5 consecutive battles, he still didn't show any fatigue. So he continued, anyone else who wants to choose a sword, feel free to come up. I'll do it. Just then, but a silhouette flew out and barged straight into the field. The visitor was around his early 20s, with a stout figure, oddly long arms, and a fierce and stern gaze. Yang Wu, why is he here? That young clan genius who's a new entrant this year? But I heard that he specializes in swordsmanship. Ah, what's he doing here choosing a sword? I'm afraid he's drunk. The people present were all a bit surprised. Shushan disciples, not all of them cultivate swords. There are likewise paths that are proficient in other weapons, or specialize in arts. Su Chen was also frowning slightly at this moment. This person's cultivation level was not low, and there was also a ferocity in his body like that of a wild beast, very different from the other ordinary disciples. You are Su Chen? Daring to contradict a true disciple. I thought that I had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out that you're nothing more than an ordinary person. Yang Wu's eyes were cold, the look on his face was full of disdain. As soon as I heard that opening line, that's a sign that I'm here for trouble. Su Chen didn't bother to fight with him, and directly replied, it's none of your business what kind of person I am. If you want to choose a sword, pay up. If not, get lost. You. Yang Wu obviously didn't expect him to be so tough and was choked to the point of turning blue. Well, I hope you'll be this tough when you beg for mercy later when you're screaming under my knife. Yang Wu was extremely angry, said, raised his hand and waved. 10 spirit stones wrapped in mana broke through the air and attacked. He actually used the spirit stone as a concealed weapon and attacked his face. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand and waved his sleeve, intercepting the 10 spirit stones, his sword chi running and dissolving the impulse from above, and a touch of coldness flashed in his eyes. This person had come in force, and it was obvious that he wasn't just here to choose a sword. In that case, he wouldn't hold back. At that moment, the long sword shook, and the powerful sword chi broke through the air and shot out, just like flying flowers in the wind and pieces of willow leaves, enveloping the past. Chapter 11, Kill without pardon if you dare to act out again. Sword chi ran like a willow leaf in the wind, and the powerful sharpness broke straight through the air and attacked. Only heard a burst of clanking crunching, that Yang Wu hands of the long knife out of the sheath. The cold light flashes, as a barrier. Splashing water does not enter, actually will diffuse the sky sword chi all blocked out. Immediately after that, he let out a loud roar as his long sword broke through the air and chopped. The whole person moved with the sword, like a fierce beast running out of the deep mountains, swift and ferocious. The people present only felt a flash of light. Yang Wu had already killed in front of Su Chen with his sword. The two men's swords collided, and they fought until sparks spattered, and the sword aura shot out. So strong, this Yang Wu, with his thick mana, his cultivation is afraid to have reached the 7th level of chi refining. This guy is a genius cultivated by the Yang family, bringing his art to join the master. His cultivation is already no weaker than the top 100 experts of the outer sect, and his sword technique is so swift. Su Chen is definitely not his opponent. The crowd of onlookers marveled. Yang Wu's strength made them feel shocked, and although Su Chen had some natural instincts, if he offended someone he shouldn't have, he would ultimately suffer a great loss. With this much skill, you dare to contradict the true legend. You simply don't know the heights of heaven. Yang Wu laughed coldly, and the attack of the long sword in his hand became even more fierce. His arms were strangely long, and with the long sword in his hand, his arm span was like that of a lance, and the radius of his offense far exceeded that of ordinary swords and knives, resulting in Su Chuan suffering a loss in the process of exchanging blows with him. And the technique he cultivated was also very peculiar. Just like an old ape in the mountains, with his fast speed, agile stance, and long arm rotation, it was almost difficult for Su Chen to burst into the close range, and the sword chi was unable to break through the opponent's blade defense. For a while it seemed to be in a passive state. What a handful of Tong arm blade technique. Brother Yang, this nephew of yours is powerful. On the distant hillside, the outer sect deacon marveled. Yang Yu News said. A smile appeared on his face. Xiao Wu is the best genius of my young family's generation, practicing white ape technique and Tong arm blade since he was a child. Although he has just been initiated, his strength is enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the outer sect. For him to take action to clean up Su dust, it's a certainty since he's the one who can do it. And it's also completely in line with the sect rules. Yu Liushang is in seclusion now. Even if he knows about it afterward, he can't blame us. Abolish Su Chen. Expel him from Mount Shu. And his marriage contract with Fairy Lang Yu will naturally come to an end. If this matter is done well, the young lord will definitely be very happy. And on the side of Yu Tianyang, he will also commend the importance of our Yang family. The two were talking. Suddenly, there was but a cry of alarm from below. Two people quickly looked, but saw the situation in the field suddenly changed. Has been attacked and defended the type of change, only to see Su Chuan stepping on the 7 stars. His body was ethereal and agile, as if it was electric light. His speed increased steeply, and his harsh sword chi was like a tidal wave, surging one after another, pressurizing Yang Wu to retreat step by step. He couldn't figure it out. The other party's cultivation was obviously inferior to his, but this sword chi was overbearing and stern, as if it had been refined by 1,000 hammers, and it contained an unspeakable ferocious aura. It actually tore apart and chopped out all of the blade awnings that he had chopped out. How could he know that the sword chi in Su Chen's body was all made by refining and absorbing the sword mound fury chi, retaining a certain amount of the ferocity of the sword fury chi? It was far more domineering than normal mana sword chi. With his full strength, he immediately suppressed his blade's aura. Su Chen knew that this person in front of him was not weak, so he did not hold back, and various sword techniques and sword moves were cast one after another. 7 stars chasing the moon. Willow leaf sword chi, followed by a move of flying rainbow, forcibly breaking through the opponent's body protection mana, stabbing China's sword straight to the door of life. Yang Wu felt that strong killing intent. His face changed greatly, and he hurriedly swung his sword to block, but it was already too late. Sword light like electricity instantly killed to the center of the eyebrow. He is also the first time so truly feel the fear of death. Immediately clenched his teeth, the body's robes bulging, Dao inscriptions flashing, turned into a transparent light screen cohesion in front of his body. Can block this deadly sword. Body protection spell. Su Chen frowned slightly. With this sword, he could have seriously injured or even killed his opponent. However, he did not expect that the inner lining robe on Yang Wu's body was actually a body protection magic weapon, which was not something that an ordinary person could possess. Only a clanking sound was heard, and Su Chen's sword was blocked after stabbing 3 inches in. Yang Wu stifled a grunt. Although the sword blade was blocked, there was still a strand of sword chi that broke through his body and seeped into his body, and he was instantly affected by the ferocious sword fury chi, and his entire face turned pale, and his body's mana breath was disorganized. Take advantage of your illness, even if you have a body protector, so what? Su Chuan's eyes were stern, seizing the opportunity, once again holding the sword to force his way in. At this time, Yang Wu had already been injured by the sword chi. His blade technique began to be confused, and he was simply unable to resist Su Chuan's attack, and his body was instantly torn by the sword chi with traces of blood, and he looked like he was about to be defeated, and would even be killed by serious injuries. Yang Yusen on the hillside finally couldn't sit still. This is a descendant of his Yang family. Immediately, he pranced up. The immortal foundation behind him emerged, transforming into the shape of a hill, and raised his hand to slap the air. The strong mana converged and cleansed, like a torrent pouring down. Su Chuan only felt his breath stagnate, as if the air around him had condensed, and the mana beams bombarded down, like a huge mountain suppressing, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Daring. The challenge of choosing a sword is a competition between fellow disciples. How dare you do such a cruel thing? Your heart is so wolfish. Yang Yusen flew down and protected Yang Wu behind him, then he opened his mouth to roar with angry eyes. He was actually trying to interfere in the duel as a deacon of the outer sect. When Su Chen heard this, he almost didn't get angry and laugh. Yang Wu himself took the initiative to challenge. His moves were ruthless. He said nothing, and now that he was about to lose, his opponent ran out to pull the plug. This Yang Yusen was clearly targeting himself. He was also the one who forcefully sent himself to the sword mound in the first place. However, the other party had the identity of an outer sect deacon and a foundation establishment cultivation. So even though Su Chen was angry in his heart, there was nothing he could do to him. But right at this moment, a brilliant sword light burst out from the depths of the sword mound, like lightning cutting through the sky. Immediately after that, a terrifying sword power enveloped down all the people present. Their faces changed drastically, taken in by the sword's power. Yang Wu let out a wow sound, spitting blood from his mouth and fainted on the spot, while Yang Yusen's body froze. His surrounding mana was instantly crushed like crispy cookies, and he stared wide-eyed, his Dao foundation looming behind him, but in just a blink of an eye, he was pressed down. The whole person was struck by lightning and plopped down on his knees, his face like gold paper. The other elder next to him was also suppressed. However, it was obvious that he was going to be injured less. His face was filled with fear, and he hurriedly kowtowed in the direction of the sword mound. Elder, rest in peace. Elder, rest in peace. Interfering with the sword selection duel and bullying the sword guard disciples. Do you really think I'm dead? An old voice, but like thunder. Don't dare. Don't dare. It's us who don't know the depths and have offended senior. Please forgive us. When Yang Yusen heard this voice, he also kowtowed in fear. Luckily, Elder Zhou didn't mean to kill him. Scram! If you dare to come to the sword graveyard and act recklessly again, you will be killed without pardon. After saying that, the terrifying sword momentum, which then dissipated, Yang Yusen was like an amnesty and hurriedly slipped away with his men as if they were fleeing. Only, the color of resentment in his eyes was much thicker. The swordkeeper has not asked about the world for many years. The previous swordkeeper disciples were so weak and he was not seen asking questions. This time he would actually stand up for Su Chen. Damn it! He didn't dare to resent Elder Zhou. However, it put the blame on Su Chen's head. It wasn't good to make a move at the sword mound, so he could only find an opportunity elsewhere. Chapter 12, The Little Golden Sword. Many thanks to Elder Zhou for his help. Inside the sword mound, Su Chen respectfully saluted. That Yang Yusen was, after all, an outer door deacon. and had a foundation establishment cultivation. So if it wasn't for Elder Joe's appearance today, he really wouldn't have been able to resist. If the other party just threw any hat into the ring and turned black and white upside down, there was no way for him to resist. Elder Joe, on the other hand, said indifferently, "Since you have entered the sword graveyard, you are my sword guardian disciple. I don't care what happens to you outside, but as long as you are here, no one can persecute you." Hearing these words, Su Chen's heart was greatly stabilized. It seemed that Elder Joe's status in Shushan was extraordinary. Hug this thigh well, and at least in the sword graveyard, no one would be able to bully themselves. As for the matters outside of the sword mound, Zhou Lao, however, was not in a good position to care. Wanting to stand firm, he still had to rely on his own skills. Alright, don't be affected by these trivial matters. You have fought several battles in a row today. Your mana consumption is not small. I'm afraid it's hard to resist the sword fury invasion. Go back and rest a bit first, then come back to wash the sword. Yes, Elder Zhou. Su Chen bowed once again before he exited the sword mound and returned to his room. Start practicing in earnest. He understood very well that Yang Wu's appearance was just the beginning. There were a lot of fans under Royal Heavenly Sun, and if he offended him, there would be a steady stream of people who wanted to find trouble, and the opponents would become stronger and stronger. One had to seize the time to raise his cultivation in order to gain a firm foothold in Shushan. One couldn't hide in the sword graveyard forever and be a shrunken head turtle. Could one? This was not Su Chen's style. Sooner or later, he would make those who targeted him pay, including the unstoppable Yu Tianyang. Su Chuan sat on his knees beside the bed, channeling his spiritual qi and calming his mood, then swallowed a purchased Qian Huang pill. Wisps of warmth surged throughout the body, transforming into essence and surging deep into the sea of qi. The tiny sword tire, vibrating slightly, absorbed all of that essence, and its outline became much more clear and solid. It transformed into a finger-sized golden sword, hovering and flying in the sea of qi, constantly stirring the sword qi in his body. Whistling like thunder, Su Chen only felt a powerful force from the inside out to cleanse the body. Sinews and bones became more robust and powerful. The skin on the surface of the body even vaguely emerged a faint metallic luster. After many days of nurturing, his innate sword tire finally underwent its first metamorphosis. He tried to activate the sword fetus in his body, only to feel a slight tingling in his arm meridians, and in the next instant, the small golden sword emerged in his palm, breaking into the air and flying out in the direction of his finger. There was a flash of golden light. The stone wall in the distance was pierced through a hole as if it were tofu. The original defense formation etched on the wall had no effect either, and was directly pierced through. Even the sword mount's prohibition was almost touched. Su Chen's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly guided the golden sword to fly back, the sword chi mana in his body instantly consuming most of it. This innate sword tire, it can actually be externally released, just like an innate flying sword. Flying immortal with a sword, breaking through the air to kill the enemy. This should have been a means that only a foundation establishment sword cultivator could master. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. This sword tire, a manifestation of the innate sword body, belonged to his unique means, externally casting it out. It was extremely fast, and it could also pierce through the barrier of formation mana. Definitely a killing move. If he was taken by surprise, even if he was a foundation establishment cultivator, I was afraid that he would suffer a great loss. It was just a pity that every time it was cast, it consumed too much. Moreover, the sword tire was not fully nurtured today and was very fragile, so if it was captured or destroyed, he would have to suffer a fatal blow, so it should never be used lightly as a last resort. Think of it only as a means of saving your own life in the bottom of your box. Slowly cultivated with the sword nurturing technique, the sword fetus grows, and the potential of the innate sword body can be fully realized. When the time comes, the external training of the physical body will be invincible. The internal refining of the flying sword chi will be able to cut down the gods and kill the immortals, one inside and one outside. That's invincible. After practicing for a while longer, Su Chen once again took a Xian Huang pill, refreshing himself, before he got up and entered the sword mount to start washing his sword. His cultivation had grown now, and he was already able to start shuffling the mortal sword at the second level. The swords here were sharper, and the sword fury chi contained in them was also more intense. And washing the swords for cultivation would of course gain more benefits. Su Chen ascended to the second level and casually pulled out a large, thick sword, and a ferocious fury escaped with it. Sword name, Overlord. Swordmaster, Xiang Long. At the same time, under the Qingyang peak of Mount Shu, in front of a disciple's cave, Yang Xinyu arrived with the wind, knelt in front of the cave, and kowtowed. After a long time, light flickered in front of the cave's door. The drooping waterfall was automatically separated, and a silhouette flew out. It was a young man in his 20s. with sword brows and starry eyes, wearing a brocade coat, with a white jade sword seal hanging on his belt, which was the mark of an inner disciple of Mount Shu. This person was none other than the young master of the Yang family, Yang Yunfei. It was also one of the many supporters under the seat of Yu Tianyang. Useless things. To think that you can't even deal with a freshly initiated sword guard disciple. I wonder what's the use of raising you. In the face of the young master's rebuke, Yang Yusen did not dare to retort, waiting for him to finish scolding, then carefully said, "It was the old slave's blunder. I wanted to throw him to the sword mound for his own destruction, but I didn't expect to make a mistake." "That's just it. You're actually not to blame for this matter. Who would have thought that Liu Shang would personally make a move and bestow him with pills? It seems that the matter of them having a marriage contract is conclusive." Yang Yunfei shook his head after hearing what happened. The Yang family has only 1 or 2 places to worship in Mount Shu every year. Most of them are not useful. In front of him, this Yang Yusen is not easy to mix to the position of deacon of the outer door. It is also considered to be a more capable assistant under him. The Yang Wu who struck out this time is also considered his cousin, with good talent and hopes to be promoted to the inner sect in the future. So Yang Yunfei didn't criticize them too harshly. That Su Chuan got the help of Yu Liuxuan. That's why he was able to survive in the sword graveyard. The reason why he was able to defeat Xiao Wu was also because he utilized the sword Fury Chi in the sword graveyard. It looked powerful, but in reality, it was at the cost of damaging his lifespan. It's not worth mentioning. I just didn't expect that he would be able to obtain Zhou Lao's shelter. This is a trouble. The swordkeeper's status is extraordinary. Even the true transmission wouldn't dare to offend him. If he gains the favor of Elder Zhou, I'm afraid he'll become an afterthought in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Yunfei said, "Give pills and let Xiao Wu properly recuperate. He is overly talented and will have achievements in the future. Don't be crushed by a momentary failure. In addition, have someone keep an eye on the sword mound. If Su Chen dares to come out, inform me immediately." Yang Yunus was a bit surprised when he said, "Could it be that the young lord is going to take action himself? When a lion fights a rabbit, it will do its best." This son was able to soar in such a short period of time. Of course there is the reason for Moonflower Frost's help, but I'm afraid that he himself is also superior. If he stays, sooner or later, he will become a great danger. It's better to get rid of him as early as possible. But you're an inner disciple. If you strike at Su Chen, I'm afraid that you'll be criticized for bullying the young with the big, and Fairy Lang Yu's side won't be able to give a good explanation. There's no harm. As long as this is accomplished, Senior Imperial Brother will see the loyalty of my Yang family, and at that time, even if we offend Yu Liushang, it won't matter. Chapter 13 The Overlord Breaks the Army. The cold wind whistled, and the sun was like blood. In the reeds by the river, there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and blackened soldiers with swords and spears were surrounding them from all sides. There is no way back behind us. Su Chen closed his eyes and stood in the sword mound with his heavy sword in hand. It was as if he himself had become one with that solitary, magnificent figure. As he looked at the thousands of troops that were pressing in, the great sword in his palm shook and let out a mournful cry. The country has been broken. All the fellow soldiers have died, and only one person is left standing between heaven and earth, with his homeland under his feet and his home behind him. How can he retreat? The only thing left to do is to die fighting. The voice let out a long whistle that shook the 4 fields. The great sword in his palm swept out. The first sword, sweeping across the sky. The sword chi was like a wave, covering the reeds all over the place. Dozens of enemy generals who rushed forward were taken in by the sword chi, and they planted down with screams, like waves of wheat in the wind. Immediately afterward, several experts rushed out of the enemy formation and flew across the sky. The second sword was also chopped out with it, and the chi was through the rainbow. The torrent of sword chi traversed the sky, instantly decapitating several enemy generals and filling the sky with blood. As if Su Chen was also infected by that heroic battle spirit, he laughed maniacally and charged towards the boundless enemy army, using the last strength of his entire body to chop out a sword. This sword is called the Overlord's disarming armor. The vast sword chi surged and surged, an aura that went straight to his heart, causing him to jolt awake and open his eyes. Cleansing Sword Overlord. Comprehending the lower grade sword skill of the Xian rank. Overlord Breaking Army Sword. It's actually a Xian rank sword skill. Su Chen looked at the Overlord sword in his hand in surprise. The original owner of this sword is really a 1 in a million brave person, and the sword technique that he performs is wide open and fierce, with an unstoppable momentum. It's a Xian class sword skill. It's not something the average person can master anymore. Its power effect far exceeded those yellow-level sword techniques he had cultivated nowadays. This swordsmanship, big and clever, is very concise, with a total of only 3 moves, but it is incredibly powerful. With each sword, there was the bravery of 1,000,000 men, and the stronger one's own strength. the more powerful one would be. Combined with his innate sword body, he could definitely exert a strong killing power. Most importantly, the final move of this sword technique, Overlord Unloading Armor, was vaguely already able to condense sword momentum. That was a means that was far superior to the unusual sword strokes of sword chi, using momentum to suppress others, and was in existence second only to sword intent. Among the sword cultivators, it belonged to the more powerful and brilliant means. Learning this hegemony-breaking army sword, my strengthened swordsmanship will be able to go one step further. If I were to face an opponent like Yang Wu again, I guess I would be able to suppress him with at most one sword. Su Chen rejoiced in his heart. At this moment, the innate sword body was constantly absorbing the baleful chi from the overlord sword. The sword chi in his body was also growing. Big brother is really powerful. This overlord sword can be regarded as one of the few hard bones in the lower 3 layers of mortal swords. The fury is ferocious. You can actually subdue it? The voice of the little red-clothed lowly, as if it were everywhere, was ringing in his ears again. Su Chen had gradually gotten used to it. As long as it was daytime, the witch couldn't show herself, and at most she could only harass her with words. So he's no longer afraid either. I can still talk to her once in a while. You know where this overlord sword came from? That's for sure. I know every sword in this sword graveyard like the back of my hand. Even better than your so-called swordkeeper. Lori said triumphantly. That's something she didn't brag about. After all, it was a sword spirit itself, sealed in the sword mound for an unknown number of years, perhaps even older than Zhou Lao. The sword mound had 108,000 flying swords, and the swordkeeper might not even be aware of the origins and characteristics of each and every one of them, but she definitely knew. This sword originally followed a Shushan disciple named Xiang Long, who was originally a royal son of the Western Chu kingdom, and after learning the sword, returned to the country to fight, and once, with the strength of one man, greatly defeated the enemy army of 3,000 iron horsemen. Lori pontificated, said, but the words suddenly turned, said, Big brother, I know you have extraordinary place. Seems to be able to use the sword mound fierce cultivation. The stronger the fierce, the greater the benefits you get. Why don't you come to find me? I'm definitely the most ferocious sword in this sword mound. Surely can let you soar. Ha! Su Chen just laughed at this. Of course he knew how fierce this sword was, and to be able to give birth to such a spiritually intelligent sword spirit, it was definitely not any ordinary sword. The fury contained within it was absolutely unimaginable as well. His innate sword body showed a strong desire for all of this. But Su Chen didn't dare to touch it. That kind of level of sword, definitely not something he can control nowadays. The sword is strong and the person is weak, then it's not a person controlling the sword. He or she might have to be swallowed by the other party. I am blessedly shallow. Where can I withstand your old man's ferocious might? I'm only afraid that my little life will be hard to protect if I go. Su Chen shook his head, but he didn't say the words to death. He could feel that this sword spirit was very eager to be able to get out of here, so it kept luring himself. Might be able to utilize it a bit as well. After all, the swords in the sword graveyard, there were too many, and he didn't know which ones were more powerful, so if he really had to shuffle them one by one, it would be too much of a delay. So he said, however, if my cultivation is strong, I might be able to give it a try. Since you clearly know the origins and characteristics of all flying swords, why don't you give me some pointers and help me cultivate quickly? After I have accomplished my cultivation, I might choose to take you out and let you see the light of day again. This is pure pie in the sky. The little red-clothed lowly sniffed and cursed the kid's cunning in her heart, but she didn't have a better choice for the time being today. That old thing in the sword graveyard, looking at her in a bad light, wouldn't let her out, and so many disciples guarding the sword over the years, all of them were also unbearable trash, not qualified to touch it at all. Only the Su Chen looked as if there was some hope. Why don't we give him a little bit of sweetness first, so he knows his value, and then slowly guide him? Thinking of this, the red-clothed little lowly spoke. I can help you pick out a flying sword suitable for cleansing and help you quickly increase your strength. But after you have built your foundation, you will have to come to the sword graveyard to seek me out, and bring me out of this place to see the light of day again. If you are sincere in helping me, I will try my best. Su Chen didn't fully agree, and answered in an ambiguous manner. The little red-robed lowly didn't bother with him, and after pondering for a moment, she smiled again and said, going forward, there is a sword with the same ferocious fury. You can try it out. Su Chen sniffed and nodded. With his current cultivation, he could completely withstand the second layer of mortal swordbane, so he wasn't afraid of the other party swindling him. Following the red-clothed little lowly's directions, he quickly found a long sword with a snow-white body. This sword, with a unique shape, was actually cast from white bone, with a smooth surface like jade, in which there were hidden blood light-like veins flowing. Very bizarre. Su Chen reached out and touched the hilt of the sword. Before he even pulled it out, he felt a strong baleful aura raging. Unlike those sword fury before, the fury on this sword was much more ferocious, as if there were countless dead souls whistling in his ears. Su Chuan only felt that he seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss. In all directions, there was only endless fury and resentment. Exhausted white bones are strewn across the landscape. Sword name, White Bone. Sword master, none. It was actually a fierce sword that had never had an owner. Chapter 14, Man chooses sword. Sword chooses man. White bones fill the field, and the souls of the dead float about, because the white bone sword had never had a true owner. Su Chen had no way to bring in any perspective, and he could only be like a wandering soul without a master, tumbling and drifting in the roiling fury. Gray-brown clouds swept by. Those are the tattered memories left by the dead. He saw a beautiful and peaceful village, where the old man cooled himself in the shade of a tree. The man returned from the fields carrying a hoe, and the woman brought him a delicious meal and greeted him to wash his hands and eat. Suddenly there was a loud bang that broke the silence and the whole scene was engulfed in flames. Old men crumpled in the flames, men's heads rose to the sky, women fell in pools of blood, and unborn children in their bellies were picked out by a spear. He didn't know if he was affected by those miserable memories or not, but Su Chen felt a flame roiling inside. Anger. He raised his head and looked at the black-robed cultivator on the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. His eyes filled with angry killing intent. It wasn't that he hadn't seen killings before. The cultivation world was weak and strong, and he had been mentally prepared for it. But the sight of this massacre of civilian villages was a little hard for him to accept. At this time, in the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, an evil long sword forged from white bone slowly took shape, and the black-robed man in mid-air, who seemed to have sensed his presence, contemptuously reached out and pointed. All of a sudden, an infinite amount of fury and resentment swarmed over him, like ocean waves, to drown his sanity. Kill, 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 kill them all. A demon seems to be whispering at the bottom of his heart. Su Chen roared, gripping the evil bone sword. His ferocious killing intent was overpowering, splitting the waves and killing the black-robed man in the illusion without any regard. Yet it was as if 1,000,000 miles separated them, a stone's throw away. No matter how much Su Chen chased after him, he was unable to tear the other party apart. Instead, in the process, there was a constant flow of baleful qi seeping into his body, as if it were a moth burrowing into his body, wanting to corrupt his flesh and blood, devouring his spirit, dragging him down towards the endless abyss. Right at this moment, it was as if Su Chen felt as if something within his body had been touched. A terrifying image emerged from behind him, and the entire illusionary realm seemed to be twisting and trembling. In a blink of an eye, all of the baneful ghosts were shattered into pieces. Su Chen awoke with a jolt. Only then did he remember that he was inside the sword, and everything in front of him at this time was just an illusion created by the sword's fury. The flickering, terrifying image of the party, but I don't know what it was, as if it had surfaced from deep within himself. In an instant of lightning, it shattered all the fury. Immediately afterward, the innate sword body shook and the golden small sword within his body hummed. The sea of one's own qi, as if it had turned into a wide oven, drew in all of those fine fragments of baneful qi, devoured and refined them, and transformed them into one's own mana sword qi. This refining process lasted for half a day. The white bone sword was unable to comprehend any spells or sword moves from it because it did not have a sword master. But the fury contained within it was more majestic than all the flying swords he had shuffled through in the past, combined. Regular people can't resist it at all. Once contaminated, one's qi and blood will be damaged in the light case, and one's mind will be lost in the heavy case. Luckily, he had an innate sword body, and this majestic sword fury qi was eventually cleansed and absorbed by him, transforming it into his own power. Rumble. The majestic mana sword qi ran through the meridians and sea of qi like the Yangtze River, making a mountainous sound. Su Chen opened his eyes, and his entire aura became a few more points deeper and more severe. With the help of the fury in this white bone sword, his cultivation went even further, breaking through to the 6th level of qi refining. Even, at one point, it was approaching the limit of the 7th level of qi refining. This white bone sword contained the power of baleful qi, which was at least equivalent to the harvest of an ordinary cultivator who had practiced hard for half a year or even a year. Ka-ching! As a large amount of baneful qi was absorbed, a crack opened up on the surface of the white bone sword. The reason why this sword was ferocious was entirely because of the ferocious fury that remained in it, and now that the power had all been absorbed by Su Chen, the sword had turned into an ordinary bone sword. Such a ferocious sword should never have existed in the world. This white bone sword, so fierce, no wonder there is no master. This is an evil cultivator slaughtering the living people, casting evil soldiers. I do not know why it will be suppressed in the Shushan sword mound. Su Chen shook his head and backhanded it back into the stone crack. Then his gaze glanced at the depths of the sword mound, and he said with a complicated expression, "You found me a good sword, and it almost killed me. LOL, aren't you safe and sound? Don't worry, big brother. I still have to count on you to take me out. I won't harm you," the little red loli said with a smile. "However, you're even more powerful than I thought. The baleful chi in that white bone sword. Even Foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't dare to dip into it, and you actually scrubbed it all away, and even increased your mana greatly. Big brother, it seems like you have a very special physique. It's none of your business." Of course Su Chen wouldn't admit it. In fact, he's a little confused right now. He was able to absorb the sword fury chi, all thanks to his innate sword body, but that flash of horrifying image just now was obviously not made by the sword body, but more like an instinct originating from the depths of his bloodline soul. The moment it erupted, its might was so terrifying that even the innate sword body was shocked. That power. What is it? Could it be that my physical talent is not as simple as the innate sword body on the surface? Does it have anything to do with my life? My parents being missing for years? There were countless questions in Su Chen's mind, but unfortunately, with his current limited cultivation, there was no way for him to gain insight, and the flickering flutter quickly subsided with it, as if it had never appeared. That power, it seems, is suppressed and will only be touched when I sense danger. Whatever it is, it doesn't seem to be doing me any harm, at least for now. Thinking of this, Su Chen was relieved. Can't figure it out, so let's just ignore it. Rather, it was this red-clothed sword spirit that didn't have a few words of truth in its mouth, and Su Chen was very unhappy about this. You don't have a few words of truth in your mouth, helping me choose a sword but almost getting me killed. Since you have no sincerity, let's end our cooperation here. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Red-clothed little loli anxious, hastily explained, "Don't I admit that I want to use the white bone sword to test you. After all, to cooperate, I also need to see whether you have the qualification to take me out in the end, right? Just now is just looking at the menace. You really want to be in danger. I will step in to help you. You think I believe that?" Su Chen sneered. If she couldn't even resist the white bone sword's baleful aura, then she was definitely not qualified to control the sword spirit, and she would be of no value to her. She's going to help? With what? The little loli in red seemed to know that she couldn't fool him, and after a moment of silence, her voice became much more serious. "Alright, I apologize. I did just want to test you before, but you passed, didn't you? Now I really want to work with you. I've been in this hellhole for too long, and now you're the only one who has a chance to bring me out of it, so I have no reason to harm you anymore, but you haven't passed my test." Su Chen shook his head. The sword chooses the person, and the person will also choose the sword, at least for the time being. He didn't dare trust the sword spirit anymore and didn't want to deal with her. This digestion of the white bone sword, although the harvest was great, it also caused a considerable burden on his body, and immediately stopped talking nonsense with her, got up and left, going back to his room to cultivate. After taking the Dan and tempering for 2 days, Su Chen then truly digested all of the white bone sword's baleful chi and tamped down his foundation, and the Shen Huang pills he had bought back last time had been consumed in the past 2 days. Fortunately, during this period of time, there were quite a few people who came to the sword selection challenge and gave him quite a few spirit stones, so he could make another trip to the sect's workshop to purchase more Shen Huang pills, and the body-tempering spiritual liquid that he had been longing for. He might be able to try to buy a copy of it as well, in conjunction with the sword nurturing technique for cultivation. Su Chen had just left with his front foot, and soon, there was a servant disciple who secretly stayed behind to report the news. Chapter 15 Inner disciples are amazing. Shushan Sword Sect is the #1 immortal sect in the southwest, with hundreds of thousands of disciples. Such a huge gathering of population is no longer inferior to some small and medium-sized cities. In order to facilitate the exchange of disciples, exchange cultivation resources, the clan workshop market came into being. It wasn't the first time Su Chen had come to the workshop market. With the spirit stones, he breezed into a store and bought a batch of Xianuang pills, then asked the shopkeeper about the price of the body-tempering spirit liquid. Body-tempering spirit liquid. Is the guest going to cultivate physical arts? The shopkeeper asked with some surprise. These days, except for cultivators specializing in physical arts, there would rarely be a need for this. When Su Chen nodded, he saw the latter take out a jade slip and said, "Body-tempering spiritual liquid is usually used directly after it is blended, making it difficult to preserve. Therefore, we only sell some basic body-tempering spiritual liquid formulas, but we can sell the required materials as a package. So how do I sell this recipe?" The small store has 2 kinds of formulas, one of which is the grass and wood body-tempering formula, configured with various spiritual grasses, with a mild efficacy that is more suitable for beginners to use. And with the Xian Huang pill that you purchased, the effect is even better. As for the other, it is formulated with demonic beast essence blood and inner Dan, more overbearing and more effective. This body-quenching spiritual liquid formula was similar to the elixir for forging the body. There are two types of materials, grass and wood materials and demonic beast materials. The latter was more effective, but it was too expensive for Su Chen to afford. In the end, he decided to choose the relatively mild grass and wood quenching formula and bought 10 matching ingredients. A total of 40 lower-grade spirit stones were spent. This time, the spirit stones earned from the sword selection challenge some time ago were consumed. And with him defeating a number of outer sect experts consecutively, there were already very few ingrates to challenge him to give away money. Cultivating immortality really costs money. Luckily, I can still absorb baneful chi through the sword mound, which is already much better than others, or else I wouldn't be able to support myself with this amount of money. Su Chen sighed. I was thinking that when this batch of materials ran out, I would have to find another way to make money again. Don't think that cultivation is to find a place to bury their heads on the line. Without a variety of resources to support, it is difficult to move forward. He is still only refining period, such as after the foundation. What a variety of magic weapon, magic treasure, talisman, seal array, etc. that are spending money on the bottomless pit. Alchemy was a good way to make money, but unfortunately, it was too time-consuming and labor-intensive. He was pondering, but suddenly saw a young gentleman in brocade clothes, striding in. His aura was stern, with frosty ice blades lingering around him. And as soon as he walked in, the temperature of the entire room was lowered by a lot. The other party did not have the slightest intention of converging their breath. It was more like they were intentionally radiating the breath pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator. Su Chuan felt a faint hostility, and at this moment, he had the illusion of being in the middle of an icy sky and snowy land. Who is this man? Su Chen secretly frowned. However, he heard the other party speak coldly, seeing an inner sect senior brother and not paying respect and saluting. It seems that you are indeed like the rumors, a person with no respect for the inferiority or superiority of the people. The comment that senior brother royal gave you that day was not wrong. Hearing this, Su Chen instantly understood. The people from the imperial sun, are they coming for me again? Good fellow. The one who came before was still an outer disciple like Yang Wu, but this time, he actually directly sent out an inner disciple of the foundation establishment stage? It's too much for me. But Su Chen didn't panic either. Although the sect workshop was at the foot of Mount Shu, it was also bound by the rules of the sect, and as long as he did not violate the rules of the sect, even if he was an inner disciple, he could not strike at him for no reason. Therefore, he was not intimidated by the other party's aura, and returned without humility. I am a sword mound sword guardian disciple, independent of the outer sect system, and according to the rules of the sect, I don't need to salute you. Ha ha, when I threw you into the sword mound, I wanted you to know what to do. But you're doing well, and now you're even calling yourself a sword guardian disciple. Do you really think that after spending a few days at the sword mound, you'll be able to stand your ground? So it was you who had me sent to the sword mound? Not bad, it's me. And after that, having Chen Jinxiong and Yang Wu come to the sword selection challenge was also arranged by me. But it's a pity that neither of them came to fruition. Yang Yunfei admitted it very frankly. Perhaps in his mind, he didn't care if Su Chen would resent himself for it. I don't have any personal grudges against you. And in fact, I've never had a tiny character like you in my sights. The only reason why I targeted you was because you didn't know how to be honorable and contradicted senior imperial brother. I, on the other hand, need to prove my loyalty and ability to him. I can actually use a simpler method to deal with you now, but I really don't want to make things ugly. And it's also considered giving face to senior sister you. She and senior brother royal are a match made in heaven. The sun and the moon are compatible. You're just a mole. How can you compare yourself to the proud sun and the white moon? Let's be realistic. Don't you need money? As long as you are willing to leave Mount Shu, or take the initiative to break off the marriage contract, my Yang family is willing to underwrite all the resources you need for your future cultivation. Yang Yunfei stood with his hands behind his back, barely giving Su Chen a chance to open his mouth. It's amazing how frank you can be when you're talking to yourself. However, it also showed an undisguised contempt. He was just like that Yu Tianyang. He didn't care about Su Chen's thoughts at all, and his condescending face was very irritating. Not to mention whether or not I'm worthy of lunar flow frost, that's also between me and her. It's just as well for you to get involved when you have the intention to take over your love. But where did you get the superiority complex from? A traitor under the command of Yu Tianyang, to blabber on about it here? Inner disciple, that's a big deal? Su Chen was in need of money, but would not sell his dignity in exchange for money. He hadn't even bowed his head in the face of Yu Tianyang, let alone an inner disciple who had popped out of nowhere. I came to Mount Shu to cultivate. I won't leave just because of your words. As for my engagement with you Liu Shang, that is a matter between the two of us. Who are you to meddle? Su Chen shook his head. Responding coldly, he said, yes, compared to the proud sun and moon, today I am just glowing dust, but you are just a dog, so how much nobler than me? Unbridled. Yang Yunfei's face sank at his words, and the cold aura on his body instantly erupted. He had never been scolded like that to his face, but Su Chen was not afraid of him. The sword chi lingered on his body, blocking the surging cold chi. His eyes were stern. He didn't believe that the other party dared to make a move here. The clan workshop market was forbidden to use force, in order to prevent the occurrence of forceful buying and selling to rob the resources and treasures. Of course, if Yang Yunfei had to go out of his way to kill him painfully, he wouldn't just sit back and wait. The small golden sword in the sea of chi in the body was ready to be fired at any time, and if it was taken by surprise, the inner disciples would not necessarily be able to block it. In the end, Yang Yunfei maintained his senses and did not personally strike, the aura on his body slowly calming down. He looked at Su Chen with icy eyes and said, you have a lot of guts, thinking that I can't do anything about you because you have a sword guardian protecting you? Here, this is not the sword graveyard. Do you think I will let you leave alive? Having said that, then a bang was heard and the store door was closed. Several cold and stern auras emerged from the darkness. Yang Yunfei took a few steps backward and sat down on the chair next to him in a good manner, as several silhouettes swept out, a stern killing intent enveloping them. Chapter 16, Turning Black and White. Whoosh! Cold awns broke through the air. The harsh blade light swept past from the face, killing intent, piercing the skin raw pain. Su Chen hastily sidestepped to avoid it, and the two silhouettes instantly killed in front of him again, their strong mana blasting down, bursting into clusters of flames, forcing his figure to fall back a few steps. Three people, all have cultivation above the 7th level of chi refining, and their strikes are clean and sharp, and their moves are all aimed at the fatal vitals. Obviously they are seasoned people who are well versed in killing. Su Chen quickly analyzed in his heart. The mana aura of these three people was very refuted, not like orthodox Shushan disciples, obviously from a casual cultivator. Moreover, he was proficient in combat fighting techniques and experienced, and was probably a robber cultivator specializing in killing and seizing treasures. This Yang Yunfei is well prepared. It was true that he did not dare to easily violate the rules of the sect and innocently beat and kill the disciples of the sect, but he had hired in advance to ambush three powerful robber cultivators here, making it clear that he wanted to use the sword to kill people. If you die here yourself, he will decide what is right and wrong. Even if the sect pursued him afterward, he could still shift everything to the robbing cultivator. Who would excessively chastise an inner disciple for a sword-guarding disciple who was already dead? This Yang Yunfei, so ruthless, he actually made his move in the sect's workshop. He's determined to get rid of me. Su Chen's eyes were slightly flustered, and at this moment, he could not afford to think too much, and the iron sword in his palm came out in response. This see not flat he has been carrying with him, although he did not use it to cultivate the sword art, but after all, it was once the sword god's sword, and it was quite smooth to perform. Clank! The iron sword came out of its sheath in response to the sound, and the plain and unadorned sword body, thick and solid, wrapped with sword chi stabbed forward. Ding! Sparks sputtered, stopping a long knife that chopped. Then Su Chen flicked his wrist. The long sword like a snake snaked up. The robber cultivator did not expect him to change his stance so quickly, and hurriedly abandoned the knife and flew back, which avoided being stabbed through the wrist by a sword. At the same time, the other two men came to kill with their swords, and Su Chen swung his sword to block and beckon the mana of the two men. His cultivation was not as good as the other party, but the sword chi in his body was pure, and he was not inferior in strength. Plus the sword nurturing technique enhanced his body, which was comparable to copper skin and iron bones, and under the frontal confrontation, he actually did not lose the wind. His swordsmanship, varied and agile, sometimes sword chi ran, sometimes swiftly stabbed, seems to have mastered quite a few subtle sword moves. The three of them were actually a bit overwhelmed by him for a moment. This kid, he really does have some tricks up his sleeve. No wonder Yang Wu lost in his hands. The more this happens, the more we can't let him stay in Shushan, or he'll be a scourge sooner or later. When Yang Yunfei, who was far away, saw this scene, he was secretly surprised, but at the same time, he was also more determined to get rid of Su Chen, but he was still anxious to do it himself. This Black Wind 3 male, is his young family secretly bred robbing repair good hands, robbing homes and killing people for many years, experienced. Su Chen certainly had some strength, but after all, he didn't have any real experience in fighting and killing, so it was impossible that he would be their opponent. Sure enough, after exchanging a few moves, those three people gradually felt out the depths of Su Chen and began to gain the upper hand. They were well versed in fighting and killing, experienced and cooperated well with each other. All kinds of killing moves came one after another. Although Su Chen's personal strength was not inferior to any of them, but after being besieged by the joint forces, he immediately fell into a passive position. If it wasn't for his strong physique and pure sword chi, he might not have been able to resist by now. After all, I'm still missing the experience of real life and death combat. The sword is for killing people, and it needs to drink blood to truly understand the true beauty of it. It's not something that can be practiced behind closed doors. One's own swordsmanship was mostly taken from the experience of those who had gone before, and although one had comprehended it, it was ultimately not one's own, and had not been thoroughly integrated. These flaws must be remedied afterward. Seeing that the three people were once again surrounding and killing, Su Chen didn't dare to hold back any longer. The sword chi in his body surged crazily, pouring into the iron sword, and immediately the whole person's aura changed, and his sword technique became much more fierce and overbearing. Sweep away the thousands. The first stance of the hegemony-breaking army sword was cast out. Rolling sword chi seemed like angry waves pouring out, and the iron sword swept across the room, a terrifying surge of power that instantly shattered the tables, chairs, and benches in the room. The half-moon-shaped sword chi shockwave swept out, like the scythe of the god of death. Incomparably sharp, the three robber cultivators' faces changed greatly at the sight. All of them were shocked by the momentum of the sword. The mana on their bodies ruptured like pieces of paper. Xian rank sword skill. How is that possible? One of them exclaimed. Immediately after that, the sword chi frenzy had already swept in. The three of them almost simultaneously stifled a grunt and spat out blood. Being penetrated by this berserk force, between their chests and stomachs, blood traces surfaced, and their bodies then softly collapsed. With this sword, the three people were directly cut down in a domineering and overwhelming manner. Facing this kind of overbearing sword chi crushing, any experience or skill was useless, and in front of absolute power, one was directly crushed to death. Su Chen killed three people with a single sword, and his entire body became excited, quite a bit more and more courageous. He turned his head, his gaze locking onto Yang Yunfei in the distance as the sword chi in his body gathered once again. How about inner disciples? How about foundation establishment cultivators? Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being rude. The sword chi in his body was poised to fire, and Su Chen was ready to fight for his life. But just at this time, Yang Yunfei spoke with a cold smile. Is this your bottom card? Xian rank sword skill. It is indeed rare. Normal chi refining cultivators can't help you anymore. No wonder you are so rampant. But do you think I came over today just to watch the show? As the words fell, there was a cracking sound. A dozen brilliant sword chi flashed up, and immediately afterward, the silhouettes fishtailed into the room. The person leading the group was none other than outer sect Deacon Yang Yusen. As soon as he came in, he pointed at the three corpses on the ground and roared loudly, "Bold fanatic! How dare you use force in the sect's workshop and kill people's lives, blatantly violating the sect's rules. The law enforcement disciples have arrived. Why don't you tie your hands and surrender?" The outer gate enforcement team? It came so fast. Su Chen frowned slightly and opened his mouth to defend himself. These three are all hijack cultivators. They wanted to kill me. I was just defending myself. Now that people are dead, you say yes or no? These three people are clearly vendors hired by our store. It was you who didn't have the money to buy anything, so you went out and killed and robbed them. If you don't believe me, open your storage bag. There are still body hardening materials inside that you just snatched. That shopkeeper stood out at that moment and said loudly. When Su Chen heard this, he twisted his head and glanced at Yang Yunfei, who was not far away, only to see that he had a cold smile on his face and his eyes were quite teasing. Obviously this was all planned by him. First, the identity of the inner disciple pressured him into submission, and even if it didn't work, he could still provoke his own anger. Afterwards, he would arrange for the robber cultivators under his command to attack and kill. If he succeeded, the blame could be shifted to the robber cultivators, and it had nothing to do with him. If he failed, just like now, he would ask Yang Yusen to bring the law enforcement team over again, and ask for the crime with the rules of the door. The ring is all about killing. This person's means, when really ruthless, this hand upside down black and white skills, even without personally, can cause themselves a lot of trouble. Right or wrong, the law enforcement team will investigate clearly. You now immediately put down your weapon and go back with me, or don't blame me for being merciless. Yang Yusen approached to roar again at this time. Su Chen wasn't stupid. Yang Yusen was an outer door deacon. The law enforcement team were all his people. If they fell into their hands, what good would it do? Even if he could prove his innocence afterward, he would certainly be blackmailed by them in the process, and would be wasted without dying. Gotta find a way to leave this place. As long as we return to the sword mound, they won't dare to mess around. At the critical moment, Su Chen was also clear-headed, and he knew exactly where his advantages were. In terms of status and position, he was far inferior to the other party, an inner disciple, an outer deacon. There was no place to go if he had a reason, but if he returned to the sword mound, it was his own turf, and Elder Joe wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. He is not afraid of investigation if he acts properly. As long as he returns to the sword mound, everything will be fine. Thinking of this, Su Chen directly raised his hand and chopped the sword forward. The stirring sword chi swept in all directions, forcing back the law enforcement disciples blocking the doorway, and then his feet stepped on the 7 stars, and his body shape was like electricity as he fled outward. Want to run? It's not that easy. Yang Yusen's eyes flinched, smiled fiercely and raised his hand to slap. The immortal foundation behind him appeared. Mana flowed, and the huge rocky palm print slapped down. Chapter 17, The King's Disarming Armor. Yang Yusen's cultivation technique was called the mountain-moving scripture, and his earth mana was as thick as a mountain in stone. The immortal foundation that was formed by building the foundation was called 1,000 Heavy Mountains, a common type of earth system technique that was powerful and strong, with both offense and defense. At this moment, when he struck out, his mana shook and it was like moving a huge mountain to press in. Su Chen had already seen the other party's means last time, but at that time, he was resisted by Zhou Lao's sword. He didn't really bear too much pressure, and at this time, facing it alone, he realized how terrifying the mana of a foundation establishment cultivator was. Before that mountain-like palm print fell, the air around him was crushed and burst, and his body position was suddenly stagnant, as if he was imprisoned. As he watched the palm print fall, the sword chi in Su Chen's body surged crazily, and a faint metallic glow surfaced on the surface of his body. Boom! The iron sword was as heavy as 1,000 pounds as it chopped out in the air. It was the second style of the Overlord's army-breaking sword, the chi through the rainbow. A long rainbow of sword chi visible to the naked eye crossed the sky and blasted on that mountainous hand, sending out a deafening sound, and the mana energy stirred, startling many disciples in the marketplace, who turned their heads to look in amazement. Seeing that there were more and more people, Yang Yusen also frowned slightly. This matter could not stand up to scrutiny after all. It was a setup that they had made for Su Chen. If they made too much of a commotion and attracted a thorough investigation by the sect, the result would definitely be that they would not be able to take it in their stride. The identities of the 3 Black Wind heroes can't withstand investigation. Immediately, his eyes turned cold and he formed a spell seal with one hand. An earth-colored sword light flew out from his sleeve. The sword royal art. Whoosh! The stern sword chi came face to face. The earth-colored sword light skyrocketed against the wind, and in the twinkling of an eye, it was like a mountain of swords crashing into it. Su Chen only felt his arm tingling as he swung his sword with all his might to resist, but he could not stop the impact of this flying sword from crushing him. The mana of a foundation establishment cultivator was far too powerful compared to the chi refining stage. Su Chen understood in his heart that unusual sword moves could not deal with a foundation establishment cultivator. It was only a pity that the means he now had at his disposal were still too little and too singular. There were no other means other than the small golden sword at the bottom of the box, but this sword tire was still fragile, and he really didn't want to expose it prematurely. Right. Sword power. That day in the sword graveyard, Zhou Lao used his sword momentum to suppress this person. Although I don't have Zhou Lao's earth-shattering cultivation, but the last sword of the hegemonic king's broken army can barely condense the sword momentum, which may allow me to turn dangers into opportunities. Thinking of this, Su Chen stopped his steps and stopped running away. He turned around and faced the mountain of earth-colored swords flying straight at him, his body's aura continuously condensing. He closed his eyes, recalling the Overlord's state of mind before he decided to die, and gradually, a magnificent and wild aura emanated from him, and the iron sword in his palm vibrated and hummed, and seemed to be excited as a result. If you fight to the death and don't retreat, you'll just have to die. The final sword of the hegemony breaker, the hegemony unloading armor, is to have this kind of courage of putting death before life. Su Chen was enlightened in his heart. Previously, he hadn't been able to comprehend the true meaning of this hegemony breaker's final sword, so it was difficult to execute it. Now with the pressure of the foundation establishment powerhouse, he had finally touched the threshold of sword momentum. Buzz. As he opened his eyes, a wave condensed by his aura stirred in all directions, and the law enforcement disciples gathered around him all changed their faces slightly and staggered back. Intense battle intent shrouded his entire body. Su Chen waved his sword, and the imposing sword chi came out face to face. It slammed hard into the top of that sword mountain. At that time, the earth collapsed, the debris filled the sky. The original bladeless iron sword, as if a red-hot iron was inserted into the butter. It was actually directly split that sword mountain. Ding 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 ding. The earth-yellow sword light staggered down. Yang Yusen's face instantly went pale, and blood spilled out from his mouth and nose. The flying swords of Foundation establishment cultivators were controlled by their own divine sense and their breath was connected. When a flying sword was heavily damaged, it would also be injured itself. And if it was an intrinsic flying sword, it would be even more important to damage the origin. Sword power. How is this possible? How is it possible for a tiny chi refining cultivator to condense sword momentum? Yang Yusin's eyes widened, and Yang Yunfei in the distance was also astonished beyond measure, rising up expansively. As for the others surrounding law enforcement disciples and those who were watching, all of them had their mouths wide open in surprise. Sword power, ah, that was a means that many inner disciples were unable to master. This Su Chen, is he so talented? Ha ha ha, ouch. At this moment, Su Chen, a sword chopped out, but the battle intent on his body was getting thicker and thicker, as if transformed into a god of war on the battlefield, removing his armor and nakedness, fighting wildly in all directions. His aura was surprisingly still climbing, and his figure was also quickly running towards Yang Yusin's direction. It wasn't his style to just take a beating and not fight back. This old dog has repeatedly come looking for trouble, and this time he must be beaten and crippled. Kill! Su Chen was like a devil king who had killed his eyes, chasing after Yang Yusin and chopping out two swords one after another, each sword carrying the fierce momentum of the courage to go forward, advancing without retreating, and living towards death. The other disciples of the law did not dare to come forward at all. Although that young sinew's cultivation advantage was great, when he saw Su Chen's eyes that did not want to die, he was immediately taken in by his aura, and his heart unexpectedly developed a sense of fear. The power of the sword is that it first takes away the heart and mind, and then uses the power to suppress others. Although he was a foundation cultivation, but did not have enough will to resist the oppression of the sword, all the skills could not be used at all, and after barely pushing his mana to block a sword, his heart was even more fearful, and he retreated back and forth. And then he was chopped by another sword of Su Chuan on his chest, and he spat out blood and flew backwards on the spot. If it wasn't for his deep magical power and his vestments protecting his body, I'm afraid that this sword would have already taken his life. Unbridled. Su Chuan, you have a lot of guts, killing people and destroying the rules of the sect, and now you actually dare to strike out at the outer deacons. You are truly lawless. Seeing Su Chen's ferocity, Yan Yunfei also finally couldn't sit still, immediately roared. Body cold ice energy crazy surging. A frost-condensed mirror behind him emerged. All of a sudden the field cold wind, ice and snow flying, piercing cold air freezing people all over the body stiff. A terrifying ice blade broke through the air and flew out like lightning. The coldness of the air made Su Chen's hands and feet cold. As the same foundation establishment cultivator, this Yang Yunfei's strength was more than 10 times more powerful than Yang Yusin, no matter if it was the strength of his mana or the power of his immortal foundation. At this moment, when he struck out, it actually made the sword momentum on his body seem to freeze. This was also because Su Chen had just condensed his sword power. It was still just a fledgling form. It wasn't considered strong. It was fine to bully a waste like Yang Yusin. When faced with a real foundation establishment expert, it immediately seemed weak and inadequate. Su Chen swung his sword with all his might, blocking the incoming sword light as the frosty coldness continued to penetrate, as if even his blood veins were about to be frozen. Looks like it'll have to be a stunt. Su Chen sighed in his heart. The small golden sword in his chi-si was already poised to strike. Only needing an opportunity, he would strike at all costs and kill Yang Yunfei first. But just at this time, a melodious zither sound suddenly rang out. The sound waves containing mana vibrated, and the people present only felt that the sound was crisp and pleasant, and did not feel any discomfort. But the frost in the field suddenly crumbled and shattered. Immediately afterward, the moon-white petals fluttered down and several silhouettes flew down. At the head of the group was a delicate woman in a palace dress, dignified and beautiful, holding a yaoqin in her arms, just like a fairy, floating and standing, vaguely protecting Su Chen behind her. Chapter 18, Waiting for You on the Heavenly Execution Platform. Jade Peak. Qin Lan, the 12th in the inner sect's dragon and tiger ranking. Fairy Yaoqin? So beautiful. This temperament. Is Jade Peak all such beautiful women? Senior sister Qin Lan. Why is she here? It looks like she's here to protect Su Chen. I'm afraid she's following senior sister Yu's orders. Inner sect disciples fighting. This is a good show. The people present all secretly marveled when they saw those few female disciples flying down. Su Chen also froze for a moment, not expecting the people from Jade Peak to actually come. That's good too. If they really pushed him to the point of sacrificing his best move, there was certainly a chance to kill Yang Yunfei, but it would be hard to end things. After all, the status of inner disciples was extraordinary, and no matter what the reason for killing them was, the sect would investigate and punish them. At that time, even old man Zhou might not be able to protect himself. Qin Lan, what do you mean by that? Yang Yunfei's face in the distance turned blue. He had gone through so much trouble and hitched up 3 robber cultivators that he had kept for many years just to get rid of Su Chen today. Now it's looking like it's going to work. Who would have thought that someone from Jade Peak would take the initiative to come forward to protect Su Chen? This must have been ordered by Yu Liushan's authorization before her seclusion. Yang Yunfei, although you don't rank high on the Dragon Tiger ranking, you are at least an inner disciple. Using such underhanded tactics to deal with a sword-guarding disciple who has just been initiated for a short while, aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you spread the word? Or is it that you've even lost your face in order to curry favor with Royal Sky Yong? He was holding his Yao Qin and laughing coldly. The words were sharp, and could be described as not giving Yang Yunfei any face at all. The latter sniffed and gritted his teeth in anger, but there was no way to directly retort because he was indeed not ranked high amongst the inner disciples, which was why he had to go out of his way to curry favor with Yu Tianyang, hoping to be cultivated by the true successor and advance even further. It is indeed humiliating for such words to be brought out in public. The people from Jade Peak had arrived. I'm afraid that today's matter would be very difficult to succeed, but Yang Yunfei was not willing to let it go, so he gritted his teeth and added, things can be eaten indiscriminately, but words should not be spoken indiscriminately. Today's matter is clearly the Su Chen killing and seizing treasures, breaking the rules of the workshop. The law enforcement team arrested according to the rules of the door, but he resisted and had to make a move on the deacon elders. As an inner disciple, when I see such a rebel, of course I can't just stand by and watch. Qin Lun, I know that you came to protect this person on orders from Yu Liushang, but he has a bad heart. This kind of thief, are you going to take sides too? Shut up. Is senior sister Yu's name something you're qualified to shout? Disrespecting a true legend. Go to the Hall of Punishment yourself to receive your punishment. Yang Yunfei was really pissed off and lost his temper a bit, glaring but somewhat helpless. And at this time, Qin Lun continued, those 3 deceased, I have already ascertained that they are the infamous robber cultivators, known as the 3 heroes of the Black Wind. How did such villains mix into my Shushan Square market? Su Dust killed them. Is for the clan to get rid of the harm? There is merit and no fault. You have to use this to pursue Su Chen for the sin of killing. Then I have reason to suspect. What exactly is the relationship between these 3 people and you? At these words, Yang Yunfei changed his face. He didn't expect that Qin Lun would actually have already found out the identities of the 3 so quickly, and could even call out their names. His Yang family and the Black Wind 3 heroes had much cooperation, and their relationship could not withstand scrutiny. If it really went to the top of the sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it, this kid's luck is really too good. Jade Peak's people, but if they came a little later, things would have been accomplished. Or is it the fault of these losers that their skills are too poor, and they are slow to capture a Su Chen? Yang Yunfei was chagrined in his heart. On the surface, however, he could only force a smile and said, so that's how it is. I was out of the loop on this matter. Since it is a robber cultivator, then of course it should be killed. This matter seems to be a misunderstanding. Now that it is clarified, let's call it a day. As he said that, he glared fiercely at Su Chen again and turned around, intending to leave. However, Qin Lun had no intention of letting him go. Her fingers gently plucked the strings of the zither, and a transparent silk thread transformed by the sound of the zither broke through the air and flew out, directly binding Yang Yusen, who was not far away. Qin Lun, don't go too far. If you want to leave, you can. But robber cultivators mixing into the workshop market, this is a major dereliction of duty. This person is an outer sect deacon, yet he allowed robber cultivators to enter. It is clear that he is colluding with them and is in cahoots with them. I will capture him and hand him over to the sect for punishment. Hearing this, Yang Yusen directly pissed himself. He had done a lot of unseemly things for Yang Yunfei over the years, and it was fine that no one usually tracked him down. But if he really wanted to investigate, it would be more than just this one thing. If you enter the Hall of Punishment, you will surely die. So he hurriedly opened his mouth to ask Yang Yunfei for help. Young master, save me. Shut up. Yang Yunfei glared at him fiercely, telling him not to talk nonsense. Then only then did he grit his teeth and look over to Qin Lan's side. Do you really want to take things to such an extreme? You guys started the whole thing, so naturally you have to pay the price. What? You want to bail him out? Then let's go to the Hall of Punishment together. Yang Yunfei was once again speechless. This time, he was really planted. Not only did he not get rid of Su Chen, but he also took in many of his own people. He also knew that there was no way to fight hard against Qin Lan at this time. He couldn't fight and his reasoning couldn't stand. But if you don't care about Yang Yusen, who will help you in the future? So he could only hatefully say, I will truthfully report this matter to senior brother Tianyang. Whatever. Qin Lan wasn't afraid of you Tianyang. She was Yu Liushan's beloved, and herself was a top-ranked genius in the inner sect's dragon and tiger ranking. Even Yu Tianyang wouldn't dare to move her easily. This Su Chuan, really lucky to have climbed onto the high branch of Jade Peak, or else I'm afraid it would be hard to end today. Senior sister of Jade Peak, what a dominating force. Looks like Yang Yunfei is going to suffer a boring loss today. The crowd murmured. Wait a minute. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, Su Chen, who hadn't said anything, opened his mouth. When he saw this, he frowned slightly. She had managed to scare Yang Yunfei and the matter was considered perfectly resolved. What was he going to do by jumping out at this time? Of course Su Chen didn't know what she was thinking. It just felt like there was a bad breath in my heart that hadn't come out. From start to finish, he was the one being targeted. And if he didn't have some means today, I'm afraid he would have been eaten up by this group. Now though, because of the arrival of Jade Peak's people, it made the other side retreat for the time being. But that Yang Yunfei never had a word of apology for himself from beginning to end. And no one ever cared about his thoughts or attitude. This is something that can't just be left alone. He had to take this out himself. Yang Yunfei, right? You have repeatedly targeted me in order to curry favor with Royal Sky Yang. I'll remember this debt. Oh, Yang Yunfei was exactly full of anger at this moment. And when he heard Su Chen speak, he almost didn't get angry and laughed. I can't afford to mess with Jade Peak and Qinlan, but I can't handle you? If Su Chen was honestly playing the grandson at this time, so be it. He actually dared to jump out and provoke? So what if you remember? What? Want to fight me? If so, it's best. I don't mind killing you myself. You're just relying on your foundation establishment cultivation. What's the point of showing off those underhanded tactics all day long? Su Chen shook his head. He wasn't stupid. Of course he wouldn't make a move with Yang Yunfei at this time. Right now, he's still too weak. He needed time to settle down and practice. During this period, one must try to avoid Yang Yunfei striking out at him again. The people of Jade Peak couldn't protect themselves 24 hours a day, and he couldn't hide in the sword mound forever, so something had to be done to buy a little time. Within 3 months, I will build my foundation. At that time, I will wait for you on the heavenly execution platform, and you and I will settle today's enmity in a dignified manner. Do you dare to come? Chapter 19, A Pact of Life and Death. Su Chen's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder. Everyone in the room was stunned when they heard this. The Heaven's Punishment Platform, an overwhelming peak located above the Hall of Punishment, was originally a place where the sect executed the most heinous of sinners, and it was incredibly dangerous. It later evolved into a place for life and death duel between disciples of the sect. Shushan disciples, if there is any unresolvable grudge, they can both agree to enter the heavenly execution platform, divided into high and low, to determine the life and death. No one can intervene. It can be said that once on the heavenly punishment stage, it is a matter of death and life and death, and there is no more room for maneuver. Even if ordinary disciples had conflicts, they rarely dared to go to the heavenly punishment stage. Su Dust, how dare he? Today's matter, anyone with eyes could see that it was indeed Yang Yunfei who was manipulating, targeting and suppressing Su Chen. If it wasn't for Qin Lan's timely arrival, Su Chen would have been in grave danger by now. In this situation, he didn't know how to celebrate, but instead, he even took the initiative to jump out and challenge himself. Isn't this looking for death? 3 months to build the foundation. Where did you get the confidence? Su Chen, don't be reckless. You've only been initiated for how long? Building the foundation is definitely not as easy as you think. And the heavenly punishment stage is definitely not a place for jokes. With a grave expression on his face, he couldn't help but open his mouth to advise. I know you've been targeted many times and have anger in your heart, but don't gamble with your life. Elder sister Yu holds you in high regard, and before her seclusion, she explained that I must take good care of you. If anything happens to you, how can I explain to her? I thank you all senior sisters for your kindness in helping me today. Su Chen is mindful of that. However, I am not being spiteful. Su Chen shook his head. At this time, there were so many people that he was not able to explain too much. However, he also knew that Qin Lan had good intentions, so his attitude was very respectful. Qin Lan saw that he was resolute and had the intention to persuade him further. When Yang Yunfei on the opposite side laughed out loud. With you? Foundation building in 3 months? Ha ha ha, this is truly the biggest joke I've ever heard. Kid, do you know what foundation building represents? Casting the immortal foundation, increasing your life by 300. From now on, you are truly out of the realm of mortals. More than 100,000 disciples of Shushan. How many of them may not be able to take this step even after exhausting their entire life? This is not an exaggeration on his part. There were more than 100,000 outer disciples of Mount Shu, but the inner disciples, however, were only a few thousand. Mortal cultivation, whether or not there is a spiritual root qualification, is only the threshold of entry. To really cast the immortal foundation, growth of life expectancy, is considered the real meaning of the immortal cultivator. It's a step that's hard to know how many people, those with poor qualifications, may not be able to succeed even after cultivating for 10 years, decades, or even a lifetime. Su dust but boasted. 3 months to build the foundation. This is not ignorance is what? Not to mention that young Yunfei didn't believe it. When the people present heard this, they all secretly shook their heads, thinking that Su Chen was merely bluffing. 3 months to build the foundation. Do you think you're Yu Liushang or Yu Tianyan? They simply couldn't imagine how fast Su Chen, who was cultivating in the sword mound, was improving. As long as he was given time and sufficient resources, building a foundation within 3 months was definitely not a pipe dream. Sure, Su Chen was also not obligated to explain anything to them. Just staring coldly at young Yunfei, he said, "Don't you care if I can build my foundation in 3 months? Even if I can't do it, I'll still be on the heavenly punishment stage all the same. You just need to tell me, dare or not." Poorly thought out provocation. Yang Yunfei similarly reported a cold smile and said contemptuously, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, but it's just that you're worried that I'm going to strike out at you again, so you've resorted to this kind of tactic as an excuse to stall for time." Su Chen did not reply. The other party was indeed very smart and saw through his thoughts, but it's phallic. With the protection of the sword mound and Jade Peak intervening, it would be hard for Yang Yunfei to find another opportunity. As long as Su Chen was bent on hiding in the sword mound, there was nothing he could do. Now that Su Chen had proposed a duel at the heavenly penalty stage 3 months later, he would be able to get rid of him openly and honestly, and no one would be able to intervene. This was also an opportunity for Yang Yunfei. At that time, everyone would know what he had done for the sake of Yu Tianyang, and by resolving Su Chen in such a dignified manner, Yu Liushan would not be able to find trouble with him after he emerged from the gate. It's only about 3 months. He didn't believe that Su Chen was capable of building a foundation. Besides, as the young master of the Yang family, he was originally considered a genius. So what if Su Chen hurriedly built his foundation? Never a match for himself. Fine. Since you're bent on finding death, I'll be merciful and fulfill you. Enjoy these last 3 months of your life. Yang Yunfei said, raising his hand and waving it. A small frosty sword flew out of his sleeve and slashed at his fingertips. Blood dripped down and condensed into a mana brand on the sword. This is the way to make a contract. Once the contract comes into effect, then this covenant battle is irrevocable and no one can intervene and interfere anymore. Su Chen couldn't regret it even if he wanted to. Su Dust, you have to be careful. Thanks to senior sister for reminding me. I know in my heart. Su Chen ignored Qin Lan's exhortation and similarly dripped blood onto the sword. The mana brand manifested, and the 2 rays of light shot up into the sky, transforming into a collision of bloody swords that eventually disappeared into nothingness. This meant that the appointment between the two had officially come into effect. Ha ha, you fool, in 3 months, I'll be waiting for you on the heavenly execution stage. Seeing the contract take effect, Yang Yunfei was in a great mood, although he had suffered heavy losses this time. As long as he grasped this opportunity, he was still able to get rid of Su Chen, and when this matter spread to senior brother Tian Yang's ears, he would also appreciate himself. After all, I went to the heavenly execution platform with someone for him. Su Chen, you're too impulsive. That Yang Yunfei, after all, came from a great immortal cultivation clan, and even though he doesn't rank high on the inner sect's dragon and tiger ranking list, his strength is much stronger than an ordinary inner sect disciple. How can you build a foundation in 3 months? Even if you succeeded, it's impossible to be his opponent. He could not help but sigh at this time. She had been trying to block it, but Su Chen was adamant that it was someone's own decision and she had no right to interfere. Now that the wood is gone, there is only a sigh of relief. Senior sister needn't worry. I won't joke with my own little life. Su Chen turned his head and said seriously, there are too many fans of Royal Heavenly Sun. Even if he doesn't take a stance, there are definitely quite a few disciples like Yang Yunfei who want to curry favor with him. So how many can I handle? Why don't we just take this Yang Yunfei and hit him with 1 punch? Lest 100 punches come. That's the reasoning. But 3 months is too short a time, isn't it? Enough. Su Chen smiled confidently, and then, once again, bowed to Qin Lan and the group of Jade Peak sisters, thanking them for their assistance today. That's just it. Since you have this confidence, I won't say anything more. Before elder sister you closed her doors. She asked me to take good care of you, so if there's anything you need, feel free to come to Jade Peak and look for me. As he said so, he handed over a bottle of Jade Dudan that had been prepared long ago. Her trip down the mountain was originally to deliver pills to Su Chen, which Yu Liushang had prepared for him long ago. Su Chuan didn't be polite either, and took it after thanking him. The effect of the Jade Dudan was far better than the Xian Huang pill. It was the most urgently needed cultivation resource for him right now, and if he wanted to build his foundation in 3 months, he would not be able to do without the assistance of this item. Senior Sister Flowing Frost, is she still in seclusion? Well, Senior Sister is attempting to impact the realm of Yuaning this time, and in a short period of time, I'm afraid she won't come out. Su Chen nodded, then bid farewell to a few people and turned around to go back to the sword mound. Senior Sister. This Su Chen. He looks reckless. How did Senior Sister you fall for him? A female Jade Peak disciple spoke up. When Qin Lan heard this, he then coldly glared at her and said, Senior Sister's matter. It's also your and my turn to chew the cud here? This son's heart is extremely high. It's not some kind of weak generation. Hopefully he can really make something of himself after 3 months. Or else we won't be high enough to explain to Senior Sister. Chapter 20, Sword Mark Stone Tablet. The news of Su Chen's state with Yang Yunfei quickly spread up and down Mount Shu. The crowd laughed at this. 3 months to build the foundation. How dare you say such big words? What an ignorance. If he really dared to go up to the heavenly punishment stage 3 months later, he would definitely die. Yang Yunfei was thus personally summoned by Royal Tianyang, ascending to the Qingyang Peak Hall and not knowing what to say. At this time, Su Chen had already returned to the sword mound. Making a date with Yang Yunfei was not an impulsive decision on his part, but rather a well-thought-out decision. The Yang family members had targeted themselves several times, and Su Chen was not someone without a temper, so it was impossible for him to let the other party take him down. Moreover, Yang Yunfei is willing to pull down his face to personally go down. There is no guarantee that he won't make things happen again after that. There is only 1,000 days to be a thief. How can there be 1,000 days to prevent a thief? So why not just make a date to fight and buy yourself some time to practice? 3 months might be very short for others, but Su Chen was very confident. He would definitely be able to build his foundation within these 3 months. When the time comes to defeat Yang Yunfei openly and honestly, to take out a mouthful of bad anger, and to let the other people under Royal Sky Yang know that I, someone Su, am not just someone who can come and step on a foot. Time is short. The task is heavy. Cultivate seriously. Su Chen returned to his room and moved a large wooden barrel, following the recipe and mixing the body-tempering spiritual liquid. The light green spiritual liquid gave off a grassy fragrance. Su Chuan took off his clothes and was in the middle of it, only to feel wisps of medicinal power continuously penetrating through his pores, stimulating the qi and blood in his body to rush. Immediately, without hesitation, he closed his eyes and fully operated the sword nurturing art. A large amount of essence qi was constantly sinking into the sea of qi, turning into sword tire nutrients. The little golden sword buzzed merrily and vibrated slightly, each vibration making the sword qi mana in the sea of qi much more pure. Half a day later, the medicine in the tub had become clear, all the nutrients that have been absorbed by the body. Su Chen only felt refreshed. The metallic luster on the surface of his body was a bit more radiant. His skin and flesh were tough, as if he had forged a body of steel. The edges of his palms vaguely exuded sharpness, and the fingertips gently pointed out a cold aura. Sword nurturing technique. It was not only the sword tire in his body that was being nurtured, but his physical body was likewise being tempered, and now his physical body was already comparable to that of many physical cultivators who specialized in physical techniques. Continuing to cultivate, every part of the body could be used as a sword. The power of the sword would naturally increase exponentially. The effect of the body tempering spiritual liquid. It's really good. Together with the pills in my hand, I can now wash more than 10 swords a day. My cultivation efficiency has increased greatly. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and entered within the sword mound, and as usual, began to wash his sword and cultivate. 1 handle, 2 handles, 3 handles. A large amount of sword fury chi was absorbed and transformed by the innate sword body into its own sword chi mana. His breath kept growing. He also comprehended many practical sword strokes and techniques in the process. Of course, not every mortal sword of the lower tiers had powerful and heaven-defying moves. Most of them were sword moves of the middle to lower Huang rank, or some small spells of the chi refining stage. Su Chen also came to all of them and comprehended them all, using them to enrich his own base. This fight with the Yang family made him realize his many shortcomings. For example, the lack of experience in actual combat. The sword stance means too single, etc. All of these have to find a way to make up for one by one. Today, I don't know why, but that witch sword spirit didn't come out to verbally harass, which made Su Chen a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, he turned around and saw Zhou Lao's hunched figure appear in his line of sight. So it was Elder Zhou who came out. No wonder that witch didn't dare to squeak. It dawned on Su Chen in his heart that he hurriedly walked over and bowed. Elder Zhou turned his head to look at him and said indifferently, 3 months to build a foundation. You're quite confident. It seemed that Elder Zhou had also heard about himself and Yang Yunfei. Don't look at the old man every day in the sword mound closed like the door does not go out two doors, but in fact there is nothing that can be hidden from his eyes and ears. The difference is only that he wants to know, willing to ask. Disciple is also forced to do so. If there is no such appointment, Yang Yunfei will surely find another opportunity to strike, and I can't hide in the sword graveyard forever, relying on your old man's shelter, can I? Su Chen smiled bitterly and returned. Elder Zhou sniffed and nodded, seeming to have a few moments of appreciation. A swordsman needs to have a heart of courage and refinement, preferring to bend rather than bend. And of course, there is even less reason to back down. It is good that you have this heart, but 3 months' time, too short. Have you ever thought, in case you can't do it? 3 months later, regardless of whether or not I've built a foundation, I'll fulfill my promise and go to the heavenly penalty platform. I know you have the means to be able to borrow the Sword Fury's chi to cultivate, so your strength has increased very quickly. That's your bottom line, isn't it? Zhou Lao smiled. Su Chen didn't dare to answer. The secret of the innate sword body. He didn't want to tell anyone, and Zhou Lao's cultivation was too high, so there was probably no point in lying. The good thing was, the other side didn't mean to go deeper. Everyone has their own secrets. It's none of my business what method you use to absorb the baneful chi, but with this method, you are indeed the most suitable disciple to guard the sword. I'm already old. I don't know how many more years I can guard here, so you shouldn't die so casually. Thanks to Elder Zhou's concern, I'll work hard. It's rare that you can comprehend sword momentum, but it's just a fledgling form and not enough. If you want to win the duel in 3 months, in addition to your cultivation, you also need to put more effort into your sword momentum, Elder Zhou said, pointing deeper into the sword mound. He said, inside there is a stone monument that has sword marks left on it from a sword Dao expert's chopping, which contains a few moments of the remaining power of the sword. While you are washing your sword, you can go and observe it. As to whether you can gain something or not, it depends on your own skills. After saying that, Elder Zhou no longer stayed, tapping his toes and transforming into a spirit light. He flew towards the top of the sword mound. He came to say these words today. He just thought that Su Chen had good talent and was very suitable for cultivating in the sword mound, and was worried that he would push himself too hard and lose his life after 3 months. So he just slightly mentioned it. It's a test at the same time. If Su Chen could really gain some insights from that sword mark, then it meant that he really was a genius of the sword Dao and was qualified to inherit his mantle. Elder Zhou looks cold, but he's actually quite nice. Su Chen glanced at the sword chi light that was constantly flickering above him and was grateful in his heart. He was living and cultivating in the sword mound, and there were many things that were difficult to hide from the other party. But Elder Zhou respected his privacy and even took the initiative to mention and show his goodwill, which was rare. If one wanted to remain in the sword graveyard, the sword keeper's thigh must be held firmly. Listening to old Zhou's words, he thinks highly of me. If I can show greater potential, he might cultivate me as an heir, in which case my position within the sect will be even more solid. The stone tablet sword mark he spoke of is also considered a test, isn't it? Just thinking about it. Suddenly, the voice of the witch sword spirit came back to his ears. The old thing actually came down specifically to mention to you. It seems that he attaches great importance to you. Elder Zhou just left, and you still dare to venture out. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by him? Su Chuan was able to see that this witch had blown her bullskin loudly, but she was actually very afraid of Zhou Lao. And whenever he appeared, this guy didn't dare to venture out at all. Humph, if I were in my prime, would I be afraid of him? Besides, it's not like the old man doesn't know of my existence, and he can't do anything about it. It's just that I'm giving him face and trying to avoid a conflict. Yes? Su Chen laughed darkly and did not expose her, turning to ask, how much do you know about that sword mark stone tablet that Elder Zhou mentioned? It's just an ordinary stone monument. However, 20 years ago, the old man and the sword god Gu Changqing once fought here, leaving a sword mark on the stone monument and a few moments of residual sword power. If you are able to comprehend it, you will indeed be able to enhance your strength. Elder Zhou has fought with the sword god? Su Chen was slightly surprised. It seems that this swordkeeper's strength is far stronger than imagined. In this way, he was even more interested in that sword-scarred stone tablet. However, the sword spirit was cunning. Her words, Su Chen did not dare to believe all of them. Last time this guy even pitched himself. So, he forced himself to resist the urge in his heart and decided to wait a little longer. After one's cultivation level had risen further, he would go inside to enlighten himself about the sword marks. The witch sword spirit was also much more honest and didn't play any more hard eyes, occasionally mentioning Su Chen to look for some mortal swords with strong fury to help him quickly increase his strength. A few days later, Su Chen's cultivation level broke through again, raising to the 7th level of Qi refining. During this period, the outer gate of Mount Shu held a trial, and many disciples emerged as qualified to choose a sword and arrived at the sword mound. Chapter 21, You Can't Even Get a Turn in Line. Outer disciple Lu Qiu. Come to choose a sword. In front of the gate of the sword mound, a shy young man with a clear appearance opened his mouth. In the sword selection challenge some time ago, Su Chen had consecutively defeated a number of outer sect experts, and the unusual disciples already didn't dare to come back to challenge them. Those who came to choose the sword now were those who had already passed the trial and gained the qualification to choose the sword. Su Chen only needed to follow the rules and verify that his identity was correct. Lu Qiu. Win the 10th place in the outer sect trial competition, or access to the sword mound to choose a mortal sword. The trial minor competition is a ranking competition for the outer disciples of Mount Shu once every 3 months. Those who were able to kill their way into the top 100 were considered the best. Those who were able to enter the top 10 were all experts with remarkable strength, and thus would be allowed to receive the qualification of choosing the sword, verifying that his identity was correct. Su Chen didn't make things difficult and returned the waistplate. The man knowingly pulled out a spirit stone and handed it over. This is the cost of choosing a sword. It's also one of the hidden perks of being a sword guardian disciple. Now there is no one to choose the sword challenge. Can only collect some handling fees? But the mosquito leg is also meat. How much Su dust is not too much. Go in. You have 1 incense stick of time. Remember that choosing a sword should not be forced, and that you should act according to your strength, or else you will be injured by the sword fury. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Thanks for the reminder. Lu Qiu nodded and then moved to enter the sword mound. Just as he entered the door, he felt a slight tingling of the skin all over his body, and the fury that filled the sword mound was overpowering, making him breathless. He hurriedly strangled his hand and struck a water screen barrier to protect himself, which made him feel a bit more comfortable. He turned his head to look at Su Chen next to him and found that he looked calm and relaxed without any discomfort. He couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart. It was worthy of being a sword guarding disciple of the sword graveyard. Being able to live and cultivate in this kind of environment. Su Chen didn't bother with him either. And at this time, a few more outer disciples came to choose their swords. The leader was a tall, burly youth, clad in a red-colored cloak. Even his hair was scarlet, making him look very eye-catching, and his every move revealed a bit of wildness. This is the sword graveyard? It doesn't look like much. The red-haired youth walked in, his body radiating a burning red light, as if a flame was burning, forcing away the sword fury chi that was escaping from the periphery. The few junior brothers who followed around, on the other hand, were continuously flattering. Senior brother Tuoba's cultivation is profound and his magic power is strong, so how can this sword Mount Bane be able to hurt you? For the little brother's boasting, the red-haired youth seemed to be extremely flattered, and the color of arrogance in his eyes became even more intense. At this time, he arrived in front of the door of the sword mound and swept a glance at Su Chen, but he didn't say anything and directly walked inside. Stand still, Su Chen called out to him. Choosing a sword requires that you first present your identity belt to register and verify your identity. Checking up on me? You don't recognize me? The red-haired youth stopped in his tracks and said with some surprise. Someone from the side immediately stepped forward and roared. Kid really has no eyesight. This is brother Tuoba Yen, the first place winner of this newcomer trial, a genius personally recognized by the sword hall elder. Who doesn't know the disciples of Mount Shu? Senior brother has come to choose a sword, and you dare to block him? First in the rookie trials? Sort of a skill. No wonder it's so arrogant. But, the sword mound has the rules of the sword mound, not to mention that you, a newcomer number 1, even if you are the outer sect champion of the end of the year competition, you have to register when you come here to choose a sword or change a sword. The previous sword guard disciples were weak and didn't dare to mess with them, turning a blind eye to some things. However, Su Chen was now in his position and would not give him face, so he opened his mouth and said, I don't care who you are. Rules are rules. Check your identity to register and deliver the spirit stones before you can choose your sword. Otherwise, please leave. You. Tuoba Yen did not expect that a small sword guard disciple would actually dare to not give him face, and immediately his face became a few points more gloomy. At that moment, someone came up next to him and said something. Only then did he come to a realization and laughed out loud. Who did I think it was? So you're Su Chen? Someone who dared to contradict the true Chuan, and who doesn't know how to die to go up to the heavenly punishment stage with the inner disciples. No wonder you're so brain dead. Yeah, staying at the sword mound all day and being eroded by the fury. I guess he's brain dead. A dying man is just a man. Still pretending here. Get out of the way dash. The crowd taunted you and me. Su Chen had a good temper and was too lazy to get on their bad side, so he directly raised his hand and slapped him across the face, knocking the one who was laughing the most into a daze. Tuoba Yen and the others were all confused. No one expected that Su Chen would actually dare to hit someone. Su Chen, are you fucking looking for death? Hitting my brother in front of me? Tuoba Yen was furious. the flame mana on his body surging and raging like a firecracker about to explode. Su Chen didn't spoil him, coldly glanced at him and said, "The important place of the sword mound. Noise is strictly forbidden. Light punishment, depriving the qualification of choosing the sword. Heavy punishment is directly executed on the spot. You, too, want to follow and make trouble, don't you?" His eyes were icy cold, and the sword chi on his body was drawn out, triggering the sword fury chi within the sword mound, as if it was a dull roar. Tuoba Yen and the others felt a cold chill on their backs and had a bad feeling. Su Dust was definitely not joking. If they continued to make trouble here, he was really going to kill them painfully. Tuoba Yen felt the pressure of the surrounding sword fury chi. He was arrogant, but not stupid. After all, the sword mound was someone else's territory, and there was no benefit to having a hard time here, so he had to hold back his anger and gritted his teeth. Fine, Su Chen, I'll remember you. You'd better not run into me outside, or else, register with your waist tag and deliver the spirit stones to choose your sword, or get lost. Su Chen didn't give him a good face either. If you don't take me seriously, why should I take you seriously? The people who want to find trouble with me, there are many. Yu Tian Yang, Yang Yunfei, which one is not a genius character, compared to you Tuoba Yen, a newcomer number 1, the queue cannot even take your turn. In the end, Tuoba Yen could still only honestly register, and pinched his nose to pay the 3 spirit stones for the sword selection fee. The others only used 1 spirit stone, but he wanted 3. This was obviously Su Chen deliberately making things difficult. However, this guy seemed to be very rich and didn't care about this small profit at all. After dropping the spirit stones, he turned around and went to choose his sword. Su Chen wouldn't be kind enough to remind him of anything. At this time, Lu Chou, who had gone in earlier, had walked out with a long sword, and the completion of choosing a sword needed to be registered with him as well. Jasper sword? Su Chen glanced at the long sword in his hand and frowned slightly, thinking that this person was quite polite before. He opened his mouth and reminded, "You have a very strong watery aura on you. You should be practicing a water system technique. This Jasper sword, on the surface, is made of the water system material vast ocean jade, but the strongest part of it is the poison. If you don't cultivate poison techniques, not only will you not be able to utilize the advantages of this sword, you may even be eroded by the toxins, affecting the purity of your own mana." Ha, that didn't occur to me. Lu Chou's face changed slightly when he heard this, both surprised that Su Chen was able to tell the attributes of the gongfu he cultivated at a glance, and marveled at the other party's knowledge of the Jasper sword. As expected of a sword-guarding disciple, it was true that he didn't see the problem with this Jasper sword, and only felt that the water system was affinity, so he chose it. If it is not, Su Chuan reminded, he brought back this Jasper sword, surely to eat a big loss, although the back can also pay money to come back to replace, but their own mana damage, that is not casually can make up for it. Chapter 22 Burning Sky Sword Chi. Thanks for the mention, senior brother. Lu Chou bowed towards Su Chen and said gratefully. Afterwards, he took out 5 more lower-grade spirit stones and respectfully handed them over. Senior brother knows the sword mound flying swords like the back of his hand, so please show him the ropes. He's a good boy, ranked 10th in the outer door trial, but cannot be arrogant, treating people like a spring breeze. In the future is certainly a promising. It was by no means comparable to the arrogant generation like Tuoba Yen. Su Chen was now short of money, and with this kind of benefit delivered to his door, there was no reason for him not to want it, so he gladly accepted it. Among the mortal swords of the lower 3 levels, there are actually quite a few swords that fit the water system technique, but I see that you seem to be more adept at left-handedness, so there is a sword that is quite suitable. Su Chen observed keenly and realized that the other party's left hand had a callus on the tiger's mouth, so he knew that this person was a left-handed person, so he raised his hand and grabbed it. Mana sword chi surged, and a long sword with a blue body immediately flew out from the second layer, buzzing and cheering, falling into his palm. Faint waves of water flowed over the sword, as if coating it with a layer of silver dust. This sword, named Quick Spring, is 4 feet and 8 inches long, cast in quicksilver fine iron. What is rare is that it is branded and inlaid with a primary water talisman, which can increase water mana power, and its quality is already very close to that of some low-grade magic swords. Su Chen said, handing over the flowing spring sword. Lu Qiu received the sword with both hands, and after holding the hilt, a bolt of mana was injected into it, and it really felt smooth. The flowing spring sword also seemed to quake and buzz and let out a cheering sound because it had obtained a master that fit it. Good sword. A good sword. With this sword, I have the confidence to compete in this year's year-end competition. Lu Qiu was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly bowed toward Su Chen to thank him once again. Senior brother Su, thank you so much for this. If there's anything you need help with in the future, Just ask and Lucio will be obliged. You paid your dues too. No need to be so polite. Suchen smiled and waved his hand. How nice it would be if everyone was as understanding as Lucio. Not only do you make money for yourself, but you also make many friends. Unfortunately, there were always a few smart people, and more of them were still stupid people like Tuobayen. AI. Even a low-level mortal sword like the flowing spring can find its master. I really envy it. Pour me such a supreme divine weapon. But it has to be dusty in the sword graveyard. I don't know when it can see the light of day again. A sigh from the witch sword spirit came to his ears at this time. Su Chen heard her silence and couldn't help but ask, you always talk about how powerful you are. What is the name of your sword? My essence. The name of the sword is Killing Sanction. Big brother, you finally had your heart set on it, right? Come to the depths of the sword mound and find me. I won't let you down. She took the opportunity to compel. Su Chen wasn't going to fall for it. Killing Sanction. This name could be too overbearing. Judging by the level of intelligence of the sword spirit, that was at least a spirit sword, and might even be a Dao-level magic sword. With this amount of cultivation he had now, how would he dare to dabble in it? Don't fail to choose a sword at that time, but instead be enslaved by this sword spirit. That would be disastrous. However, he had a few moments of interest from this. When you're strong enough later, maybe you can give it a try. As he was thinking this, suddenly, a loud bang came from the sword mound. The fire raging and the fury stirring. A few miserable screams rang out, but it was the few disciples that Tuoba Yen had brought in who had been impacted by the baneful aura and spat out blood and fell to the ground. Tuoba Yen, who had the strongest strength, was also like an enemy at this time, his entire body's mana surging as he attempted to suppress a long sword in front of him. It was a sword located in the third layer. The sword's body was slender and scarlet, just like solidified magma, constantly releasing waves of scorching heat, drawing in the sword's baleful energy, like a huge fire python, and actually entangled that Tuoba Yen. What a strong baleful aura. This sword, it seems to be much stronger than ordinary mortal swords. Su Chen was also a bit surprised. The witch sword spirit then giggled. This sword, called Burning Mountain, was once a magic sword. However, because in the fight, it damaged some core formations, so it fell to the mortal sword quality. This Tuoba Yen has some vision. He most likely knew the origin of this sword earlier, and came on this special trip. But looking at him, he can't subdue the Burning Mountain sword at all, right? Good. This sword Jie, in which the fury burns fiercely. If the big brother you may still be able to suppress down, this Tuoba Yan, is not worthy at all. Forcibly take in. I am afraid that you have to eat a big loss. As if to confirm her words, there was a loud boom and the fire exploded. That Tuoba Yan immediately stifled a grunt, blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, and was forced to let go of the hilt of his sword. The whole person stumbled and fell back a few steps before he could barely stand still. Even though he had the cultivation of the 8th level of chi refining, he still couldn't subdue the baleful chi in the Burning Mountain sword, and in the end, he could only sigh with regret. Turning his head, he happened to see Su Chen's teasing gaze, and immediately felt even more humiliated. He had already been injured by the sword fury chi at this time. He didn't dare to stay, and he couldn't care about saying any harsh words, so he hurriedly took his men with him and left the sword graveyard in ashes. Going back to heal his wounds, Su Chen didn't bother with him either, and turned his head to look at the reddish long sword, pondering. His current cultivation level, which had already reached the 7th level of chi refining, could begin to wash and refine the top-grade mortal swords at the 3rd level. This Burning Mountain sword was ferocious and fierce. With an intense fury, it should grow him no end of power. If he cleansed it, he might be able to further his own cultivation, and at that time, he would have the certainty to head to the Sword Trace Stone Monument to comprehend the sword momentum. Try it. Anyway, there was no one else in the sword mound to choose a sword now, so he flew up to the Burning Mountain sword. Reaching out, he grasped the hilt of the sword, and waves of searing heat swept over him as the fire python coiled around him, its bloody mouth opening as if it wanted to devour him directly. Su Chen was not panicked. The sword tire in his body shook slightly, and his innate sword body was stimulated, absorbing the surging baneful chi into his body without refusing. At the same time, visions were reborn before his eyes. The sun is high and the heat is hot in the bleak and broken city. As far as the eye could see, there were thousands of miles of bare ground, no grass or trees. The people were lying on the ground, wailing and struggling, and stinking corpses and skeletons could be seen everywhere along the roadside. A fire python of enormous size was perched in the sky above the royal city, and underneath it were the tired white bones that it had devoured. At this time, a burly, black-faced man walked out from the crowd, and he led the desperate populace in a brazen attempt to kill in the direction of the royal palace. All around them, one by one, they fell and were reduced to ashes in the flames. Stout man on the body of the blood, but more and more gathered, as if carrying the hope of the whole country. And finally he walked to the front of the fire python. The hands of the iron sword has long been calcined by the fire red, constantly dripping iron juice. Red sword, burning fire, a stunning sword gas across the sky, ruthlessly stabbed into the depths of the python's eye sockets. Sword name, Burning Mountain. Sword master, Yao Chang, cleansing the sword in burning the mountain, comprehending the middle grade Xian rank technique, burning sky sword chi. Surprisingly, it was a middle grade Xian rank sword technique? Su Chen was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Previously, what he obtained from washing the sword was mostly sword moves, and although the sword raising technique was powerful, it favored a large late growth, and in a short period of time, the effect was not really obvious. This door of burning sky sword chi, however, was a thoroughgoing means of killing, furious and fierce, burning his mana into a blazing fire, forming a sword chi frenzy that burned the heavens and destroyed the earth. The power was far from the willow leaf sword chi that he had previously cultivated. At this moment, a large amount of sword fury chi, transformed into blazing fire, was still continuously surging towards his body. Su Chuan only felt that his meridians were tingling, and his internal organs were burning like fire, and he actually had some difficulty absorbing it. This was because the burning mountain sword was originally a Dharma sword, and after it fell in rank, it was more likely to harbor resentment and balefulness. So this power was far more ferocious and violent than other mortal swords. With Su Chen's current cultivation level, he was somewhat unable to digest it. Fortunately, the sword nurturing technique this period of time to refine the body, so that his meridians and flesh have received a considerable increase, and then the body of the sword tire to assist, and constantly refining the baneful gas, which barely supported. Or else I am afraid that the end of the situation and that Tuoba Yen is almost the same. But if this continues, it will inevitably get hurt as well. At the critical moment, Su Chen did not hesitate and opened his mouth to take a jade dew pill, and then he began to operate his mind techniques, borrowing this fiery sword fury to cultivate the burning sky sword chi. Chapter 23, Invincible in the Same Realm. The burning sky sword chi mind technique is divided into 3 levels. The first level of fiery fire burning heart could stimulate mana and burn one's own chi and blood, greatly increasing one's combat power. The second level of flame burning city was purely an explosive means now, as the flaming sword chi erupted with the momentum of burning down the city. The third level, burning heaven and destroying earth, was the highest axiom of this technique, which could summon a fire spirit shadow with terrifying power. With the help of the fury chi contained in the burning mountain sword, Su Chen quickly practiced the first level. A large amount of scorching sword fury was absorbed and transformed into mana. The golden little sword in the sea of chi became slightly reddish, and even the sword chi hovering within the body was tainted with a burning heat. Su Chen accidentally realized that after cultivating this burning sky sword chi, it was like there was a fire burning in his body at all times. The blood, flesh, sinews and bones, as if they were constantly being calcined and quenched by the flames, even had the effect of purifying impurities. Yes, forging a sword. Of course, you need fire to quench it. This burning sky sword chi, on the contrary, could complement the sword nurturing technique, making up for each other to strengthen one's innate sword body. Only, in this way, the consumption of one's own essence seemed to have increased by a lot. The calcination and refining of mana every moment would certainly make his sword body more pure and overbearing, but the consumption was not something that an ordinary person could afford. Su Chen hurriedly took another Xian Huang pill, which restored some of his chi and blood. If I were to cultivate burning sky sword chi on the side, this chi and blood consumption of mine will grow exponentially, and I'll need even more pills in the future. Money. So short of money. He laughed bitterly in his heart. He had actually been much more than the average disciple that would make money. But naturally, the techniques that one cultivated were also domineering, with rapid enhancement, and the consumption was naturally also very alarming. Luckily, after refining all the baleful energy in the burning mountain sword, his mana increased substantially, and although he didn't break through to the 8th level of chi refining right away, he wasn't far off. It only needed a few more days of warming up and absorbing the fury of a few mortal swords, so I thought it would be ready. When the time came, he would head to the Sword Mark Stone Monument to enroll in sword momentum. If he was able to truly master the use of sword power, he would be able to further his strength, and at the same time, he would be able to pass Elder Zhou's test and receive his old man's approval. Elder Zhou, he should be quite rich, right? If you can't, then you'll just have to build your foundation as soon as possible. After foundation establishment, he would be able to enjoy treatment equal to that of an inner disciple, and he would be able to get more spirit stones and resources every month to ease the pressure of cultivation a bit. Over the next few days, many more disciples came to choose their swords one after another, but there were very few more stupid fools like Tuoba Yen, and most people were still honest. paying their money to register and then choosing their swords to leave. Su Chen wouldn't instruct everyone either. Those who were more knowledgeable and took the initiative to send their spirit stones, Su Chen would suggest some more suitable swords based on the characteristics of their feats. Instead, he had earned quite a few spirit stones. However, it was still somewhat insufficient compared to the consumption of daily cultivation. He had now consumed all of the body-tempering spirit liquid that he had bought last time, and the Xianhuang pill was about to reach its bottom, leaving him with only a dozen or so of the Jade Dew pills that Qin Lan had just sent him. Luckily, the Chi of Sword Fury in the sword graveyard didn't cost anything. It was free aura to him, so the mana growth didn't stagnate in any way, but instead grew faster and faster. Finally, 3 days later, Su Chen's cultivation broke through again, advancing to the 8th level of Qi refining. At this moment, the mana in his body was full and surging, his sword Qi was whistling and surging, and his power had increased by at least 2 times compared to before. Now that he was heading to a place a little deeper into the sword mound, he didn't have to worry about being engulfed by the fury. Even if the sword spirit wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make some small move, he was certain that he would be able to retreat in one piece. It's about time. Without further delay, Su Chen moved to the depths of the sword mound. Inside the sword mound, it was even bigger than expected. Besides the place in front where the flying swords were stored, there was also a long tunnel in the back that stretched all the way down. It was as if it ran through the center of the earth, and there was no telling where the end was. The further down you go, the more intense the fury inside becomes. Unusual people don't even dare to set foot here. Even though Su Chen had an innate sword body that could absorb the sword fury, he still had to consider the limit of his own tolerance, and at most, he would be somewhat unable to hold on after walking up to 1/3 of the way. Luckily, the sword-scarred stone monument that Elder Zhou was talking about wasn't too deep. Su Chuan soon saw the huge stone monument that stood between a mess of rubble. Said monolith is actually a slab of relatively credentialed stone that looks, well, like it was cut from some kind of building. With such a huge size, it was assumed that the person who chopped down this monument must have had an incomparably superior sword technique. Most likely, it was probably the handiwork of Elder Zhou or the sword god. Su Chen arrived in front of the stone monument and bowed with full respect, and then only then did he step forward to get closer. There was no inscription on the stone monument, only a long sword mark, as if it was going to cut off the thick stone monument. The sword mark was deep and old, but it was still as if it had been chopped down just yesterday. Su Chen tried to touch it with his hand, and immediately felt a sharp stabbing pain. On the sword marks, there was actually some sharp sword chi remaining. You're saying that this sword mark was left by them more than 20 years ago? That's terrifying. Chopping off a sword 20 years ago, and there's actually still sword chi that hasn't dissipated yet. What realm have the cultivation of the sword god and Elder Zhou reached? Su Chen couldn't help but marvel. He knew that the sword spirit must be nearby. Sure enough, soon came the voice of the demoness sword spirit in the ear. These two people, if in terms of cultivation, it is only Yuaning, the world cultivated to this realm of the strong, not less. However, their attainments in swordsmanship are extremely high, so in the same realm, there are few enemies. The witch was speaking fairly pertinently at this point, though she hated the swordkeeper for being suppressed by him and not being able to escape out at will. However, one must also admit that Elder Zhou's sword cultivation was extraordinary. Looking at the entire Shushan mountain, it is also definitely an existence that ranks in the top 3. Pure sword cultivators are originally born to kill and destroy, and their battle power is unrivaled, far superior to other cultivators in the same realm. Elder Zhou and the others are again the best among sword cultivators, and it's to be expected that they will be proud of their fellow cultivators. Su Chen nodded, and then without further ado, walked over to the stone monument and sat down on his knees. With the help of that strand of residual sword chi, he began to comprehend the mysteries. He believed that with his innate sword body qualifications, if the sword marks truly contained mysteries, he would definitely gain something. At this time, the demoness sword spirit in the dark also fell silent and stopped opening her mouth to disturb. She also wanted to see just how heaven-defying Su Chen's qualifications were. After all, this was her initial choice of master, so of course she had to test and observe more. And just as Su Chen began to touch the sword marks, a stern gaze, in the underworld, also bent over towards this side. The sword spirit sensed something and cursed the old thing in its heart, then obediently shrank back. Chapter 24, Comprehending Sword Power. The mountains were jagged, and the swords were in the air. Su Chen's mind sank into the illusionary vision and was drawn by the strand of residual sword chi. As if he was recreating the scene of the sword god's duel that day, he saw 2 figures in the picture. At that time, Elder Zhou was still very young, dressed in a gray robe, with long flowing hair, and could be described as a handsome man. It was really hard to imagine that a Yuaning Grand Cultivator had become so old after only 20 years. This is clearly out of character. Was the fury of the sword graveyard really so terrifying to others? The other person, Su-chan, was also considered to recognize Gu Changcheng, the god of swords, whose life history he had learned about through seeing the Uneven. The Gu Changcheng in this image had obviously matured a lot, with a dazzling head of white hair that looked ethereal and vicissitudes. Soon, the two began to trade blows, but it was nothing like the imagined engagement. These two didn't make any movements at all. They just stood opposite each other, and then each of them took a step forward. But it was this step that broke the mountain. The sword light behind Zhou Lao surged like a vast sea of wild tides, connecting the sky to the ground, and the densely packed sword chi was like drops of water that converged to form an ocean, sweeping in and causing the heavenly river to invert. Between the roaring waves, a terrifying Xuanwu giant turtle poked its head out, with a dragon coiling around its body and spitting out thunderous sword chi. Opposite Gu Changcheng remained calm and relaxed. Behind him, a starlight like fireflies flashed up. In a flash, half of the sky was transformed into a brilliant star river. Countless stars were continuous, flickering into a meteor falling. Above the starry sky, it seemed that there was a huge sword boat floating out. The tactics of these two people were out of this world. It was actually able to rely on sword momentum and sword intent to simulate the outline of a Yuanshan phantom. That was a means that could only be controlled by a great power at the god transformation realm. Neither of them appeared to have made a move, but the sword chi and sword momentum of both sides were constantly colliding. Chi, will, these were all more terrifying means than mere mana. Su Chuan only hurriedly glanced at it, and felt his heart and mind shake, and the entire image was instantly torn to shreds. It only left a deep shock in his mind. Is this the power of the god of swords? This is the pressure of the sword? Su Chen was shocked and excited in his heart, and only at this moment did he understand how strong the true sword power was. He himself had only forcefully simulated a bit of the outline of the sword momentum before with the Overlord Breaking Army sword. It was 100,000 miles worse than real sword power. Sword cultivation initiation. First practicing sword stances and sword techniques, and then injuring the enemy with sword chi. These are all unusual means. The only way to be considered a true sword cultivator powerhouse was to comprehend sword momentum. Sword momentum is the manifestation of one's own aura and the prototype of sword intent. Once the sword was formed, it was not angry, and it overwhelmed people with great power, destroying them. The momentum of the king's dismounted armor is humongous. Zhou Lao's potential is a vicissitude of the sea. Gu Changcheng's potential was the celestial star universe, but that's just someone else's momentum. Su Chuan performs the overlord unloading armor, but it's also just borrowing momentum. What, then, should one's potential be? And how do you breed your own sword power? Su Chen fell into a long contemplation. At this moment, the outside world, Zhou Lao, was sizing him up from afar. After realizing that Su Chen had fallen into silence, he could not help but frown slightly. According to his speculation, Su Chen should be very talented in sword arts, and the residual sword momentum in that sword mark was also very obvious, so he only needed to copy it, which wasn't too difficult. However, Su Chen was slow to move. Is it possible that one is looking the other way? The magic sword spirit in the dark, at this time, is also the same doubt. She does not dare to venture out to speak present, but sneak a look at Two Eyes or can. Zhou Lao just pretended not to notice. Right at this moment, suddenly, Su Chen's body robes hunted and his long hair flew without any wind. A powerful aura exploded from his body, actually forcing away all of the sword fury chi surging around him. First of all, there is a humongous killing aura to resist the four directions. Quite a ferocious aura of the 10,000 men and women. Immediately afterward, another aura was born, as if a trickle of water had gathered and transformed into the Yangtze River, flowing endlessly. That wasn't all. The hazy starlight flashed up, and the whole cave was illuminated with bright light, as if countless glowing fires were flying. 3 kinds of sword power? Elder Zhou was a bit surprised. These 3 sword postures were very different. The first one was very weak and should have been evolved from Su Chen's sword technique. The latter 2, however, were clearly his and Gu Changcheng's sword positions. This kid, he actually copied them all, although it was still very weak. To be able to understand the true subtleties of it so quickly was a testament to his talent for enlightenment. Swordsmen gathering momentum. Few people directly on the realization of their own sword momentum often have to first use the predecessor, and later with the cultivation enhancement, accumulation of deep, in order to slowly out of their own way. Su Chen was now considered to have taken the first step in cultivating sword momentum. However, what Elder Zhou could not have imagined was that all 3 of these sword potentials would soon disappear again. No, not disappear. Rather, they are blending. Su Chen copied these 3 sword potentials, but didn't really have the idea of turning them into his own. He searched for commonalities amongst these 3 chi potentials. and surprisingly wanted to comprehend a sword potential that truly belonged to himself from them. This kid, he hasn't even learned to walk yet, and he wants to run. However, from this, it can be seen that his enlightenment and talent are truly extraordinary, and he can be considered a natural sword cultivator, if he is properly cultivated. I'm afraid that his future achievements will be above Gu Chongqing and I. Zhou Lao's heart grew more and more joyful. He really was getting old, having worn out too much of his cultivation over the years, and his lifespan was getting shorter and shorter. The sword mound needs an heir. Su Chen was clearly a suitable candidate. At this moment, Elder Zhou had already made his decision. The sword spirit, who was hiding in the dark, was also pleasantly surprised. At the very beginning, she just wanted to fool Su Chen and take herself to escape, but now it seemed that Su Chen's potential was far greater than he had imagined. Maybe it really does qualify to be the master of the killing Cthulhu. Those little actions you made in the sword graveyard. Old me turned a blind eye to them, and that's all there is to it. But this son, or will become my heir. If you dare to have any crooked thoughts, even at the expense of losing some of your Tao, I will send you into the sword melting furnace. Elder Zhou's voice came from above. The sword spirit sniffed and shivered, obviously very afraid of that so-called sword melting furnace. If she was in her heyday, she might not be afraid of Zhou Lao. But now, the situation is stronger than others, and can only bow his head and say sullenly, "It's not like I'm going to harm him. I just want to go out. If he is really capable, I am really recognizing him as the master. Your killing aura is too heavy for him to control. I don't want to see another Shu Mountain trader appear. The sword master's heart is not right. It's none of my business. I'm just a sword. Wicked people with a sword naturally poison the people. The wise man with a sword, but also can help the world to save people. How to choose? By him, not you. You are also a famous sword cultivator. Do you really want to be a stubborn old man?" Facing the sword spirit's cross-examination, Zhou Lao was silent for a moment. In the end, there was nothing more to say. Perhaps the sword spirit is right. The sword is not good or evil. It all depends on who is holding the sword. Su Chen was now displaying a notable talent, but how exactly his heart was, the time was too short for him to be sure. Remains to be seen. If he was lured by the sword spirit to fall, it could only be said that Ming's heart was not strong. Then even if his talent was high, he would not be of great use. What if Su Chen was able to truly harness and control this magic sword? Then he would be the perfect heir to himself. Thinking of this, Zhou Lao silently withdrew his gaze. At this time, Su Chen did not know everything that was happening outside. He was doing his best to try and figure out his own path from the three sword postures, but alas, he failed. Chapter 25, Cousin Solon. In front of the sword-marked stone monument, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the sword momentum on his body had already dissipated one after another. He attempted to comprehend his own sword momentum, but he was clearly out of his depth and had absolutely no clue, so he could only give up in the end. This sword momentum thing must have enough accumulation and experience. First, one had to cultivate one's own momentum, and furthermore, only then could one incorporate momentum into one's sword technique, thus forming one's own unique sword momentum. Until then, one could only copy the previous person's sword means. It's also known as borrowing. Fortunately, this amount of enlightenment was not completely unproductive for Su Chen. At least he had a more complete understanding of sword momentum. Elder Zhou and the sword god's sword momentum. It's too strong. With my current cultivation level, even if I wanted to copy and borrow the momentum, I wouldn't be able to execute it. On the contrary, that overlord disarming armor's humongous and courageous momentum, perhaps it can be further mastered. Su Chen was pondering in his heart. Big brother, no need to be discouraged. That old man's sword momentum may not be suitable for you. Forget it if you can't master it. Why don't you come to me? My sword body also contains sword momentum. Very domineering. At this time, the voice of the witch sword spirit came again. When she saw Su Chen frowning, she thought that he was fretting about not being able to control the sword momentum in the stone tablet, so she took the opportunity to lure him. When Su Chen heard this, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Killing Sangxing's sword power?" "Yes, overbearing as hell. Killing the sky and the earth. Killing devils and immortals. Killing all living things. Stop. I can't manage such a sword power." Su Chen shook his head. He was still very self-aware. That killing Sangsheng, listening to the name, is a devilish sword, in which the sword power kills the sky and the earth. What kind of ferocity must it be? One could never harness it now. The witch didn't force herself to do so, so she suggested, "That's fine. Too strong a sword stance. You can't do it even if you copy and borrow it, just like the sword stance in this stone tablet. Why don't you continue practicing the overlord sword stance first?" Rarely did she make a pertinent suggestion. Su Duan thought the same thing. However, the hegemony sword power, which was exerted by sword moves alone, was ultimately too shallow. One had to find a way to truly master the sword posture without relying on a specific sword stance to perform it. The overlord's momentum, fierce and courageous, crashing formations and charging armies, courageous and forward. How should I breed and enhance this momentum? Of course it's the actual battle killing. This kind of aura, not behind closed doors, can comprehend the speculation. You either go to the battlefield to fight to the death, or you go to hunt demonic beasts. The sword spirit continued to suggest. Your Mount Shu, doesn't it have a demon locking tower? Inside, there are countless small secret realms that seal a large number of demonic beasts, and it is often used as a place for disciples to train for actual battles. You might be able to go and try it out, and nurture your sword power in actual combat killings. That's a nice touch. Su Chen nodded. Before, when he was fighting with the 3 Black Wind heroes, he felt his hands were tied and suffered the loss of having no practical combat experience. It's time to figure out how to make up for the shortcomings in this area. One can also slowly sharpen and nurture the sword momentum in the process. You're finally reliable for once. Oh, don't think so badly of me. I'm counting on you to take me out. How could I possibly harm you? The witch smiled cheekily. In her heart, she was secretly looking forward to it, and she actually had a selfish reason for letting Su Chen go kill demonic beasts and cultivate the overlord sword power. Isn't killing demonic beasts also killing life? Although this overlord sword power cultivated bravery, but in the constant killing, it would also gradually be tainted with a large amount of killing chi, and it would be much easier to let Su Chen take control of the killing of celestial beings in the future. It's kind of for her own sake. An early shot in the arm. Su Chen wasn't stupid. He wouldn't completely trust the sword spirit right now. So after leaving the sword mark stone monument, he went to pay his respects to Elder Zhou again. Firstly to thank him for mentioning him and allowing him to comprehend the sword momentum, and secondly to ask about the demon locking tower cultivation. It's true that a large number of demons are suppressed in the demon locking tower. In addition to those ferocious great demons, there are also small secret realms specially opened up, which are filled with weak demonic beasts for the disciples under the door to hunt for practice. With your current cultivation going in, there shouldn't be too much of a danger. Killing demons in actual combat can indeed breed sword power, and in addition you can also collect some demonic beast materials to subsidize your cultivation, Zhou Lao patiently explained. And only then did Su Chen feel relieved. He realized that after he had comprehended the sword mark stone tablet, Elder Zhou's attitude was, obviously, a bit more intimate. This showed that the talent and qualifications he had displayed had been able to enter his old man's eyes. That was why Elder Zhou had this patience to answer his questions. It's fine to go into the demon locking tower to kill demons, but don't forget to wash your sword daily. How to arrange the time is up to you. Elder Zhou waved his hand, and after that, he told Su Chen to back off. Having received Elder Zhou's support, Su Chen was completely relieved and decided to head to the demon locking tower to try his hand at it for a small time. Because he was going to hunt demonic beasts, Su Chen decided to replace a sword. Si Buping is ultimately too ordinary. He is not a sword god. He cannot exert such a strong power. Usually practicing the sword is okay. Really want to go to kill? You have to need a handful of sharp weapons. In the end, Su Chen chose the Burning Mountain Sword. After all, this was a flying sword of Dharma sword quality. And even if the core formation was damaged, the material was not comparable to an ordinary mortal sword. Plus, he was now practicing Burning Sky Sword Chi on the side, so if he cast it out with the sword, his power would be increased. Just as Su Chen was packing up and getting ready, there was a thin sound of footsteps coming from outside the door of the sword mound. Su Chen thought it was a disciple who came to choose a sword, and said without looking back, "The hour is over today. The sword mound is not open to the public. Come back tomorrow if you want to choose a sword." The sword graveyard was only open for 2 hours in the morning every day. This was the rule set by Elder Zhou, because he usually had to be in seclusion, and sometimes had to go out. It was impossible for him to keep here all day long, so he set this rule, and Su Chen came now, and just like that, he still kept this routine. That way he can have more time, too, to do his own thing. "Brother, turn around and see who I am." Crisp and clear, like a lark, Su Chen inexplicably felt some familiarity, turned his head to look, only to see a playful young girl standing in front of the door, wearing a cute pill head, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. He froze for a moment and said with some uncertainty, "Are you, Solon? Good you, Brother Dust. How long has it been since you left home, and you don't even recognize your own cousins?" The young girl glared, feigning an angry look. "Well, the puffy cheeks. Yes, that's cousin Solon." It was no wonder that Su Chen didn't recognize it, mainly because after he crossed over, his people were in Shushan Mountain, and he only had some vague memories of his previous family. In addition to the sister-in-law, it is also with this Su Long closer, often play together as a child. This girl is angry. Like to puff up the cheeks, like a puffer fish. Sue does nothing to tease her. Ha ha, just kidding you. Come on in and sit down. No way. This sword mound is too heavy with deadly energy. I can't stand it even standing outside. Brother, why do you live in such a place? It's a long story. Su Chen waved his hand, and then with a point of his toes, he leapt down and took Su Long to the next chamber. The sword fury aura over here was much thinner. Why did you come to Shushan as well? How is the situation at home? There have been no letters from home lately. How is Auntie? Is she well? In the disciples' compartment, Su Chen received a family letter from his cousin and read it carefully. This letter was written by the hand of sister-in-law Bai Ling. The letter didn't say anything important. It just told him that there was a problem with the family business some time ago, so he didn't send him a letter. But now it has been properly resolved, so that Su Chen shouldn't worry, and cultivate and study well in Shushan. By the way, the letter mentions about Solon. Her cultivation speed was much slower than normal due to the mutation of her spiritual root, so she was rated as a lower-grade spiritual root in the last initiation test and did not enter Mount Shu. However, it was later discovered that her spiritual root was very suitable for alchemy, so she was specially recruited to enter the door, and is now working as an apprentice disciple over at the Dan Hall. Unexpectedly, little sister, you still have a talent for alchemy. Great! Cultivating immortality and asking for help is not without the aid of pills, and there are many powerful cultivators who specialize in the Tao of Dan. Su Chen put the family book down and opened his mouth to encourage. Su Long was indifferent to this, pursed her lips and smiled. I didn't think about becoming a big shot. It's just that Auntie Bai said that you're alone in Shushan, and the family can't get too many resources for you. So if I can come over here to learn about alchemy and pharmaceuticals, I can help you in the future. With that, she took out another storage bag from her bosom. There were more than 10 lower-grade spirit stones inside, all of which were saved by the family's frugality, allowing Su Long to bring them to Shushan and give them to Su Chen to use for cultivation. Looking at the heavy storage bag in his hand, Su Chen was somewhat touched in his heart. From memory, the Su family's situation in Qingzhou was actually very bad. After her parents left home, Su's family fell into disrepair. A small family with a scattered cultivator origin needed to struggle to survive in the cracks of several big families. A year down the line, he couldn't save up more than a few spirit stones. Auntie said it lightly in the letter, but Su Chen knew that they must be very difficult. That's why they went out of their way to send Su Chen to Shushan to cultivate him. And they also sent Bai Long to help him refine pills in the hope that Su Chen would be able to achieve success in his cultivation. If the Su family could produce a foundation establishment cultivator, an inner disciple of Mount Shu, the family's status would be very different. Other clans wouldn't dare to mess with it casually. The Su family, really, was nurturing themselves as their only hope, fully supporting them. This made Su Chen feel a sense of belonging to this unseen family. The heart secretly resolved to cultivate properly, not for himself, but also for the sake of his family and loved ones. Since you've come to Mount Shu, then cultivate properly and seriously. Alchemy is time-consuming and expensive in the early stages, so you need a lot of materials to practice with. So keep these spirit stones for now, Su Chen said, and then took out the dozen or so spirit stones he had obtained in the last few days, and handed them all over to Su Long. Only kept a few for myself as spares. Brother, you gave me all the spirit stones. What about your own cultivation? Don't worry. I naturally have a way to earn spirit stones. Consider this money as me investing in you. Work hard to learn alchemy. Brother's future pills will all depend on you. Hearing him say this, only then did Su Long accept the spirit stone and said seriously, don't worry brother. I will definitely work hard. In the future, I'll cover all your pills. Alright, this place, the sword graveyard, is very heavy with the furious chi. Your cultivation is weak. You can't stay for a long time, otherwise you will be injured by the furious chi. Go back first. Well, I'll send it to brother when I've refined the Dan. Su Long crisply agreed before leaving with the spirit stones. This girl, she still doesn't know the cruelty of the immortal cultivation world, and this Mount Shu isn't exactly a place free from the world. I have to seize the time to raise my strength, and get rid of those troubles as soon as possible, or else Su Long might be implicated by me as well. Su Chen looked at the little girls departing back and couldn't help but sigh. He actually had been a bit of an inert by nature. After discovering that the innate sword body possesses the effect of swallowing baneful chi, he even thought of just honestly hiding in the sword mound and meet out a few decades or hundreds of years, and then he would naturally have a shocking cultivation level. But nay, from the moment he entered, there was trouble. Yu Liuxuan's marriage contract, Royal Sky Yang's oppression. These forced him to work hard to become stronger. Who wants to be looked down upon and bullied all day long? Now, he had an additional responsibility. The Su family had treated him well, and so many people were still waiting for him to rise up to shine. How can one be lazy? Come on, You can't let them down. In the middle of his thoughts, Su-chen raised his sword and walked out of the sword mound, heading towards the demon locking tower. The demon locking pagoda, located on Bullion Peak of Shushan Mountain, is named for its resemblance to a blooming lotus flower. East of the In Stream Abyss, west of the Shuzhong Barren Manji Mountains, not far to the north is the Punishment Hall that everyone talks about, and the south is the Voodoo Hall, specializing in the disciples' training to subdue the demon place. In front of the demon locking tower, there was a voodoo square. Every day there are countless disciples coming and going here, either going to the demon locking tower in a group to practice hunting demons, or going to the Hall of Voodoo to receive tasks, and teaming up to go out and descend the mountain. Su-chen was not strong enough nowadays and did not intend to go down the mountain rashly. His goal was the demon locking tower's secret realm. The demon locking tower is divided into 7 layers, and each layer has countless secret spaces. Most of the ones suppressed on the first layer are demonic beasts below the 3rd level, with a strength equivalent to the chi refining stage. To enter the secret realm to hunt and kill demons, you need to pay an entry fee of 1 lower grade spirit stone, and all the material resources you get inside will belong to you. And if you're lucky, you'll be able to find some spirit medicines and treasures. The demonic beasts in the secret realm, although their strength has been suppressed, are still ferocious, so if their strength is insufficient, they must not force their way in, or death or injury will be inevitable. When disciples of the same sect are in the secret realm, they should watch out for each other and not fight each other in the same sect, otherwise they will be severely punished. Before coming, Su-chen had already done his homework and probably knew the rules of the demon locking tower. Soon after, they registered with their belt tags and delivered the spirit stones. At this time, suddenly an angry voice came from behind. Su-chen, you actually took the burning mountain sword, which I had my eye on. The person who spoke was none other than Tuoba Yen. He failed to take the burning mountain sword by force last time and was injured by it, and he went back to recuperate for a few days before barely recovering. He came to the demon locking tower, originally wanting to go in and hunt some demonic beast materials to refine pills and enhance his strength for the next time he went to fetch the sword. As a result, he didn't expect to meet Su-chen here, and when he saw the burning mountain sword in the other party's hand at a glance, he was instantly enraged. Last time, Su-chen had deliberately made things difficult for him, causing him to lose face in front of his little brother, and the score had yet to be settled. Now that he took a look at the burning mountain sword that he had been longing for, and it was actually subdued by Su-chen and brought out directly, how could he not be angry? I'm a sword-guarding disciple. I can choose my sword and change it at any time. You don't have the ability to subdue Burning Mountain, and you don't allow others to use it? Su-chen sniffed and skimmed his lips, nor did he want to dwell on it with the other party, and turned around to leave. But that Tuoba Yen was unforgiving and came after him, roaring, "This sword is the one I have my eye on and aim to win. You don't deserve to use it. I'm not worthy, but you are? Forget who failed to choose a sword in the first place and got hurt by it instead?" Su-chen sneered. When these words came out, the many disciples present could not help but laugh. You can't choose a sword, but you get hurt by the sword. That's what happens when you have low eyes. What? You can't allow others to use the sword you can't subdue? Now that the Burning Mountain sword is in my hands, do you still want to rob it? Facing Su-chen's cross-examination, Tuoba Yen was somewhat speechless. He really didn't dare to make a move to rob it by force. It's against the rules of the gate, and there are serious consequences. However, this sword fit his gong method very well. He didn't want to give it up easily, so with a twinkle in his eye, he said, "Last time, I was careless, and used up too much power in order to subdue this sword. If not for the fact that I had consumed most of its baneful chi, could you have gotten it so easily? Just you, still consuming the sword's fury? It's really shameless." Su-chen didn't even bother to spit. Tuoba Yen had the cheek to find a bunch of excuses for himself, and then this was how he said, "The Burning Mountain sword should belong to the strong. Let's do it this way. Aren't you also going into the demon locking tower to hunt demons? Let's make a bet. Compare who kills more demonic beasts. If I win, you will let me have the Burning Mountain sword." Chapter 27, This Wave is Stable. In the face of the bet proposed by Tuoba Yen, Su-chen's first reaction was to reject it. Mostly, this bet is way too childish. However, thinking of Tuoba Yen's generous offer before, he thought that he must have a rich family history, and this was a good opportunity to make money. So he spoke, "If you win, I'm going to let you have the Burning Mountain sword. And if you lose, I'll lose? I'm the first place genius in the newcomer trial. What makes you able to win against me?" Tuoba Yen hummed disdainfully, but in order to get Su-chen to take the bait, after thinking about it, he still offered a price. 30 lower grade spirit stones. If I lose, I'll give you 30 lower grade spirit stones. How about it? Nice guy. The moment he opened his mouth, it was 30 lower grade spirit stones. How much is an ordinary disciple's monthly salary? Just 5 spirit stones. Even for a high-risk sword-guarding disciple like Su Chen, the explicit monthly salary was only 10 spirit stones. Tuoba Yen was able to directly take out 30 spirit stones as a bet, which showed that his family was rich, and he was probably a male son from some great Xiao clan. It was so hard to meet such an ingrate. Su Chen would not be polite. 100 spirit stones. If you want to bring it out, bet on it. If not, forget it. 100 spirit stones. That's not a small amount of money. Many of the people present changed their faces slightly when they heard it, but Su Chen knew the value of the Burning Mountain sword, a magic sword that had fallen from the realm. Ah, was it not something that could be bought with 100 spirit stones? You don't have no money, do you? What's the point of pretending to be a big spender if you don't have money? Hurry up and leave, don't delay my hunting. Su Chen deliberately stimulated a few sentences. This is actually pretty poorly thought out agitation, but Tokoyan was eating it up. For one thing, he was confident and didn't think he would lose, and was determined to win the Burning Mountain sword. And secondly, it was also because he did have the money. Their Tuoba family was the largest trading family in Lianzhou. Not to mention anything else, spirit stones were really plentiful. There were 2 small spirit stone veins in their own home. That's why he can't stand being told he's broke. Good. I'll bet you 100 spirit stones to make a contract, Tuoba Yen said through gritted teeth. When the several junior brothers next to him heard this, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva and tried to admonish him, but they were all glared back by him. Soon after, the 2 men each took out their belt tags and activated their mana to make a betting contract. Once a contract is in effect, it can't be reversed. Failure to do so will result in disciplinary action. As a mana light flashed up, the jade in front of the demon locking tower projected the names of the 2 men, and underneath there was a scoring board, which could clearly see the results of the 2 men's hunts, converted into points in real time. Hunting and clearing the demonic beasts in the demon locking tower was also a means of exchanging merits. Therefore, there was a corresponding large formation inside the tower that would record each disciple's record of killing demons in real time, which would eventually be converted into points and converted into merits. Merits can be used to exchange for spell tomes, elixirs, or even for qualifications to choose a sword. At this point, this points rule can be used as a proof of betting. No one can make a fake. It is considered fair and impartial. In the past, there were often outer disciples betting against each other, but most of them were small bets between friends, and it's not often that stakes are as big as this. 100 spirit stones and a broken magic sword were enough to attract the attention of many people. For a while, quite a few disciples who had nothing better to do converged over, waiting to watch the show. The time limit is 2 hours. When the time is up, it will be settled automatically, Tuoba Yen said with a confident look on his face. You're bound to lose. The Burning Mountain sword. It's mine. Wait until you win. Su Chen was simply too lazy to talk nonsense. The bet, to him, was just an added interlude. Killing demons and practicing, improving his practical combat experience, and cultivating his sword power in the meantime was the main purpose of his trip. Swish, white light flashed, and Su Chen passed through the teleportation spell formation in front of the main door of the demon locking tower. In the next instant, the person had already appeared in the first level of the secret realm, surrounded by a dense forest with lingering mist, filled with a slightly fishy miasma. Miasma's secret realm. I'm a bit unlucky here. Su Chen frowned slightly. The secret realm on the first level of this demon locking tower was divided into many kinds, some of which had a narrow space and a large number of demonic beasts entrenched, making it easy to hunt. Some of them have a complex terrain and environment where demonic beasts are hibernating everywhere, which is both dangerous and unfavorable for hunting. The miasma mystery realm was clearly the latter. It was a vast jungle area, full of miasmatic toxins and dangerous quagmires, and hunting in such a place was obviously much more laborious. It's certainly not without its benefits. In this kind of secret forest, there would often be some spiritual medicines and herbs growing, and if they could be collected, it would be a good harvest. Hiss dash. A sudden gust of fishy air came to his face. Su Chen twisted to avoid it, only to see a dark green poisonous python dangling down from the treetops, opening its bloody mouth to bite. He didn't hesitate. The Burning Mountain sword in his palm was sheathed in response, and with the infusion of mana, he swung out a searing sword chi, instantly cutting the poison python into 2. The burning flames spread out, and in turn, the tree demon, hidden in the grass, squeaked and screamed. Fortunately, the monsters in this jungle, although difficult to deal with, are afraid of fire, which is just right for my burning sky sword chi to be executed. Su Chen flew down and took out a finger-sized inner elixir from the corpse of the poison python. This is the inner den of the demonic beast in the body of the poisonous python. It can be used to refine pills and medicines. It is considered to be a more valuable material. Collect some more and turn around to give it to Su Long to practice. The demonic beasts in the outskirts of this jungle are too few and too weak. Su Chen killed a few demonic beasts along the way without much effort. But it was a waste of time to go on like this. Don't lose the bet to Tuoba Yen at that time. That would be a shame. As he was thinking this, suddenly, a dull beast roar came from the depths of the jungle, and demonic she-wolf smoke rolled out. Looking at this movement, it should be a third-level demonic beast. Just right for me to practice. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly, and immediately, without hesitation, he raised his sword and rushed over towards the direction where the demonic chi was boiling. In the meantime, outside the demon locking tower, more and more disciples came together and gathered in front of the point's jade jewel. Below Su Chen's name, the points were only growing by a few sporadic points, obviously progressing slowly. On the contrary, on Tuoba Yan's side, it was as if he was riding a rocket, and in just half an hour, he had already reached more than 80 decimations. This was because he was very lucky, and was directly randomly teleported into a demonic beast lair, which was filled with weak first-grade demonic beasts in huge numbers, which were wildly burned by his fire technique, and the chopping points naturally rose and rose. Ha ha, boss is going to win this time. This Su Chen is also an unlucky person. Originally his strength cultivation was weak, but he was also teleported to a miasma area with complicated terrain, so I guess he's about to be unable to protect himself now. I've heard that senior brother Han Feng, who is ranked 7th in the outer sect, is also in the miasma poison mystic realm. Will they meet? To be honest, although this betting match has just begun, the winner is actually already divided. This Tuoba Yen, he's a bit powerful, even though the ones he killed were all grade 1 demonic beasts, but to be able to kill them so fast is considered a skill. With his strength, this year's trial competition, it is estimated that he can also kill his way into the top 30. The crowd was talking. After about an hour, Tuoba Yan's points chopped had reached 300. That's a very high value now. On behalf of him, he had killed at least hundreds of level 1 demonic beasts in this hour or so, while on Su Chen's side, there was still not much change. As a white light flashed, Tuoba Yan's figure appeared in front of the door of the demon locking tower. He unexpectedly retreated from the secret realm half an hour earlier, because that demonic beast nest had already been completely eliminated by him. Miasma Mystery Realm? Tuoba Yen came to the Jade and after glancing at Su Chen's position and points, he immediately laughed. This wave was stable. Chapter 28 7-Leaf Ganoderma Herb. Deep in the miasma mystic realm, the jungle was deep and intertwined with vines. Su Chen held his sword and walked, sword chi surrounding his body, forcing the surrounding miasma away, a process that required constant consumption of mana. Anyone else would not have been able to hold out. Soon, Su Chuan arrived at the depths of the miasma jungle, and from afar, he saw 2 huge-sized demonic beasts, fighting in the swamp. A large toad covered with poisonous sores, emitting a strong poisonous odor, with large eyes protruding outward, blossoming with a ferocious light, its huge body bouncing in the mud, splashing in waves of mud. Its opponent, a large crocodile covered in scale armor, had fangs like knives in its mouth and spewed mud. The 2 demonic beasts, both of which had demonic chi churning from their bodies, were powerful. In the periphery, also each commanded hundreds of small demons, like a large army staggered. Mixed battle killing. The scene is very shocking. No wonder Su Chen hadn't encountered too many demonic beasts along the way. It turns out that all of them were converged into this battlefield. These 2 demonic beasts, they should be the leaders of the demonic beasts in the secret realm. Why are they fighting each other here? Su Chen was a bit puzzled and secretly held his breath as he looked deeper into the swamp. One could only see a huge withered tree standing in the swampy mud, and on the trunk of the tree, there was a faint spiritual light gulping and swaying, giving birth to a spiritual grass. That spirit grass was shaped like an orchid, with a total of 7 leaves, pale and green, and at this time, at the top of the plant, a small flower bone emerged, and was blooming a little. 7-Leaf Ganoderma Herb. There's actually a spirit medicine in this place. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Previously, when he went to the workshop market to purchase body-hardening herbs, he had seen this spirit medicine on the store's illustrations. The 7-leaf Ganoderma grass, which liked to grow in cold and damp places, had the effect of nourishing the body and strengthening the vitality of the body, as well as greatly enhancing the aura mana. If it blooms, the effect is even better. But often wild 7-leafed Ganoderma herb is hard to find, and the ones that take 70 years to bloom are the best of the best. The 7-leaf Ganoderma herb in front of him was at the time of flowering, and if it was on the market, it would not be worth less than 100 spirit stones, and money can't buy it. No wonder these demonic beasts have gathered here in such a big hurry. So it's for the purpose of seizing this 7-leaf Ganoderma grass. Su Chen glanced at the battle in the field. Snipers and muscles were fighting. It was the time for himself. The fisherman. To gain the benefits. Let's get our hands on the 7-leaf Ganoderma grass first, and then we'll come back to clean up these demonic beasts. With that thought, he had moved on. The 7-star moon chasing steps were executed. His figure was ethereal and agile, and he quickly passed through the vine jungle on the outskirts of the swamp. Along the way, there were some small demons that discovered him, and Su Chuan was not polite, and with a sword, he killed them. Soon, he arrived under the withered tree, and the 7-leaf Lingji grass was close at hand. He was about to reach out and pick it, but at that moment, a sword chi violently attacked him. Su Chen's face changed slightly. At this time it was too late to avoid. He could only push his sword chi to protect his body with all his strength. Then he raised his hand and blasted a palm over. Boom! The sword chi was violent and the mana was blasting against each other. The withered wood under Su Chuan's feet shook violently, almost breaking, and his body robes were also hunting, and the powerful sharpness scraped through his skin, emitting a sound that seemed like gold and iron interlocking. This sword chi was swift and fierce. If not for his strong physique, he would have been injured by now. Who is it? Su Chuan frowned and gazed, only to see that not far from the treetops, a silhouette was rapidly approaching. That sword just now was from the other party's handwriting. That person was about 23 or 24 years old, wearing the clothes of an outer disciple, with an average appearance, but his eyes were revealing a viper-like sinister venom, and at this moment, he was coldly looking at Su Chen. The 7-leaf Lingji grass. It's mine. Get lost. The man spoke coldly, his tone unquestionable. In front of benefits, what fellowship was not worth mentioning at all. Su Chen was also a bit angry at this time. It is clear that he arrived first. This kind of spiritual grass. No master thing. Of course, who first arrived to who? The other party is directly out of the attack, and now also a face of rightfulness. Of course Su Chen would not spoil him. Holding the hilt of his sword, he said, first come, first served. If you say it belongs to you, on what grounds? With the sword in my palm. This spirit grass. I'll take it. Be sensible and get lost immediately, or you won't be so lucky with the next sword. The Demon Locking Tower Secret Realm. The rules of the sect stipulate that you may not kill each other in the same sect. Are you going to violate the rules of the sect? The weak are the strong and the strong are the law of the land. If it wasn't for the sake of your fellow disciples, you'd be a dead man by now. And I'm still talking nonsense with you? You go out and practice outside to capture treasures, and your enemies will also talk to you about rules? Han Feng laughed coldly and shook his head, only feeling that Su Chen was too naive. Since he refused to back down, there was only strength to speak with, so he raised his hand. A dark green flying sword appeared in his hand, raised his hand and waved it, and suddenly the road was full of green light, and the sword chi broke through the air and attacked. What a pure sword chi! At least he has the cultivation of the 8th level of chi refining. He's a tough guy. Su Chen was slightly surprised in his heart. Practicing chi at the 8th layer, in the outer sect of Shushan is also considered a leader. This person in front of him is more than likely not some nameless person. But so what? To the hand of the spirit grass, Su dust absolutely impossible to let go out. And is the other side first shot to violate the rules of the door? They are forced to self-protection defense only. Afraid of what? There are still so many demonic beasts around. They won't sit back and watch us fight. We must fight quickly. In the middle of his thoughts, the burning mountain sword was already sheathed. With a ding, it blocked the incoming sword chi. However, that dark green sword light was very strange, and did not dissipate even after being chopped, as if the broken seeds fell into the marsh below. Immediately afterward, he heard that person chanting under his breath, seemingly casting some spell, and in the next instant, huge vines broke out of the mud, like a large snake, and wrapped around. It's actually a wood system technique. No wonder this person can be a fish out of water in the miasma jungle. Su Chen was slightly surprised. At this time, the other party had already taken the opportunity to fly down and was going to snatch the 7-leaf Lingji grass. Never! Su Chen roared angrily. The sword chi in his body ran. The burning mountain sword shook slightly. The flames excited, like a fire snake twisting and coiling, and he chopped forward with a sword in the air. Hiss! Those vine tentacles that twined over snapped in response, and the blazing fire burned and spread, and the scorching air waves whistled, setting the dead wood below ablaze. Han Feng obviously did not expect Su Chen's sword, so sharp, instantly cut his vines, not to mention that it also came with a scorching flame. His wood system technique, before reaching a certain realm, was most afraid of fire. Immediately, he did not dare to receive it hard and flew backward with a muffled grunt. When he stabilized himself, he saw that Su Chen had already flown down and collected the 7-leaf Ganoderma grass. Damn it! What I can't have! You can't have! Han Feng was furious and glanced at the group of demonic beasts not far away, and immediately chopped over with his sword. Only a loud boom was heard. The dead wood exploded. Suchuan's feet were empty. His body fell into the mud swamp. At the same time, those demonic beasts had long discovered their traces, roaring angrily and swarming to them. Hanfeng flew and landed on the trunk of a nearby tree, chopping down several more sword chi in succession, suppressing Su Chen and preventing him from exercising his mana to fly up in the air. Soon, a large number of demonic beasts, led by the leader, surrounded the area, and Su Chen was instantly caught in a heavy siege. Steal from me and see how you die this time. Hanfeng laughed coldly. He didn't dare to lay his hands on him in the secret realm, but if Su Chen was surrounded by demonic beasts, it would have nothing to do with him. Chapter 29, The Killing Heart. Damn it! Su Chen swung his sword to cut down the two sword chi. The opponent's attack, in fact, could hardly cause any damage to him, but it blocked his retreat, and at this point, his figure had already fallen into the quagmire. Seeing the large number of demonic beasts that were whistling, Su Chen's heart was also churning with anger. One is still too merciful. Thought that within the clan, everyone would talk about rules, but nowadays, it seems that the thing about rules is that they are meant to limit the weak, and in the face of profit, many people will do anything. You think this will get me killed? Wait, I'll settle the score with you after I exterminate these demonic beasts. Su Chen was ruthless in his heart. Even when faced with hordes of demonic beasts, they did not panic. He came into the demon locking tower on this trip. Wasn't it precisely to kill demons in practice, sharpening himself? At this moment, this situation resembled the Overlord Sword Master in the illusion. Being in a desperate situation, there is no way to retreat. As far as the eye can see are all enemies, facing thousands of troops. Do you still have the courage to draw your sword and fight? Come on, kill it. Suchuan urged his sword chi, and with a single chop of his sword, he split a small crocodile that was charging head-on into two halves. With a sense of grandeur in his heart, the Overlord Breaking Army Sword was executed. Sweeping across the board, the fierce sword stance, under the enhancement of the Burning Sky Sword Chi, was even more domineering and fierce. As the sword body swept across, a half-moon-shaped flaming sword light, visible to the naked eye, stirred out. Those demonic beasts that rushed up were like straws planted one after another. Searing flames spread over the bodies, burning them with a creaking sound. Su Chen laughed. His body shape does not retreat but advances. Successive and several swords forward chopping out. Each sword falls. There are several demonic beasts killed. His body's aura is also rising. The intense battle spirit, convergence of the momentum of bravery, cohesion into the naked eye visible red light, wrapped around the whole body, more and more fiery. The battle intent was raging, and the killing intent was monstrous. Su Chen seemed to have gradually found a feeling, and the embryonic form of the sword momentum gradually became clearer. At this moment, he seemed like an unstoppable killing god. The long sword in his palm swept across, the fire dragon whistled and coiled, and the fire burned his heart. Low-level demonic beasts will die if they touch it, and they will die if they are dipped in it. A large area was cleared in an instant, and the field was densely packed with corpses as far as the eye could see. Su Chen reached out and grabbed. His mana collected and dozens of demonic beast inner pills flew out from the corpse and fell into his storage bag. How is this possible? His aura, on the top of the tree. Hanfeng didn't leave. He still wanted to wait for Su Chen to be engulfed by the demonic beasts before finding an opportunity to seize the spirit herb. As a result, he didn't expect that Su Chen would become more and more courageous. The aura on his body gradually climbed and became more and more terrifying. The red light that coalesced into substance seemed to be sword power? How is that possible? This guy, he can actually comprehend sword power? Must have misread it myself. Just as Hanfeng was somewhat skeptical of life, the two demonic beast leaders below were also completely enraged. Seeing that the demonic beasts under his command were constantly being killed, they stopped fighting with each other and turned their direction in unison, killing towards Su Chen. Quack dash. The big toad's belly trembled, sounding as if the war drums were thundering, and his huge body leapt up and pounced down, like a Tarzan pressing down. Su Chen only felt that the air around him stagnated. A huge shadow loomed down, and a mountain of flesh was about to smash onto his body. Die for me! His eyes rounded as he let out a wild roar to the sky, his sword chi rushing out as his own aura reached its peak. A fiery light rose up to the sky, like a sinister dragon roaring with a long rainbow. Only a hissing sound was heard, as if a sharp blade was tearing through cloth. The huge body of the big toad was directly chopped into two halves by this sword. Mountains of flesh rolled down to the sides, and fishy poisonous blood scattered down like rain. Many crocodile demons were stained by this poisonous rain, and they screamed and rolled over. Flames raged on Su Chen's body, like a vestment wrapping itself around him, and the poisonous rain that fell was vaporized by the flames before it could even get close. He killed the big toad with his sword. The killing intent in his eyes surged intensely, and the chi and blood in his body continued to boil, making him even more excited. Kill, kill, kill. Killing a lot of people. Su Chen raised his head to the sky, as if he had become an invincible overlord on the battlefield, and his sword momentum became more and more violent. The crocodile leader in the distance seemed to feel his terrifying killing intent, and was immediately taken in by the aura, whimpered, and actually turned around to escape. Where to run? Su Chen roared and stamped his feet. The airwaves stirred and lifted the mire around him. The entire person rose up in the air like lightning, stepping on the demonic beast and exploding its head, while he himself used his strength to move forward and chopped out another sword forward. The fire dragon whistled and tore through the scale armor on the crocodile's body. The harsh sword light flashed, a bucket-sized head rolled down, and the crocodile's huge body staggered and then planted itself as well. 2 level 3 demonic beast leaders, one after another, died violently. The remaining demonic beasts had long since been scared out of their wits, and one by one, they fled in all directions without a care in the world. Su Chen didn't bother chasing after them, smoothly pocketing the 2 third-level demon pills, then rose with his sword, his icy gaze locking onto Han Feng in the treetops. Your turn. At this moment, Su Chen was covered in blood and had a ferocious aura. A single look can make the heart grow fonder. Where did Han Feng think that Su Chen could be so fierce? Single-handedly killed off the beast tide. And when he saw the other party chasing after him in a furious manner, his heart sank. Not good. This person is ferocious. He has really cultivated sword power. I'm no match for him. Han Feng couldn't care less about the 7-leaf Ganoderma herb at this point, and seeing that Su Chen was killing, he immediately rose up and fled outward regardless. Where to go? Su Chen angrily shouted, his feet stepping on the 7 stars, his body shooting up. In a few rises and falls, he had already caught up with the other party. Raising his hand was a sword chi whistling, and the fire dragon surged and impacted, ruthlessly slamming into Han Feng's back, instantly causing him to stifle a grunt and spit out blood as he fell down. However, on that Han Feng's body, it seemed that he also had a life-preserving body-protecting magic weapon. Su Chen's fierce sword actually didn't kill him, and after Han Feng landed on the ground, he stumbled a few steps with a pale face, the long sword in his hand vibrating and humming, constantly triggering out green light as he attempted to fend it off. Senior brother. No, senior brother. It was all a misunderstanding before. Why should we fight each other in the same sect? Why didn't you think to care about fellowship when you victimized me before? That was a momentary lapse of interest on my part, so I ask for senior brother's forgiveness. I am willing to compensate, in any way I can. This is the Demon Locking Tower secret realm after all. I am at least a genius ranked in the top 10 of the outer sect. If you kill me, you will be chastised by the sect. Han Feng was struggling to hold on under the crushing power of the sword, begging for mercy as he wailed. Su Chen sniffed and hesitated for a moment. The crime of brutally killing a fellow disciple in the Demon Locking Tower secret realm was not a small one. Even if the other party had struck first, it was probably hard to escape the chastisement. But at this time, suddenly saw Han Feng's sleeve a shimmering light flashed up. Su Chuan knew that this person is still thieving heart. Immediately eyes a flinch. No longer hesitate. The sword like unlocking the flood poured out. You seek death. Chapter 30. Brother, I admit defeat. At this time, in front of the door of the Demon Locking Tower, Tuoba Yen was waiting quietly amidst the bluster of a group of minions. In his mind, he had won this bet, just waiting for the agreed upon time to arrive. He would be able to achieve victory, and by the time the Burning Mountain Sword arrived, his strength would be furthered, and he would have a chance to capture a good ranking in this year's year-end competition. The end-of-the-year competition is a contested event for all Shushan Outer disciples, and there will be many unexpected rewards at the top of the rankings. This includes spirit stones, pills, techniques, magic weapons, and so on. There are even precious base-building pills. If he could squeeze into the top 10, in the future, he would almost be able to walk sideways in the outer sect. It's gone up. Su Chen's points have gone up. How did it go up so fast? What's he doing in there? In front of the Jade, a cry of alarm rang out one after another. Tuoba Yen frowned slightly, thinking what's all the fuss about, now that the agreed time is almost over. Even if Su Chen kills up, how much can he kill? You can't outrun me, can you? In the middle of his thoughts, he swept a glance from the corner of his eye, and as a result, he was shocked without looking. 100, 200, 300, Su Chen's points, like a scurrying monkey, went up crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached 300 points, already equal to Tuoba Yan's chop. He froze and couldn't help but have his heart stop half a beat. How was this possible? Before he could catch his breath, the numbers changed again. 400, 500, 800, how is that possible? Who could kill hundreds of demonic beasts in such a short period of time? Unless Su Chen had killed many second or even third level or higher demonic beasts. The stronger the strength of the demonic beast, the more points were converted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be a mistake in this recording spell. How could he have killed so many? I don't believe it. Tuoba Yen shook his head repeatedly, simply unable to believe the facts in front of him. And it was at this time. Suddenly, the door to the demon locking tower opened and a white light emerged. The crowd looked up in unison, only to see a wretched figure fall out. He was covered in blood. His hair was disheveled. His right hand had been severed shoulder to shoulder. His left hand was cupping a talismanic seal that had already been burnt most of the way through, and his expression was one of panic and fear. Help! Help! A mournful cry for help resounded in all directions. Someone recognized his identity and exclaimed, "Isn't that senior brother Han Fong Han? How did he become like this? The 7th-ranked Han Fong of the outer sect? Heavens, could it be that the demonic beasts in the secret realm are rioting? Quickly, everyone on guard. There might be some powerful demonic beasts rushing out." The people were all on the edge of their seats. Even the guard disciples who were responsible for suppressing the demon locking tower were also startled, and they all sacrificed their demon-suppressing Dharma swords and flew forward. Soon, another white light surfaced. The crowd nervously looked forward, only to find that it wasn't any demonic beasts. Su Chen, who was wearing a green shirt, swept out in large strides, with a murderous aura that was so powerful that it caused everyone present to change their faces drastically. What kind of look is that? Fierce, cold, contemptuous and murderous. It was as if he had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood as a killing god. Many of the disciples present were so intimidated by his aura and eyes that they couldn't help but take a step back. Tuoba Yen even directly stayed in place. This is not Su Chen? How did he turn into this ghost appearance? The aura. It's a little scary. Han Feng on the ground was more like seeing a ghost, hurriedly ducking behind the guard disciple while shouting, "Save me! This man is crazy! He's crazy! He's going to kill me and mutilate his fellow disciples." When these words came out, the disciples present were all startled. What? Was it Su Chen who beat Han Feng into this hell? That was the 7th-ranked expert of the outer sect. What exactly did Su Chen do to him to scare someone like this? Su Chen, you dare to strike at fellow disciples in the secret realm? Why don't you hurry up and put away your weapon? At this time, a mana light was projected down. A powerful force blocked the surroundings. Su Chen only felt the pressure on his body doubled. He raised his head and saw a blue-clothed middle-aged man walk out of the demon locking tower. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After leaving the secret realm, I was afraid that I wouldn't have a chance to kill Han Feng. This guy had a very powerful talisman seal on his body that counteracted most of the damage from the sword's power. Su Chuan's sword power was also still only in its infancy and not powerful enough, so he just chopped off one of his arms, ultimately letting the guy run out alive. Now that the guards of the demon locking tower had been alarmed, it would be difficult to strike again. Good thing he did not show mercy with that sword before. Han Feng now broke his arm and was also infiltrated into his body by the sword fury chi. Even if he did not die, he was also wasted for a large part of his life, and he definitely did not dare to come back to find his own trouble in the future. Elder, help! You have to judge me. Su Chen ignored the rules of the sect and killed me in the secret realm. If it wasn't for the fact that I ran fast, I would have died by now. This kind of person with a wolfish heart, how can he stay in our Shu Mountain? Han Feng crawled in front of that blue-clothed middle-aged man and cried out with a snotty nose and tears. The middle-aged man gave him a somewhat disgusted look and waved his hand, allowing people to assist him down to heal his wounds first, and then only then did he look at Su Chen in the distance. Discovering the sword momentum lingering on his body, he could not help but be slightly surprised. At this age, with this level of cultivation, he was actually able to comprehend the sword momentum, which was really rare. But appreciation is appreciation, and the rules of the door must not be broken. Therefore, the elder still had a cold look on his face and said in a deep voice, "How dare you? How dare you strike out at your fellow disciples in the secret realm with such ferocity? Do you still have the rules of the sect in your eyes? It's over. Su Chen is finished. Locked Demon Tower is what place suppression of demons where, and Sword Mound is the same name of the dangerous place. So the guard elders here is also very powerful. Strict laws. If you fall into their hands, you'll shed your skin even if you don't die. The best that could happen would be expulsion from the clan." However, Su Chen was unperturbed. He collected the sword momentum on his body and bowed towards that elder. Then only then did he say in a loud voice, "Disciple killed demons in the secret realm to try out." In no way was there any violation of the law. It was this Han Feng who took the initiative to strike at me in order to snatch the spirit medicine, and also attracted demonic beasts in an attempt to get me killed. What my disciple did was only in self-defense to return the favor. Please ask for the elders to be clear on the matter. He spoke with courtesy and was no longer as manic as before. This son is already able to put his sword momentum at ease. It's really powerful. The blue-clothed elder nodded slightly. then said, "If it is really as you say, fighting back in self-defense is indeed not considered a violation of the sect rules, but it is not up to you to decide what is right and wrong." After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it. A bronze-colored mirror appeared in his palm, and after injecting mana, the picture in the mirror changed. It actually projected everything that happened in the miasma mystic realm. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's heart also thumped. Good lord, there's actually this kind of surveillance? It's a good thing I didn't kill Han Feng, or else I'd be chastised even if I was justified once this surveillance was pulled up. That idiot Han Feng. I'm afraid that he didn't know that there were such means in the secret realm, or else he wouldn't have dared to directly strike at himself. It was indeed Han Feng who initiated the attack, and it was he who was at fault first. However, you've hit a little too hard. The blue-robed elder frowned slightly after looking at the image in the mirror. He saw the scene of Su Chen sweeping through the group of demons, one person and one sword, fighting the group of demons alone. This aura was truly amazing. No wonder he could condense such a strong sword power. But his actions of chasing down Han Feng afterward were a bit too much again. That's a lord with a grudge, too. But this kind of defense is always not a violation of the sect rules. And in the end, it's still Han Feng's own heart that's not right, and he deserves to be taught a lesson. So, the blue-clothed elder just reprimanded. Su Chen also listened honestly and nodded his head repeatedly, recognizing his mistake with a good attitude. Later, the blue-robed elder asked him which peak disciple he was, and after learning that he was from the sword graveyard, his face changed slightly, so he waved his hand and told Su Chen to go back to the sword guardsman by himself to receive his punishment, and then he went back with the guarding disciples. The crowd of disciples present, looking dumbfounded, hadn't even come back to their senses at this point. Su Chen had beaten Han Feng, an outer disciple, half to death and nearly wasted him, and for such a big deal, he hadn't been chastised? A disciple of the sword graveyard, is that so great? Tuoba Yen, who was in front of the Jade, was even more stupefied until Su Chen walked in front of him, and only then did he shiver and look at the other party with a gaze that had completely changed. Not even needing Su Chen to say anything, he himself took the initiative to take out the spirit stones from his storage bag and offered them with both hands. Brother, I admit defeat. Chapter 31, A Stronger Talent. What happened in the Demon Locking Tower quickly spread throughout the Shu Mountain outer sect. Originally, at the beginning, everyone had only come to join in the fun because of Su Chen and Tuobayan's bet, but then things developed beyond everyone's expectations, and Su Chen actually beat Han Feng, the 7th-ranked person in the outer sect, half to death, almost wiping him out. The incident caused an immediate sensation. Shushan Outer Door more than 100,000 disciples, can be ranked in the top 10. That is a true elite genius. The Inner Door Seedling he was actually defeated by a nameless sword guard disciple? Yes. Although Su Chen's name was known to quite a few people due to offending Royal Sky Young and Yu Liushan's marriage contract, in the eyes of the others, he was still just a small character like a mole, and no one really took him seriously. But it's different now. Su Chen's many battle results since his initiation had also been turned over by people who had the heart to do so. First, it was the Chen brothers, then Yang Qi and the others, who had even once resisted the outer sect deacons, and had not suffered any losses when facing the inner sect disciple Yang Yunfei. Now he has defeated the 7th expert of the outer sect. It's amazing that this guy has never lost. The cultivation level is also getting higher. He had once boasted that he would build his foundation within 3 months, and then he would fight Yang Yunfei in a life and death duel on the heavenly penalty stage, and the matter had spread like wildfire, and at that time, everyone thought that he was out of his depth. Nowadays, it seems that maybe there are a few things to fall back on. Soon, this news also reached Yang Yunfei's ears. After that mess in the workshop market last time, Yang Yusen was deposed as a deacon and driven back to his hometown, and the matter of the 3 Black Wind Heroes was also rehashed, and the Yang family was reprimanded as a result. Luckily, after senior brother Yu Tianyang learned of this matter, he summoned him once alone. A number of pills and techniques were given as encouragement. That Han Feng, I've seen him before. His strength isn't weak. Su Chen was actually able to defeat him? Yang Yunfei frowned, his heart vaguely worried. Su Chen's rate of progress was too fast. The last time he saw him, he would still be nearly suppressed by the 3 Black Wind Heroes, and in the end, he relied on the outbreak of Qi in his sword technique, which allowed him to defend himself. But now he was able to defeat an expert like Han Feng, and the rapidity with which his strength had been elevated was simply beyond imagination. Continuing like this, maybe it would even be possible for him to succeed in building his foundation in 3 months? Impossible. The difficulty of building a foundation is beyond imagination. Even if he is now at the 9th level of Qi refining, it would be difficult for him to gather the materials needed to build a foundation within 3 months. Yang Yunfei shook his head. ultimately feeling that he was a little too overworried. But no matter what, after this incident, he was more or less contemptuous of Suchen. It's best to find an opportunity to have someone try out his accomplishments. Know your enemy and know yourself. And lest you get caught in the gutter then. Thinking of this, Yang Yunfei got up and summoned an attendant disciple, asking him to summon Yang Wu over to pay his respects. Meanwhile, the sword mound. After Suchen came back, he straightaway found Zhou Lao and explained what happened in the demon locking tower in its original form. After hearing this, Elder Zhou didn't chastise him, but only said with some dissatisfaction, "You've already comprehended the sword momentum, and you were still able to be escaped by him? This shows that you still didn't strike hard enough, and didn't seize the moment to make him use the life-preserving talisman. If you were to fight someone to the death outside, have you thought about the consequences?" Suchen didn't expect that the point of Zhou Lao's anger was actually that he hadn't killed Han Feng. That was unexpected. If a sword cultivator doesn't use his sword, he must not hesitate to use it. When you encounter this kind of situation in the future, you don't need to be merciful, just kill when you need to. Yes. Suchen nodded seriously. Then he heard Elder Zhou say, "The fact that you were able to gain some insights from the sword tray stone tablet and master the sword momentum so quickly shows that your talent is extraordinary. The sword mound hasn't had a talent like you for many years. Cultivate hard. The heavy responsibility of suppressing the sword mound in the future may still fall on your shoulders." With that, he saw a jade slit fly out and land in Suchen's hand. "In here, I've recorded some insights on sword power cultivation. You can take a look at it in your spare time. It might help you." Swordsman's recorded sword tips? That's a good thing that money can't buy. Suchen was overjoyed in his heart. Elder Zhou was an existence that could be compared to the sword god of Shushan, and by obtaining his esteem, he himself could be considered to have truly gained a firm foothold in the sword mound. Immediately, he arched his hand and thanked him. Zhou Lao, on the other hand, waved his hand, and then commanded, "Just now, the sect leader gave an urgent order, summoning me to the Immortal Hall, so I guess something big has happened. For the next period of time, I may not be at the sword graveyard, and I will leave everything here to you. The spirit swords on the upper 3 floors, don't need you to manage them, just wash the swords as usual and watch over the bottom." Disciple understands. Suchen nodded his head and promised to do so. In his heart, he was somewhat curious. What had happened that he actually had to invite Elder Zhou over? Shushan Swordkeeper, a special position, usually only needs to guard the sword mound. Unless it was a major event that jeopardized the survival of the clan, he would not be alarmed. However, these things, now has nothing to do with him. The sky collapses. Naturally there are big brothers to hold the roof. He is still focusing on cultivating and improving his strength, and strive to build the foundation as soon as possible. Back in his room, Suchen took stock of the harvest from this trip out. The 100 lower-grade spirit stones he won from Tuoba Yen was a considerable fortune, enough to support him for use in his recent cultivation. In addition to that, in the miasma poison mystic realm, Suchen had also collected a large number of demonic beast inner dawn in various materials, including some demonic beast essence blood, which could be used to configure the body-tempering spiritual liquid, the inner pills of a third-grade demonic beast, which were worth a lot, and the 7-leafed Ganoderma herb. This kind of spiritual medicine, which contained medicinal aura in abundance, could be taken directly, but the effect was definitely not as good as refining it into a potion. Therefore, Su Chuan planned to keep it and go back to his cousin Su Long to help him, refining it into a potion that strengthened the root and cultivated the energy to enhance cultivation, so as to maximize the value of the spirit grass. These demonic beast essence bloods are inconvenient to store, so it's best to use them up as soon as possible. In the middle of his thoughts, Su Chen went out and went to the marketplace to purchase a new body-tempering spiritual liquid formula and replenished a batch of tiger bone pills in the meantime. This was a better body-quenching elixir than the Xian Huang pill, and the price was not cheap. However, it was better when used with demonic beast essence blood to quench the body. 3 days later, Su Chen appeared from his seclusion, and his entire aura had some slight changes. Nowadays, his physique was strong, his body was gradually strong and slender, his bones were robust, his muscles were strong, the luster on the surface of his skin was getting sharper and sharper, and the whole person was like a sharp sword out of its sheath. From head to toe, all of them were giving people a stern feeling, coupled with the fact that he had cultivated into a sword momentum. There was a humongous and overbearing aura about him, and after the demonic beast's essence blood washed and refined, it further catalyzed this wild and fierce aura to the extreme. The sword tire in his body was also further solidified in the process, and his sword chi was refined and strengthened from the inside out. The powerful physical body allowed Su Chen to be able to shuffle and absorb more of the fatal chi every day, and his cultivation speed became faster and faster. However, in this process, Su Chen accidentally discovered something. One's own body seemed to be able to absorb more than just the sword fury chi. Even the raging power in the demonic beast's essence blood and inner Dan could be swallowed, which startled him. Demonic beasts in the inner Dan contains the aura, very violent. Generally speaking, cannot be refined by the cultivator. Need to be purified through alchemy, stripped of the demonic gas and impurities inside, or directly as a means of energy, set in the magic weapon to use. It had never been heard of anyone who could directly absorb the power in the inner pills of demonic beasts. Legend has it that those evil practitioners of the devil's sect, on the contrary, have similar means, but often also accompanied by a variety of side effects, becoming inhuman and confused. However, Su Chen did not feel this way. One's body would automatically purify it, breaking down the harmful parts and leaving behind the most essential aura, with the same effect as absorbing the sword fury chi. What's going on here? Su Chen couldn't help but think of the terrifying image that was triggered deep inside his body when he encountered the white bone sword earlier, and although it flickered away, it was still fresh in his mind. It was then that he suspected that he had an unusual talent. Now that he thought back carefully, when he was in the miasma mystic realm before, he had a vague feeling that those miasmas were not able to harm him, and even kind of wanted to devour and absorb them. But at that time he didn't dare to joke with his little life, so he didn't practice. Nowadays, it seemed that one's talent was by no means as simple as only having an innate sword body. In addition to the horrifying images that would only be inspired by life and death situations, it could also absorb all sorts of different fury auras and even poisonous auras. What kind of gifted physique is this? Su Chen couldn't figure it out, but that's never a bad thing. Being able to directly absorb demonic beast inner pills would undoubtedly increase his cultivation speed by a lot. Thus, Su Chen began to try and refine and absorb 1 or 2 low-grade demonic beast inner pills every day after washing his sword. Sure enough, the cultivation grew rapidly, and no discomfort was felt. This gradually reassured him. After a few more days, Su Chen's cultivation level was further advanced, not far from the 9th level of chi refining. He went to the workshop market and spent a heavy amount of money to buy a lower-grade magic artifact Dan furnace, then brought along the 7-leaf Ganoderma herb and set off to the Dan hall to look for his cousin, Su Long. As a result, when they first met, they realized that their cousin had some bruises on the corners of her eyes, and she had obviously been beaten up. Chapter 32 Qianling Dan. What's going on? Su Chen's face sank openly as he opened his mouth to ask. No matter what, Su Long was also his own cousin. If she was bullied, Su Chen would definitely not stand idly by. It's okay, brother, I fell by my own accident. Solon forced a smile back, his eyes dodging. Su does too understand this cousin. Memory of her, the appearance of optimism. In fact, in the bones is a somewhat small inferiority complex. No matter what aggrieved, are accustomed to their own digestion, do not give others trouble. It had something to do with her father's early death, and from a young age she had been worried about being a burden to others and inviting dislike. So much of the time, it was heartbreaking to know what was going on. What's going on? Is someone from the Dan Hall bullying you? I am your brother. I will protect you no matter where you are. Don't be afraid. Hearing this, water mist appeared in Su Long's eyes, very moved. Still, she still didn't let up, shaking her head stubbornly and insisting that she had fallen. Brother, this tripod is so beautiful. Is it for me? She pointed at the pill refining cauldron held in Su Chen's hand and changed the topic. There was no way for Su Chen to force her to say anything, so he nodded and said, this cauldron is called the Greenwood Cauldron. It is a lower-grade magic artifact for alchemy, and if you want to alchemize, you need to take advantage of the tool. A good alchemy cauldron can make your alchemy efficiency and success rate much higher. An inferior magic weapon. It must be very expensive, right? Not bad, cheaper than a flying sword. Don't worry, I just made over 100 spirit stones from an ingrate, so it's not bad, Su Chen said with a smile. Even though he was not generous in his hands, he could not lose face in front of his cousin. Besides, he still needed Su Long's help in alchemy, and it was necessary to equip a good alchemy cauldron. From the secret realm of the Demon Locking Tower, I have obtained some spiritual herbs and medicines, and I want you to help me refine them into pills that will strengthen my body and cultivate my vitality. Take a look. Is there anything suitable? Su Chuan said, taking out the 7-leaf Ganoderma herb, along with 2 grade 3 inner dawn, as well as some alchemy materials that he had picked up by hand. 7-leaf Ganoderma grass, and it's already in bloom. This is a very rare material. There's also the inner dan of a 3rd-grade demonic beast if it's most suitable for refining into Qianling Dan. Su Long was very talented in alchemy and had been studying seriously all this time. Thus quickly through these materials, the best refining method was determined. Qianling Dan, a 1st-rank upper-grade elixir. After taking it, not only could it solidify one's strength and enhance one's mana, but it could also elevate one small realm. However, it was only effective for cultivators of the chi refining realm, and each person could only take one in their lifetime. If I can refine this Xianlingdan, it will at least save me the majority of a month's cultivation, and by then I'll be able to consider embarking on foundation establishment after directly breaking through the 9th level of chi refining. Su Dust was looking forward to it, but worried about whether Solon was capable of making this kind of elixir. After all, a first-order upper-grade elixir could not be made by just any alchemy apprentice. I have never refined in Xian Spirit Pill before. However, my Spirit Root talent has a great enhancement effect on refining medicine into pills, so if I try hard, I should be able to succeed. However, there is also a risk of failure. Brother, these materials of yours are not easy to come by, so I suggest finding an experienced person to refine them. Our Dan Hall's senior sister by Lu. No need, just you do it, brother believes in you. Moreover, it doesn't matter even if you fail, it's just for you to gain experience. Don't have any psychological pressure. Su Chen still had a lot of trust in his cousin. Besides, if you want to cultivate a dedicated Dan cultivator, how can you do it without paying the price? If one didn't even dare to let her practice with a first-order elixir like the Xianling Dan, how could one improve one's skill in pill refining? Every powerful Dan cultivator was fed with a large amount of spirit stones and materials. Good. Su Long was also very dry. Since her elder brother trusted her, she would do her best. After handing over the furnace and materials to his cousin, Su Chen didn't leave right away. He was still worried that Su Long would be bullied on this side of the Dan Hall, so he offered to give her a hand and help her with her alchemy. The little girl didn't think much about it and was very happy, so she took Su Chen to the alchemy room, pulled it apart, and began to refine it. Alchemy is actually a very dull and boring process. Prepare the materials, strictly proportion the portions, refine and purify the various medicinal herbs, and then control the fire. These things, almost every immortal cultivator, more or less will learn a little. Cultivate the immortal 100 arts well. More skills do not pressure body, but it takes a lot of time and effort to specialize. Su Chen has too many things to do every day. Washing the sword, practicing the sword, raising the sword, and quenching the body. Really couldn't care less about that. In the future, he might also enrich himself by practicing some other means on the side, such as formations, talismans, imperial beasts, and the like, but they were mostly of the type that directly boosted combat strength. Things like alchemy and weaponry. It would be best to cultivate some close people to assist. It will save his energy. Although Su Long hadn't studied alchemy for a long time, he was indeed very talented in this area. Apart from being a bit fidgety at the very beginning, once he entered the step of condensing pills and controlling the fire, he immediately became stable. Her spiritual root was a wood-fire mutation, and she was unique in purifying medicinal properties and controlling fire. The spirit fire in the Dan furnace pulsed, and bursts of medicinal fragrance wafted out. This furnace of pills had entered the most crucial stage of refining. Su Long was fully focused on urging his mana and manipulating the fire, not daring to be half distracted. But it was at this time, with a bang, the door to the alchemy room was roughly kicked open. Several women wearing Dan Hall disciple clothing aggressively barged in. The leader was a woman in her 20s, with sharp features, some mean looks, a lot of freckles on her face, and fierce eyes. Su Long, who let you into the alchemy room? I taught you a lesson just 2 days ago. Don't remember, do you? Bastard. Still not enough lessons. A few people cursed and bickered. When Su Long heard their voices, he immediately turned pale, his body trembled slightly, and the flames under his control became unstable. If this went on, the Xianling Dan that was about to be successfully refined would only go up in flames. Don't be afraid. With brother here, no one can harm you. Refine the pills carefully and don't worry about anything else. Su Chen's voice came from his ears. After hearing this, Su Long's entire body seemed to relax a bit, and although her face was still unsightly, she could already slowly stabilize the flames. Who are you guys? Are you the ones who bullied Solon before? Su Chen held back his anger and opened his mouth to ask. Those few people seemed to notice him only then. Frowning, where did the nobody come from? Is the Dan Hall's important land something you can just come in, get lost, or don't blame us for being impolite? Good lord, are all the disciples of the Dan Hall so arrogant? Outer disciples are not easy to cultivate immortality. Many times have to use pills. Naturally, these Dan cultivators are very respectful. Over time, they will let them give birth to arrogance. At this time, one of the women seemed to recognize him and whispered, Senior Sister Lu, he is Su Chen. Oh, so you're Su Chen. No wonder you're just as obnoxious as this bitchy embryo. The woman in the lead sneered and laughed, her eyes full of disdain. You have no respect for the inferiority and superiority. You contradict the true transmission, And you are also ashamed to say that you want to duel with the inner door young senior brother. We looked at it and scolded a couple of times. Su Long this but want to run out to argue for you. Was taught a lesson by us. How is it? You want to stand up for her not? Humph. Let me tell you. Our senior sister Lu is senior brother Zhao Wuji's Taoist partner. Can you afford to mess with her? The more a few people talked, the more arrogant they became. Su Chen was too lazy to listen to their dogs barking. What Zhao Wuji? How is it better than you Tian Yang Yan Yunfei? If you mess with me, I won't give you any face. The only reason he was bullshitting these women was just to make sure they were the ones who bullied Su Long. Now that he had gotten a definite answer, of course he wouldn't let them continue to clamor here and affect the alchemy. Thus, Su Chen directly urged his mana, raised his hand, and slapped it. Slap. Chapter 33, White Duel's Frost. Slap. Su Chen's slap, infused with mana, was vicious and heavy. It was like a bushel fan slapping on senior sister Lu's face, instantly knocking her out of her eyes and staggering her body, dropping her butt to the ground. Her face was hot and painful, and her eyes were lax, as if she had been dazed by the slap. The few female disciples in the surroundings, on the other hand, had their mouths wide open for a long time. How dare he make a move? Hitting a woman with your hands? Are you still a man? Su Chen wouldn't spoil them, treating the little fairies. He had traditionally dealt with them with a heavy hand. I don't care whose Taoist couple you are or whose concubine you are. Su Long is my sister. If you dare to touch her, I'll pay you back 1,000 times over. Saying that, Su Chen's figure pressed up, and his ferocious aura caused the several people present to change their faces greatly, and they all urged their mana to resist. That senior sister Lu climbed up from the ground, red eyes, like a shrew screaming and roaring. Su Chen, you dared to hit me and hit my face. Even Zhao Wuji never hit me like this. You're dead. I'm going to kill you. Shut up. Su Chen grunted angrily as a sword chi broke through the air, the powerful sharpness piercing one's skin. Senior sister Lu's face turned white again, and she hurriedly urged her mana to condense into a shield, blocking it in front of her body. Her cultivation was actually not weak. At least she had around the 7th level of chi refining. However, it is a Dan cultivator specializing in pills. A mana is mostly accumulated by swallowing pills. The quality is very poor, and even worse, not good at killing and fighting. Normally, it was fine to bully ordinary disciples based on Zhao Wuji's name, but when they encountered a fierce person like Su Chen, they immediately looked inadequate. Hiss! The sword chi instantly tore through the mana shield. The female disciples around senior sister Lu struck out at the same time, trying to suppress Su Chen with their numbers. As a result, when they were charged by his sword, they all lost their colors in fear and fell out with muffled grunts. Su Chen's eyes were ice-cold, murderous as he caught up with his sword, his powerful aura, pressurizing several people. At this moment, he was like a beast that chose to devour people, ferocious and overwhelming. These female disciples of the Dan Hall had never seen such a scene. On the spot, someone was scared and cried, kneeling on the ground, sobbing and begging for mercy. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'll never bully Su Long again. Spare my life. It's all because of Lu Lin. She was the one who wanted to target Su Long. We were all forced to do it. It was also her who hit Su Long. Senior brother Su Chen. I don't dare. The women cried out. The main reason was that Su Chen's aura was too strong. His body was overpowering with killing intent, and his fury rolled over, just like a murderous demon. They were all scared out of their wits for a while. Even the chief culprit, Lu Lin, was pale at this time, her legs shaking slightly under the hem of her skirt. Her heart pounded wildly as she looked at Su Chen's eyes. This guy, it seemed like he would really kill her. She was in a state of fear and was wondering if she should confess and beg for mercy. But at this very moment, the Dan Hall guards were startled, and a dozen silhouettes swept in. What kind of person dares to sow their wild oats in the Dan Hall? A woman in a long white dress walked out amidst the cold scolding. She was petite but curvaceous, with delicate features, a pair of radiant and soulful eyes, and exuded a soft and fragrant odor that gave people a feeling of spring breeze, and they couldn't help but want to get close. When Lu Lin and the other women saw her coming, it was as if they had seen a savior. They gathered around and came forward, crying, "Senior sister Bai Lu, you have finally come. This maniac is committing an act in the Dan Hall and wants to kill us. Please also ask senior sister to be our master." The woman known as Bai Lu frowned lightly as she sniffed. She knew what kind of person Lu Lin was. She was usually arrogant and domineering, and hadn't bullied other disciples much, so what she said couldn't be trusted in its entirety. Bai Lu turned her head, glanced at Su Chen, and was slightly surprised when she realized that there was a sword momentum drawn from his body. She wasn't someone like Lu Lin and the others who hadn't seen the light of day. Sword momentum. Generally only masters who were truly proficient in the way of the sword and had been immersed in it for many years had the opportunity to master it. Su Chen is so young, how did he comprehend it? In the entire Shushan mountain, there are hundreds of thousands of outer disciples, and I'm afraid it's hard to find one that can master the sword power. Even among the inner disciples, those who could successfully gather power were rare. This kind of character, if it wasn't for a reason, wouldn't have run to the Dan Hall to bully a few female disciples, and if he really had such a heart, he wouldn't have been able to practice his sword power. So, instead of rushing to pursue responsibility, Bai Lu stepped forward and asked politely and gently, "So she's the Dan Hall's chief senior disciple, Bai Lu?" "Indeed. She has the demeanor of a great person." Su Chen was also sizing up the other party at this time, and his impression of him was quite good after meeting him for the first time. At least it's someone who can be reasoned with and doesn't come out of the gate with indiscriminate patronizing. "Senior sister Bai Lu, the matter is like this." Su Chen slightly collected his aura and archly told the whole story. Lu Lin and the others sniffed and tried to argue, but Bai Lu frowned at them and a few people shut up. The hearts of these few of them, of course, Shiro knew well that this was indeed something they could do. Immediately, his face sank, and he coldly said, "Bullying fellow disciples, and trespassing into the alchemy room. These are all things expressly forbidden by the Dan Hall. You few, go down and receive your punishment yourselves, and if you commit any more offenses in the future, don't blame me for being impolite." Bai Lu first chastised Lu Lin and the others, then glanced at Su Chen and was about to continue speaking. Suddenly, a low roar came from the alchemy room, like the low roar of a dragon and tiger. The furnace and cauldron shook, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. That was the sign of the Dan becoming a broken furnace. Bai Lu's face changed slightly. A dragon's roar and a tiger's roar? It actually triggered a slight vision of the formation of a Dan. What kind of Dan did she refine? Su Long? Xianling Dan. It worked! Inside the alchemy room, Su Long wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face showing excitement. This was the first time she had attempted to refine a first-rank upper-grade elixir, and she didn't expect it to actually succeed. With the sound of the tiger whistling and the dragon roaring, the top cover above the furnace was rushed open by a white gas. The mist surrounded, like a cloud, a body of crystal light green pills, soaring up, hovering in mid-air, like an emerald pearl. Finally, I didn't let my brother down and didn't waste these materials. Su Long sighed with relief in his heart, reaching out and grabbing it. The Xianling Dan flew into his palm. At this moment, Bai Lu and Su Chen happened to walk in, and when they saw the elixir in her palm, Bai Lu's eyes flashed with surprise. "Xianling Dan, you're actually already able to independently concoct a first-rank top-grade elixir?" Hearing this voice, Su Long then noticed Bai Lu and hurriedly bowed forward to salute. "Greetings to senior sister Bai Lu. There is no need to be polite. Can you lend me this Dan for a moment?" When Su Long sniffed, he sneaked a glance at his elder brother and saw Su Chen nodding slightly before offering the elixir with both hands. Chapter 34, The Landlord. Well, the refining technique is still a bit rough, so much so that the herbs are not refined enough, and there are still some impurities, thus causing the elixir to be a light green color, rather than a pure white jade color. However, your mastery of the fire for condensing pills is very exquisite. It is reasonable to say that pills with this level of purification have a high probability of failing. Here left a slight crack. It should be disturbed by the midway, resulting in mental turbulence due to the good thing that you stabilized. Know of the failure to blow up the furnace. This Bai Lu in alchemy. Attainments are extremely high. A number of judgments are straight to the point. Very accurate. Surely that was worthy of being the Dan Hall's chief disciple and the Dan King's heir. Solon listened very attentively and nodded repeatedly. In the end, Shiro gave it a rating of deficient, but flawed. For the time that Solon had been initiated, it was already rare. With your spiritual roots, you are very suitable for alchemy, and you are very smart and have an understanding in alchemy, which is the most difficult. If you give it time, you will definitely be able to make a mark in the Dan Dao. Such a talent should not be buried. After Bai Lu appreciated, she said seriously, "Su Long, I wish to push you to join the Dan King's discipleship, so that your master can teach you the true method of Dan Dao cultivation. Are you willing to do so?" "Ha, can I really?" Solon was stunned. Dan King? That is the title of the chief of the Dan Hall, the strongest person in the entire Shu Mountain alchemy. The status is equal to the major peak masters. To be able to worship under her old man, that was the dream of all Dan Hall disciples. Bai Lu, as the chief disciple, the person she recommended would definitely be able to gain the favor of the Dan King. This is a great opportunity. Of course, Su Long was excited, but she didn't immediately agree, but looked at her elder brother, Su Chen, for his opinion. Bai Lu watched the scene in her eyes and was secretly surprised in her heart. This brother and sister duo were really close. It seemed that Su Chen had an extraordinary status in Bai Long's mind. It's good for you to have such talent to be valued by senior sister Bai Lu. Su Chen smiled and nodded. He had originally come here this time just to ask Su Long to help with the alchemy, but he hadn't expected to have such a windfall. Su Long's soft nature. Alone in the Dan Hall. There was no guarantee that she wouldn't be bullied again by someone like Lu Lin, and she was too busy to take care of herself at all times. However, if one could worship under the Dan King's door, the status and position would naturally be different. Not only can she learn better alchemy techniques and have a promising future, but she can also be cared for and looked after by Bai Lu. And judging by this woman's character, she shouldn't let her sister be wronged. Many thanks to senior sister Bai Lu for valuing me. This sister of mine. I'm counting on you to look after her from now on. Su Chen said archly. Don't worry, if Su Long worships under the master, then she is my senior sister. In the Dan Hall, no one will ever dare to bully again. Otherwise, if you run here again, the Dan Hall will be demolished by you sooner or later. Shiro pursed her lips. Admitting a very talented disciple for her master put her in a good mood, so she didn't pursue Su Chen's previous action in the Dan Hall. This storm, at last, has been satisfactorily settled. Su Chen got the refined Xianling Dan and also took the heat for his cousin. As a result, Su Long had gained Bai Lu's appreciation, and had the opportunity to worship under the Dan King's door, with a promising future and no need to worry about being bullied anymore. Sort of a happy ending. Afterward, Su Chen did not stay in the Dan Hall for long, took the Xianling Dan with him and left. Just as he returned to the sword mound, he saw a silhouette from afar, standing in front of the gate. It seems to have been waiting for a long time. This person was wearing the attire of an inner disciple with a deep aura, and his face was wearing half of an iron mask, making him look very mysterious. Inner disciple? Su Chen subconsciously thought that it was another one of Royal Sky Yang's men sent to find trouble. After all, the inner disciples had basically already chosen their swords long ago, or he had built his own life-flying sword, and would not replace it easily, unless it was destroyed, or his cultivation was further advanced to promote the true legend. So the sword graveyard actually had very few inner disciples coming over, but today seems to be an exception. My flying sword was damaged and I've come to the sword graveyard to replace it. The masked man didn't say any more nonsense, and straightforwardly indicated his intention, and the identity belt tag and the spirit stone needed to change the sword were all ready to be handed over directly. Inner disciple Wan Hailu, flying sword damaged during demon hunting. Permission to replace magic sword. Su Chuan examined it correctly and didn't put too much emphasis on it. Everything was in line with the rules. So he opened the gate of the sword mound and let him walk in. Not a moment too soon. Another person came to the sword mound. I've heard that the annual outer sect competition is about to begin. And lately the disciples of Mount Shu have been desperately trying to improve their strength. And there are more and more people coming to the sword mound to choose their swords. Su Chen had heard about the outer sect grand competition. I hear the rewards are very generous. All sorts of spirit stones and pills, magic weapons and flying swords. Needless to say, there would even be a reward of precious foundation building pills. Although sword guarding disciples were relatively independent, they could be considered outer disciples until they had built their foundations. Maybe we can participate then and pick up some rewards. Just as he was thinking this, a fiery red figure walked in, with a head of eye-piercing red hair, looking at Su Chen with a big frown. What are you doing at the sword graveyard again? Still not dead? Su Chen's tone was unkind. Who knew that Tuoba Yen was hastily waving his hand with a pleasing smile. Brother, don't misunderstand. I'm not here to find trouble. To this day, he still clearly remembered Han Feng's miserable appearance at that time. Tuoba Yen? This person, although he looked a bit wild, he was not a little cute either. For people whose strength was stronger than his own, he still admired them. So this time, he came to the sword graveyard specifically. Firstly, to ease the relationship and apologize. Secondly, he really couldn't let go of the burning mountain sword and wanted to come and discuss with Su Chen to see if he could get this sword in some other way. Brother, truth be told, this burning mountain sword is the sword of one of my elders, so I must obtain it. You are a sword guarding disciple. You can change your sword at any time. Can you bear the pain and let me have the burning mountain sword? Su Chen remembered that the sword master of the burning mountain sword was named Yao Chang. According to Tuoba Yen, the Yao family was none other than the Tuoba family's in-laws, and counting, Yao Chang was his own maternal uncle. Back then, he was also considered a minor celebrity in Shushan. However, later on, it fell in the war with the 6 sects of the Devil sect, and as a result, the burning mountain sword fell to become a mortal sword, sealed in the sword graveyard. Tuoba Yen worshipped at Mount Shu in order to retrieve his uncle's sword, which was not only related to the gongfu he practiced, but also the family's mission. Brother Dust, I was wrong before. I apologize. But this sword, it's really important to me. Tuoba Yen had a pitiful look on his face, as if he wasn't the same person as his previous openness. There was nothing he could do about it. Fighting and not being able to fight, Suchen now held the burning mountain sword in his hand. As long as he didn't put it back, he couldn't get it himself even if he wanted to come and choose the sword. Sword Guard disciples, in theory, had the right to pick any sword mound flying sword at random, and were given priority. So he could only lower himself and come to kind words. Of course, I won't treat you poorly either, as long as you're willing to part with the burning mountain sword. Brother Dust, I'm willing to offer another 100. No, 300 spirit stones. Takumi Yen fully utilized the passive skills of the tycoon. He could see that Suchen was short of money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to bet on a fight with him before. As for his Tuoba family, other things aside, there was truly no shortage of spirit stones. Chapter 35, Heavenly Tao Foundation Building. The Burning Mountain Sword. It's not impossible to let you have it. Suchen pondered for a moment and let go. In fact, this person, Tuoba Yen, apart from being a bit flamboyant, was not considered to be an evil person. At least Suchen and him did not have an unresolved deadly enmity. The burning mountain sword wasn't too important to him. It was just smooth now. There were more flying swords in the sword mound, and as his cultivation increased, sooner or later he would replace it with a stronger magic sword. As long as Tuoba Yen was willing to wait, there was still a good chance of obtaining this sword. So he didn't mind doing a favor and making a fortune in spirit stones. Why not? So he said, the sword can be let to you, but you still have to get its recognition with your own skills. This is the rules of the sword mound. In addition, this sword I have to use for some time for the time being. It doesn't have to be too long. At most 3 months, if you are willing to wait. Yes, yes. Tuoba Yen nodded repeatedly. He knew that Su Chen and inner disciple Yang Yunfei had a duel, which was 3 months later. Su Chen had let slip that he would definitely build his foundation within 3 months, and if he did succeed, he would of course choose a better magic sword, and the burning mountain sword would be able to give it up. In fact, Takoyan could have stayed away from this trip, as long as he waited for Su Chen and Yang Yunfei to duel. If Su Chen lost and naturally died, this burning mountain sword would become ownerless and return to the sword graveyard. But fear not, fear not. What if Su Chen really built his foundation in 3 months? What if he even won? If he had to hog the burning mountain sword and not let go, it would be hard for him to have a chance. Therefore, Tuoba Yen made this special trip to ease the relationship with Su Chen and also to buy himself an insurance policy. To him anyway, a few hundred spirit stones was no big deal. Good. After 3 months, you will come back to choose your sword, and I will keep the burning mountain sword for you. Thanks, Dusty. Tuoba Yen reached his goal, and without further ado, directly delivered 300 lower-grade spirit stones on the spot. That's rich. Su Chen pocketed 300 spirit stones and was in a good mood. This amount of money was enough for him to cultivate smoothly for a period of time. Not long after Tuoba Yen left, that Wan Hailu also walked out of the sword mound. However, he was empty-handed and did not choose any of his swords, and it seemed that he did not find the one of his choice. But he could not hold on for too long due to the intense fury of the sword mound, so he can only withdraw and come back over again tomorrow to choose his sword. Of course, it'll have to be paid for again. Su Chen didn't care too much. Things like choosing a sword multiple times happened all the time because there were too many flying swords in the sword mound, and other people couldn't resist the fury erosion for a long time. It's a good thing for him, too. There's always money to be made in a few more visits and a few more payments. A smart person would have spent money at this time and asked the sword guardian disciple for guidance, just like that Lu Chou from before. However, this Wan Hai Lu is obviously his own idea, as an inner disciple, and does not look at the chi refining stage Su Chen, so he did not open his mouth to ask. And Su Chen will not rush up to help. The flying swords at that level of the Dharma sword. He hadn't shuffled them yet and didn't actually understand them. This man, something's not right. You have to be careful. A crimson light suddenly surfaced, and the sword spirit Demonis floated out, transforming into the form of a red-clothed little lowly, who was currently lying on a sword light. With Elder Zhou out of the picture, she became a bit of a rampage, daring to show up at the sword mound even in broad daylight. Luckily, after this period of time, Su Chen was no longer very afraid of her and wasn't too surprised to see the sword spirit appear, only asking in confusion, "What's wrong?" He's an inner disciple, so by all rights sword selection should go to the middle 3 levels of the Dharma sword area, but he's been intentionally or unintentionally looking deeper into the sword mound, as if he's searching for something. At first there were scruples, but after noticing that the sword guardian was not there, he became somewhat reckless. Maybe people are looking for some special sword? It's like Tuoba Yen, with a clear purpose. Maybe. But I sense a hint of familiarity in him. Familiar? Su Chen frowned slightly. The sword spirit had told him that her original body, named Killing Tsongsheng, was a devilish sword. Its previous sword master, a Shushan renegade, later became the protector of the Heavenly Father, one of the 6 sects of the Devil's Way. The familiar flavor that the sword spirit received, could it be a demonic technique? I have a feeling that he might be coming for me. Big brother, I don't want to fall into the hands of the demonic sect again. The old man is not here. You have to protect me, Lori said pitifully. Su Chuan was already skeptical, and after hearing her say this, he seriously suspected that this guy was intentionally being alarmist and trying to lure himself to fetch the magic sword again, so he hurriedly shook his head. Cut the crap. I don't fully trust you yet. The devil's sword is treacherous, and there's no way I'm going to touch it before foundation establishment. After saying that, he didn't care how flowery her words were, and began to wash his sword and cultivate on his own. With his current physique and cultivation, he could wash and train 18 mortal swords every day, and the sword fury chi in them was absorbed and transformed into his own cultivation. Only when the work was done did Su Chen return to his room. Take out that refined Xianling Dan and take it. It began to refine and absorb the medicinal power in it. The next day, Su Chen opened his eyes, and the medicinal power of the Xianling Dan had already been completely absorbed by him. His own cultivation was also finally watertight, breaking through to the 9th level of chi refining. Next, it only needed to warm up and tamp down for a period of time, and then it was time to start thinking about foundation building. To build a foundation means to cast the foundation of the immortal way. Once accomplished, one's own mana would undergo a qualitative metamorphosis, cleanse one's veins and marrow, and increase one's lifespan. Can also be derived from the use of divine sense of the law, to perform a number of miraculous spells, such as refining weapons, formations, etc., are inseparable from the divine sense, and the Shushan imperial sword art. Outer disciples cultivate sword, mostly still rely on sword moves and sword chi and other means, but once practiced sword art, can divine sense control flying sword? Up to the sky and into the ground, kill the enemy in thousands of miles away. That's what's considered a true sword cultivator. Not only that, but immortal basic bodies, often, would also give birth to some unique divine abilities based on the techniques and spiritual roots they practiced. For example, Moonrush's laurel tree was an immortal foundation manifestation. The great sun compass of Yu Tianyang was also refined from an immortal base. The Yang Yunfei, who was once again a little bit, that body of Xian ice, as well as the ice mirror behind him, were also the embodiment of the immortal foundation. It could be said that foundation establishment cultivators, whether in terms of mana or means, were crushing chi refining cultivators on all fronts. Under normal circumstances, 10 immortal cultivators at the 9th level of chi refining would not be able to deal with a foundation establishment cultivator. The two sides were qualitative gaps that were hard to make up for by quantity. Of course, there will be exceptions. For example, Su Chen had almost heavily injured Yang Yusin before by relying on his sword momentum and taking him by surprise. It also has to do with the fact that the other side is so watered down. Foundation building is also divided into different grades. Ordinary people with little talent and limited resources can only use foundation building pills to barely build a foundation. This is called humane foundation building. The enhancement obtained is naturally very small. The immortal foundation is weak, and it is almost very difficult to have a chance to achieve Jin Dan. The better ones would borrow some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to strengthen their own characteristics when building their foundations, which was called earthly foundation building. Like Yang Yunfei is almost in this class. As for the higher level of Heaven's Path foundation building, that would be something only a true genius could achieve. This not only required the foundation building pill and some special heavenly materials and treasures, but also some coincidences, and most importantly, one's own natural talent was too strong to withstand the pressure of the heavenly Tao, so that it could be considered as heavenly Tao foundation building. A top-tier true biography like Yu Tianyang and Yu Liushang must be Heaven's Path foundation builders without a doubt. Therefore, Su Chen's goal was also Heaven's Path foundation establishment. After all, he himself had an innate sword body, and even hid a potential that was even more terrifying than this, and could completely withstand it. Only Tendo Tsukiji could realize his potential. Chapter 36 Outer Sect Competition. The Heavenly Tao Foundation building was simple to say, but in reality, it was 1,000 times more difficult. It was difficult for ordinary people to achieve even the most basic humane foundation building, and out of 100 chi refining cultivators, only 1 or 2 would be able to succeed. Once it fails, its own mana will be lost for the most part, and although it is not so bad that the realm will fall, it will have to recover for a year and a half before it can be attempted again. How many years of one's life are wasted here? That is why there are more than 100,000 outer disciples of Mount Shu, but only a few thousands of inner disciples who have built the foundation. The lifelong pursuit of many outer disciples was just humanistic foundation building, Earth Road foundation building. That was for geniuses from large families to have a chance to fight for it. Not to mention Tendo Tsukiji. Su-Chen dared to have this thought, solely because of his confidence in his own talent, meeting one of the most difficult conditions of Heaven's Path Foundation establishment. However, in addition to his natural talent, he still needed to prepare a lot of things. Firstly, the Foundation establishment pill, and secondly, a large number of heavenly materials and treasures that suited his characteristics. The Foundation building pill was fine. It could be obtained through purchase, planned competitions, or by gathering the materials to refine it on your own. This thing called Heavenly Materia Medica was just unattainable. Its value was far greater than the 7-leaf Ganoderma grass he had gotten, and once it appeared, it would all trigger multiple people to fight over it, and it wasn't that easy to get it without killing a river of blood. No wonder when I said 3 months to build the foundation, everyone else thought I was being whimsical. Building the foundation really isn't as simple as I thought. Su-Chen secretly laughed bitterly. But the words have been said, so you can't punch yourself in the face, right? Now there were still more than 2 months before the time agreed with Yang Yunfei. One step at a time, tackle the easiest part first. Chikuden. Su Long is not capable of refining the foundation building Dan right now, and the materials are not easy to put together. In order to get the foundation building Dan, it's best to participate in the outer sect competition, and as long as you get the top 10, you'll be rewarded with a foundation building Dan. Su-Chen was calculating in his heart. With his current cultivation and strength, it would not be much of a problem to compete for the top 10 of the outer sect. This was a competition organized by the clan. Fairness was still guaranteed. Even if Yang Yunfei's stream of guys wanted to target, they didn't have the opportunity to do so. There are still 10 days until the grand competition is officially held. It's just the right time for me to solidify my foundation. Refer to the notes left behind by Elder Zhou, and enhance the might of my sword power. Su-Chen made up his mind. For the rest of the day, he washed his sword and cultivated in a routine manner every day. The spirit stones sent by Tuoba Yen were enough for him to purchase a large number of pills and demonic beast inner pills, and he double-pronged his efforts to cultivate the sword nurturing technique while absorbing the fury chi to grow his mana. The mastery of the sword's momentum became more and more pure. During that time, he went to see Su Long once and learned that he had already joined the Dan King's disciples and was practicing the method of alchemy under Bai Lu, which finally put his mind at ease. Afterwards, he bought some small gifts at the marketplace and sent them to Jade Peak to pay his respects and thank senior sister Qinlan for her previous help. Before is the hand constraints. Have the heart to thank, also nothing to take out of the things. Now the hand is wide open. The basic human feelings or to do a good job. By the way, Su dust to find out about the situation of the Moonflow cream. Learning that she was still in seclusion. Something seemed to have gone wrong. The fact that the sect leader and the others had summoned a group of elders to gather together was most likely because of this matter. This made Su-Chen a little worried. But right now, his strength cultivation was too low, and he couldn't intervene at all. He only hoped that Yu Liushan could be lucky and turn misfortune into good fortune. He still had a very good impression of this woman, a candidate for a wife. But don't let anything happen. After finishing all this, Su-Chen returned to the sword mound, and that 10,000 C's building had indeed come again. Su-Chen took the sword spirit's words to heart and secretly observed it vigilantly for a few days. But the other party hadn't done anything to cross the line, and really seemed to be simply choosing a sword. It was also impossible for Su-Chen to keep an eye on him every moment. Soon, the day of the Shu Mountain competition arrived. This was the annual event of Mount Shu, the outer sect and the inner sect, both of which would conduct a year-end competition. The inner sect is called the reordered Dragon and Tiger ranking, where inner sect Celestial Pride competes against each other for seat rankings. The outer gate, on the other hand, was the grand competition, in which all outer gate disciples were able to enroll and participate, and by defeating other opponents, they would continue to advance and ultimately obtain a higher ranking. However, all participants, regardless of their rankings, would receive some spirit stones as a consolation prize. The top 10,000 will double their monthly salary resources for the coming year. The top 5,000 rankings would receive an extra portion of elixir resources each month. The top 1,000 rankings would receive the qualification to enter the book depository to pick a merit spell. If you can kill the top 100, the rewards will be even more generous, not only enjoying many of the above benefits, but also directly receiving additional rewards such as magic weapons, techniques, and elixirs. As for the top 10, they were the true genius elites, and were additionally rewarded with a foundation building Dan. I heard that the first place in the grand competition, that's even more impressive, can enter the 100 treasures building and choose a magic treasure at will. I've been preparing hard for a year, and for this grand competition, I must strive to enter the top 10,000. Look at your little talent. We've been killing and practicing in the demon locking tower for half a year. How can we get 5,000? Kill 1,000 and go to the top of your life. Let's hope for a little bit of luck and not meet any opponents that are too strong in the first few rounds. I was so unlucky last year that I met Zhao Wuji, who was ranked 4th last year. In the first round, countless disciples gathered in the trial square. More than 100,000 people, except for a portion of disciples who were practicing outside or in seclusion. Basically all the outer disciples would not miss this event. There were also quite a few inner disciples that would come to observe and select some potential outer disciples to pull in and cultivate. Even the female disciples of the Dan Hall followed and ran to join in the fun. Brother, are you going to participate in the year-end competition as well? Cheer up. With your strength, you'll definitely be able to achieve a very good ranking. Solon waved his little fist, cheering him on. I'll do my best. Su Chen smiled, then turned his head to look at Bai Lu. This woman's strength should be good enough to rank in the outer sect, but she didn't seem to be very interested in this, completely accompanying her senior sisters to watch the fun. Isn't senior sister Bai Lu going to try her hand? I have little interest in fighting and killing, and besides, I'm not short of these rewards. Shiro smiled faintly. Well, she's loaded. Another rich little woman with a big family. While the two were talking, suddenly, Su Chen felt a coldness behind him, and he turned his head, only to see that not far away, on the high platform, Yang Yunfei arrived on the wind, his eyes looking at him coldly. During this period of time, Su Chen's strength had increased rapidly, defeating quite a few outer sect geniuses, and his popularity was on the rise. This also gave Yang Yunfei a bit of a sense of crisis, no longer belittling his opponent like before. After all, between the two of them, there was still a life and death duel. Therefore, Yang Yunfei personally came this time to observe the outer sect grand competition. At the same time, he brought Yang Wu, wanting him to try Su Chen's depths. After not seeing him for more than a month, Yang Wu's injuries had long since recovered, and his entire aura had also improved considerably. At this moment, his eyes were fierce, like a wounded beast, staring at Su Chen to death, only wanting to tear him into pieces to avenge the revenge of that day. Su Chen, you'd better not be eliminated in the first few rounds. I'm waiting to finish you off myself. Chapter 37 Lightspeed Advancement. Su Chen also felt the hatred and hostility in Yang Wu's eyes, but it wasn't taken to heart. A defeated man is just a defeated man. He was able to defeat him in the beginning, and now that his cultivation has increased greatly, it will be easier and simpler to clean up. On the contrary, it was that Yang Yunfei, who had heard that he had gotten a summons from Imperial Heavenly Sun and didn't know what favors had been given to him, and the aura of mana on his body seemed to have gotten a little stronger. There were only 2 months left until their duel. He must seize the time to build his foundation, or else he would probably not be able to help the other party with his sword power alone. After all, people were already prepared, and it was impossible to take them by surprise like they did when they crushed Yang Yusen. Fortunately, this outer sect competition, the whole sect was very concerned. There were strict rules and regulations. Even the inner disciples were not allowed to casually intervene. Yang Yunfei didn't have that ability to interfere yet. Su Chen wasn't afraid of him using any underhanded tactics. It was just a matter of letting Yang Wu test his strength, and he's not afraid of exposure, because after foundation establishment, he would definitely have more and stronger means. Su Chen, you have to be careful. I've heard that Yang Yunfei has made a bloody effort to cultivate Yang Wu, and even begged for a pure Yang Dan for him, so Yang Wu's strength is bound to increase tremendously, so don't take it lightly. At that moment, a gentle voice transmitted its voice. Su Chen turned his head to look at the other side of the high platform. Senior sister Qin Lan from Jade Peak was also there to observe. They also had some favored outer disciples that were coming to participate in the grand competition. Pure Yang Dan? I heard that it was an elixir uniquely concocted by Royal Heavenly Sun, very violent, and could greatly enhance one's potential in a short period of time, and its value was no less than that of Yu Liushang's Jade Dew Elixir. No wonder that Yang Wu was so confident. It turned out to be a godsend. Su Chen secretly nodded his head and put away his contempt, then nodded his head towards Qin Lan's side to thank him. It couldn't be helped. He hadn't built his foundation yet and couldn't control the use of divine sense, so naturally, he wouldn't be able to use the means of transmitting his voice. This tiny move, on the other hand, was seen in the eyes of Bai Lu, who was next to him and was secretly surprised in her heart. There had long been rumors in the sect that Su Chen and Jade Peak's true successor Yu Liushang had a marriage contract, but she had never been able to believe it, and now that she saw the attitude on Jade Peak's side, she was convinced of it one way or the other. This guy, he's good looking, but his cultivation is too low. How did he get involved with Fairy Lungyu? Shiro was puzzled in his mind, then shook his head. What did people's business have to do with her? It was just a matter of curiosity. At this time, Bai Lu saw Lu Lin's figure in the crowd and couldn't help but frown slightly. After this woman was chastised by her, she remained unrepentant, so Bai Lu expelled her from the Dan Hall, which was considered to be a cleanup. Lu Lin had resentment in her heart, but of course she didn't dare to resent Bai Lu, who was the chief disciple of the Dan Hall, so she focused all this hatred on Su Chen. At that moment, she took a man's arm in her stride. This person was none other than Zhao Wuji, who ranked 4th in last year's outer sect competition. He was tall and well-proportioned, with a ferocious and savage aura, and a pair of eyes like falcons, with a fierce and stern gaze. "You're Su Chen?" Su Chen glanced at Lu Lin next to him and instantly understood the other party's intentions, but he wasn't afraid, and returned lightly. "It's me. What can I tell you? Indeed a bold fanatic, even daring to hit my woman. While Royal Sky Yang and Yang Yunfei are not good enough to strike at you due to their status, I have no such scruples. You'd better not run into my hands later, or you'll be dead." "Well, why don't you try it now?" Su Chen rolled his eyes, not taking the other party's threat to heart at all. Lu Lin was merely relying on this Zhao Wuji to back him up to bully his fellow disciples with impunity, so Su Chen didn't have any good feelings towards him either. If he really went up against him, he wouldn't mind making him the second Han Feng. Zhao Wuji didn't expect Su Chen to have a complete attitude of not taking him seriously. He was extremely annoyed in his heart, but he didn't dare to make a move here, so he could only coldly grunt. "Let's see how long you can be arrogant." "We'll see. This elder brother of yours, he hasn't been initiated for long, but he has a lot of enemy troubles." Shiro laughed and joked with Solon. "That's all because they're bullies. My brother's nice." "Okay, I know your brother is nice. I really envy the relationship between your brother and sister. Not like me." "Hey," Shiro said and sighed, as if he had thought of something troubling, and his eyes dimmed a bit. Just as a few people were talking, 3 bells rang out. The outer sect competition has officially begun. This kind of big competition with more than 100,000 people naturally couldn't be carried out right in the square because there were too many people and the venue simply couldn't be spread out. The place where the real competition took place was in the Hall of Trials. The Hall of Trials, evolved from a superb magic treasure, the 1,000-flower mirror, can project thousands of mirror spaces inside, similar to the small secret realm in the Demon Locking Tower. Disciples participating in the tournament would enter into a mirrored ring individually based on their identity belt tag information. Defeat your opponent to advance and continue matching upwards. If it fails, it's going to be teleported right out, until the strongest first-place winner is decided. Of course, there was a situation where someone who was clearly strong enough to enter the top 10 or even higher rankings was unlucky enough to meet the first place right in front of them, resulting in elimination. So when the final rankings were decided, all the outer disciples, if any of them were unconvinced, would still have a chance to challenge. If you defeat a master of the corresponding rank, you can take over his or her position ranking. Overall, it was fair and everything was on merit. "It's starting. Brother, go for it." "Aha." Su Chen nodded and followed the flow of people in order, entering the trial hall in batches. After passing through a teleportation spell, white light flashed. Su Chen had already appeared in the ring in the mirror space, and a figure then surfaced on the opposite side, not expecting it to be an acquaintance. "Why you?" When Chen Jinhui saw Su Chen on the opposite side of the room, his face instantly became hard to see. He had been taught a lesson by Su Chen from the moment he was initiated, and later, even his elder brother Chen Jinxiong was defeated. After that, Chen Jinhui was completely honest and no longer dared to go to the sword graveyard to look for trouble. As a result, he didn't expect to participate in the outer sect competition and encounter this guy Su Chen in the first round. That's a hell of a shot. When Su Chen had just been initiated, he was able to violently beat him up, and now Su Chen was even able to disable even an expert of Han Feng's level. 10 of yourself are no match." Chen Jinhui could only curse his bad luck, and without saying anything, he directly chose to abstain and surrender. His body transformed into a white light and disappeared into the ring. First round, Su Chen wins and advances. Promoted so soon? Su Chen barred his lips. He should be the fastest to advance, right? After advancing, you can't leave to exit the ring for the time being. You have to wait here for the next round of opponents. The good thing is that during this period, you can observe the opponents in other ring spaces through mirror projection, so it's not boring. Su Chen roughly looked at it. The vast majority of the outer disciples were not too strong. Cultivation around the 5th level of Qi refining was very common, and those at the 6th or 7th level of Qi refining were considered to be relatively top-notch, and under normal circumstances entering the top 5,000 would not be a problem. However, to squeeze into the top 1,000, one would need at least the 8th level of Qi refining cultivation. At this level, the gap in cultivation is actually not that big anymore. It mainly depends on the individual's techniques and means, and at the same realm, the difference in strength may also be sky high. Su Chen focused on observing a few disciples who had ranked well last year. All of them were very powerful. He searched specifically for Yang Wu's sparring match again, but by the time the screen cut over, the winner had already been decided, and his opponent was directly defeated as his arm was chopped off by a single slash, so there was nothing to see, just vaguely feel. This Yang Wu hand down more ruthless, move deadly, really want to meet, have to be careful. Su Chen had wanted to take another look at that Zhao Wuji's strength, but soon a white light teleported in, and his second round opponent, who had been matched into the field. Chapter 38 Shit Luck. Outer Disciple Zhang Fan, please enlighten me. In the white light, a young outer disciple walked out. Su Chen glanced at it. The other party's breath was obviously much weaker than his, and he guessed that his cultivation was not high, but he didn't look down on the others either, and returned the salute with an equally serious fist clasp. Sword Mound. Su Chen. The disciple froze at the name. Once upon a time, the sword graveyard was a treacherous place that no one would want to go to, and the sword guarding disciples who were sent to the sword graveyard were all weak rookies who could be bullied by anyone. However, recently, with Su Chen's rising reputation, many people already knew that there was a powerful character from the sword mound, coupled with his grudges and entanglements with the likes of Yu Tianyang and Yang Yunfei. To put it politely, Su Chen's name in the outer sect was getting louder and louder. How did I meet him? What bad luck! Zhang Fan laughed bitterly in his heart. However, he had only advanced with great difficulty, but he was unwilling to give up on this, so he gritted his teeth and drew his sword. Please teach me. Senior brother. Good. Su Chen didn't say anything more as he raised his hand and swung a sword chi over. Sword chi whistled and set off a harsh gale. Zhang Fan immediately felt his breathing stagnate. His sword moves were disrupted before he could strike, and the whole person was like a leaf falling in the wind, unable to hold himself. The difference in strength between the two was too great. He couldn't even receive one of Su Chen's sword chi, so he had to regretfully open his mouth and admit defeat. Su Chen also stopped at the right time, and the sword chi staggered past without injuring him. Zhang Fan glanced at him gratefully and bowed. Then his figure turned into white light and retreated, ending his tournament journey. Another promotion? Su Chen lightly laughed. This advancement efficiency is quite fast. At this rate, in less than half a day, he will be able to kill the top 100. Not far from the foundation building Dan. It didn't take long for him to welcome his opponent once again. Su Chen hadn't seen him before, but this person seemed to recognize Su Chen, or at least had seen Su Chen strike and knew his strength, so knowingly abstained. The next 3 or 4 consecutive waves of opponents were encountered, and almost without exception, they all forfeited. This was because most of the opponents in the previous rounds did not have a high cultivation level, and there was no need to struggle against an expert like Su Chen. Other notorious outer sect masters would actually encounter such a situation. It's not until after the matchups are in the top 1,000 that you get some really strong opponents. Su Chen just kept winning in a row all the way, barely putting up much of a fight, and kept advancing. Next, he only needed one more win to advance to the top 40 again, and this time, the opponent he welcomed was actually another familiar face. That head of dazzling piercing red hair, flamboyant cloak, if not the tycoon Tuoba Yen, and who is it? This guy, who was able to achieve first place in the newcomer trial, was still very powerful. It's kind of a testament to the fact that you've made it all the way to the top 100. Just when he was spirited and wanted to take a step closer, he encountered Su Chen. Big brother, how come it's you? This is still a fart. Tuoba Yen had learned his lesson a long time ago, and had no intention of making a move with Su Chen at all. Anyway, he was already satisfied after coming this far, so he went up to set up a close relationship. For the sake of the spirit stones, Su Chen accompanied him and chatted for a few moments, and when it was almost time, he kicked him out. Su Chen has advanced and is currently ranked in the top 20. As the projection surfaced above the ring, the top 20 of the outer sect competition had been born. What follows is a battle between true masters. At this time on the trial square, countless disciples looked forward to the jade in front of the hall, on which 20 names emerged. Most of them are the top-ranked players from last year, with only a few new dark horses. The most notable of these is Yang Wu. By virtue of his own cultivation of the white ape technique and the Tong arm blade technique, he had demonstrated an extremely strong dominance, and his strikes were ferocious and vicious, and almost every disciple who fought with him was instantly defeated, and more than a few of them were injured. The disciples hated and feared him. This person's methods were fierce and decisive, and he had even defeated last year's outer sect ranking 10th expert in the previous round, seen as having the potential to compete for the first place in the quartermasters. The other rookie was Lu Chou, a disciple who had risen to prominence in the small competition trials some time ago. His strength was originally not very strong, but after choosing his sword, He seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis as if he had been transformed, and a quicksilver sword, which complemented his gongfu, also qualified him to compete for the top 10 of the grand competition. Compared to these dazzling dark horses, Su Chen, in the eyes of many, was purely relying on fame and luck to advance all the way up. He's hardly ever actually made a couple shots. Either you take a turn, or you run into someone you know and just forfeit and admit defeat. So much so that many unknown disciples only thought that he was just a lucky one to get to this point. It's really jealous. However, the next top 10 battles were each going to be hard fought, and Su Chen's good fortune was about to come to an end. Su Chen was able to defeat Han Feng before. With his strength, he shouldn't have any problems entering the top 10, and he even has a chance to compete for first place. These people, if they thought he was just lucky, they're afraid they'll be surprised next. Qinlan looked at the name on the jade disc and said indifferently. The few female disciples next to him were unimpressed and laughed. Senior sister can't help but think too highly of him. Su Chen has some strength, but he's only been a member for a short time, so it would be good if he could be ranked in the top 10. To say who has the best chance to compete for the first place in this grand competition, I think it's still our senior sister Chu Ran who has the best chance. Chu Ran, precisely one of the outer disciples cultivated and pulled together by Jade Peak, ranked second last year, was very strong, and the genius who was originally ranked first last year has now entered the inner sect. So Chu Ran, naturally, was the most promising candidate to win the title. In fact, she had also long had the strength to attempt to build a foundation, but for the reward of the first place, it was hard to suppress it. Just for the sake of today's hit, it would certainly be better if Chu Ran could win the championship, but one should not underestimate any of his opponents. He smiled and didn't say too much. After all, among the outer disciples there are also crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Not to mention, that Yang Wu is the one supported by Qingyang Peak, and should not be underestimated. And there is also Su Chen, who is progressing too fast, and even she can't see through it. Chu Ran might not be 100% sure against them. Senior sister, it seems that all of our predictions were wrong. Su Chen is afraid that it will be difficult to even enter the top 10 this time, not to mention winning the championship. At this time, a female disciple spoke up. Qinlan sniffed and looked downward, only to see the 10 ring spaces expanding and the situation inside projected out. Su Chen also finally welcomed a real opponent. Ha ha, Su Chen. I didn't expect you to actually fall into my hands. Your shit luck. It's at an end. The tall Zhao Wuji let out a loud laugh. The mana light surged and surged on his body, and his qi and blood exuded, actually forming a layer of blood and jade gauze on the surface of his body. The muscles and bones vibrated, and with a single step of his feet, the ring floor unexpectedly caved in, and the fierce power shook with an appalling might. This guy, actually, is a bodybuilder. Chapter 39, The Big Dark Horse. Ha ha, Su Chuan, your good fortune is at an end. In the crowd, Lu Lin was beaming with joy and excitement when she saw Su Chen and Zhao Wuji facing each other. She couldn't wait to see Su Chen get beaten to his knees and beg for his head. Let you hit me. Damn thing. Zhao Wuji, give me a hard time on him. Boom. A dull, loud sound shook the ring. Zhao Wuji's figure pressed in, his powerful wind whistling, wrapped in the force of 10,000 pounds, crushing over strongly. Physical cultivation, as the name suggests, specializes in the cultivation of the physical body and physique, but by no means is it just a strong defense in the unusual sense. This kind of cultivator, who often had an extremely deep foundation in martial arts, used martial arts to enter the Tao in the mundane world and stepped into the path of immortal cultivation. As such, they were much more experienced in fighting than ordinary chi refining cultivators, and their methods were much more severe. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Wuji's pair of iron fists blasted out one after another, and his mana energy formed shockwaves that were visible to the naked eye, rushing and erupting out of his fists like a moving turret. The devastation is staggering. As expected, he was the fourth-place winner of last year's grand competition. Su Chen's expression was slightly austere, and his body's sword chi burst open, like a flood that unloaded its gates, and pillars of sword chi light shot up into the sky. In a blink of an eye, the overpowering sword fury chi came head-on, like a hurricane crossing the stage and sweeping across the ring. Boom boom boom. The sound of the gas explosion was like a firecracker. The shockwave of fist power that Zhao Wuji blasted out was almost instantly shredded by the sword chi, and the powerful sword light continued on, as if it was a wild tide of the vast ocean, drowning his figure. How is it possible? How could there be such a majestic and powerful sword chi? Zhao Wuji's face changed drastically, obviously not expecting Su Chen's cultivation to be so profound. He was caught off guard on the spot, but after all, he also had the cultivation of the 9th level of chi refining. His body was surging with mana, and his blood-colored veil protected his body, barely blocking the baptism of the sword chi frenzy. only to hear him roar furiously. Light emerged from his storage bag, and a large sword with a thick body appeared in his palm. Zhao Wuji held his sword in both hands and danced crazily, like a big circling windmill, and surprisingly tore an opening in the sword chi frenzy. A great sword? Oh, this bit of power of yours is not worth mentioning in front of my overlord breaking army sword. Su Chen smiled contemptuously. A weapon like a greatsword relies on strength and momentum. Although what he was holding in his hand now was not the overlord sword. He had been practicing the sword nurturing art for many hours, and his physical strength was no worse than that of a specialized physical cultivator, and also mastered sword power. Now that the overlord breaking army sword was being utilized again, there would be a great added increase in power. Swish! The burning mountain sword vibrated in mid-air. Flashes of fire, and the originally slender and lightweight sword body seemed to weigh as much as 1,000 pounds at this moment. Air through the rainbow. Only a clanking sound was heard as the terrifying forces collided. Zhao Wuji stifled a grunt on the spot. The greatsword in his hand instantly stopped spinning. His tiger's mouth cracked, and the powerful impact of the force caused his face to turn white. Immediately after that, the sword chi light surged and tore the blood-colored gauze on his body into pieces. Blood mist flew through his body, and in an instant, several tiny wounds appeared on Zhao Wuji's body, which were caused by the sword chi passing through his body. The whole person, as if drained of strength and fished out of the blood. If it wasn't for the fact that he specialized in physical cultivation and had a strong physical body, and that the blood-colored veil offset most of the damage, this sword might have even killed him. This can't be right. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened incredulously, and then his body was enveloped in white light, forcibly teleporting out of the mirror ring. Su Chen wins and advances. As the information about the sparring match above the ring surfaced, many disciples outside couldn't help but let out gasps of surprise. There were quite a few people watching this battle. He had thought that Su Chen had relied on his luck to get here, and that when he encountered an expert like Zhao Wuji, he would more than likely be defeated. Who would have thought that the person who lost would be Zhao Wuji? And it was a sword that was defeated head-on by Su Chen. No frills, winning with absolute power suppression. This is unbelievable. Su Dust, it turns out, is also a big black horse that's so black. How could this happen? Zhao Wuji is actually no match for him either? When Lu Lin saw this scene, her entire body was dumbfounded. She thought that she had hugged Zhao Wuji's thighs and was reckless in bullying people in the sect, only to find out now that the man she relied on turned out to be nothing more than that. I can't believe it was defeated so easily. This Su Chen, is he a monster? It's hard to get a chance to avenge yourself for being punched in the face in the first place. 9th level of Qi refining. The last time I saw him, he was only at the 7th level of Qi refining, right? This little bastard, he really has some skills. Yang Yunfei, who was in the stands, was similarly frowning. To be honest, he had never really considered Su Chen as an opponent from the very beginning, and the reason why he agreed to a duel in the first place was just to find a fair and square opportunity to kill Su Chen. As a result, he didn't expect that after just 1 month had passed, Su Chen's strength had increased so much. It made him vaguely uneasy. If Su Chen really successfully built his foundation, he might really be able to pose some threat to him. Luckily, Yang Yunfei had prepared for this and boosted Yang Wu's strength in advance. If he encountered it, he might be able to deal a heavy blow to Su Chen, so that he wouldn't have a chance to successfully build his foundation. However, Yang Yunfei suddenly remembered the sword stance that Su Chen had previously performed in the marketplace. So far in this tournament, Su Chen had also utilized his sword momentum. I wonder how well he had mastered it. He didn't even know that Su Chen had been wary of Yang Wu long ago, so from the very beginning, he was building up his momentum through his winning streak. So far, the sword had gotten stronger. When we meet Yang Wu, we will definitely give him a big surprise properly. Surprisingly, he won. This Su Chen, he does have some skills. It's still senior sister Qin who has a unique vision. Little sister admires it. In that case, it seems that this kid is also considered a genius. After such a short time of initiation, being able to cultivate to this level, he is barely qualified to be worthy of senior sister Yu. The crowd of female disciples from Jade Peak nodded their heads. The strength that Su Chen had shown in this battle was considered to have gained their initial recognition. However, the expression on Qin Lan's face became grave at this time, because right in the other mirrored ring, Chu Ran, whom they had high hopes for, was actually caught in a bitter battle. She was also unlucky enough to meet Zhou Lai, who was ranked 3rd last year. Directly, this person practiced a poisonous skill, extremely difficult to deal with. Chu Ran's cultivation is not low, but ate the loss of inexperience. Several times fell into the trap, though in the end, it was still an absolute strength that defeated the opponent. but he also suffered a considerable injury, and his body's mana was infested with toxins, gradually weakening. It would be very tough to continue to advance, and the chances of winning the championship were already slim. In the meantime, the battles in the other rings also came to a close one after another. Yang Wu was still riding high, defeating his opponents like the wind sweeping down the leaves, and his momentum was so high that he won the support of many people. Lu Chou, on the other side, was sadly defeated. His cultivation level was not high to begin with, and it was entirely by virtue of the characteristics of the flowing spring sword in conjunction with it that this was able to kill his way into the top 20, which was already his best result since he had started. At this point, the top 10 of the Outer Sect Grand Competition had already been produced, and on the Jade disc in the plaza, there were only the last 10 names left. The top 10 competition was the final highlight, and everyone was paying close attention. Even some of the higher-ups in the sect had one after another bet their gazes over, wanting to see who would actually become the first place in the Outer Sect this year. Chapter 40, Just One Sword. I lost. On the 7th ring, as Su Chen chopped down with a burning sky sword chi, the opposite disciple fell down with a pale face. Open your mouth and admit defeat. This was his second fight since entering the top 10. The opponent was the 8th ranked expert from last year and was much weaker than Zhao Wuji, so Su Chen easily defeated him. Again, only one sword came out. Winning consecutively made the aura on his body more and more exuberant, and this aura gradually formed a kind of confidence of having me invincible. Confidence, aura, was the key that would directly affect the power of the sword. At this moment, Su Chen's aura had almost climbed to the extreme, only to draw it out and wait for his true opponent. After these two bouts, Su Chen already had the qualifications to compete for first place. Previously, someone had taken a turn, leading to the duel between Yang Wu and Xu Ran, which had now begun. He would compete with the winner that arose between these two for the ultimate grand competition leader. At this moment, the battle in ring number 1 had already entered a white-hot state. Yang Wu's figure flickered like a mountain spirit ape, dragging out countless residual shadows. That female disciple named Xu Ran seemed to cultivate the Yujufeng lineage. Her weapon was a sword in a flute, light and tricky, and she was barely able to keep up with Yang Wu's rhythm. This woman's cultivation was not weak, her stance was brilliant, and her sword skills were exquisite. However, because of the injuries sustained in the previous duel, the toxins in his body couldn't be cleared for a while, so he became weaker and weaker in the tussle. Soon, it was Yang Wu who seized the opportunity and slashed at his arm. At this time, Su Chuan noticed the blades in Yang Wu's hand. It was a pair of narrow wrist blades that resembled the guillotine of a praying mantis, demonic and ferocious. It was actually a demon blade refined with the blood of a demonic beast. The power was very terrifying. It was equivalent to a real magic sword. Under this, Xu Ran quickly fell into an absolute disadvantage. She was stubborn in nature, and it was clear that she was clearly out of strength, but she still wanted to continue fighting. And in the end, it was Qin Lan who stepped forward and announced that he had conceded defeat on her behalf, which ended the bout. If the fight continued, Xu Ran would definitely have to suffer a great loss and injure his foundation. This Xu Ran is truly a disciple that Jade Peak values cultivating. Su Chen nodded slightly. About half an incense stick later, a white light wrapped his body and teleported him to ring number 1. The final showdown of the Outer Sect competition was finally going to be staged. I didn't expect that even Xu Ran was defeated. This Yang Wu, he's really powerful. I heard that he's a disciple that Xingyang Peak values and cultivates, so his strength is certainly not weak. His opponent is Su Chen. Ah, what a coincidence. These two had a duel before. At that time, Yang Wu was no match for Su Chen. One thing led to another. Now Yang Wu's strength has grown too much, and with the cultivation of Xingyang Peak, how can Su Chen compare in that shithole of a sword mound? It just didn't occur to me that last year's top 10 ranked experts of the Outer Sect are now eliminated, and this year's contenders for the top spot are actually two newcomers and dark horses. This is going to be a great dragon fight. The crowd was talking, but most were more favorable to Yang Wu. Su Long in the crowd, on the other hand, was loudly shouting his elder brother's name and cheering him on, not caring about the gazes of the other people next to him. On this side of Jade Peak, the gazes of Qin Lan and the others looking at Su Chen became different. Go for it, Su Chen. Take a breath for us. It's fine for whoever takes first place, but it can't be someone from Xingyang Peak. That Yang Wu, his hands are too hard. Su Chuan, go for it. Xu Ran, whom they had pinned high hopes on, had already lost and had been injured by Yang Wu, so they naturally turned to support Su Chen at this time. No matter what, with this layer of relationship between Su Chen and Yu Liushang, it was half of his own people anyways. Su Duan, we finally meet again. In the ring, Yang Wu stood holding a sword with a face of hatred. He was the young family's contemporary genius, second only to the young master, having grown up in killing and fighting from a young age, and had hardly ever failed. After entering Shushan, he was determined to help the young master achieve greatness and revitalize the prestige of the young family. But it turned out that the first task the young master gave him was to go to the sword mound to deal with Su Chen. He failed shamefully. Fortunately, the young lord did not give up on him and gave him a new chance to help heal his injuries and begged for precious pills from Qingyang Peak to help his strength soar. And now there is even a demon sword in hand. He had killed his way up, and was similarly soaring, with countless geniuses losing to his sword. At this moment, Yang Wu was full of confidence, and he wanted to ruthlessly trample Su Chen under his feet in front of everyone, to wipe out his former shame. Su Chen, I didn't expect you to actually make it this far. Before I was worried that you were eliminated by the others. God blessed me and let you come to me, so that I can defeat you with my own hands. Underdogs? What a lot of crap. Su Chen was simply too lazy to talk to him. He really didn't understand why every villain liked to talk so much crap. Did talking a lot make you powerful? When it comes to the battlefield, where life and death are at stake, who has the time to talk to you about so many things? Thus, Su Chen had already struck when the bell that represented the start of the competition rang. The burning sky sword chi exploded like a fiery dragon, breaking through the air and flying out. And at the same time, he himself entered into the state of flame burning heart. His entire body's chi and blood boiled and burned, causing his strength and aura to instantly skyrocket. Yang Mu did not expect Su Chen to be so graceless, and seeing the sword chi fire wave attacking with scorching heat, his face changed slightly, and he hurriedly swung his sword forward. The cold blade aura cut through the sky with the demonic blade, tearing apart the waves of fire as his figure shot out electrically, rushing over like a ghost. Still want to use such tactics against me? Su Chen, I'm not what I used to be. As he spoke, his arm stretched out and the demonic blade light chopped at Su Chen. However, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped down. At this moment, Su Chen's entire body was burning with a flame-like light. His robes were hunting, and his long hair was dancing wildly, as if he was an erupting volcano. Yang Wu only felt his body stiffen. The air around him seemed to freeze as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood floated before his eyes. Su Chen was like an invincible killing god on the battlefield, wrapped in the might of 1,000 armies, crushing to the ground. Sword power. It's sword power. Su Chen had won in a row all the way up, and the accumulated victory power was now condensed in the sword, and when it erupted at this time, it was destructive. In an instant, Yang Wu's mind was crushed and crushed. That sword power was like an invisible mountain pressing down, causing his heart to panic and give birth to fear without reason. He roared, as if he was a beast caught in a desperate situation, and the demonic sword in his hand danced wildly and chaotically, chopping out chilling auras and hacking the ring space into 1,000 holes. However, it did not injure Su Chen in the slightest. Immediately after that, it was a dazzling flame that fell from the sky, as if a meteorite had fallen, and the light of the burning blade incinerated everything. Yang Wu's eyes widened as the protective vestments on his body were torn apart by the sword chi, igniting a blazing flame, and the whole person then fell on his back, and was transported out in a white light. A sword. Just one sword. Yang Wu, the dark horse who had amazed everyone, was crushed by Su Chen with a single sword strike and was defeated and eliminated. Chapter 41, First in the Great Competition. At this moment, the entire trial square was dead silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed and incredulously at the projected image, not coming back to their senses for a long time, because it's too fast. This battle was beyond everyone's expectations. There's no imaginary dragon fight. With just one sword strike, Su Chen suppressed Yang Wu with an absolute advantage before easily crushing him. The flaming sword chi that burned the heavens and destroyed the earth was hot and radiant, and it also stunned everyone present. Too strong. Is this the power of the burning mountain sword? It's worthy of being my old uncle's sword. In the crowd, Tuoba Yen was incredibly excited. He took it for granted that Su Chen's last sword was aided by the power of the burning mountain sword. To a certain extent, he was also right because Su Chen had comprehended the burning sky sword chi from the burning mountain sword's fury chi. However, if this sword fell into the hands of someone else, it would be nothing more than a relatively good and ordinary flying sword. It was impossible to execute the burning sky sword chi. Sword momentum. Su Chen actually comprehended sword momentum. Even among the inner disciples, those who comprehend sword momentum are rare. How did Su Chen do it? There was no lack of people with high eyesight in the crowd. Seeing that the reason for Su Chen's quick victory was because of the mastery of sword momentum, one was even more surprised. Even some of the senior members of the sect came to their senses and rose to their feet. To be able to comprehend sword momentum at such a young age, definitely a good seedling born to cultivate swords. The future is unlimited. Not to say that it will become a true biography, but at least it can have a place on the inner sect dragon and tiger ranking. It was unthinkable that such a genius had actually appeared in this year's outer sect competition. Many elders immediately developed a love for talent and wanted to take him as a disciple. At this time, an elder coughed and said, "This son does not have a good relationship with Qingyang Peak. Moreover, he has a life and death pact with the inner disciple Yang Yunfei. Whether he can survive or not is still unknown." When these words came out, all the elders' faces changed slightly, showing regret. They knew more or less about Su Chen. With his extremely high talent and extraordinary status, Yu Tianyang was known as the head of the true successor of Mount Shu, and was a qualified candidate to compete for the future sect leader. So even they, the elders, didn't want to be easily offended. Plus that life and death pact, it's not good for bystanders to intervene. In case he accepted Su Chen as his disciple, and he ended up being killed by Yang Yunfei at that time, wouldn't he be offended and unable to gain any benefits at the same time? It's not necessary. Of course, not everyone was afraid of Yu Tianyang. However, they took into account Su Chen's status as a sword-guarding disciple. They can't rob old man Zhou. Win. Win. Ha ha, brother, you're great. I knew it. You're the best. Su Long shouted excitedly, with a look that was even happier than if she herself had won first place. Bai Lu next to her was also nodding slightly at this time. Su Chen's strength was even stronger than she had imagined. After today, in the outer sect, it was feared that no one would dare to underestimate him anymore. The other side, the disciples of Jade Peak were also laughing openly at this time. Su Chen had won, and had crisply defeated Yang Wu, fiercely taking out a mouthful of bad anger for them. Seeing Yang Yunfei's iron face on the opposite side, Xin Lan could not help but reveal a smile. Now Yang Yunfei, he must be very panicked, right? Su Chen was growing too fast. His sword posture, which had been cultivated, could be performed at will. If he waited for him to successfully build his foundation, he might even be able to threaten Yang Yunfei. Damn it, this little bastard. He's already able to master sword momentum to this extent. This son is about to become a climate. Yang Yunfei was annoyed in his heart. Had he known this, he would have had to waste Su Chen first even if he had spared both Qin Lan and himself that day. No, it should have been earlier. The one who should have struck when he was initiated instead of being sent to the sword mound. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything. Su Chen became the first in the outer sect competition and entered the sights of some of the higher-ups, and it wouldn't be so easy to move him in the future. One can only hope for a duel in 2 months. Fortunately, as long as he hasn't built a foundation, he won't be able to turn over the sky for me. In the middle of his thoughts, Yang Yunfei had already gotten up, and without saying anything, he straightly rode the wind and left the scene. I announced that this outer sect grand competition has come to a successful conclusion. The sword-guarding disciple, Su Chuan, overpowered the entire field, and won the top spot in this grand competition. As one of the elders made the announcement, there was thunderous applause. No matter what misconceptions they had about Su Chen before, but now, for the victor, they only had reverence and admiration. After all, Su Chen also fought with real skill. Under the attention of all the people, the Great Hall of Trials closed, and Su Chen's figure floated out and landed on the high platform. Subsequently, the other disciples ranked in the top 10 followed one after another. Except for Yang Wu. He had been hit hard by Su Chen's sword and had fallen unconscious and was sent for treatment, so it was one of the deacon elders who took his place on the field to receive the reward. Everyone in the top 10 of the grand competition would receive a generous reward. Su Chen, as the first place winner, had the most generous rewards, receiving 500 lower grade spirit stones, a foundation building pill, and 1,000 points of sect merit on the spot. Sect merit can be used to exchange to buy many things, is considered a currency common within Shushan. Some things are outside with money cannot buy. On top of that, he could enter the 100 treasures building and pick a magic treasure. It's the most precious reward of all. A magic treasure, the same level as the sword mound Dharma sword, but more comprehensive, with all sorts of magical and wonderful uses. The power effect was far from comparable to the common magic weapons on the market. A good magic treasure, for the cultivator's strength will have a huge increase. The same realm in the middle of the fight. In addition to look at the merits of the magic spells, magic treasure is also one of the important means. Senior brother Su Chen, congratulations. Chu Ran, from Jade Peak, walked over at this time and said with some envy. She could have attempted to build a foundation a long time ago, but she suppressed it hard, just because she wanted to participate in another outer gate trial and win the first place. For the sake of this, it is this chance to get the magic treasure. Unfortunately, it was blocked by Zhou Lai and Yang Wu. For Su Chen, she didn't have any jealousy. It's just a fluke. Senior sister Chu Ran is strong, and if she hadn't been poisoned, this first place would actually be you. Su Chen smiled and arched his hand in response, not being unimpressed just because he won first place. This gave Chu Ran an excellent impression of him, although he knew that this was polite. At the very least, Su Chen's attitude made it hard to develop ill feelings. The grand competition is over. I'm also going to prepare for foundation establishment next. After entering the inner sect I should go to Jade Peak. We're considered our own people when all is said and done. In the future, there will be opportunities to communicate more together. Good. After Chu Ran finished speaking, he left. The rest of the other disciples, except for one Lu Qiu, did not have the intention of anyone coming back to draw in and befriend them, because in their eyes, although Su Chen had made a splash today and won the first place in the outer sect competition, after all, he hadn't built the foundation yet. The life and death duel between him and Yang Yunfei was not far away. In the remaining time, it was unknown whether or not Su Chen would succeed in building his foundation, and even if he succeeded, whether or not he would be able to come down from the heavenly punishment platform alive. So there's no need to get involved with a dying one. With a dying one, it might even offend Xingyang Peak's side because of this, so it was really unnecessary. Su Chen didn't care about all this vanity. He had come to participate in the grand competition just to get benefits. Now that a large amount of spirit stones were in the account, the foundation establishment Dan was also in hand, and a magic treasure was also obtained. It was already a great harvest. Su Chen had thought of making a trip to the 100 Treasures building first to pick out a magic treasure, but just at this time, suddenly, a faint sword chant came from the wind, and the innate sword body seemed to be touched. He jerked his head up and looked in the direction of the sword mound, as if a voice was calling out to him urgently. It's the sword spirit. Chapter 42, White Bone Raw. Not good. Something has happened to the sword graveyard. Su Chen's face changed slightly. Normally, when he was not inside the sword mound, the witch sword spirit was unable to communicate and contact him, and at this time, when he went out of his way to send out a sword call, something must have happened. Now that Elder Zhou was not at the sword graveyard, he had the responsibility of watching over the guards as a sword guard disciple. There was nothing else to worry about at that moment. To his cousin Su Long and by Lu Qinlan and other acquaintances, he simply said a few words, and then moved straight away, rushing back to the sword graveyard as fast as he could. Just walked in the door. Su Chuan then felt a strong fluctuation of fury qi. Those baneful qi normally accumulated within the sword mound, which was relatively calm, like a lake filled with water. But now, it seems to be stirred by undercurrents. The berserk sword fury qi surged and roared and boiled as if it was a shocking wave. Inside the sword mound, countless flying swords were vibrating uneasily, emitting faint sword chirps. Something did happen. Su Chen's face changed slightly. Fortunately, he had an innate sword body that was not affected by the raging sword qi, and immediately flew in. Fortunately, the spirit swords in the upper 3 layers, as well as the magic swords in the middle 3 layers, were not affected too much due to the suppression of the formation left behind by Elder Zhou, and only the mortal swords below were shaking uneasily. And the source that triggered this vibration came from the depths of the sword mound. Big brother, help me. The witch sword spirit's voice came from far away, sounding very weak, as if it was struggling for its life. Su Chen frowned slightly, not sure if this was a trap by the sword spirit, trying to lure him there on purpose, but on second thought, the witch didn't dare to make such a big commotion. After all, its main body was still in the sword mound, and once Zhou Lao came back, there was absolutely no good fruit to eat. Go ahead and check it out. After Su Chen thought about it, his body floated up and headed towards the depths of the sword mound. Within a short time, he arrived at the below the sword mounds, and from afar, he saw a bottomless fissure abyss, with magma surging below it, and intense sword damned qi spewing out like a volcano. At this moment, a silhouette was standing above the abyss. There were 5 skeleton flags around, each inserted in the stone cracks, blossoming with ebony demonic light, greatly suppressing the sword fury's aura. At the same time, an ebony gold chain flew out of his sleeve, like a living thing, snaking and stretching into the fissure, wrapping a crimson long sword around it, and was pulling it upward little by little. Wan Hai Lu. This fellow, indeed, is unsettled, actually sneaking into the sword graveyard while I was participating in the grand competition. So it's because he wanted to steal the sword. Su Chen's eyes were slightly austere. This guy, there are really a lot of treasures in his body. Those 5 skeleton flags, obviously a formation disc, were able to temporarily resist the fury from the depths of the sword mound, and their grade was obviously not low. As for that ebony gold chain, it was actually able to penetrate deep into the fissure magma where the fury was thick. It was definitely a powerful magic treasure. Such a fortune was far beyond what an ordinary inner disciple could possess. This man, what is his origin? Su Chuan's gaze followed the chains downward, eventually converging on the red-colored longsword. This sword, slender and hideous, the whole body red, like blood water condensation, also do not know what material casting from. Seemingly gold. Not gold, exuding jade light, but then the general gold and iron is sharper. Blossom of the sword, constantly devouring and annihilating the surrounding magma baleful gas. It was like a ferocious beast, struggling under the bonds of chains. The voice of the witch sword spirit came from this very sword. This is the magic sword killing Sangshan? It's not right. On this sword, it's clearly inscribed with the word heavy floor. Su-chen was a bit puzzled. At this time, the voice of the demoness sword spirit once again came. Big brother, save me. This Wu Jin Suwa is a magic treasure specifically used to restrain me. I can't resist it anymore. This person must be a devil Dao spy. I don't want to fall into their hands. The witch sword spirit anxiously asked for help. When Su-chen heard this, he asked, didn't you say that your sword's name is Killing Sangshan? Why is this sword instead called Heavy Floor? You are even lying to me about the name of your sword. How can you make me believe you? The Heavy Floor Demon Sword. Its fierce reputation is so prevalent that I was afraid of scaring you, so I named it haphazardly. But is this the time to talk about it? The witch sword spirit wanted to cry. Quickly help me. I really can't resist anymore. You're a sword-guarding disciple. If the demon sect succeeds in stealing the sword, there's no way for you to explain to the old man. Hearing this, Su-chen no longer hesitated. In any case, one did have the duty of guarding and protecting the sword. Elder Zhou had left the sword mound in his care, and it would be a major dereliction of duty if the magic sword was stolen. But, after all, Wan Hailu was a foundation establishment cultivator with strong magical power and had so many magic treasures on him. If he did it rashly, I'm afraid it would be difficult to deal with him with his current strength alone. The best thing to do is to go out and ask the clan for help. But right at this moment, Su-chen realized that a talisman seal flickered and flickered at the entrance, vaguely blocking off the area. And once he retreated, he would immediately be discovered by the other party. At that time, Wan Hailu would absolutely do whatever it took to kill himself first. There was no other way. Su-chen could only secretly send a message for help to the outside world through the disciples' belt tag first, but the sect's response would take time, and I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it in a short period of time. At this moment, he saw that the demonic sword's body's baleful aura was gradually suppressed, and had been dragged up a little bit. It's too late. Something has to be done. Su-chen frowned, and after pondering for a moment, he communicated with the sword spirit through his mind. This person is too strong. I may not be able to resist it. I need you to help me. Aren't you able to invoke the sword mound severing chi? Explode with all your might and attract his attention. I'll take the opportunity to destroy the formation first so that he won't be able to resist the sword fury erosion. Yes, the witch sword spirit responded dryly. She now had very little power left, and if she exploded with all her might, she could indeed induce a sword fury riot, but then she would also be completely defenseless. Doing so was like handing over her fate, completely into Su-chen's hands. If it was usual, the sword spirit would definitely be unwilling, but now she had no choice. She was eager to see the light of day again, but she must not return to the devil's hands. It was a past she couldn't look back on. Su-chen, my fate is in your hands. Don't let me down. The sword spirit sighed in his heart. Then, the few spiritual energy in his body exploded crazily, and the heavy floor demon sword vibrated crazily, and all of a sudden, the surrounding baleful chi were all induced to come in crazily like a wave. The fury whistled like a shocking wave. Even Su-chen, who had an innate sword body, felt intense pressure at this moment. Luckily, he had been constantly raising his sword for a while, and his body was strong enough to withstand it for the time being. As for the Wan Hailu in that formation, his face changed greatly, as if he didn't expect the demonic sword to resist so fiercely, and the horrifying baneful chi frenzy was like a wave of sea, fiercely lapping over and shaking the formation's light curtains. The 5 skeleton flags constantly vibrated, shattering the rocks below into pieces. It seems to have reached the limit of what it can take. It's now. Su-chuan's eye slightly flinched as he keenly seized the opportunity, and the burning mountain sword was sheathed in response, transforming into a fire dragon that erupted out. The surging and fierce torrent of sword chi ruthlessly crashed into the mountain wall in front of him. The rubble exploded. A skeleton flag was directly pierced by the sword light. A blazing fire burned up. The array disc shattered. The 5 rays of light lacked one of them, and in a flash, the array ripped open an opening, and the overwhelming baneful chi poured in. Shit! Wan Hailu was shocked, obviously not expecting Su-chen to come back so quickly. In the face of the rolling baleful chi pouring in, he hurriedly pinched his hand and a huge skeleton shadow emerged behind him. White bones covered his entire body, forming a set of bone armor that protected him from the sword baleful chi for the time being. Immortal base, White Bone Sunga. You really are a spy of the 6th sect of the Devil Dao. The White Bone sect. Su-chen's eyes were sharp. He had been in Shushan for so long, and had read quite a few clan texts in his spare time, so he had some understanding of the tactics of the 6 sects of the Devil's Path. Kid, you've spoiled my big event. Humph. Since you found out, you don't want to leave alive today. The ferocious light in Wan Heilu's eyes was revealed, and immediately he reached out and grabbed it, and the white bone sword in the sword mound unexpectedly flew out on its own, and under his control, it was like an arm and a leg, transforming into a sword light in the air, and chopping over towards Su Chen. Chapter 43, The Return of the 10,000 Swords. The White Bone Sword. It really was refined by someone from the White Bone Demon sect. When Su Chen thought of the scene he had seen in the illusionary realm back then, he was instantly enraged. Fiery fire burned his heart. His sword chi was like a dragon. The blazing firelight chopped into the sword light. The powerful recoil made him unexpectedly have some numbness in his arm. Is this the sword writing technique of a foundation building cultivator? Su Chen marveled in his heart. This was the first time he had faced off against an opponent with Divine Sense Imperial Swords head on. The white bone sword flew chaotically in the air, as fast as lightning, and at the same time, it was also of infinite strength. Su Chuan chopped out several consecutive swords, but surprisingly, he could not break through the blockade of the white bone sword. The distant Wan Hailu had a face of contempt, and with a flick of his finger, the white bone sword broke through the air to kill again. He even had the strength left over to manipulate the Wu Jin Suo, and was dragging the heavy floored demon sword, whose strength had been exhausted, out little by little. Never! Su Chen's body shook violently as his fierce aura erupted out, and the surrounding sword fury chi boiled and surged as waves of air stirred. The white bone sword in midair trembled violently, as if it was fearful. It was actually a bit shaken by the impact of the sword. Sword power. How is that possible? Wan Heilu's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly increased the force of his sword control, but under the pressure of the fierce sword power, the white bone sword seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, sluggish and incomparable. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Chen stepped on the 7 stars with his feet, and the sword light burst in front of him, stabbing Qin with a sword. All that was heard was a crunch of a ding. The white bone armor on Wan Heilu's body covered his throat and blocked the surefire sword, but the strong impact of the sword still made his face turn white, and the Wu Jin Suo in his hand slipped quickly, and the magic sword looked like it was going to fall back again. Damn you! In a rage, Wan Hailu behind the immortal base vibration, white bone devil shadow spitting bright and clear, waving his hand as a piece of dense bone needle flying out. At the same time, strong mana poured out. Su Chen felt an unprecedented pressure. The foundation establishment cultivator's full force was too strong in terms of mana. Even though he had exploded his sword power, he could only barely resist it, unable to lift his head by the force, and could only keep swinging his sword to block the raining bone needles saving their shots. Suddenly, a reluctant sword chime sounded. The devil sword heavy floor had been completely dragged up, blossoming with ferocious demonic light. Ha ha, it worked! Wan Hailu was overjoyed and reached out to hold the hilt of the sword, but the whole person was struck by lightning. The bloodlight on the devil sword flourished, as if it was a cannibalistic demon, continuously extracting and absorbing his chi and blood. Wan Hailu was shocked. His 5 senses twisted and struggled, as if he was experiencing some horrific torment, and the heavens and the earth were at war with each other. Good chance! Su Chen seized the opportunity and flew forward, wrapping his sword momentum to execute the third style of Overlord breaking army. Overlord unloading armor. The powerful sword chopped down fiercely, only to hear a click. The white bone armor shattered in response. The reddish sword blade tore through the flesh, and Su Chen made another sword thrust, penetrating straight through the opponent's heart. Wan Hailu grunted miserably as his entire body staggered, but it didn't go down. How could this be? He was stabbed through the heart by me and he's still alive? It's impossible for a foundation establishment cultivator to be so heaven-defying. Su Chen's face changed drastically. However, he saw that the bloodlight in Wan Heilu's eyes flashed, and his eyes became demonic, and his body's rolling demonic aura was like wolf smoke seeping out, emitting scalp-numbing howls. No good. It's like this guy is possessed by something. Sensing the dangerous aura from the other party, Su Chuan immediately didn't dare to hesitate and chopped out his right arm with a backhanded sword, severing his right arm with his wrist. Black blood spurted out, and the magic sword fell to the ground in response. Little spoiled my big event. Damn it! Wan Heilu's voice suddenly became old and terrifying, and the Wu Jin rope flew out and wrapped Su Chen's ankle. At the same time, the flesh and blood of his left hand melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into white bones, and with a slap of the ghost's claw, the sword chi mana on Su Chen's body instantly collapsed, and the flesh that had been painstakingly bred and nurtured for so many hours was just like a piece of paper in front of the ghost's claw. This person is no longer Wan Hailu. I don't know what old demon possessed him. No wonder he dared to run to the sword and steal it. No good. Seeing the ghost claws attacking again, blood spilled out from the corner of Su Chen's mouth. The sword tire in his body was ready to move. but he was not sure. Just then, the devil's sword on the ground buzzed and vibrated, seemingly responding to the call of his sword tire. Couldn't care less. At the moment of life and death, Suchen made a snap decision and grabbed the devil's sword on the ground. The moment he touched the hilt of the demonic sword, a ferocious evil thought struck his brain straight away, and a powerful suction force came from him, seemingly devouring his soul and essence blood in one go. Sure enough, it's a ferocious magic sword. However, fortunately, his sword tire hovered and flew out in response, and the powerful sword chi poured into it, barely suppressing the sword's baleful chi. At the same time, Suchen heard a roar. It was as if it came from a long time ago, ancient, majestic, powerful, and unnameable. The mysterious image that had flickered within him surfaced again, and this time he finally saw it clearly. It was a great ancient beast of unquantifiable size, standing on top of the sky, swallowing the sky and eating the sun. And in the midst of the roar, the magic sword in his hand unexpectedly trembled, like a mouse seeing a cat, instantly behaving itself. What's that? Something inside me. Suchen was astonished beyond measure, but the image of the giant beast soon disappeared again, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Suchen couldn't care to look deeper at this moment. He just clearly felt that the devil's sword was no longer resisting himself, and the surrounding sword fury chi converged crazily, forming an unprecedentedly powerful force. This baleful aura was too violent and overpowering for Suchen's innate sword body to dare to absorb it directly. It can only be released through the magic sword. Boom! The sword chi frenzy chopped down with fury. The entire sword mound grotto shuddered, and the surrounding forbidden formations, all of which were triggered, emitted a brilliant light. The terrifying power ran through his body, and Wan Hailu screamed miserably as his entire body's flesh and blood was instantly torn apart by the sword fury chi, turning into a bare skeleton in the blink of an eye. The power of the devil's sword was truly terrifying. A normal person would have died long ago after receiving such a sword. However, he is not down yet. The demonic fire pulsed in the depths of his eye sockets, and his ferocious aura was actually still surging, and that terrifying demonic aura tumbled, vaguely transforming into another hideous and horrible face, taking over a corpse and soul manipulation. This was at least the means of a Jin Dan level powerhouse. Suchen was numb. That sword just now had already consumed almost all of his strength. At this moment, the devil's sword had even begun to backfire on itself, and he was already somewhat unable to resist. Why aren't the clanspeople coming yet? If I don't make a move, I can only be magnificent. Suchen laughed bitterly in his heart. His golden flying sword was ready to strike at any time. This was his last card, but there was really no certainty as to whether or not he could kill this monster in front of him. Fortunately, just at this moment, a melodious sword chant sounded. It was like a signal, and immediately afterward, the 108,000 flying swords within the sword mound were all triggered, vibrating and echoing. In the next instant, Suchen saw a scene that he would never forget. Countless sword lights rose up to the sky, converging toward a figure above. 1, 2, thousands and thousands of sword lights, like drops of water converging into a river, eventually lingered around that old man. All the swords returning to the clan. He was dressed in a gray robe, his white hair flowing, and his gaze was cold and majestic, just like a heavenly god. Old thing, you don't dare to come yourself, so you send your juniors to use such underhanded tactics? Looking for death. Elder Joe coldly grunted, then raised his hand and pointed. In a flash, thousands of flying swords whistled, like a silver bright river in the sky, illuminating the entire sword mound. Chapter 44, Inheritance of the Mantle. 10,000 swords returning. Too strong. Is this the strength of Elder Zhou? Suchen looked at the long river of sword chi that was fluttering about, and his mind was shaken. When one sword came out, 10,000 swords followed. This magnificent aura, this terrifying power, like the divine might of heaven and earth, was enough to destroy everything. In just an instant, the figure of 10,000 Seas Tower was drowned by the sword light. All the demonic energy was annihilated. In the sword light whistling, there seems to be an angry voice roaring, but Zhou Lao simply ignored it. The sword chi swept out, the only remaining white bones, as if evaporated out of thin air seams. Only 4 tattered small flags were left in the field, as well as the ebony chains that fell to the ground. Finally dead. Seeing this, Suchen let out a long breath, and while his mind relaxed, the devil's sword in his palm seemed to be restless again. While at this time, Zhou Lao's figure drifted down, looking at the magic sword in his hand with some surprise, and with a single finger, the magic sword was separated, and heavy sword light surrounded it, suppressing it. Elder Zhou, fortunately you came back in time. The 6 paths of the devil sect's thievery were unrelenting, and they engaged in a number of small maneuvers, infiltrating the sect's grand formation and nearly causing a disaster. And Yu Liushang was injured as a result. The sect leader summoned us to take action to solve the problem, which allowed the petty thieves to take advantage of the situation. Zhou Lao sighed and briefly explained why he had only returned now. Then he shot out a mana to regulate Su Chen's breath. Su Chuan, on the other hand, asked, "You, sister, is she alright? Don't worry, she is no longer in any serious trouble, and she should be almost out of the gate in this period of time." Elder Zhou shook his head, then gave him an appreciative glance and said, "I heard that your brat just won first place in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Your skills are not small. You didn't retreat even in the face of such a strong enemy and did your duty, worthy of the name of Sword Guardian Disciple. What I didn't expect is that you were able to resist the ferocity of the demonic sword and maintain your sanity, which is rare. This heavy floor demon sword was extremely ferocious, and ordinary people couldn't control it at all. Anyone who forcibly gripped the sword would be like what Wan Hai Lu had done before, and would instead be controlled by the sword and become a puppet. Su Chen was actually able to suppress the ferocity of the demonic sword. Only someone with a firm mind and inner clarity could do so. This sword is indeed fierce. I wonder where it came from." Su Chen didn't dare to say anything more on this issue. After all, he was able to suppress the demonic sword by relying on that mysterious power within his body. He wasn't even sure what it was yet himself, much less dare let anyone know, so he took the opportunity to change the subject. Elder Zhou, however, shook his head and didn't explain too much, only saying, "Your current cultivation is still too low to control this sword. After you build your foundation, if you still want to use it, ask it yourself then." He was referring to the sword spirit. Of course, the sword spirit had now fallen into a deep sleep because it had exploded all of its power earlier. Su Chen didn't force himself, although Fang used the heavy floor demon sword for a while, but actually now also still have palpitations. This sword is too fierce. Fang did not play out 1% of its power. With his current cultivation level, it would be too dangerous to forcefully take control. It's better to wait until after foundation building. You can keep this item. This item is inextricably linked to the heavy floor demon sword. With it in place, if you want to choose the sword, you will be able to clamp down on her as well, Elder Zhou said, pointing at the utensil on the ground. This thing, a good magic treasure, could enhance one's own means in addition to targeting the demonic sword spirit. Su Dust of course will not be polite. Put away the Wu Jin Suo. Even the 4 small flags on the ground also did not let go. Mosquito legs no matter how small is also meat. This array disc although missing a corner, but still have not a small amount of power. After doing so, Elder Zhou brought Su Chen to the door of the sword mound. Seemingly making some decision, he opened his mouth. "Su Chen, you've been here at the sword mound for some time now. Your talent and diligence, the old man has seen it in his eyes, and intends to take you as a disciple to carry on the mantle of the sword mound. Are you willing to do so? It's an honor to have your attention." Su Chen sniffed without any hesitation. Zhou Lao's status in Shushan was extremely high and extraordinary, and he was usually quite good to him, with much care and mention. His own sword stance was only practiced under Elder Zhou's guidance. Just now, he saw Elder Zhou's move of the 10,000 swords returning to the father again. He had long been mesmerized, and without hesitation, he immediately knelt down and solemnly kowtowed 3 times. Apprentice Su Chen, greetings to master. Immortal cultivators place great importance on mentorship. As the saying goes, the law is not lightly transmitted, especially this kind of mantle transmission, that is even more intimate than father and son. For Su Chen to gain a foothold in the sword graveyard, he had to hold on to Elder Zhou's thigh, and worshipping his master was the best and most solid choice. Good. The old man has been cultivating for 327 years and has never taken on any disciple, so I have no regrets if I can get a mantle successor today. A rare smile appeared on Zhou Lao's face. He was obviously satisfied with this disciple. Very much. After all, he had been secretly examining Su Chen for a long time, and whether it was from the aspect of talent and heart, it was very much in line with his expectations. Such a disciple is not something that can be found casually. Worshipping the master and entering the sect, I should have given you a little meeting gift, but for the teacher's life to cultivate the sword. Sitting withered in the sword mound, there is nothing outside the body. The 100,000 and 80,000 flying swords in the sword mound is also the clan's belongings. The only thing that is still worthwhile is this sword art, Elder Zhou said, raising his hand and pointing. Then a brilliant sword light was projected and did not enter Su Chen's brow. This sword light, however, did not cause any damage to him. It contained a strand of heart and soul inheritance, a unique mastery cultivated by Elder Zhou, Songhai Ichi, using qi to control the sword. All swords return to the source. Su Chen finished digesting the information contained in the sword light and was pleasantly revitalized. Only then did he realize that the Gongfu Zhou Lao cultivated was called the Songhai sword scripture, which gathered millions of sword qi in one. Like 10,000 rivers returning to the sea, with a majestic and deep mana breath. Using this as a foundation, he then created the unique True Chi sword control technique, using mana as a pivot to manipulate multiple flying swords at the same time, thus achieving the effect of returning all the swords to the same place. What Elder Joe was imparting to him at this moment was precisely the introductory chapter of the Tsunghai sword scripture. This technique was not at all weaker than the sword raising technique. It was also a rare heaven-ranked technique in the world. Your natural talent is exceptional. You are able to absorb the sword Fury Chi and turn it into your own. In fact, you are more suitable for cultivating the Tsunghai sword scripture than I am. When you wash your sword every day, you can take this opportunity to absorb the chi of 10,000 swords and gather them in your Dantian Chi Si. The more swords you wash, the stronger your sword chi mana will be, and with this technique to unify you, you don't have to worry that more types of sword chi will clash with each other in the future. In addition, the means of true chi to control the sword will enable you to learn the skill of controlling a sword before you build your foundation. This effect will be further enhanced when you have divine sense after foundation establishment, at which time Master will then teach you the skill of harnessing multiple flying swords at the same time, Elder Joe said with a smile. When Su Chen heard this, he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed 3 more times towards Elder Joe, thanking his master for the grace of passing on the Tao. He was truly grateful, because Elder Joe didn't have any thoughts of hiding anything. The moment he came up, he imparted his unique mastery to him without reservation. Such a favor is greater than the heavens. In this way, Su Chen was equal to wearing both the Sword God's and the Sword Keeper's jutsu, possessing 2 heavenly ranked techniques. Sword Nurturing Technique, externally refining the physical body and internally refining the sword fetus, with extremely high sustained growth and infinite potential. The Tsunghai sword scripture, on the other hand, was able to make one's own mana thick and majestic, far superior to cultivators in the same realm. Coupled with the unique means of sword control, it could be said to have unparalleled combat power, as long as he was given time. When he grew up, not to mention a mere Yan Yunfei, even if it was royal heavenly son, he didn't need to put it in his eyes. In the midst of his thoughts, he heard his master ask again, "Your cultivation has reached the 9th level of chi refining. It won't be long before you can be perfected. And the foundation establishment pill is also available now. Do you have any plans for foundation establishment?" Chapter 45, Using Chi to Control the Sword. Facing his master's inquiry, Su Chen did not hide it. His goal was to build a foundation in the heavenly Tao. So in addition to the foundation establishment pill, there were also quite a few heavenly materials and earthly treasures that fitted themselves. And all of these things, they were not something that could just be bought on the market. You kid is quite ambitious. Heaven's Path foundation building. Not just anyone can attempt it. Elder Joe sniffed and frowned slightly. It felt that the disciple was a bit overambitious. After all, the heavenly Tao foundation establishment was too difficult. Material chance and all of this aside, the main thing is that one must be extremely talented and possess a heavenly gift in order to be qualified to attempt it. Otherwise, it's just a basket case. Even he and the sword god Gu Changqing could only choose to build their foundations on the earth path back then. Heaven's Path foundation building was just a theory of greater potential and faster cultivation speed. It didn't mean that one couldn't become a strong person apart from Heaven's Path foundation building. Moreover, Su Chen had made a life and death pact with someone, so it was even more important not to waste time and energy. Su Chen knew that his master had good intentions, so he reported the matter of himself possessing an innate sword body to his master. Now that the two had become a formal master-disciple relationship, Zhou Lao had passed down his own mastery without reservation, and of course Su Chen would no longer deliberately conceal it. Innate sword body. No wonder you can absorb the sword Fury Chi. Good boy. This is a congenital sword Dao talent. 1 in a million. Ha ha, it seems that old man has picked up a treasure. Elder Joe was shocked and delighted after hearing this. Su Chen's talent was even better than he had imagined. Since he possessed a top talent like the innate sword body, then of course he had to try Heaven's Path foundation building. Otherwise it would be a waste of talent. Okay, Heaven's Way foundation building. Let's Heaven's Way foundation building. Zhou Lao had practiced for hundreds of years and was experienced, and quickly formulated a foundation building program for Su Chen that was most suitable for the innate sword body. Needless to say, the foundation building dam was already obtained by Su Chuan. The next step was to collect the appropriate heavenly materials and geomaterials according to their own characteristics. What kind of heavenly materials and geomaterials were chosen was also directly related to the quality and ability of the final immortal foundation. Only one type of heavenly material is needed to build an earthly foundation. And for heavenly foundation building, at least 3 types are needed. Deep in the magma bottom of the sword mound, there is a kind of ground fire molten iron, very suitable for sword cultivators to build a foundation. I was using this to cast the Earth Path Immortal Foundation. This thing is very difficult to collect. The teacher can go for you, Elder Joe said, adding, also, In the secret treasure of the heavenly pool of Mount Shushan, there is a kind of heavenly crystal sand that is bred, which can also be used as a foundation building material. With my clan merit, I can exchange some of it, but all of these are just aids. You still need one of the most dominant materials for the immortal foundation core. Zhou Lao made some arrangements and setups, and was simply more attentive to his own cultivation than he was to his own. Su Chen's heart was incomparably moved. Elder Zhou was really cultivating him wholeheartedly, and this favor, he would always remember in his heart. This kind of thing can't be rushed. You won the first place in the grand competition this time. You've gained quite a lot. First digest and absorb it well, and refine your chi to perfection as soon as possible. The matter of the foundation building materials, for the master to prepare for you first. After finishing his speech, Elder Zhou waved his hand, allowing Su Chen to retreat, and then he flew up and went to the heavenly pool of Mount Shushan. Su Chen, on the other hand, returned to his room, dismissed distracting thoughts, and first took a jade dudan, exercising his energy to regulate his breath, and recovering the mana that had been lost in the previous great battle. Afterwards, he began to cultivate the Tsunghai sword scripture. This technique, very powerful, was actually not too difficult to cultivate. Need to absorb and refine various flying sword chi. However, this was the easiest thing for Su Chen. All the sword fury chi that he had shuffled before had actually been refined into sword chi. It was just that it hadn't been properly integrated and unified, thus it appeared to be a bit refuted. However, under the guidance of the Tsunghai sword scripture, these forces would be further purified and organized. The grade of the Tsunghai sword scripture was very high, so after cultivating it, it directly took over the dominant position, and the burning sky sword chi that he had originally cultivated could only be sidelined, becoming a secondary cultivation technique. In this way, Su Chen's own gong method gradually had a clear outline of a system. The Tsunghai sword scripture and the sword nurturing technique were ranked side by side as their own current core major cultivation techniques. One nurtures the sword body sword tire and grows continuously, while the other accumulates sword chi and strengthens the battle power. It can be a great complement to each other, and there are no more shortcomings. As for the likes of burning sky sword chi, willow leaf sword chi, drawing sword chop, hegemony breaking army, and so on, all of these feats and sword strokes had collectively become means to aid in cultivation. 3 days later, Su Chen finally completely combed through the sword chi in his body. The sword chi in the body was pure, and the mana flowed like a long river, converging in the sea of chi, filling up and surging, already having a weather. At this time, he was almost on the verge of chi refining perfection. The majestic sword chi surged. Su Chuan opened his eyes and tried to perform the means of true chi to control the sword. A mana sword chi was like a silk thread derived from his fingertips and wrapped around the hilt of the burning sky sword. Up, he joined his fingers like swords and gently raised them. The burning mountain sword vibrated and shook as it flew. For the first time, Su Chen was still not too pure in sword control, so the effect of sword control was not very good. The flying sword wobbled as if it would fall at any time, and the speed was also very slow. But after a few practice sessions, he got the hang of it. Whoosh! The burning mountain sword, guided by the sword chi, turned into a line of fire that cut through the sky and stabbed into the mountain wall not far away. Su Chen then hooked his finger again, and the flying sword automatically detached itself from the stone wall, turned a corner in midair, and shot back. Gradually, a feeling of being in control came over me. Ha ha, is this the royal sword? It's really amazing. Using chi to control the sword, it's like an extension of the arm. You can manipulate the flying sword to kill the enemy through the air. Not only is the power enhanced a lot, but you can also perform more marvelous sword strokes and sword techniques too. Su Chen couldn't help but get excited, and with a tap of his toes, he actually leaped up and stepped on the flying sword. Then it flew askew. The cold mountain wind hit his face, and the peaks and woods below him were all in view. This was the first time he had ever flown with a sword. This feeling, it's so good. It was far from being comparable to using mana to ride the wind to briefly take off. It was only a pity that the consumption of flying with a royal sword was, also, great. A moment later, Su Chen hurriedly flew down. The means of sword control was originally something that only foundation establishment cultivators could do, because sword control could not be separated from the addition of divine sense. However, he had now done it in advance through the means of using his chi to control his sword. This was an absolute crush for any chi refining cultivator, but also because he didn't have divine sense to add to it. He could only manage one flying sword at most right now, and it was still very consuming. It's still early to want to be like master and harness thousands of flying swords with the wave of a hand. Excuse me, is senior brother Su Chen in? Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Who's looking for me? Su Chen was a bit puzzled and looked up, only to see a female cultivator, covered in shining treasure light. walking down from her flying sword. She was about 25 or 26 years old, and the clothes and jewelry on her body all emitted a faint spiritual light, and they were either magic weapons or magic treasures. Simply a walking treasure trove of magic weapons. Chapter 46 Unicorn Jade Pendant. Excuse me? Suchen looked at the woman who was walking towards him and asked suspiciously. He did not recognize this woman. Looking at the other party, the origin should not be small. So many treasures and magic weapons on his body. He should not need to run to the sword mound to choose a sword. You are senior brother Suchen, aren't you? The woman flew down and glanced at Suchen. There were no waves in her expression. However, when she walked into the sword graveyard, she felt the intense fury around her, and a flash of disdain flashed across the bottom of her eyes, and the dress on her body faintly emitted millimeters of light, isolating and protecting her from it. My name is Lin Wanner, inner disciple. So it's senior sister Lin. I wonder what you're looking for me for. I heard that senior brother won the top spot in this outer sect competition and has a chance to enter the 100 treasures building to choose a magic treasure. And he hasn't used it yet, right? Lin Wanner didn't seem to like the environment here at the sword mound, so she didn't want to talk too much nonsense and bluntly stated her intentions. I have my eye on a magic treasure in the 100 treasures building, but unfortunately, I've already used the opportunity to enter the building, so I want to make a deal with you. If you enter the 100 treasures building and take out that magic treasure for me, I can pay you a reward. So you want me to go to the treasure house for her? Suchen shook his head after hearing this. This person was an inner disciple. The magic treasure she valued was bound to be uncomplicated, so why didn't she go get it herself and leave it to others? Besides, one only had one chance to pick a magic treasure. If you miss it, your strength is bound to be greatly reduced, and this is not something you can buy with money. I'm sorry senior sister Lin, I also have treasures I want to choose. Hearing Suchen's refusal, Lin Wanner directly changed her face and a coldness flashed in her eyes. Her hallowed inner disciple. What a status! Condescending to come here to find him to discuss, is considered to be very much in the eye of the beholder. This Suchen really is a bit ungrateful. Senior brother should consider this clearly. You are after all just an outer disciple, lucky to get the chance to choose the treasure. Get the magic treasure may not be able to keep it. Why don't you do me this favor? In the future in Shushan, I can protect you 1 or 2. You and Yang Yunfei's duel. I can also mediate. From it, there was already a hint of threat in the words. This caused Suchen's impression of her to instantly drop to the freezing point. Since senior sister knows that Yang Yunfei and I have a life and death duel, then she should understand how important it is for me to improve my strength. It's a matter of life and death. I'll settle the grudge between him and myself, so I don't need senior sister to bother about it. If there is nothing else, please leave. You. Lin Wanner didn't expect him to be so determined. A flash of anger flickered on his face, but he didn't dare to be reckless at the sword mound. He just snorted coldly and turned his head to drive his flying sword away. I didn't expect that an opportunity to enter the 100 treasures building to choose a treasure would also be targeted. It's better to make a trip to the 100 treasures building as soon as possible, and after choosing the magic treasure you need to recognize, you'll also avoid being missed again. Thinking of this, Suchen simply packed up and moved to go out. Originally, after the outer sect competition, he wanted to go and pick out a magic treasure, but he was delayed by the matter of the sword mound. The 100 treasures building, located below the heavenly pond mystic realm of Mount Shushan, stood opposite to the scripture collection building, which held the collection of Gongfu texts. It's all considered part of the secret vault. It housed all sorts of magic treasures and magic weapons other than flying swords. Most of those who were able to enter this place to pick out magic treasures were inner disciples with enough merit, and it was almost difficult for outer disciples to qualify to set foot here. The first place in the outer sect competition was the only exception. Su Chuan came to the front of the 100 treasures building, and from afar, he saw that Lin Wanner was also there, with several inner disciples gathered around her, all holding the voucher seals to enter the 100 treasures building in their hands. All of these inner disciples should have exchanged their merits for the opportunity to choose their treasures. Lin Wanner had spent a large sum of money to gather them together, presumably to get their help in finding that so-called treasure. Su Chen was just one of the candidates she pulled in to bribe, not the only one. The opportunity to enter the 100 treasures building to choose a magic treasure is only once at most for each person, and even inner disciples have to pay a great price and accumulate several years of merit. This Lin Wanner actually found so many people to help her search for treasure. What kind of marvelous magic treasure is she looking for? Su Chen couldn't help but be secretly curious. Lin Wanner had numerous magic treasures and artifacts on her body. She was definitely a rich woman, and the magic treasures that could make her pay so much attention to them must be unique. Su Chen didn't have the idea of getting involved blindly either. This kind of treasure was definitely not that easy to obtain, and there was no need to get into a tizzy. So he avoided these few people and went straight to the entrance on the other side. handing in his disciple belt tag and verifying his identity before entering into the 100 Treasures building. The 100 Treasures building, too, was not just an ordinary attic. The interior was heavily guarded and the formations overlapped, forming a separate space for hidden treasures. Su Chen's figure floated and landed in the building. Looking around, there was a void around him. No edge could be seen, and only the stars were shining, like the stars in the night sky. These dots of light, both large and small, were all various forms of magic treasures when they looked closer. There are flying boots with wings, iron rulers engraved with inscriptions, tortoise shells with spikes, and satin that burns with flames. A wide range of products and features are available. There were those that focused on killing attacks, some that protected their bodies and preserved their lives, and there were also some chi men magic treasures, all of which had their own special and wonderful uses. Boom! A loud noise came, and Su Chen saw a huge golden giant that was walking slowly through the Star River, and it happened to crash into a large mountain. In a flash, the golden giant quickly shrunk and turned into a golden seal that flew into the distance, and the large mountain shook and turned into an earth-colored seal. It was magical. Su Chen marveled in awe and casually grabbed a ball of spiritual light next to him. Inside was a bronze-colored ring, and next to it, the corresponding introduction and function surfaced. This was a ring that contained the transportation technique, and by injecting mana, one could perform the transportation technique and instantly teleport 100 miles away. It's very practical. Su Chen tried sensing it and realized that he seemed to be able to absorb the aura from the magic treasure as well. But it can't be like washing the sword, seeing the past memories of the owner of the magic treasure, thus showing that the innate sword body, only useful for the sword. Other magic treasures are not. As for why he could absorb the aura, it should be because of the sleeping beast in his soul. Su Chen had a vague feeling that this giant beast, which swallowed nothing, could grant himself the ability to absorb all auras, and as he absorbed more and more power and his cultivation became stronger and stronger, this giant beast would also slowly awaken. But what exactly it was, and whether it would be good or bad when it woke up, Su Chen was not yet sure. After all, right now he knew too little about that power. Everything was just a guess. This is the 100 Treasures building after all. There must be similar surveillance-like formations. It's better not to suck it up or cause trouble. Su Chen shook his head and put the ancient bronze ring back. He was a sword-guarding disciple, and there were countless flying swords in the sword mound. And there were likewise magic treasure-level magic swords and even stronger spirit swords that could be replaced at any time. And there was no lack of killing means, so it's best to choose a magic treasure that protects your body and preserves your life best. This ring contains the transportation method, although it can save your life, but the grade is not high, just a lower grade magic treasure, so the transportation method has a long cooling time, and can only be used once in 3 days. Su Dust was going to pick and choose a bit more. Just at this time, suddenly, the space in front of them shook, and the black void cracked open like a curtain, and a small beast with a snow-white body burrowed out. It was clad in white scales and had the appearance of a bit of a puppy. The round eyes glittered with joy, then lunged straight toward his side. Su Chuan was startled and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The little white dog pounced on himself and the spiritual light flashed, instantly transforming into the shape of a white jade pendant. This guy is also a magic treasure? Actually running towards me by itself. It's a bit interesting. Su Chen confirmed that there was no danger, and then he was relieved. And just when he wanted to pick up the jade pendant to examine it for a moment or two, he heard the sound of air breaking in the distance, and a number of sword lights had already flown over after him. That treasure is just ahead. Not good. The treasure has fallen into someone else's hands. Kid, this is our chosen magic treasure. Hand over the Qilin Jade Pendant. Chapter 47 Auspicious Treasure. A ray of mana light whistled. The people who came were all inner disciples who had already built their foundations and were strong. So of course, they would not put such an outer disciple of the Qi refining stage, like Su Chen, in their eyes. These few people were the ones that Lin Waner had invited to hunt for treasure. Could it be that this Qilin Jade Pendant was the treasure that Lin Waner had gone to great lengths to obtain? With so many inner disciples, it was impossible for him to fight against them with his current cultivation level. Within the 100 Treasures building, fighting was not forbidden, which was very different from the sword mound in other places. If they really fought, they would definitely not be able to take advantage. Su Chen was not stupid, and immediately spoke. I have no intention of robbing the treasures of a few senior brothers. It's just coincidental. If you guys want to fight, it has nothing to do with me. With that, he threw the Qilin Jade Pendant in his hand fiercely, hurling it 100 feet away. That Qilin Jade Pendant flickered with streams of light and once again transformed into the form of a white puppy, quickly traveling through the darkness. Damn it, it's run away again. Go after them. Mana flickered on several people, and the Imperial swords took to the air to chase after them. However, there was one person who temporarily slowed down his steps. swept his gaze coldly over Su Chen, and coldly said, "You are that Su Chen, right? Thinking that you've won first place in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. You've got no one in your sight. Senior Sister Lin asked me to take care of you." As he spoke, he raised his hand and a sword chi blasted from his palm. Su Chen did not expect that this person was going to make a move against himself, and was instantly enraged in his heart. "You want to seize the treasure. I won't get involved. Even if the Qilin Jade pendant flew to me of its own accord, I'll give it up. Isn't that enough? I didn't expect that Lin Wanner, who was so narrow-minded, to actually secretly authorize other people to specifically target themselves. Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Su Chen was also enraged. Immediately, the sword chi on his body exploded, the blaze raged and surged, and the fierce sword power blossomed, instantly crushing the sword chi that chopped at him. The man did not expect Su Chen to be able to block his attack, and froze for a moment, followed by a wave of searing heat, sword chi slashes, and 3 wild and incomparable sword lights came one after the other. Su Chuan exerted overlord-breaking army in one breath. One sword was more fierce than the other, and under the crushing force of the sword, the man was unable to take precautions. The mana on his body was dispersed, and the immortal foundation behind his back was brightly lit and uncertain, so it was too late for him to manifest. With great difficulty, he gritted his teeth and exploded, shocking Su Chen back. However, the flying sword burning with flames turned a corner in midair and attacked from the back. Imperial sword art. How is that possible? That person finally couldn't resist, stifled a grunt, spat out blood, and his body transformed into a white light and disappeared far away. "Count on you to run fast." Su Chen snorted coldly and didn't chase after him. He had come here to choose a magic treasure, and since the other party was so numerous, if he found other helpers, he would definitely not be able to resist. It was better to pick a suitable magic treasure as soon as possible and hurry to leave this place of wrongdoing. In the midst of his thoughts, Su Chen also ignored the consumption of his mana and directly used his chi to control his sword and flew in another direction. But what he didn't expect was that he had just flown out not much farther. The void in front of him once again cracked, and that snow-white Qilin appeared again, running straight towards himself. "Why does this thing seem to be fixated on me?" Su Chen was a bit depressed. Reaching out and grabbing it, the Kirin Jade pendant surfaced in outline, and the efficacy about this magic treasure was presented under the sensing of the mind. Kirin Jade pendant, a treasure of auspiciousness, can sense the aura treasures around the square circle, and has the effect of tending to good fortune and avoiding misfortune. Sensing treasures and avoiding misfortune? Su Chen was a bit surprised. Such a magic treasure was not rare, detecting and sensing a certain range of aura and treasures. This is simply out of the treasure-seeking adventure artifacts. In addition to wearing a jade pendant can be unicorn beast shelter, but also to avoid danger, indicating the source of blessings, which is a bit counterintuitive. This unicorn jade pendant, actively choosing itself, might also be a manifestation of good fortune and avoidance of evil. In its mind, I've become a blessing to it? No wonder I keep reaching out to me. It's kind of fun. I'm in need of finding heavenly treasures as materials for building my foundation, and the properties of this Qilin jade pendant might be able to help me. Su Chen had already made up his mind after a little thought. This Qilin jade magic treasure, which could tend to good fortune and avoid evil, was in a way also considered to be a kind of life-protecting magic treasure, and it also searches for treasure materials for a more comprehensive effect. Lin Wanner, the lady of many treasures, had gone to great lengths to obtain this treasure, presumably because of its treasure-seeking ability. I didn't want to get involved in this matter, but that Lin Wanner was narrow-minded and sent someone to target me. Since that's the case, I don't have to be polite and seize this treasure, so that she will have a basket full of water. In the middle of his thoughts, Su Chen had already put away the Qilin jade pendant. At this time, several mana glows followed, pouncing over with vigor. One of them, it was the one who had just been repelled by Su Chuan, now that he had found his companions, and saw Su Chuan take away the treasures. Each one of them was furious, and they all struck out at the same time, with fireballs, frost-flying swords, and various colors of light dancing. Being locked by so many Foundation establishment cultivators, Su Chen also felt a great pressure. At this time, the Qilin jade pendant in his arms faintly bloomed with gorgeous light, and the snow-white little head reached out, biting Su Chen's clothes and trying to pull him to the side. Su Chen immediately understood its meaning. The Qilin jade pendant's function of tending to good fortune and avoiding bad luck was activated. He immediately pointed his foot. The 7 stars of light shone, and he flew in the direction pointed out by the white jade Qilin, and with a flash of his body, he slammed into the teleportation dark door. Rumble! Violent explosions came from behind. Su Chen opened his eyes, and his person had already appeared outside the door of the 100 Treasures building, getting away smoothly. Ha ha, not bad. What a treasure. Su Chen gripped the jade pendant in his hand tightly, and as he teleported out, the jade pendant automatically recognized its owner successfully. Unless he voluntarily disarmed it or died himself, no one could forcefully take this magic treasure from him. At this time, outside the 100 Treasures building, Lin Wana was still unaware of what was happening inside and was waiting anxiously outside the door. When she saw Su Chen come out unharmed, her brows frowned slightly and she seemed a little surprised, but didn't think much of it. It was only assumed that Su Chen was lucky and didn't encounter those few people, so he retreated in one piece. More than teaching Su Chen a lesson, what she cared about was still that Qilin treasure jade, which was capable of avoiding evil and searching for treasures, which was a great enhancement for her. Lin Wana was afraid that she had never dreamed that the Qilin treasure jade that she had gone through so much trouble to have people search for would actively choose Su Chen over and over again. When those people come out and know that the Qilin jade pendant is in my hands, Lin Wana's expression will definitely be wonderful, right? Su Chen secretly laughed in his heart. With that, he did not delay and returned to the sword mound with the Qilin jade pendant. Just after entering the door, the Qilin jade pendant trembled slightly. Unlike the previous vibration, it was more like a warning that it sensed the danger and was affected by the sword fury chi here. At the same time, above the sword mound, there were also a large number of magic swords and spirit swords, emitting an aura that deeply shocked the Qilin treasure jade, which was also a magic treasure. This place, it seems, is even scarier than the 100 Treasure House? Don't be afraid, just get used to it. Su Chen smiled as he stroked the jade pendant. This was also the first time he had seen such a humanized magic treasure. Right at this moment, suddenly, the Qilin treasure jade seemed to sense something and turned into a white light, leading Su Chen towards the depths of the sword mound. Chapter 48, A Narrow Road Between Foes. The Qilin treasure jade suddenly flew out, and Su Chen thought it had found some treasure, so he hurriedly followed it. As it turned out, the white jade Qilin ended up stopping at that abyssal rift, and below it was none other than the demonic sword heavy floor, which was sealed in the magma. The little guy's figure floated and flew, constantly hovering in the sky above, seemingly telling Su Chen that this sword was very powerful, and that it was a blessing for him to be able to gain great benefits from it. You think this sword is a blessing to me? Su Chen was a bit surprised. He was actually a bit hesitant about this heavy floor demon sword. On the one hand, it felt that its power was extraordinary, and if it could be cleansed and controlled, it could definitely increase its own strength greatly. But on the other hand, it was afraid that its ferocity would affect itself. Therefore, Su Chen didn't want to touch it yet, and as Master said, it was best to wait until after foundation establishment, but come all the way here, just in time to see how the witch sword spirit is doing. Since she was suppressed by the Golden Crow Court of the 10,000 Seas building, her spirituality was greatly damaged and she had been sleeping for several days. Hey, are you alive? Su Chen tried to communicate with his mind. After a long time, the witch's somewhat sickly voice rang out. The spirituality is severely damaged. I'm afraid I won't be able to take shape and manifest for a long time, but I can't die. Big brother, are you here to take me out? Not even hurt enough to compel me. Su Chen skimmed his lips, but last time when he faced Wan Hailu, it was also all because of the sword spirit detonating the sword fury chi, and Su Chen's attitude towards her had slightly changed. This sword spirit, it seemed, was somewhat different from the fierce nature of the heavy floor sword itself, and she was even able to suppress the sword's demonic nature to a certain extent. If he wanted to control this sword in the future, I'm afraid he would have to use the power of the sword spirit. I haven't built my foundation yet, so I really don't have a grasp on controlling the demonic sword. You are also badly injured, so take a good rest first and wait until after I build my foundation. You are now at the 9th level of chi refining. Are the foundation building materials ready? The White Bone Demon sect bullied me too much. I know that they have a secret vault with tons of treasures, including some rare heavenly materials. Why don't you take me with you, and let's go to the White Bone Demon sect to make a killing? What are you thinking? With this amount of cultivation, to rob the White Bone Demon sect's secret vault, do you think I won't die fast enough? Su Chen rolled his eyes. He wasn't a cutie. However, the White Bone Demon sect attacked the matter. The clan also attaches great importance to it. I heard that the 6 sects of the Devil's Path have become more and more frequent in their activities lately, and the clan is preparing to launch a purge operation against them. It was natural for the bigwigs of the sect to worry about these things. It was better for him, a small sword guard disciple, to stay out of it for now. For the next few days, Su Chen honestly stayed in the sword mound, washing his sword every day to absorb the sword fury chi, taking pills to quench his body, and cultivating the sword nurturing technique and the Tsunhai sword scripture. By the way, practice your sword fighting skills. Of course, the cultivation and enhancement of sword power did not fall behind. During this period, he had also comprehended quite a few practical sword moves from some mortal swords, further enriching his means. The Wu Jin Suwa left behind by Wan Hailu had already been refined and mastered by him, The remaining 4 skeleton formation flags were very difficult to repair. Su Chen didn't know about formations, and in the end, he simply used them as test subjects, absorbing all the aura they contained. His mana increased greatly as a result, finally reaching the level of Qi refining perfection. In the sea of Qi in the Dantian, sword Qi lingered and the mana was full. The conditions for being able to build a foundation had already been reached. On top of that, Su Chen also realized that after devouring all the aura from those 4 formation flags, he had inexplicably gained a lot more knowledge about formations in his head. That was a surprise. In other words, one could still comprehend spellcasting abilities in the future by swallowing the aura of a magic treasure? This had completely exceeded the innate sword body's talent. Fury, poison, demonic beast endosperm, magic treasure aura. What else is off limits? That giant beast sleeping inside me. What kind of thing is it? And its abilities are a little too terrifying. Su Chen was vaguely uneasy in his heart. I'm not a reincarnated demon, am I? Still, I need to take some time to go home and meet my sister-in-law. My birth may not be as simple as it seems. Su Chen secretly made up his mind. After a few more days, Elder Zhou returned and handed over a copy of Earthfire Molten Iron and Sky Crystal Sand to Su Chen. He had gone through a lot of effort in order to obtain these 2 types of heavenly treasures, and his entire body looked very tired. Su Chen was touched in his heart and thanked him repeatedly. Elder Zhou didn't really care. He only had this one disciple heir. Since he took it in, then of course he had to cultivate it wholeheartedly. It's just a pity that the most important core material, Master, doesn't have any clue. It's something you need to look for yourself. Recently, the Trapped Mountain Secret Realm will be opened, so you might be able to take your chances. There are many mountains in Shu, and there are also many blessed secret places. It often contained many rare and exotic treasures that were rare in the outside world. So every time the secret realm opened, it would cause the immortal cultivators to converge and fight over it. This Trapped Mountain is a blessed secret realm located in Qingzhou, which is open every 3 years, and only Qi refining cultivators below the foundation establishment stage can enter. At that time, the disciples of all the major immortal cultivation sects in Shu will go to practice, which is also considered to be an event that is not too big and not too small. Rumor has it that someone once found a kind of heavenly gold here, is the most suitable for sword cultivators to build the foundation of heavenly treasures, and later was obtained by a loose cultivator, cast into the immortal foundation of the dazzling gold sword, and broke out of a small fame, and now is already a well-known Jindan. Elder Zhou suggested that Su Chen go to the Trapped Mountain Secret Realm to try his luck. It would be best if he could find suitable materials, and even if he couldn't, he could still spar with the talented disciples of other sects to practice, and enhance his real-world combat ability. Sword cultivators were different from other cultivators. It was impossible to become a strong person by staying behind closed doors, especially the sword power's conception and enhancement. More need to fight. Just killing demonic beasts can't even work. Must fight with other cultivators to fight and fight, in order to grow up more quickly. The Trapped Mountain is in Qingzhou, not far from the family, so it's just as well to stop by and make a trip home at that time. Su Chen thought about it and decided to make a trip to that Trapped Mountain. The unicorn jewels may have an unexpected effect on this trip. He was a man who did what he thought of, and was thunderous, and after arranging things, the next day he boarded the sect blimp that flew to Qingzhou's Trapped Hollow Mountain. Shu Shan, as the largest cultivation sect in the southwest of Sichuan, has an extremely wide sphere of influence, and several large states, such as Shuzhou, Qingzhou, Liangzhou, and Hezhou, are all honored by Shu Shan, including the earthly secular dynasties and countries, which have to pay tribute to the sect year after year. In order to facilitate the rule of this huge territory, Shu Shan established a fixed airship route. The cloud flying boat is extremely fast, not worse than the Imperial Sword Flight, and it is arranged with formation turrets on it, which is safer and faster, perfect for traveling long distances. The Trapped Mountain Secret Realm was about to open, and many Shu Shan disciples who were at the 9th level of Qi refining or above would head to participate and take their chances. In case they found any heavenly materials, they would be able to attempt to perform earthly Dao foundation building, and would have a chance to advance to Jindan in the future, and would only come back to make an honest attempt at humanistic Dao foundation building if there were no gains, and then the potential would be much worse. The blimp that Su Chen was sitting in had quite a large number of people, almost 100 or so, led by 12 inner disciples. One was to protect the safety of these outer disciples, and the other was that there was a sect mission that needed to be carried out. Su Chuan just came up. He felt a cold gaze, turned his head and looked. It was actually Lin Wan Air. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? It's a narrow road. Chapter 49, Shooting the Sun and Breaking the Sky Arrow. Senior brother Su Chen, you are really good at this. To be able to take the magic treasure from so many inner disciples, I really underestimated you. Lin Wanner walked up and said with a complicated expression. Of course she hated Su Chen. It was because of this person, who had first refused her own solicitation, and then sabotaged her plan to seize the treasure. The Qilin treasure jade was a unique magic treasure that she had discovered a long time ago, but unfortunately, at that time, she had already chosen another magic treasure and was unable to replace it, which was why she had gone to great lengths and spent a large sum of money to ask the other inner sect disciples to come out to help her. But the result was that it ended up being a basket case. But the bias is not to have a seizure right now. Lin Wanner was still thinking about whether she could buy the Qilin treasure jade from Su Chen. Senior brother, let's forget about what happened before. Now that the precious jade is in your hands, why don't we talk about it? What does senior sister want to talk about? How about you give me the Qilin treasure jade, and you can pick any one of the magic treasures I have on me, and I'll pay you another 1,000 spirit stones as compensation? Lin Wanner's conditions seemed fair. However, most of those magic treasure artifacts on her body were just inferior, completely unqualified to be compared to the Qilin treasure jade. 1,000 spirit stones. It looked quite a lot, but compared to the Qilin treasure jade, it wasn't worth mentioning. This precious jade is capable of searching for aura treasures. With it in your hand, will you still lack money? I'm sorry, I have a use for this magic treasure as well, so I can only disappoint senior sister's goodwill. Su Chen once again refused. Lin Wanner's eyes flashed with a touch of annoyance, but she didn't have a direct attack at this time. She just gave him a cold look and said, going out on a training trip is not as good as the clan, and you will encounter danger at any time. So if senior brother changes his mind, remember to come and find me when the time comes. That was already a vague threat. Su Chen frowned slightly. When he was boarding the ship, he noticed a few disciples with bad gazes, all of whom were from the approaching young peak line. Now add another Lin Wanner. I'm afraid that my own trip out to practice won't go too well. Hey, how did you offend this Lin Wanner again? This woman is not small. I heard that she is a princess of a small country, generous, but narrow-minded. She is also one of the leaders of this trip, and I am afraid that she will target you later. At this time, a woman in palace dress with a yaoqin in her arms walked over. Su Chen turned his head to see that it was none other than Jade Peak's senior sister Qinlan, and beside her, there was also Chu Ran and a few other female disciples. Greetings to senior sister Qin, and to the several senior sisters. Su Chen hurriedly arched his hand and saluted. After the outer sect competition, those female disciples of Jade Peak had also changed their opinion of him, and at this time, they politely returned their greetings. This cultivation of yours, it's such a swift improvement. You've already reached chi refining perfection so soon? This trip to that trapped mountain was to look for foundation building materials, right? Qinlan opened his mouth and asked. Su Chen didn't hide anything and nodded, then asked. Senior sister Qin is in charge of Jade Peak's affairs. How come she's free to lead the trip this time? The clan has a mission, and this is also senior sister Yu's explanation. I heard that recently there were haze visions appearing on the trapped sky mountain. I'm afraid that there are some heavy treasures coming out. It just so happens that Chu Ran is still lacking some foundation building materials. So by the way, I brought her along for the ride, he explained briefly. However, as it involved the clan's mission, she was not in a position to reveal too much, and turned and added, the situation in the trapped mountain secret realm is complicated. Besides the disciples of our sect, there will be disciples of other immortal sects, as well as a large number of scattered cultivators who have heard about it, so the dragons and snakes are mixed up. Now that you have offended Lin Wanner again, why don't you follow us later and take care of each other? The company has offered to form a team for companionship. She knew full well that she had offended the disciples of the Qingyang Peak lineage, and now that she had clashed with Lin Wanner, she was bound to be targeted when the time came, and in this situation, she clearly had the intention of helping. People had some good intentions, and Su Chen did not refuse and nodded. Between the two of them talking, the cloud-flying boat has already crossed thousands of mountains. The clouds in front of them dispersed, and from afar, they saw a piece of haze reflecting the light. They had already flown to the border of Qinzhou, where the famous Trap Mountain stood. It is located in the center of the Hangduan Mountains, where the peak's tower suddenly collapsed downward, forming an upland basin valley, surrounded by steep mountain peaks, snow-capped, but the interior is green trees. The immortal spirit of the lingering gas, a haze of colored chi was like a pike, floating above the mountaintop. Striking. This is the Trapped Mountain secret realm? 7-colored and magnificent. It is truly a rare blessed land. However, such a vision should have attracted many people over. So why can't we see any cultivators down there? Su Chen looked downward, only to see clouds and mist in the mountains, obscuring his vision. Mana also couldn't sense any fluctuations in the aura of any immortal cultivator. This is clearly something out of the ordinary. The secret realm opens. The disciples of various factions and casual cultivators should be gathered one after another. Along the way they can still see some other cultivators, but when entering the hollow mountain area, actually a person is also missing. This is too strange. Right at this moment, the Qilin jade pendant in Su Chen's bosom vibrated violently, as if it was reminding to warn him. It's a sign of danger. Look out! He opened his mouth to warn. Almost at the same time he spoke, there was a loud rumbling sound, and the airship in midair shook as if it had crashed into a mountain wall. Rushing fire, bursting out from the direction of the ship's rudder, accompanied by mournful screams. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! There are devil spies mixed into the ship. Everyone be careful. There were cries of alarm, and soon, Su Chen saw a blue light flashing up like a huge barrier covering the cloud-flying boat, which was somewhat activating the protective array on the ship. But soon, the layer of formation light was torn apart. A burning arrow light, like a meteor rushing up to the sky, ruthlessly crashed into the flying boat, and all of a sudden, the sky shook and the ground shook, and the formations on the boat continuously collapsed. The huge airship was actually directly penetrated by this arrow, and explosions rang out one after another. Shoot the sun and break the sky arrow. Not good. Quickly take to the air with your sword. The crowd gasped in shock as dozens of mana rays shot up into the sky as the blimp exploded. While the inner disciples were able to control their swords, the remaining outer disciples had no way to do so, and could only barely use their mana to ride the wind, and their bodies drifted downward involuntarily. At the same time, a cloud of demonic chi and wolf smoke exploded from the trapped mountain, engulfing the figures of those disciples who had fallen down. It's a trap for all the cultivators who came to Trapped Mountain to explore the treasure. A clear and melodious zither sound rang out. Su Chen only felt his entire body lighten. The notes condensed by mana lingered around his body, lifting his figure up, and a group of Jade Peak female disciples surrounded Qin Lan in unison. She used the sound wave as a barrier, vaguely shielding the crowd. The other inner disciples were also harnessing flying swords, each protecting a few disciples with close ties. As for the other unlucky ones with no ties to the backstage, they could only listen to God's fate. Just then, dozens of silhouettes emerged from the tumbling demonic smoke below. The leader, wearing a white bone jade crown, with a cold and stern face, held a blood-colored streamer, and when he waved it, the shadowy souls whistled, and clusters of ghostly flames dispersed in all directions, pouncing on the crowd. Kill! Chapter 50 Demon Tree Demon Fetus. Boom! Whistling ghostly flames exploded in the air, and the shadowy spirits roared with a sound that made one's eardrums sting. The devil smoke rolled. The sinister aura came to the face. The crowd in mid-air. All of their faces changed slightly, being stained by this devil aura. The whole body's mana could not operate well. Su Chen was not affected by anything. The sword fury chi in the sword graveyard, which was much more overpowering than this, was able to be swallowed and absorbed by him, not to mention this level of Yin fury. White Bone Taoist, Yin Soul Streamer. The visitor is the saint son of the White Bone Demon sect. Qin Lan's face showed a grave expression. The 6 sects of the Devil's Path, each with a holy son, whose status and position is equal to the true legend of Mount Shu, and whose strength is very frightening. This White Bone Taoist was considered to be the weakest among the 6 clans, but it also has the strength of the late stage of Foundation establishment. A demonic power shocked the earth. The palm of the Yin Soul Streamer is a vicious and incomparable demonic magic treasure. The more you kill, the stronger the power. The ordinary late Foundation stage is not his opponent. In addition to him, there were more than 20 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators in this ambush, with the intention of killing dozens of outer disciples in an instant. The remaining inner disciples, too, suffered casualties. Bad. This trapped mountain vision. I'm afraid that the Devil sect has deliberately made it, setting this place up as a trap to ambush our immortal Dao disciples. Qin Lan plucked the strings of his zither, and the sound waves transformed into sharp blades, cutting down a ball of ghostly fire. Then he gazed at Chu Ran and Su Chen and the others and said, "Your cultivation levels are too low to be of any help here. Find a way to break out and send a request for help to the sect." Good. Su Chen wasn't a mother-in-law either. This level of battle, it is indeed difficult for him to play any role. This is after all still the sphere of influence of Shushan. As long as it is out of the shroud of demonic chi array and sends out a message for help, the clan experts will soon arrive. However, he was just about to move, when a long snake-like leather whip blocked his path. Lin Wanner flew down, her body's precious light shining brightly around her, and said angrily, "A great enemy is at hand, and you dare to take off in the battlefield? All give me on, wear down the magic power of the demonic cultivator. We are united, we will be able to win." As she spoke, the immortal base behind her emerged like a bag of treasures, and a dozen pieces of magic weapons and treasures flew out, forcing the outer disciples present to charge forward. This wicked woman, really crazy. actually forced them, the outer disciples, to rush the formation. It was only to consume the white-bone Taoist's mana and buy her a chance to strike. Su Chen knew that this woman must be taking advantage of the opportunity to take revenge on herself. With this block, he had already lost the chance to disengage. A large amount of demonic smoke rolled and surged. More and more demonic cultivators gathered over. Su Chen could only gnash his teeth in hatred, turn around and strike his sword, piercing the body of a rushing demonic cultivator. Kill. In a life-and-death battle, Su Chen did not hold back. His entire body's mana sword chi stirred and his sword was in full force. The sword energy was like fire, breaking apart the surrounding Yin Fury chi, using the chi to control the sword, and weaving through the air. Seeing this scene from afar, Qinlan couldn't help but look surprised. Su Chen was actually able to fly on a sword with a cultivation of the chi refining realm? How many more secrets were there in this guy's body? However, this was good. At least Su Chen was able to protect himself, and she could also give her full attention to fighting against the white-bone Taoist. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out, and a rays of ebony light flew out from Su Chen's sleeve, and the iron rope snaked like a spirit snake, immediately entangling a Foundation Establishment demon cultivator. The man was so shocked that he only felt that his entire body's mana was imprisoned, and his figure fell downward involuntarily. Su Chen seized the opportunity and chopped out another sword. Bloodlight rushed to the sky and a head rolled down. The Yujin sock? How come it's in your hands? The white-bone Taoist in midair suddenly had a stern look in his eyes as he raised his hand and grabbed, his mana condensing into a white-bone ghostly claw that instantly pinched and exploded the air around him. Su Chuan only felt his body stiffen. That gloomy and cold aura came to his face. The white-bone giant claws came down with a roar. He swung his sword in a hurry. The rolling flames exploded, and his sword momentum went forward, crashing on top of the morose white bones, cutting one of its finger bones hard into two. However, he himself also fell and flew downward due to this powerful recoil. That's a bit of skill. However, it's still just a mole cricket. The white-bone Taoist laughed coldly and waved his sleeve again. A ball of ghost fire whistled and chased after Su Chen. Not waiting for him to strike again, Qinlan and the other inner sect disciples teamed up to kill again. The white-bone Taoist frowned slightly and couldn't care less about Su Chen. Kill you first. At the same time, Mori ghost fire attacked one after another, and Su Chen took to the air with his sword and kept flipping. There were constant explosions coming from behind them. At this time, he felt a violent throbbing coming from below, and it was as if something was awakening in the rolling demonic chi. A powerful suction dragged him downward. The Qilin jade pendant in his arms flashed madly and flew out as white light. Su Chen did not hesitate, rushed to follow the sword. The Qilin jade can tend to good fortune and avoid evil. Follow it will be right. Sure enough, he just flew out 10 or so feet away. Then he heard the sound of ghost fire exploding behind him. A huge vine tentacle swung and smashed down, which was narrowly avoided by him. At this time, the clouds in the sky rolled over, and at some point, it had already converged into a mass of thunderclouds, and with a hissing sound, the electric light shot down and knocked the tentacle back. What was that? Surprised beyond measure, Su dust flew and landed on a mountain where demonic chi and wolf smoke converged. It was only at this time that he got a good look at the situation below. The entire hollow mountain has long been entrenched by the devil's sect cultivators. At this time laid a heavy array. As far as the eye can see, is a red scorched earth. Grass and trees do not grow. Skeletons were strewn all over the place, some human and some demonic beasts. A streak of bloodlight was induced to converge from all directions towards the center of the valley, where a huge demonic tree was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The trunk of the tree was twisted, as if it was a coffin, in which the outline of a person could be vaguely seen. It was as if he was wrapped in the trunk of the tree, constantly absorbing the chi and blood of the living beings in the valley through the roots of the demon tree. Many human cultivators, entangled by the roots, struggled and wailed. Under the tree were even piles of countless corpses and bones, and all kinds of magic weapons and blades were scattered all over the place. As a large amount of living spirit chi and blood poured in, the silhouette in the demon tree became clearer and clearer, like a baby conceived in a mother's womb, constantly emitting a demonic aura. I've heard that demonic cultivators have the evil method of breeding demonic fetuses for rebirth, and I'm afraid that this demonic tree in front of me is the carrier for breeding demonic fetuses. Su Chen's face changed slightly. He recalled that Qinlan had said earlier that this trip was for a clan mission. I'm afraid it's for the demon fetus in this demon tree, but unfortunately, the devil sect seemed to have prepared for this, laying down a large formation in advance, ambushing cultivators from all sides halfway, and those who originally wanted to come and seek the treasure became the nutrients that birthed the devil's fetus. This demonic fetus is terrifying to look at, absorbing the essence blood of so many cultivators and demonic beasts. Once it is conceived, the consequences are unimaginable. Su Chen frowned. At this time, he saw the little white dog transformed by the Qilin treasure jade, which was continuously running towards that demonic tree. Doesn't this thing tend to avoid evil? Why did you run off to get yourself killed? Su Chen was also a bit hesitant for a while, and at this time, the sleeping giant beast inside his body seemed to be showing signs of awakening as well, sending a hungry message to him. Could it be that this demonic fetus is useful to me? Just thinking about it. Suddenly, a shocking thunderbolt exploded, and thunderclouds tumbled in the sky, transforming into a pillar of thunder that blasted at the demon tree. The demonic fetus was about to take shape, and it had even attracted the heaven and earth killing tribulation. Chapter 51 3 Flowers of Thunderstruck Wood. Boom! Dull thunder resounded through the valley. Shining arcs of electricity ran amok, and the sky and earth were all gloomy and austere. The might of heaven and earth was terrifying and extraordinary. The silver bright light pillar blasted straight down on the trunk of that demon tree, and immediately the branches trembled chaotically. The bark was mottled, the roots and vines convulsed, countless bones, hacked skin and flesh were scorched black, and light flowed from the demon fetus that was birthed in it, and the surface of the tree trunk left an azure-colored lightning thunder pattern. It surprisingly resisted the first blast of heavenly thunder. Su Chen marveled in his heart. The demonic fetus conceived in this demonic tree must be extraordinary. Surprisingly, he was able to attract the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation. If it was allowed to successfully gestate, it was feared that everyone present would find it difficult to survive. At this time, that Qilin treasure jade had already flown back, seemingly fearful of the waves of heavenly thunder. The hunger within Su Chen's body grew stronger. A strange fragrance filled the air, and he took a deep breath, only to feel his mana stirring and his chi and blood boiling. In the next instant, another thunderbolt blasted down, and the second lightning tribulation came. The demonic tree trembled as it blocked the second thunderbolt. Its trunk cracked, leaving behind a second thunder stripe, and the demonic fetus inside was affected by the thunderbolt, collapsing into a large amount of blood-colored demonic chi. Su Chen felt the hunger in his body grow stronger. These demonic chi, all of which were created by the demonic tree devouring and absorbing the essence and blood of cultivators and demonic beast beings, could not be absorbed by normal people, but were used as sustenance by the huge beast in his body, which kept swallowing them. Is this, the power sleeping inside me, really a demon? There was some fear in Su Chen's heart. Those demonic chi were constantly being swallowed into the body. Would it cause one's mind and magic power to be tainted, and one would be reduced to a demon? Luckily, after entering his body, the power seemed to have been directly purified and refined as if it had been converted into his own mana, and did not make him feel any discomfort. Between the moments of surprise and doubt, the third thunderbolt had already blasted down. That demonic tree endured two thunderbolts one after another, and at this time, it was already scorched black all over. Its trunk ruptured, and the demonic fetus inside was exposed, so it was obviously difficult to withstand a more violent bombardment. In the rolling clouds of demonic smoke, dozens of figures flew out, borrowing the light of the formation to form a barrier in an attempt to block this last heavenly thunder. Only a loud boom was heard. The large formation collapsed, electricity filled the air, and the terrifying power penetrated straight down, and dozens of devil sect cultivators were blasted into pieces on the spot. The pillar of thunder light bombarded the demon tree. The tree trunk exploded and burst into flames. The demon fetus inside was split to the point that its face was charred and black. Its entire body's demonic chi escaped, and it looked as if it was only left with its last breath, struggling in the flames and lingering on. At this time, Su Chuan saw that in the center of the demonic tree, a blue-colored core, a spiritual light shone. That was the core of the demon tree. After three heavenly thunderbolts, the three flowers coalesced, and in the midst of the fiery calcination, it absorbed a large amount of demonic essence and blood, transforming into a rare three-flower thunderbolt wood. This is a once-in-a-lifetime heavenly treasure. It could perfectly be used as the core material for one's foundation building. So this is the blessed opportunity guided by the unicorn jade? Su Chen's eyes lit up. Didn't he come to this trapped mountain mystic realm in order to look for foundation building materials? At that moment, no longer hesitating, his body flashed, holding the sword rushed out. The Wu Jin Suo was like a spiritual snake snaking, directly rolled towards the center of the burning thunder fire. Who is it? The few remaining devil Dao cultivators, who obviously did not expect anyone to survive the rolling demonic chi, changed their faces drastically. Su Chuan raised his hand to make a sword. Burning sky sword chi rushed and surged wildly. Flames stirred up. The fierce sword power impacted head-on. Those people had just been affected by the aftermath of the thunderbolt. At this time, their chi and blood were not smooth. Where could they withstand it? In a single glance, he was engulfed by the sword flames. Whoosh! The burning mountain sword broke through the air and flew out, drawing a bright line of fire. and the two demonic cultivators who flew up into the air were pierced through their bodies and fell down with miserable screams. The sword light then chopped down fiercely, opening up the sky and tearing the charred tree trunk apart. The demonic fetus nurtured within it vibrated crazily, emitting a sound like a war drum as it sensed the danger and was frantically asking for help from the demonic cultivators outside. Su Chen wouldn't hesitate. Raising his hand was a sword piercing through the demonic fetus. Fishy pus and blood poured out, and the demonic fetus died miserably in its belly. He reached out and grabbed it, and the three-flower thunderbolt wood, which was flashing with electricity, had already fallen into his palm. Got it! Su Chen was excited in his heart, but at this very moment, he suddenly felt an unprecedented aura of danger, and the Qilin treasure jade in his arms vibrated crazily. Without hesitation, Su Chen hurriedly placed a point under his foot and rolled his body out. Almost at the same time, a beam of arrow light blasted down. Like a meteorite falling, the terrifying power exploded, engulfing the entire valley in an instant. The waves stirred, and Sichuan felt like a blade of grass, mixed with the sky of debris was thrown out. If it wasn't for his strong physical body, this aftershock would have torn him to pieces. Shooting sun-breaking arrow. Another shooting sun-breaking arrow. He was appalled in his heart. The power of this thing, it was too terrifying. One shot would have gone through the cloud skyscraper. If he was hit, the Foundation Establishment cultivator would also perish on the spot. Luckily, he reacted in time and was not hit by this arrow. Su Chen followed the trend and flashed his body, flying outward with his imperial sword. His body disappeared into the rolling demonic gas and wolf smoke, temporarily hiding his body. The person who shot the arrow sent out a strike and could not sense Su Chen's breath anymore, so he thought he had been killed, and then immediately turned his direction and aimed into midair. At this time, the battle in the air, too, had entered a white-hot state. Qinlan Linwaner and the others joined hands to fight against the white-bone Taoist. With all kinds of magical treasures shining brightly and mana clashing, they fought until heaven and earth lost their colors. There were constantly cultivators screaming miserably as they fell from midair. Although the number of Shushan disciples was small, their overall strength was stronger than the demonic cultivators. On the contrary, on the white-bone Taoist side, other than him, everyone else's strength was ordinary. Together with the three thunderbolts falling, the great formation below shattering, or sensing the signal of the demonic fetus asking for help, they became anxious and panicked, and for a while they were instead caught in a passive situation. At this time, another destructive arrow light broke through the air and attacked. The terrifying power instantly blasted a Shushan disciple to death. The arrow light went forward as if it was a meteor going against the sky. The Shushan disciples along the way were muffled and spitting out blood. Irresistible, and in the blink of an eye, they were heavily injured. Several more people. It's the sun-shooting sky-breaking arrow again. There are still demonic cultivators hiding in the mountains. Quickly form a formation. Qinlan shouted loudly, trying to organize the crowd to join forces in defense. But at this very moment, Lin Wanner, seeing that the situation was not right, actually abandoned the crowd and turned her head to flee outside. Once she left, the crowd's morale plummeted, and there was a gap in the defense formation, which was seized by the white-bone Taoist and blasted two inner disciples on the spot. None of you will be able to escape today. All of you will become the sustenance for Master's resurrection. He laughed wildly with a caracal voice, not yet knowing that the demonic fetus below had already been killed by Su Chen. At this time, in the trapped mountain, a devil cultivator wearing a black robe was hidden in the rocky caves of the mountain's staggered peaks, and a huge war bow with a golden yellow body was placed in a formation, like a crossbow and arrow turret. The demonic cultivator had a large amount of spirit stones piled up around him, and every time, he needed to consume the spirit stones to activate the large formation, and with the power of the formation, he was able to pull that golden bow apart. The golden arrow glowed, regaining its strength and attempting to fire again. Found you. In the darkness, Su Chen was like an agile cheetah, finally locking onto his prey. A sword light violently burst out. Stabbing Qin. Chapter 52. Death is deserved. The stabbing Qin one sword is a sword technique created specifically for assassination. If you don't make a move, you'll see blood when you make a move. Su Chen had been in hiding for many hours and finally found the place where the sun-shooting sky-breaking arrow was located. Taking advantage of the other party building up the power of the formation once again, he blatantly struck out. That demonic cultivator had never dreamed that Su Chen had actually not been killed by him, and had even sneaked into the cavern silently. At this moment, his entire attention was on the battlefield above, thinking only of helping his own saint son and shooting down the Shushan experts as much as possible. Therefore, when he was hit by Su Chen, he died horizontally on the spot, barely having the time to react and resist. Good treasure. This sun-shooting sky-breaking arrow, all fired from this sun-shooting bow, condenses mana arrows with infinite power. It's an extremely high-grade magic treasure. Su Chen flew down and held that golden bow in his hands. He only felt that his hand was hot and heavy, and with his physical strength, he could barely pick it up. But trying to pull away is completely out of the question. This treasure, even if it was a Foundation establishment cultivator, it would be difficult to pull it off alone, which was why it was necessary to set up an array and use the power of the array to recharge and launch it. Buzz. With the power of the formation, Su Chen tried pulling back the bowstring, and a brilliant beam of energy arrows slowly condensed, aiming at the white-boned Taoist in mid-air. At this point, the white-boned Taoist was wielding an soul streamer, his fiendish chi surging wildly as he led the remaining demonic cultivators in a frantic siege against Qinlan and the others. Lin Wanner, who was on the verge of escaping, was also not able to successfully escape, and could only be forced to return as the surrounding demonic chi continued to tumble, vaguely forming a blockade formation. But the crowd no longer trusts her. Caught in the middle of the battle between the two sides, the magical artifacts on Lin Wanner's body continued to crumble, and her own mana breath continued to fall. Finally stifling a grunt, he spat out blood and flew backwards. With a sound of ghostly cries that made one's scalp numb, the white-boned Taoist reached out and probed into the soul streamer, dragging out a horrifying white-boned demonic blade and chopping it down angrily. In a flash, ghosts cried and wolves howled. The fury filled the sky, and the only remaining 10 or so Shushan disciples screamed miserably as their entire bodies exploded in blood and flesh. The strings in Qin Lan's hands were taut, and he could only desperately protect Chu Ran and the others as they retreated backward. Seeing that they were about to be cut down by the demonic blade, whoosh! The sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. The bright golden arrow light tore through the sky, wrapped in an aura of destruction. When she saw that arrow light flying, a color of despair appeared in her eyes. At this time, she was already at the end of her strength, and if she was locked by this sun-shot sky-breaking arrow again, she would almost certainly die. However, what she had never dreamed of was that the arrow was not directed at her. There was a loud boom. The white-boned Taoist in midair let out a miserable scream. His body was engulfed by the fire of the explosion. The bright arrow light penetrated through his body, blowing half of his body into a bloody mist. The devil blade in his palm shattered, and the soul streamer fell down. How? The white-boned Taoist was shocked and furious as he growled and gazed downward, only to see Su Chen's icy gaze. A large amount of spirit stones burning to catalyze the formation. The second arrow light began to coalesce again. In his current state, one more shot would surely kill him. Bastard! What the hell is going on here? The sun-shooting bow. How did it fall into the hands of the enemy? Saint Sun! Something bad has happened. The ancestor demon fetus has been destroyed under the heavenly thunder, and we've suffered heavy losses, so it's not advisable to fight anymore. This is Shu Mountain territory after all. We've made such a big commotion. The Shu Mountain experts are already on their way. If we don't leave, it'll be too late. The few remaining devil cultivators tried their best to dissuade them. The white-boned Taoist gritted his teeth fiercely in hatred. This time, when they were planning, everything was supposed to go well. They broke through the trapped mountain, set up a big formation here, hunted and killed a lot of loose cultivators and immortal Tao disciples, and remodeled the devil's birth for the ancestor. Eyes on the prize. Unexpectedly, it was spoiled by a nameless Shushan disciple. Kid, I'll remember you. We, the sixth sect of the devil's path, will not rest in death with you. The white-boned Taoist glanced hatefully at the bottom, and only then, with the help of a few of his men, he performed the recluse method and flew away with the help of the demonic chi that escaped from the surroundings. When they saw the other party retreating, they did not dare to pursue. They had a fierce battle and also suffered huge losses. Only one Chu Ran was now left by Qinlan's side. Everyone else had fallen in the engagement. The 100 or so Shushan disciples who had traveled on this trip were almost completely wiped out, including 10 inner disciples. This was a tragic loss that Shu Mountain had never seen in recent years. Su Chen, are you alright? Senior brother, it's really thanks to you this time. Qinlan flew down with Chu Ran, and by this time, Su Chen had already swept away the remaining spirit stones in the cave and walked out with the shooting sun bow in hand. Seeing that Qinlan was unharmed, he also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled back. Senior sister is polite. In the past I was indebted to senior sister for her assistance, and now I'm just doing my bit to repay her. How is this a slight effort on your part? If you hadn't saved the day today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Qinlan smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at Su Chen with some complicated emotions. She still remembered that the first time she met Su Chen, he was only at the 6th level of Qi refining cultivation, and was suppressed by Yang Yunfei, forcing him to make a contract for a duel in March. How long has it been now? Su Chen actually already had this kind of strength. A surprise attack on the hinterland of the trapped mountain, breaking up their plot, and also seizing the magic treasure to rescue his fellow disciples. Even the saint son of the White Bone Demon sect was seriously injured by him. It can be described as courageous and resourceful. If we waited for him to succeed in building his foundation, he would definitely have a great future. And senior sister, you would definitely be very pleased when she came out of the gate, right? A sun shooting bow? This is the shooting sun bow. What a great treasure. Right at this moment, Lin Wanner came over at some point and stared at the golden bow in Su Chen's hand, her eyes showing greed. She had lost too many magic weapons in this battle. Even the magic treasures had lost 2 pieces. Their strength had plummeted, and they were in need of replenishment. So he stared at the sun shooting bow in Su Chen's hand and shamelessly said, Su Chen, if it wasn't for us fighting head-on and holding back the White Bone Taoist and his elites, it's impossible for you to have the opportunity to sneak into the back and capture this treasure. This treasure, we should share it with those who see it. Hearing this, Su Chen's face became much more somber. Xin Lan and Chu Ran, who were next to him, also looked disgusted. This Lin Wanner first forcibly prevented the outer disciples from retreating to report the news and used them as cannon fodder, and then later escaped on her own, killing many of her fellow disciples. Now, she actually had the cheek to snatch Su Chen's magic treasure? Senior sister Lin is right. This time, although we have suffered heavy losses, we have also killed a large number of demonic cultivators, and there are still a lot of magic treasures and artifacts here. What do you think? How should we divide them better? Su Chen held back his anger and opened his mouth to ask. Lin Wanner didn't seem to notice the killing intent in his eyes, and continued to speak loudly. In terms of credit, I used a magic treasure artifact and suppressed the enemy's attack, so I have the most credit. Therefore, I want the sun shooting bow, and the other things, you guys just split it. You get the most credit? Ha ha. When Su Chen heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Xin Lan and Chu Ran also had cold eyes. This woman was narrow-minded and selfish to the extreme, and because of her escape just now, 4 sisters died at Jade Peak. This account, we haven't settled it with her yet, and she still dares to speak so boldly? Almost at the same time, the 2 of them struck. One of them stabbed with a sword, but it was blocked by the body protection magic weapon on Lin Wanner's body. She was shocked and wanted to say something. When Su Chuan also struck, a sword light penetrated through her body and chopped her head off. Chapter 53, Splitting the Treasure at Trapped Mountain. Lin Wanner was selfish and had already committed an offense. Xin Lan and Chu Ran were also both decisive killers, and they immediately made their moves, cooperating with Su Chen, and together they killed him. Afterwards, the 3 of them took out the storage bags and magic treasures and artifacts from her body, while the body was thrown into the fissure below, and the blood and flesh were quickly devoured by the remaining demonic chi inside, turning into a white bone. Even if the clan investigated, it would only treat her as if she had died in battle at the hands of the demon sect. So many inner disciples died today, not even her. Lin Wanner, having killed someone with their hands together, the 3 were naturally much closer, and were truly one of their own. Su Chen wasn't petty either, waving his hand and taking out the loot scattered around and sharing it with them. Of these trophies, the one with the greatest value was, of course, the archery bow. This treasure was so powerful that it was able to blast down airships and shoot Foundation establishment cultivators. Its value was incalculable. This was a treasure that he had captured alone, so Xin Lan and Chu Ran wouldn't have the cheek to ask for it. What remained were 5 magic treasures including the Yin Soul Streamer, 12 magic weapons, and a number of elixir materials and spirit stones. These were all looted by the demonic cultivators from other shipwrecked immortal cultivators. The number was not small, and now most of them had fallen into the hands of Su Chen and the others. I specialize in close combat, and this ice spirit demon lance fits me well. Also I need some foundation building materials. This blood jade vermilion fruit, please ask senior brother for his favor. The Yaoqin is damaged and needs time to be repaired, so I'll take this soul hooking bell. Chu Ran and Xin Lan weren't greedy, and each picked out a magic treasure suitable for their own use, and then took some pills and materials for cultivation. All the other things were left to Su Chen. After all, this battle all relied on Su Chen to save the day, otherwise it was still a question of whether they could survive or not. Letting Su Chen share the big head, the 2 women had no objections. Su Chen was certainly not polite. He was on the verge of building his foundation, and he needed to spend a lot of money, and all of these spirit stone materials would be of use to him. These things like magic treasures and magic weapons are not too much, so if they are suitable, they will be used, and if they are not suitable, they will turn around and directly devour the aura. This Yin Soul Streamer is particularly vicious. It is an evil treasure made by killing people and refining their souls. It is not allowed in the righteous path. Senior brother, you'd better find a way to get rid of it, even if you want to use it. Don't take it out within the sect, otherwise it will lead to a lot of trouble. Xin Lan warned in a low voice. This was also the reason why she didn't choose the Yin Soul Streamer. The power of this magic treasure, strictly speaking, in fact, is not inferior to the shooting bow, but too evil and poisonous. They are Shushan disciples. Do not dare to use casually. Of course, Su Chen understood the key to this and nodded his head, agreeing. The three of them finished distributing the treasures, and at this time, the demonic chi outside gradually dissipated, and they rose up in the air with their swords. Looking at the devastation below, they couldn't help but feel some emotions. This trapped mountain secret realm once was also a blessed place. Every 3 years there are immortal sect disciples come here to practice to look for materials, but now it was destroyed by the devil's sect. I don't know how many years it will be able to regain its vitality. Qingzhou area, traditionally under Maishu mountain rule. The wind and rain. This time the devil sect actually infiltrated in a big way. I'm afraid that the plan is not small. The follow-up must have a bigger action. I this time was ordered to come to explore. Did not expect. The devil door means so cool. While the two were talking, dozens of sword lights came from far and near, breaking through the air. But it was the Shushan disciples who had learned of the attack on the cloud-flying boat and had rushed to support them. The leader, dressed in Qin Yang Taoist robes, wearing a high crown, with a face like a crown of jade, exuded a strong aura, like a blazing sun in the sky. It was none other than the head of Shushan's true disciples, Qingyang Pixu Tianyang. He flew up, his gaze sweeping the entire field, his powerful mana spreading out like ripples, and anger surfaced in his eyes. Devilish thieves, how wild, how dare they attack and kill my Shushan disciples? It seems that it's time to clean up these rats. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Qin Lan's side and frowned slightly when he saw Su Chen. However, there was no deliberate targeting, just condescendingly said, I already know what happened here. You guys did a good job. There will be a reward after you return. Now stand down. This matter, I will personally deal with it. The 6 sects of the Devil's Path will definitely pay the price for this. Yes. Qin Lan pulled Su Chen into a bow. Then he flew up and left the area. Royal Sky Yang's aura has become stronger again. I'm only afraid that he has already broken through to Yuaning first. AI. If senior sister Yu hadn't been disturbed by the underhanded plans of a curmudgeon, she should have come out of the gate this time as well. Qin Lan sighed and turned his head to look at Su Chen. Seeing that there seemed to be battle intent surging in his eyes, he couldn't help but advise. I know that you have a history with this person, but I have to admit that Royal Sky Yang's talent is indeed rare in the world. Although you are progressing at a rapid pace, compared to him, you are still too far behind. The current me is indeed no match for him, but who can say about the future? Su Chen shook his head and didn't say anything more on this topic. It's useless to say anything when you're not as strong as someone else, but he would never forget the condescending face of Yu Tianyang in the beginning, coupled with his own marriage contract with Yu Liushang. Sooner or later, this person would also confront him, and between them, they had to be divided. Although Royal Heavenly Sun is strong, he is arrogant by nature and relies on his identity, so he will not take action against such a small disciple like you. Instead, the people around him. Other than that, you and Yang Yunfei's duel. Time is running out. Su Chen sniffed and nodded. He also saw Yang Yunfei in the party. This person, because of the matter of the appointment with himself, had gained the appreciation of Royal Heavenly Sun, and now he was following him, and I was afraid that he had also gained a lot of benefits, and his strength had increased quite a bit, but Su Chen was not afraid. This time, after obtaining the 3-flower thunderbolt wood, he had already gathered all the materials needed to build his foundation, and was only waiting for his success in building his foundation, and he was still not putting a mere Yang Yunfei in his eyes. But, Yang Yunfei, this person, is not a bright and open person. In this battle, I have made a splash. I am afraid that he will be jealous, and he will definitely find a way to obstruct me from building my foundation. The best way was to immediately return to the sword mound. With Elder Zhou sheltering him, Yang Yunfei wouldn't be able to make any waves even if he had heavenly abilities. However, Su Chuan had heard that the 6 sects of the Devil's Way had made great moves this time. Not only did they set up ambushes in the trapped mountain, but in other areas, there were also small groups of devil cultivators operating, with Qingzhou being the hardest hit area. At this time, Shu Mountain had already sent a large number of disciples to search and hunt everywhere. The Su family was located in Qingzhou and was weak, so if they encountered a devil cultivator, they might not be able to withstand it. Although I haven't lived in the family for a long time, the Su family did treat me well and cultivated me with all their might, so I can't stand by at a time like this. After weighing the situation, Su Chen still decided that he would first make a trip home to ensure the safety of the family, and secondly, he would also ask his sister-in-law about the news about his parents. The three of them then parted ways outside the Hangguan Mountains. Su Chen was alone with his sword to the west, and after half a day, he had arrived at the Green Mountain town where the Su family was located. From afar, one can see a piece of wolf smoke churning. The former peaceful and calm town has now been turned into a Shura battlefield. Chapter 54, Sister-in-Law by Ling. In the town of Castle Peak, the wolves are beacons. A black shadow swept through the low altitude, and the formerly prosperous streets of the marketplace had now been turned into a sea of fire, with corpses everywhere. The store's belongings, too, had long been looted. The Su family had operated in Qingshan town for many years, and it was hard to establish a workshop market, but now it was ruined. At this moment, those black shadows were gathering in the center of the town, besieging the big formation, where the Su family's residence was. Su Chuan arrived with his sword and realized that those who were besieging were not devil cultivators. They were wearing uniform clothing, clad in black cloaks with storm totems tattooed on them. They were the disciples of the Black Wind Mountain Wang clan. Black Wind Mountain, not far from Green Mountain Town, was located at the foot of the Great Hangduan Mountain. That Wang family, nominally an immortal cultivation family, is in fact a cultivation hijacking bandit den, and the famous Black Wind Bandit is closely related to it. The Black Wind 3 heroes that Su Chuan had once killed were from amongst these Black Wind thieves. The Su family has been based in Qingfeng Town for many years, but the Wang family is a latecomer, and the two families have broken out into conflict many times in recent years, and they have climbed up the ladder with the Yang family, a large clan in Qingzhou, relying on the relationship of the Black Wind pirates, and have become even more unscrupulous. During this period of time, it was even authorized by the Yang family to repeatedly provoke Su family retreat in patience. Almost abandoned a lot of industries outside, only entrenched in the Green Mountain Town. But even so, the Wang clan refused to give up, and this time, they took the opportunity of the demonic invasion to launch a brazen attack. Kill, break through the formation, and all the goods and women inside will be yours. Hold on tight, the Shushan inspection team may come at any time. We can't afford to fall behind. Attack now. A young cultivator in the lead roared sternly. He had a long scar on his face, making his face look even more hideous. This person's name is Wang Sun, is the first eldest son of the Wang family, once also worshipped in the Shushan sword sect. However, he was almost killed with a sword for violating the rules of the sect, and in the end, it was Yang Yunfei who intervened and saved his life, only expelling him from the mountain. Since then, the Wang family has been working for the Yang family to the death. This attack on the Su family was also instructed by Yang Yunfei, with the intention of striking Su Chen and distracting him from successfully building his foundation. It seems that this person is the leader of the Wang clan's trip. It's him who will capture the thieves. Su Chen's gaze locked onto Wang Sun in the crowd. Sword chi coalesced in his palm, and the Wu Jin Suo quietly flew out. At this time, he couldn't use the sun shooting bow for a while, but he had gotten several powerful magic treasures from the trapped mountain, which were more than enough to deal with this group of Wang clan robbing cultivators. Whoosh! The Wu Jin Suo broke through the air and flew out, as if it were a poisonous snake. The field of Wang Sun is in command. Suddenly the heart of the alarm was born, and hastily run to promote the protection of mana. But that Wu Jin rope is extremely tricky. From another direction drilled in, instantly entangled him. Not good. Someone's making a move in the dark. Wang Sun was startled, and the immortal foundation behind him emerged, transforming into a large black sword that ruthlessly chopped down. However, the Wu Jin rope was sturdy and incomparable. Even if it was bombarded by the immortal foundation, it could not be broken. Wang Sun only felt that the mana in his body was constantly being blocked and suppressed, and he hurriedly pinched his magic. The black cloak on his body circled like a jagged tooth in an attempt to cut off the locking chain. At the same time, a dozen Wang clan cultivators flew up and shot out their mana towards the surrounding area in an attempt to locate the attackers. At this time, a large tortoise shell shield flew out of Su Chen's sleeve, blocking all of the incoming mana rays. Genta shield. The sword chi in his palm slashed out head-on, sweeping across the sky, only to see a fire light across the sky. Several Wang clan cultivators screamed miserably and fell down. His figure fast lightning, instantly killed in the field, flipped his hand and threw out a party of earth-colored jade seal. Mana lingering, transformed into a hill to suppress the fall. Overturned mountain seal. Put. Several more cultivators vomited blood and fell to the ground. Wang Sun in the field is also white. Behind the immortal foundation cracked and broken. Actually by this magic treasure town tendons broken. What are you about? He finally saw Su Chen's face clearly and cried out in shock. Su Chen is simply ignore. Now he is also considered to have experienced the real life and death experience. When he strikes, never dragged, taking advantage of the magic treasure to suppress the other party. A sword stabbed out. The powerful sword chi penetrated the heart. Wang Sun muffled grunts and spit out blood on the spot. Planted down. Dead. The young lord is dead. This person is too strong. With countless magical treasures, even the young lord was killed in a single glance. How can we be his opponent? The wind is tight. Rip whoop. Those black wind robber cultivators who accompanied him were originally the ones who were the most adept at seeing the wind. And seeing that the situation was not good, one by one, they all panicked. They all rose up and wanted to flee. Where did they care about besieging the Su family formation? In the meantime, in the Su family compound, a woman in white rose up and frowned slightly when she saw the robber cultivators outside running in all directions. She didn't know what was going on out there, but seeing as the only Foundation establishment cultivator on the other side had fallen and the enemy's morale had fallen, this was clearly a good opportunity to counterattack. Immediately and categorically ordering the remaining 10 or so elite disciples of the Su family killed out with their swords, beat the hell out of the dog. Those Wang family robbing cultivators, who were bent on escaping at this time, panicked and were caught up by the Su family and killed many of them. Su Chen was not idle either. After killing Wang Sun, he struck again. The fiery sword chi was like a wave, tumbling like a dragon. Wherever the sword light went, there would be deaths and injuries. It was a good chase. Soon, the batch of Wang clan robber cultivators that had broken into the Green Mountain town were almost all cleared and rounded up, leaving only a few to take advantage of the chaos and escape. Su Chen didn't bother to catch up either. Black Wind Mountain Wang family, how to say, is also a Foundation family. The family also has a lot of Foundation cultivators sitting in the town. With his current cultivation, chasing after the past cannot be good. It's best to wait until after you've built your foundation to clean it up. At this time, the Su family crowd had already cleared the battlefield, and several silhouettes flew towards his side, and at the head of the group was none other than the heroic and handsome white-clothed woman. Su Chen sized her up from afar. This woman was about 30 years old, with a delicate face and an arrogance between her eyebrows that was different from the norm. On her body, Su Chen felt a very bizarre aura. This aura, like a toxin, penetrated deep into her body, causing it to be difficult for her mana to converge, so she only had a cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refining. This person was none other than his sister-in-law, Bai Ling. Dusty, why you? Bai Ling flew forward, and after seeing the face of the person in front of her clearly, she couldn't help but look surprised. The Su clan members who accompanied him were also brightened up. It turned out that the person who killed the bandit leader Wang Sun and relieved them was actually their own young master. Auntie, Uncle Sam, second brother, it's me back. Su Chen collected his aura and responded with a smile. This was actually the first time he had met his family, but the warmth of his memories and the ties in his bloodline made him feel very close. One has a home in this world. 2. Good boy. Aren't you practicing in Mount Shu? How come you're free to come back? Awesome. How long has it been? Xiao Dust, you actually cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refining? Great. If it wasn't for you today, we would have been in danger. It seems that sending you to cultivate at Mount Shu in the first place was really a wise decision. Where's Xiaolong? Why didn't she come back with you? Is she still accustomed to it in Mount Shu? The crowd gathered around, and you had a lot to say. Su Chen didn't mind being annoyed and smiled as he talked to them. At this time the Bai Ling next to him couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Xiao Chen came all the way back. He's dusty. You guys should at least let him rest a bit. This time, Qingshan town was hit by a great calamity. There are still a lot of aftermath things. Go do something first. Although Bai Ling's surname wasn't Su, over the years, it was all because of her that she had led the family to stand firm. Therefore, she had an extraordinary position and high prestige in the family. And when the people heard this, they immediately led the order and dispersed to get busy. Afterward, she held Su Chen's hand and led him back to his home just like when he was a child. At the same time, the other surviving loose cultivators in the town popped their heads out, and when they saw Su Chen arrive, they all secretly marveled. That young master of the Su family, he's back from Shushan. The Su family is going to take off this time. Chapter 55, The Mystery of the Body. Growing taller and thinner. In the room, Bai Ling looked at the handsome and upright young man in front of her, her gaze kind, like a mother looking at her son. In fact, Su Chen's parents had left when he was very young, and it was his sister-in-law Bai Ling who had brought him up. And in a way, she had truly played the role of a mother. Su Chen could also feel this sincere emotion. It's not as exaggerated as Auntie says. It's only been a few months since I went to Mount Shu. It seems that our family's little dust has really grown up and acted like a man. Bai Ling smiled. She could feel that Su Chen had obviously become different this time when he returned. Not only was there a change in cultivation and temperament, but the entire person seemed to have been transformed as if they had been transformed. In the past, although Su Chen was also very obedient, but because of the relationship between his parents left, he never understood. There were some inferiority complexes and complaints in his heart, and the whole person appeared to be very dull. Now it's all about confidence and exuberance. She didn't know what Su Chen had gone through in Shushan, but at least they were all good changes, which made her feel slightly more at ease. It seemed that sending Su Chen to Mount Shu, as his brother-in-law had originally instructed, was a correct choice. You're in Shushan. Are you okay? That fiancée of yours, have you seen her? Bai Ling took his hand and inquired in a hush-hush manner. And Su Chen didn't get impatient and said something about what he had done in the gate. And, of course, reporting the good news. Every kid seems to be like that. While chatting, he tried to feel the aura on his sister-in-law's body, and became more and more certain that her talent wasn't bad, and might even be better than his own spiritual roots. But she has a stubborn and rare toxin inside her, causing her cultivation to be difficult to raise. What the hell is going on here? He wanted to ask, but he also knew his sister-in-law's character. Seemingly gentle, she was actually stronger than anyone else. If she was willing to talk, she would have told herself a long time ago. I don't know if that power in my body can pull out the toxin for my sister-in-law. However, I haven't built my foundation yet, so I can't use my divine sense to guide it, and using it hastily might hurt her. So it's better to wait until after I build my foundation and then find another opportunity to try. Su Chen secretly pondered, then said, Auntie, I came back this time, firstly, to visit you guys, and secondly, there are some things that I want to ask you. Are you asking about your parents? I'm about to build my foundation, and I always have doubts in my heart, making it difficult to meditate. Auntie, I've grown up. You don't have to bear everything by yourself. Su Dust made an excuse. When Bai Ling heard that he was going to build a foundation, her heart rejoiced, and after thinking about it, she then said, It's not that Auntie Xiao is hiding it from you. It's really that I don't know much about them. I can only tell you that your parents love you more than anyone else. They are just forced to. Who's forcing them? You won't understand even if I tell you now. Xiao Dust, they made a big trouble for you. There are a lot of people looking for their traces. My family is broken because of this. I am the only one left to escape far away to this frontier land. They left in order to protect your growth. The power of the enemy, beyond your imagination. Even mentioning their name may lead to disaster. So I cannot tell you. Bai Ling shook her head. There was only so much she could say. This also made Su Chen more and more certain that his own birth was definitely not simple. The parents were forced to travel far away, most likely because of that power within themselves. What was it? Unfortunately, there were no answers to any of these questions for my sister-in-law, because she didn't know much about her own situation. She only knew that her parents had incurred a very strong enemy, an enemy that might be far beyond the limits of what he could imagine right now. Dusty, listen to my words and don't pursue these matters for the time being. Your parents' matter is too involved, and is far beyond the reach of the current you. Bai Ling looked at him lovingly, perhaps to reassure Su Chen. She added, Don't worry, they have means to protect themselves. I can guarantee that they are still alive. You work hard on your cultivation. If one day, you can cultivate into a Yuaning and take charge of Shu Mountain, at that time, I will tell you everything I know. All of it. Yuaning cultivators already have the opportunity to reincarnate and rebuild. Even if the physical body is destroyed, there is a chance to start all over again. Su Chen didn't dare to imagine just how great the karma was, and he had to wait until the Yuaning realm to be qualified to know. How powerful should that parent's enemy be? Okay, I'll work on that. Su Chen didn't pursue the question any further. If you don't have enough strength, it's futile to think about it. It seemed that the mystery of one's own birth would be very difficult to figure out in a short period of time. Then, let's work hard to cultivate. Yuaning realm, although it's very far away, as long as one's heavenly Tao foundation building is successful, sooner or later, one will be able to reach that realm one day. I'm afraid that the Wang family has received authorization from the Young family for this action, and it's actually me who has dragged the family down. You are now the only hope of the Su family. A family, one honor, one loss. What is there to say about being involved? However, since they have torn their faces, I'm afraid they won't stop. The Wang family still has 2 foundation establishment experts. I'm afraid we won't be able to resist. It doesn't matter. I've already prepared the materials needed for foundation building, and I'll be able to carry out the Heavenly Tao foundation building in a matter of days. As long as I achieve the immortal foundation, a mere Wang family is not enough to worry about, Su Chen said confidently. When Bai Ling heard that he was going to perform the Heavenly Tao foundation building, a flash of surprise flashed across her eyes, but more than that, she was still pleased. Immediately, without saying anything more, he got up and said, Then I'll immediately let the family arrange a retreat place for you, and the family, as a whole, will do their utmost to protect your success in building the foundation. Under Bai Ling's arrangement, soon, the Su family mobilized all the resources they could to reinforce the family's defensive array. The Su family wasn't wealthy at all, which was evident from the amount of spirit stones that Su Long had brought in the first place. However, fortunately, on those black wind thief robbing cultivators, there were quite a lot of belongings, Together with the spirit stone resources that Su Chuan had brought back from the trapped mountain, it was enough to reinforce the large formation properly. By the way, a special spirit gathering spell formation was set up for him. It was used to assist him in building his foundation. All Su family disciples listened to the order. For the next few days, no one is allowed to go out as they please, contract their forces and guard the mansion. Definitely can't let anyone barge into the home and disturb Su Chen's foundation building. As long as Xiao Duan succeeds in building the foundation, my Su family will be among the foundation building families, and my status will increase greatly, so I won't have to look at the Wang family's face to live my life anymore. The Su family, at this time, could be described as all in one. Everyone was mobilized to guard the young lord at all costs against the counterattack that the Wang family might roll up at any time. Su Chen took all of this in and only felt a bit of a heavy weight on his shoulders. This foundation building was not only about his future, but likewise about the survival of the family. It has to work. Chapter 56, Leave No One Behind. On Black Wind Mountain, the Wang family's camp was built tall and large. They are bandits' origin, different from the unusual family, so also do not engage in what family industry. Completely militarized management. The clan old and young are war soldiers robbing cultivation, often go out together to captivate and plunder. On this day, Wang Jinlong, the leader of the Wang clan and the Great Walled City Lord of Black Wind Mountain, was enjoying the newly captured Kuan Xiu in his room. Suddenly, he heard his men report hurriedly, the young master Wang Sun attacked the Qingshan town and was defeated and killed, and the dozens of elite robbing cultivators he brought with him were almost completely wiped out. Hearing this news, Wang Jinlong's brain buzzed and almost fell off the woman's belly. He has spent his life killing people and committing sins, and Wang Sun is his only son, for whom he has high hopes. This time, the Yang family had sent orders to exterminate the Su family, and they had thought it was just a small task that could be easily accomplished. Who would have thought that something would have happened? Damn the Su family. How dare you jeopardize my son's life? Such a blood feud is not to be shared. Eldest, pass down the order that the Black Wind bandits will come out in full force. I will personally destroy Green Mountain Town and avenge Seeker's death. The second leader of Black Wind Mountain, Wang Yinhu, sniffed and stood up, his immortal foundation emerging at the back of his head, his killing intent biting. The two Wang family brothers, the Golden Dragon and Silver Tiger, are both foundation establishment cultivators, strong and powerful, and they reign supreme in this Black Wind Mountain area, and very few people dare to disobey them. Learning of Wang Sun's death, both brothers were furious and immediately led hundreds of robber cultivators, harnessing the black wind and roaring towards the mountain. The other immortal cultivation clans in the neighborhood were shocked to learn the information. The Black Wind bandits came out with a great force. I don't know whose family is so unlucky, and I'm afraid that they are going to suffer a great loss. In the meantime, in the Su family compound, Su Chen sat cross-legged in the spirit gathering formation as a spirit mountain burned and vaporized with spirit mist. More than 10 types of foundation building materials, wrapped in mana, were suspended in the formation. Foundation building pill, Tian Luo flower, blood and bone grass, earth fire molten iron, sky crystal sand. The 3-flower thunderstrike wood was located in the center, with layers and layers of lightning patterns emerging and intertwining, arcs of electricity jumping and emitting a stern aura. Su Chuan ran the sword nurturing technique, first adjusting his internal and external state. To the peak, the sea of qi was full. The golden sword tire hummed and trembled, vaguely squeezing the sword qi in the sea of qi outward. It needed a more expansive environment for growth. Begin. Su Chen's mind was free of distractions, getting rid of all distractions. The burning sword qi flames covered his surroundings, and a large amount of materials came in with it. His body, like an alchemy furnace, refining all kinds of heavenly materials one by one and absorbing the nutrients from them. The Tian Luo flower grows mana. The blood bone grass strengthens qi and blood. The earth fire melts iron to strengthen bones, and the heavenly crystal sand is integrated into the mana sword qi to further condense and purify it. A foundation establishment pill was swallowed into his stomach, followed by the 3-flower thunderbolt wood blooming with electricity. A large amount of spiritual qi surged into his body and condensed in his sea of qi, frantically converging towards the golden sword tire. To build a foundation is to cast an internal immortal foundation with one's own mana with the help of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This immortal foundation, the root of future cultivation, tends to display a corresponding form based on one's talent and gong methods. This process was like alchemy. First one had to visualize the outline of the immortal foundation and then condense it, which was the most difficult and crucial step, but to Su Chen, it was the simplest. This was because he discovered that the golden sword tire that was birthed within his body was a natural immortal foundation prototype. With the influx of a large number of spiritual qi, the 3 flowers of thunderbolt wood is also refined and absorbed by the sword tire. The golden small sword becomes more radiant and translucent. The flow of mana around the body, the sea of chi to open up. Every strand of sword chi is washed and purified, become much more powerful. A sword roar came from within, as if opening up the sky. Suchin clearly felt that his chi sea had been impacted by the sword chi and widened quite a bit. The sharp sword chi swam in the meridians, and some of the meridians that were originally blocked were broken through, and the limbs and bones were unobstructed, and the whole person had a feeling of being reborn. The mind also seemed to be much clearer. The thinking was active and condensed. The visualization was inwardly focused, and the divine sense was stimulated, like a fine tentacle, extending to the inside and outside of the body. Divine sense. This was an ability that only foundation establishment cultivators could possess. Suchan only felt marvelous. He didn't need to open his eyes. He seemed to be able to clearly feel his surroundings, the flowing wind, the burning aura, and the low insects singing in the distance. Everything inside the body can be seen really well too. He knew that he was on the verge of succeeding in building his foundation, and the Heaven's Path foundation building seemed to be much easier and simpler than he had imagined. This was all thanks to the golden sword tire condensed in advance by the sword nurturing technique, which was tantamount to stimulating the manifestation of his innate sword body's talent, and thus the process of building the foundation was surprisingly smooth. But it was at this time, through his divine sense, Suchen saw the shadow of a hideous and terrifying giant beast emerge from the depths of the Chi Sea. It was like a giant dragon poking its head out, its scarlet eyes causing the mind to be shaken, and in the next instant, all the aura and power was swallowed up by it, like a bottomless vortex that dominantly swallowed everything. It's not good. That power has also been triggered. It seems to be coalescing into an immortal foundation as well. I'm actually casting two immortal foundations at the same time? Su Chen was horrified in his heart. How could he not have expected that the sleeping beast within his body would awaken at this moment? This thing doesn't have any divine wisdom. It is completely instinctive, like plundering all kinds of power. And as its own cultivation grows, it has to grow and transform together. Second immortal foundation? Never heard of anyone being able to build their foundation twice at the same time. The powerful suction force plundered a large amount of spiritual chi, and Su Chuan felt that his sea of chi was instantly emptied, and the golden sword tire let out a reluctant buzz, trying to fight it, but it was suppressed to death by that force, and could only make sure that he wasn't swallowed up into it. Rumble! In the sky above the Su family, muffled thunder exploded, and thick dark clouds had gathered at some point. It was dark and depressing and breathless. Bai Ling glanced at the direction where the spirit gathering array was located with some concern. This movement, some unusual Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. It is really extraordinary, actually able to induce heaven and earth anomalies. Later on, a thunderbolt might even fall. Foundation establishment thunderbolt. This was rare. Unusual cultivators building their foundations would basically not have reached the level of inducing a thunderbolt. What a strong thundercloud. This is someone trying to cross the tribulation. Someone from the Su family is actually attempting to build a foundation in the Heavenly Tao. The two Wang Jilong brothers led the Black Wind Pirates to kill, and from afar, they also felt this horrible aura, and their faces changed drastically. It must be that Su Qin. This son is actually capable of Heavenly Tao Foundation building. No wonder the Yang clan's people would be scornful and have us destroy the Su clan at all costs, just to distract Su Chen and interfere with his foundation building. Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is not a trivial matter. Once accomplished, the future is unlimited. We're already immortal with the Su family. If we let this kid succeed in building his foundation, it's hard for us to escape death. The two brothers looked at each other, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. At that moment, he did not hesitate. His body's mana surged wildly, and he ordered fiercely, "Go all out, no matter what the cost. Break through the Su family's big formation, and leave no one behind." Chapter 57, The Su Family Has a Dragon. Rumble. Hundreds of mana light exploded in the sky above the town, fiercely bombarding the Su family's big formation, and with a loud bang, the sky shook and the ground shook, and the eggshell-like defense formation finally could not withstand the crazy bombardment of the robbing cultivators, and shattered and exploded. Kill the Su family, leave no one behind. Wang Jilong led the way, followed by his younger brother, Wang Yinhu, and the two foundation establishment cultivators forcefully killed their way into the arena. The robber cultivators behind them cheered and harnessed their magic weapons, like wolves pouring into the Su family compound. As they watched the black wave sweeping in, the Su family's entire body was stony-faced. The enemy had almost poured out their nests. Their strength was too strong. With their strength, they could not withstand it, yet they could not retreat, holding the last line of defense and protecting Su Chen's foundation building. This was their only chance to turn the tide. Don't be afraid. There are no sons and daughters of our Su family who are afraid of death. Knock them back out. Bai Ling shouted loudly. then offered a white bone ghost face streamer in his palm. This object was precisely the Yin soul streamer left behind by that white bone Taoist. Su Chuan was worried about his sister-in-law's safety, and temporarily lent this magic treasure to her to use. Now in a life and death situation, who cares if it's a magic treasure of the devil's sect, as long as it can withstand the enemy. In wind whistling, all of a sudden the sky is filled with ghosts and flames. Many black wind pirates broke into it, and were immediately devoured by the evil ghosts, and their whole body collapsed to the ground with ulcerated flesh and blood. What a Su family, to actually have such an outlawed magic treasure. It seems that it must be colluding with the devil's way. Seeing this, Wang Jilong did not forget to give the Su family a big hat for colluding with the devil's way. In this way, even if Shu Shan pursued the matter, they would have a reason to give an explanation. This magic treasure is not owned by her. It's difficult to utilize its full power. Elder, you and I will join forces and break it. As he spoke, Wang Jinlong's immortal foundation manifested behind him, and a golden python emerged and wrapped around his hand, transforming into a long sword. Behind Wang Yinhu's back, a silver wolf dog flew out, circling and flying, transforming into a silver blade light. A gold and a silver. 2 rays of light broke through the air and chopped out, instantly tearing that roiling ghost fire to shreds, and the white spirit stifled a grunt as the Yin soul streamer in his palm fell down. After all, she hadn't practiced demonic techniques, and it was too late for her to refine the soul drawing streamer, so the power she was able to exert was very limited, and nowhere near as ferocious as the white bone Taoist. With the soul-inducing streamer broken, the remaining robber cultivators were no longer hindered and killed their way into the field. Su family, it's over. The other clans in the surroundings, which had sent scouts to watch from afar, could not help but let out a long sigh when they saw the scene. The rabbit is dead. Who didn't hate the Black Wind Mountain Wine clan for plundering the neighboring clans over the years? Unfortunately, people's strength is strong. Foundation family. Far from these small families they dare to provoke to offend. Big brother, you go break the spirit gathering formation and don't let that kid build his foundation. Leave this smelly bitch to me. Wang Yinhu took the initiative to open his mouth and then pounced on Bai Ling with a lewd smile on his face. I've long heard that the Su family has a sister-in-law with a foreign surname who is watery and beautiful, and today I've seen that her name is indeed true. Little missy, why don't you quickly surrender and go back with the second master? I'll guarantee your life. And you deserve it? Bai Ling's eyes were cold and stern, her body blossoming with white jade light as she raised her hand and struck with a palm. Her mana seemed to be extremely special, and when the jade light shone, no matter if it was mana aura or stone or grass, they were all turned into jade as if they were frozen in ice. Wang Yinhu accidentally stained a little bit, and his entire left hand was transformed into a jade sculpture. His aura was unable to operate, and his flesh and blood seemed to be solidified. What kind of kung fu is this? He was shocked. He did not expect that the tiny Su clan was hiding such a divine skill, and immediately greed surfaced in his eyes. Young lady, this technique is excellent, but it's a pity that you haven't built up your foundation, so you can't utilize its power at all. So quickly hand it over. Seek death. Bai Ling grunted coldly and slapped another palm. The white jade glow was brilliantly pure, but it was obviously already much weaker than just now. She had ultimately suffered a loss of cultivation, and the toxins in her body greatly limited her. In the meantime, the boss, Wang Jinlong, had already fought off a dozen of Su family disciples and killed them strongly in the spirit-gathering formation as if they were in no man's land. From afar, one could see a green-shirted teenager, floating in the void on his knees, surrounded by sword chi, with thunder and lightning arcs faintly visible. A terrifying aura emanated from him, his breathing sounding like thunder. No good. This kid is almost done. Wang Jinlong's face changed slightly, and he hastily swung his sword as the golden blade light broke through the air. But just at this time, a shocking thunder exploded. A pillar of thunder light blasted down, instantly shattering the dome, submerging the teenager's figure. The stirring power declared shocking. Wang Jinlong exclaimed and retreated back and forth. The long sword in his hand was scorched by the thunder blast. His arm was numb. Foundation building thunder tribulation. Damn it, this kid actually did succeed in Heaven's Path Foundation establishment. However, the good thing is, this thunder tribulation is powerful. Su Chen may not be able to get through it. Even if he can barely support it, his strength will be greatly reduced, which is exactly when he is most vulnerable. Wang Jinlong's eyes were cold and stern, and the golden python on his body coiled and roared, accumulating mana, ready to kill in pain. However, it wasn't as tough to resist as I thought it would be. That terrifying thunderbolt blasted down and only lasted for a moment before it unexpectedly disappeared. The arm-thick pillar of lightning tribulation light that bombarded Su Chen's body was like a mud cow entering the sea, as if it was directly swallowed up by something. A moment later, Su Chen opened his eyes and his figure floated out. electric arcs jumping from his body. A golden thunder sword, suspended and vibrating behind his head, emitted a majestic aura. Electricity lingered in Su Chen's eyes, just like a heavenly god descending, a powerful aura that instantly overwhelmed the entire scene. Everyone, taken in by this aura, involuntarily looked towards the side, only to see the young man in the roiling thunderlight, slowly raising his hand. Breaking my family's grand formation and injuring my clan's children, deserves to be killed. After today, there will be no more Black Wind Mountain Wang family. A voice of cold contempt, like the judgment of a heavenly god, as he pointed his fingertip in the air. In an instant, the golden sword trembled and countless lightning sword chi shot out. The terrifying aura shrouded down. Wang Jinlong's heart gave birth to intense fear, as if he was facing the might of heaven. Only for a moment, the immortal foundation behind him shook. The golden python whimpered and trembled, collapsed and crumbled, and a ray of thunderous swordlight surged. No, how can his mana be so strong? Wang Jinlong roared in horror and hurriedly rose up, several magic weapons hovering around him as if escaping. However, the fine lightning light arrived in an instant and condensed in midair, transforming into a silver bright pillar of sword chi light. Hiss! All the magic weapons surrounding the guards were instantly destroyed and torn apart like pieces of paper. The sword light penetrated through the body. Wang Jinlong screamed miserably in the air. His body instantly burned into charcoal by the lightning and fell down. Big brother, master of the house. The crowd of Wang clan disciples, all shocked by this scene, stared wide-eyed and filled with fear. On the Su clan side, they were incredibly excited, cheering loudly at Su Chen's name, and their morale was like a rainbow. At this time, that Wang Yinhu couldn't care less about entangling with Bai Ling, and seeing that the situation wasn't right, he immediately threw out a piece of green leaf and turned it into a flying boat against the wind, soaring up into the air. Escape! Must flee! This sun is too strong. Heaven's Path Foundation establishment. Once accomplished, his strength is unimaginable. Even his big brother was instantly killed in seconds. How could he possibly resist? Wang Yinhu only had one thought in his head at this time, to escape from this place and get away from that horrible devil. However, Su Chen's gaze had long since locked onto him. Flexing his fingers, the thunderous sword light tore through the air and came after him, instantly chopping off his head. In the blink of an eye, 2 foundation establishment cultivators of the Wang clan died tragically on the spot. Those immortal cultivation clans in the shadows, when they saw this scene, their livers cracked. Too strong. Is this the strength of the Heaven's Path Foundation establishment? The Su family, this time, out of the Dragon Chapter 58 Transformation of the Divine Power. With the Wang brothers falling one after another, the remaining Black Wind bandits had long been scared out of their wits. There was a lot of turning around and running. Su Chen, however, had no intention of letting them go. After establishing the foundation, his mana had increased by more than 5 times, and with the addition of his divine sense, the means of using his chi to control his sword was also more subtle. Immediately, he raised his hand and waved it. The golden sword tire behind him vibrated, and the Sunhai Sword Sutra was activated to the extreme. A ray of thunder light escaped and turned into a substantial sword chi sharpness, waving out like a rain of swords enveloping down. In a blink of an eye, a blazing thunderbolt exploded and thousands of sword rain shot out. The field instantly flashed with countless fine arcs of electricity, and those robber cultivators who flew in midair were like flies falling down. And in the blink of an eye, they were killed, dozens of them. This is a terrifying thunder sword chi. The young lord has just built his foundation, but he has such terrifying mana. Heaven's Path Foundation establishment is really something extraordinary. However, this immortal foundation of little dust, what exactly is it? I don't know what technique he's practicing. I've never heard of such a domineering immortal foundation before. The Su family, too, was stunned. It was only after a long time that someone reacted, and they immediately chased out and beat up the dogs. Anyone from the Wang family, not one of them will be left behind. All of them will be beheaded. Everyone else, immediately attack Black Wind Mountain. We will uproot the Wang family today. Bai Ling flew up and gave the order. The Su family disciples had long been holding their breath, and now each one of them was as furious as a rainbow, roaring and pouncing out. The defeat of the Wang family has been irreversible. This time, not only did they lose all of their elites, the Black Wind Mountain is also going to be destroyed by the Su family in the process. This once dominant foundation establishment family is going to become history today. Seeing that the situation was settled, Su Chen also slowly collected his breath and stopped striking. Just now, he had the intention to test the power of the Immortal Foundation, and the results were quite good. The Immortal Foundation that he manifested at this moment was called the Heavenly Thunder Sword. Using the innate sword tire as the root and fusing the power of the 3-flower thunderbolt would to form the Heavenly Tao Immortal Foundation. Later on, he absorbed some of the power of the thunderbolt. a unique fairy base is formed. It could greatly enhance the power of the sword chi, and when it was activated, the thunder sword chi shot out like 10,000 swords flying in unison, and implicitly combined with the mysteries of the Tsunghai sword scripture, thus making it powerful. Not only that, this sword could also be sacrificed to gather power and unleash a thunderous strike. Its power, which could increase its own power by at least 10 times, instantly erupted in a terrifying manner. And this, too, was only his ostensible first immortal foundation. In addition to the heavenly thunder sword, there was another, even more mysterious immortal foundation cast in the depths of Su Chen's chi. It was the giant beast silhouette of whatever that was transformed into, eventually condensing into a blackish beast soul jade that floated in the depths of the chi, dominating the vast majority of the area. Su Chen didn't know what the name of this immortal base was, but he could feel that it contained incredible power, and once it erupted, even the heavenly thunder sword would be easily suppressed. This immortal base granted him a more powerful devouring ability. As long as he is willing, any breath in this world can be absorbed and refined, no matter whether it is aura poisonous gas or demonic gas. That would be scary. Su Chen called it the heaven-swallowing beast soul, double foundation establishment. This was an almost unique situation in the immortal cultivation world. The resulting benefits are also unimaginable. Su Chen, who had cultivated the Tsunghai sword scripture, originally had thicker mana than the average cultivator, and now with the double enhancement, the whole person could be said to have been transformed. And even the cultivators in the middle stage of foundation establishment, their mana was nowhere near as thick as his. I had let slip that I would build my foundation in 3 months that day, and now it's only been 2 months, so I've finally done it. Su Chen clenched his hands in the void and felt the power surging within his body. From today onwards, he is the real foundation cultivator. Not only the strength of the huge increase, the body is also more strong. Life expectancy growth, identity and status as far from refining chi cultivator can be compared. The Su family, also because of him, was about to become a veritable foundation establishment family. Soon, the news that Black Wind Mountain had been breached spread, and the Wang clan and the Black Wind thieves were completely history. The immortal cultivation clans around Castle Peak Town, upon learning of the news, sent messengers to come to the Su family to congratulate them and establish a cooperative relationship. For several days in a row, the Su family was full of joy. The family's affairs, Su Chen did not bother to intervene, and when the situation gradually calmed down, the remnants of the devil cultivators in Qingzhou were almost cleaned up. All the dust had settled and he was ready to move back to Mount Shu. Before he left, he found his sister-in-law Bai Ling, intending to use the power of the heaven-swallowing beast soul to pull out the toxins in her body. Dusty, forget it. The poison in my body is the root of a disease that fell when I was young, and my Bai family was wiped out because of it. That was the means of a god transformation cultivator. Even your parents couldn't pull it out for me back then. You've only just built your foundation. You don't have to force yourself. Spirit transformation cultivator? Su Chuan was shocked in his heart. That was already the most powerful group of people among the earthly cultivators. So far, he wasn't even sure if the Shushan sword sect had any god transformation level powerhouses. In his opinion, Zhou Lao was already considered very powerful, but he was only a Yuaning. Su Chen really couldn't imagine how terrifying the strength of a god of transformation powerhouse could be. And the person who had exterminated the Bai family, and one of the enemies who had hunted down his parents, was actually this powerful? No wonder my sister-in-law refused to tell herself too much. She didn't want to put too much pressure on herself. Su Chen pondered in his heart, but on the surface, he said, after I built my foundation, my immortal base carries a strand of heavenly thunder power, so perhaps I can dissolve the toxin. I'm happy that you have this intention. Auntie, Bai Ling shook her head, not really holding much hope in this matter. The tactics of a god transformation powerhouse could not be resolved by a foundation establishment cultivator? What's more, that old poisoner is also famous for his poison. His poison, which was capable of corrupting the gold nature and destroying the spirit roots, would not have been possible to survive had it not been for his own powerful bloodline. Give it a try. Even if it doesn't work, there's nothing to lose. Su Chen insisted. Bai Ling couldn't argue with him, so she took off her outer clothes and sat down on her knees. Immediately afterward, he felt a warm current penetrate his body, and immediately afterward, a terrifying aura filled his body. Bai Ling's mind trembled as if she had seen some incredible existence, but just for a moment, the entire person lost consciousness. When she woke up, she only felt a sense of relief in her body, and the stubborn poison that was originally entangled in her body had all but disappeared. She tried to take a deep breath, rolling aura surging into the body, limbs and bones unimpeded. No longer have that sense of stagnation. The body of mana accumulated for many years, surging and surging, transformed into a radiant white jade light. The whole person seems to be 10 years younger. The skin is crystal clear. Icy skin and jade bones. It looks even more beautiful and beautiful. How is this possible? Dusty, how on earth did you do that? Bai Ling's eyes widened in surprise and exhilaration. She was actually not bad in terms of talent. And the Bai family's jade spirit root bloodline was one of the few exceptional spirit roots in the world. And once upon a time, it was also a top-tier powerhouse that dominated a party. But because she was suppressed by that toxin, she had difficulty advancing an inch over the years, and had almost cut off the idea of building a foundation to cultivate. As a result, he did not expect that this shackle yoke would be easily broken by Su Chen. Dusty, thank you. I really didn't expect that I would still have the opportunity to build a foundation to cultivate in this life. With tears in her eyes, Bai Ling couldn't help but cry with joy. What are you talking about, Auntie? If it weren't for you, where would I be today? I'm very happy that this little bit of my humble means can help you. Su Chen hurriedly comforted him with a few words, and it was only at this time that he barely managed to suppress that toxin. This poison, extremely overbearing, although there was only one strand, it was frighteningly strong. Even if he used his heaven-swallowing beast soul he could only barely extract it, but he was unable to completely refine and absorb it. At this time, one could only use the immortal foundation to suppress it in the depths of the Qi Sea, and it would not injure oneself for the time being. As for how to solve it, let's wait to slowly figure it out later. If it's not possible, releasing it as a means of attack is also good. I'm afraid that the poison of a transformation realm powerhouse can poison even a Jin Dan Yuaning, right? Chapter 59 Targeting the True Legacy. The talent of sister-in-law Bai Ling was, in fact, very strong. The Bai family was once known as the Immortal Jade family, with an exceptional family bloodline and a unique jade spirit root that allowed them to cultivate a unique family heirloom technique called the Jade Court technique. It was rumored that this was an extremely rare heaven stage technique. The Bai family once dominated the East in this way, and was a powerful and incomparably ancient lineage. However, it was later destroyed by a god transformation powerhouse, and under the shroud of the poison, thousands of people up and down the family, almost all of them were killed, except for the young Bai Ling who was rescued by Su Chen's mother. The name of that person, my sister-in-law has never been willing to disclose. Su Chuan only knew that the other party was an old god transformation monster who was good at using poison. Perhaps, after he was strong enough to touch that realm, he would be able to know who was responsible for destroying his sister-in-law's family. You can also follow the trail and find out the enemy that is after your parents. Now that my sister-in-law had managed to get rid of the toxins in her body, her talent had resurfaced, and with her accumulation, it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before she succeeded in building her foundation, or even going further. With her sitting on the family side, Su Chen was also much more relieved. However, just in case, he still left behind 2 magic treasures as well as many magic artifacts for his sister-in-law and the family to defend themselves. The Shen Turtle Shield and the Mountain Turning Seal, he used them quite well, so he kept them. The Een Soul Streamer was too eye-catching and might also attract the covetousness of the Devil Sect, so Su Chen planned to take it away directly and go back to let the heaven-swallowing beast soul devour and refine it away. The family has me. You don't need to worry. Cultivate well and improve your strength. The Moon family has received great favors from us. They should be reliable. You can trust Yu Liushang. In addition, Shushan has deep roots. Your father used to be inextricably linked with one of the higher-ups of Shushan, and he left you a gift at Shushan. So when you become a true disciple, you'll know about it. Before he left, his sister-in-law Bai Ling told him a secret. It turned out that the reason why the family had gone out of their way to send him to Shushan to further his education was not just because Shushan was the #1 cultivation sect in the southwest. This is the same arrangement that my father left behind back then. Shushan true? I'll work on it. Su Chen nodded his head and agreed. In the past, he only knew that he had to work hard to cultivate and become stronger, but he didn't have a clear goal. Now he has. What would be the gift left by his father to him? After condensing the Golden Dan and becoming a true disciple of Shushan? Is it related to the heaven-swallowing beast soul in his body? Maybe by that time, he would know the secret of his birth. With this expectation, Su Chen moved to get up and ride the flying sword to take off into the air, heading towards Mount Shu. After the foundation, he has developed a divine sense, control of flying swords more at ease. The sword wind, travel mountains and rivers, finally really experienced a few points of cultivators of the free and easy. 3 days later, Su Chen returned to Mount Shu. Along the way, he saw quite a few sect disciples, flying out with their swords, and they were in groups, practicing forming formations in the mountains, just like a mundane army, straightening up and preparing for battle. This was an order given by Imperial Heavenly Sun. The battle at Trapped Mountain had made Shushan very angry, and the arrogant behavior of the 6 sects of the Devil's Way must be punished. Therefore, The disciples of the sect were ordered to actively cultivate and drill the method of killing enemies with sword formations, ready to launch a siege against the 6 sects of the Devil Tao. This person is a man of thunder and lightning, but inevitably he is also a bit too good for his own good. Su Chen secretly shook his head. How Tianyan wants to toss it. It has nothing to do with him, and no matter how powerful the Qingyan Peak Tru Chuan is, he can't control the sword graveyard. Master, I'm back. The first thing Su Chen did when he returned to the sword mound was to head to the top floor to pay his respects to his master. Elder Zhou opened his eyes at the words and a look of joy appeared in his eyes when he saw the mana glow lingering on his body. Successful foundation building? Thanks to the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Master prepared for me, I was fortunate enough to succeed in building my foundation by chance. Between you and me, Master and disciple, why be so polite? I already know about the matter of the trapped mountain. This is also considered a calamity that you have experienced. And to be able to turn the danger into a safe haven is all your own skill. Elder Zhou waved his hand, then asked him to manifest his own immortal foundation. Su Chen nodded. Electricity surfaced on his body, and the heavenly thunder sword levitated out. When Elder Zhou felt the pure sword chi in that sword light, which vaguely carried the might of heavenly thunder, he couldn't help but tsk and sigh. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. It's really extraordinary. Just this wisp of heavenly thunder aura is enough to suppress others. With this foundation, your future achievements will surely surpass those of your master. Very good. Very good. He was genuinely happy for Su Chen. After all, this was his favorite heir apparent, and the greater Su Chen's potential, the safer the sword graveyard would be in the future. After foundation establishment, your status and position will be equal to that of an inner disciple, and you will be able to obtain more resources from the sect in the future. Take some time to go and change your disciple's belt tag. Aha! Su Chen agreed. He was a sword guard disciple and didn't have to go through any tests like the outer disciples. As long as one's cultivation reaches the standard, one can be promoted automatically. After promotion is still the sword mount sword guard, but all kinds of treatment is and the inner disciple flush. Every month can get 10 more spirit stone monthly salary not to mention, but also can use the merit for some materials and pills. These are all permissions only available to inner disciples. Master, now that I have divine sense, isn't it possible to teach me a stronger method of sword control? But Su Chen had been thinking about that hand of 10,000 swords returning to the palace. Zhou Lao sniffed, but shook his head. You have just built your foundation. Your cultivation is still not solid. You have not yet fully mastered the use of divine sense. Go back to washing your sword first, and sense different sword chi as much as you can. And when you fully cultivate the first level of the Tsunghai sword scripture to perfection, that's pretty much when it'll be time. Good. Su Chen was not in a hurry. He believed that his master's arrangement had its own reasons. With that, he bowed and retreated, returning to the sword mound to begin washing his sword. Out for many days, he really misses the sword mound. Feeling the lingering sword fury chi around him, the sword tire immortal foundation in his body is cheering, as if the fish is back in the water. Su Chen directly came to the 4th floor and began to try to shuffle the Dharma sword. With his current cultivation level, he didn't need to waste too much energy on the lower 3 levels anymore. Just picked up the sword, but heard a voice somewhat grudgingly said, Big brother just knows that he goes out alone to be dashing and comfortable, leaving me alone in this sword mound. Really heartless. Su Chuan didn't need to think about it to know that it was the witch sword spirit, and rolled his eyes without any good humor. Speak human. Meanwhile, in the inner disciples' cave, Yang Yunfei had also just received a transmission from his family, knowing that the Wang family of Black Wind Mountain had been destroyed and that Su Chen had successfully built his foundation. What a waste! He gritted his teeth fiercely, and with a surge of mana in his hands, he crushed the flying sound transmission jade slip into smithereens. This little bastard, Su Chen, his luck is too good. The devil sect ambushed the trapped mountain. So many people died, even the inner disciples fell quite a lot, but he was unharmed, and he even successfully obtained the materials for building the foundation. Yang Yunfei also had to admit at this time that Su Chen really had a lot of skill and outrageous luck. This growth rate was far beyond everyone's imagination. It was actually true that within 3 months, foundation building had succeeded, and it was still an extremely rare Heaven's Path foundation building. Looking at the entire inner sect of Mount Shu, there were only a handful of people who were able to carry out Heaven's Path foundation establishment, and it was once considered a talent that only true disciples had. So how could he, Su Chen, possibly be able to do it? Yang Yunfei was a little jealous now, but now it was too late to talk about this. Su Chen had already returned to the sword graveyard. There was no chance for him to strike again even if he wanted to, seeing that the time for the duel that the two had agreed upon was getting closer and closer. Yang Yunfei even got a little worried. Although that Wang family brothers are not competitive, but they have been killing and looting for many years, and are by no means comparable to ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. As a result, both of them have been killed by Su Dust, so it is evident that their strength is strong. Heavily Dao Foundation establishment not to be underestimated. Thinking of this, Yang Yunfei stood up. He was going to make another trip to Qingyang Peak to ask senior brother Tianyan for a treasure. After all, it was a matter of his own life and death safety, and he didn't want to fall in the gutter. Chapter 60, on the stage of heavenly punishment. Deep within the sword mound, Su Chen's palm gently stroked over a magic sword. The harsh and vicious baleful aura swarmed over him to engulf him, but the golden thunder flashed behind his back and sword shadows emerged, and those baleful auras instantly became honest, like mice that had encountered a cat. Dharma swords, which were equivalent to the level of Dharma treasures, were not only made of hard materials, but often implied some unique power. For example, Su Chen was now practicing the Earth Fury sword. This sword is cast with the Earth's Fate Essence Gold, hard and sharp not to mention, but also can hook the Earth's Fate Chi, forming a unique change art, called the Earth's Fate 12 Changes, certainly nowhere near the 72 transformations of the Monkey King in Earth mythology. This earthly 12 transformations was nothing more than an illusionary art, incorporating illusions into the sword technique, able to confuse the enemy and play the effect of surprise. Cleansing the sword, Earthly Fury. Comprehending the Earth-ranked technique, Earthly Fury 12 Changes. Su Chen opened his eyes and woke up from the illusion. In his mind, he had already imprinted the various applications of the Earthly 12 transformations, and this technique was integrated into the sword technique, which in turn formed a unique illusionary sword technique, which was very marvelous. In the process, he also managed to take the unique sword chi from the Earthly Fury sword and wash and retain it, becoming a part of his own long river of sword chi, growing to cultivate the Tsunghai sword scripture. I didn't expect that you actually succeeded in building your foundation so quickly, or a rare Heaven's Path foundation. Now that your strength has increased greatly, these ordinary magic swords are not worthy of you. Only I am your best home. You're just a sword. What's a homecoming? Su Chen blankly glanced at her, while in his heart, there was still hesitation. The power of the heavy floor demon sword was still fresh in his mind, and with such a demonic weapon in his hands, it would indeed be able to increase his strength greatly. He had now built his foundation, and with the power of his dual immortal foundations, whether it was the heavenly thunder sword or the heaven-swallowing beast soul, it should be enough to suppress the heavy floor. However, this sword concerns the Devil's Gate. The White Bone Demon sect didn't hesitate to send people to blend into Mount Shu to get this sword. There must be a reason. Now that the 6 sects of the Devil's Path were stirring up a lot of trouble, I'm afraid that obtaining the Devil's Sword at a time like this would cause no small amount of trouble. The demon sect's people would be staring, not to mention that there would be people within Shushan who would take advantage of the situation. So Su Chen hadn't made up his mind yet. My duel with Yang Yunfei is imminent, so I must not be distracted. Besides, if I die in defeat, you'll still have to return to the sword mound to seal it. This matter, let's wait until I've resolved Yang Yunfei. Su Chen opened his mouth and said, the Wang family took advantage of the chaos to attack and kill the Su family. Behind this was not without the Yang family's authorization. This account, of course, he had to count on Yang Yunfei. The day is the 8th day of the month of Lunar New Year, which is known as Lunar New Year's Day in the mundane world. Immortal cultivators don't eat grains, so of course they don't have the custom of festivals. But today's Shushan Mountain is still very lively. This was because it was the day Su Chen and Yang Yunfei had agreed to duel on the heavenly penalty stage. Early in the morning, there are countless Shushan disciples, heard the wind, gathered under the heavenly punishment platform. From a distance, a huge platform suspended between the cliffs, thick chains across the mountain peaks, between the wind and thunder, lightning and thunder, giving people a kind of murderous weather. The heavenly execution platform, which was originally a place where disciples of Mount Shu were executed for their crimes and misdemeanors. Later, it gradually evolved and became a place for disciples within the sect to settle disputes and grudges. Once on the heavenly punishment stage, one lives and dies at one's own risk, and no one can just intervene. That Su Chen challenged the inner disciples back then and made a lot of noise. Although he is a bit out of his depth, his courage is really commendable. I wonder if he dares to come today. You don't know about this, do you? I've heard that Su Chen has already built his foundation and received his inner disciple token only a few days ago. What? He actually really was able to build his foundation in 3 months. That's indeed a bit of a genius. But in such a short period of time, I guess it's also an ordinary human path foundation establishment. It still won't be Yang Yunfei's opponent. Who knows? Let's just watch the fun. There are a lot of people here today. As the crowd talked and looked around, silhouettes flew in one after another from the high platforms in the distance. Xin Lan from Jade Peak, Bai Yu from the Dan Hall, and some outer sect deacons and even some of the elders had heard the news and rushed here to join in the fun. After all, Shu Mountain hadn't had any disciples on the heavenly punishment stage for many years. Moreover, Su Chen was also considered a not-so-small celebrity within the sect because of his relationship with Yu Liushang, and naturally, there were even more people who paid attention to him. What was even more unexpected was that when Yang Yunfei rushed to the scene with his sword, Qingyang Peak's true successor, Yu Tianyang, had personally arrived to observe. A powerful aura emanated out with a blazing sun, causing the people present to lower their heads, not daring to look at them. Xinlan and the others frowned slightly. What was the status of Imperial Tianyang? For him to come over in person, the nature of this matter would be different. I'm here today just to observe from the sidelines. The self-determination of the clan disciples grudges. Imperial Heavenly Sun lightly opened his mouth to make a statement, and then sat down at the highest place in a good manner. Don't worry, senior brother. I will make things beautiful. Yang Yunfei bowed and performed a salute. Then, under the attention of millions of people, he flew and landed on the heavenly punishment stage. His powerful aura exploded and he shouted aloud, Su Chen, aren't you going to fight me to the death? When it comes down to it, did you not become a shrinking turtle? This guy, so much confidence. Su Chen in the crowd frowned slightly. He had just arrived at the scene. Yang Yunfei should have heard something about his strength. Still so confident now? It seems that it must be that Yu Tianyang has given him some kind of support again, right? Waiting to be a little more careful and defensive. Brother, you have to be careful. I heard that this Yang Yunfei has been in seclusion at Qingyang Peak for some time recently. He must have gained considerable benefits. He's been building his foundation for a long time. His mana is thick, and his cultivation is estimated to have reached the middle stage of foundation building. Su Long, who was following behind, reminded with some concern. Su Chen nodded at the words and comforted. Don't worry, I am sure of myself. This person is narrow-minded. Because of personal grudges he actually instigated the Black Wind Bandits to attack our clan. This is a debt I must settle. Today even if the King of Heaven comes, I will definitely kill him to avenge the deaths of our clan members. After saying that, with the point of his foot, the Imperial Sword took to the air and flew towards the heavenly punishment platform. Coming. Good fellow. Flying with a sword. Su Chen has actually built up his foundation? This is going to be a good show. The crowd was pumped up. When Qinlan and the others saw Su Chen flying in, with mana light lingering on his body and his breath thick, they couldn't help but all breathe a sigh of relief. This guy, actually really built his foundation in 3 months. It's really incredible. Su Chen, go for it. Chu Ran and a bunch of other female disciples of Jade Peak were cheering him on. The battle at Trapped Mountain had allowed him to completely gain the support and recognition of these female disciples. In the meantime, Elder Zhou, who was deep within the sword mound, also slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the heavenly punishment stage. Although he said that he would let Su Chen solve the problem on his own and that he would not intervene, but after all, he was his only disciple, so how could he not be worried? With Su Chen's current cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with Yang Yunfei, but I'm afraid that Royal Sky Yang will intervene. If he's going to break the rules, I'll have no choice but to bully the little one with the big one for once. Chapter 61 One Sword Breaks. On the heavenly execution stage, the moment Yang Yunfei and Su Chen made eye contact with each other, it was as if two red-hot iron blocks were fiercely colliding. I've let you live for 3 months, but today I'll make sure you die. Yang Yunfei's breath was bulging endlessly, his Dharma robe hunting, showing 12 points of confidence, as if he could easily pinch the other party to death. The dead bones in the mound only bark at the CCTV cameras. Su Dust sneer back, if not Yang Yunfei instigated, that the Black Wind Thief will not nearly destroyed Su family. This grudge today when there is an end. Both sides were full of gunpowder when they opened their mouths, and it was obvious that there was no room for defusing the situation. However, the crowd of disciples around the Heaven's Punishment stage appeared to be very interested, wanting to see who these two people were actually deer in the headlights. Innocent. Yang Yunfei smiled coldly and immediately stamped his feet. In an instant, a terrifying cold aura suddenly erupted, and the already cold weather cooled down even more drastically, with the piercing cold wind blowing many disciples shivering slightly. What was even more frightening was that the entire Heaven's Punishment platform was rapidly freezing, a layer of cold ice expanding crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye, coming towards Su Chen's feet. At the same time, Yang Yunfei's aura completely erupted, and the oppressive feeling brought about by the mid-foundation establishment realm spread out, forcing those chi-refining stage disciples to hastily retreat. In terms of pressure, Su Chen was completely incomparable and felt like there was a boulder pressing down on his body, but that's not much pressure to make much of an impact. Su Chen, at this moment, the time and place are in my hands, and in terms of realm you're even less than a horse. I'll see what you still have to fight me with. Yang Yunfei did not hide his killing intent. As long as he killed the other party, then senior brother Yu Tianyang would surely favor himself. so that he could also completely stand firm in the inner sect. Thinking of this, Yang Yunfei directly used the Immortal Foundation. A round of ice mirrors slowly emerged from the back of his head, and in a split second, he even condensed the sky-flying snow into countless ice ballast falling. Between the crackles, the powerful cold ice force slapped at Su Chen's body, surprisingly depleting his mana. It had to be said that Yang Yunfei did have some tricks up his sleeve, and this Ice Mirror Immortal Foundation was not to be underestimated. Surprisingly, he changed the sky. Senior brother Yang is so powerful. This fellow's use of the Immortal Foundation has become even more powerful. I think it must be the result of senior brother Yu Tianyan's guidance. In the future, he will pose a huge threat to our position in the inner sect. It seems like defecting to senior imperial brother is indeed a wise choice. Many disciples were once again shocked by Yang Yunfei's strength. Such a performance was already not inferior to those veteran middle-stage foundation establishment powerhouses. I'm only afraid that there will be a place for him on next year's Dragon and Tiger ranking. While the crowd was discussing, Yang Yunfei was still gathering his power, looking like he wanted to kill Su Chen in one blow. Is my brother going to be okay? Su Long was worried. At this moment from the aura Yang Yunfei had completely taken the initiative, firmly suppressing Su Chen. It shouldn't be. Your brother's breath is calm and steady, and he doesn't see the slightest sign of panic, so he should have the power to fight. Bai Lu relieved, but she didn't have a bottom in her heart. After all, there was a realm difference between the two sides, and Yang Yunfei did have some advantages in this icy environment. Chu Ran and the others from Yu Peak were also a bit nervous. If it was an unusual early-stage foundation establishment expert, there wasn't even the slightest possibility of overturning the situation. Die! Yang Yunfei has already brewed enough power, immediately to Su Dust a point. All of a sudden Ice Mirror Immortal Base Crazy Tremor, followed by 100 feet of Ice Dragon from which flew out, towards Su Dust on the impact. The huge Ice Dragon let out a crazy roar. The terrifying sound wave instantly shook a large number of outer disciples to the point where their eardrums bled, and even those foundation establishment experts in the air felt their breath disturbed. With this kind of strength, how could one not be appalled? Imperial Heavenly Sun nodded slightly, and his gaze then looked at Su Chen, wanting to see how this brat was going to resist. Is that all the power? I'm afraid it's not enough. Hubris. Hearing such arrogant remarks, the crowd felt that Su Chen was crazy. Just the power of this 100 feet ice dragon was completely enough to kill any early-stage foundation establishment expert in seconds. Look! Su Chen moved. Qin Lan reminded, his heart rising in anticipation. Sure enough, the immortal foundation behind Su Chen on the heavenly punishment stage steeply emerged. The moment the heavenly thunder sword appeared, the powerful golden light shone in all directions, surprisingly shaking people's eyes. A fiery and powerful aura rushed and spread, while the lingering lightning instantly shattered the frozen cold ice. Along with the ice slag in the sky was swept away. Not only that, the original Yang Yunfei's majestic Ice Mirror Immortal Foundation was instantly dimmed and could not be compared at all. In the face of such a vision, everyone was in an uproar. It was unthinkable that Su Chen's Immortal Foundation was so powerful. It must be the Heavenly Tao Foundation building. I can't imagine that my Mount Shu has produced such a genius again. It's truly a blessing for the sect. A smile appeared on the face of one of the elders, and his heart was already moved to cherish his talent. Now that the immortal and demon paths are struggling endlessly, it's a time when talents are needed, and I think it's better to mediate some friction between disciples. The other elder also rose to defend him, still not wanting a genius like Su Chen to die on the heavenly punishment stage. Afterward, let him admit his fault to Royal Heavenly Sun, and perhaps the matter would be over. Royal Sky Yang did not react to his words, which made these few elders could only wait for the results first. Seeing that the 100-foot ice dragon had already rushed to the front of his eyes, a hint of killing intent also surfaced in Su Chen's eyes. In the next moment, the heavenly thunder sword behind him steeply fell into his hands, and a terrifying sword momentum began to accumulate and vibrate. Sweep away the thousands. The moment the ice dragon opened its fangs to pounce down, Su Chen's feet shook violently, and the entire person was like a pale dragon coming out of the water, fiercely slashing his sword across the 8 directions. The wind and thunder stirred, the golden light flashed, and the sharp sword chi seemed to be able to tear apart everything. In front of this sword blade, the invincible 100 feet ice dragon was shattered like thin paper. This can't be right. Under Yang Yunfei's horrified gaze, the entire ice dragon directly shattered into countless pieces of ice and fell, causing him to tremble as he watched. Is this the power of Heavenly Tao Foundation building? Terrifying as it is, I can't imagine that Su Chen has flipped. So powerful. What do you mean flip? This is crushing. For a moment, the gazes of the crowd towards Su Chen changed. That figure actually looked so powerful. When the ice dragon shattered, the aftermath of Su Chen's sword power had not dissipated, and he directly pounced towards Yang Yunfei. Shit! Yang Yunfei hurriedly cast a spell to stop it. and the ice mirror immortal base flashed violently, freezing a layer of ice walls in front of him. However, Su Chen's sword was particularly overbearing, almost instantly breaking down the ice wall. Yang Yunfei was completely flustered and was forced to retreat back and forth. All kinds of defensive spells were continuously thrown out from his hands. However, none of them worked. Hurry up and kill this asshole. Su Lon looked very relieved. The worry she had just had all turned into surprise, and she couldn't wait to personally go on the field and kill Yang Yunfei. On the side, Bai Lu smiled faintly, and in her heart, she was a little more curious about Su Chen. Just when the crowd thought that Yang Yunfei would surely die, they saw a golden light flash, followed by Su Chen's sword light abruptly obliterating. Su Chen immediately sensed that something was wrong, while Yang Yunfei reappeared with a hideous smile, his tone filled with hatred. Su Chen, you have indeed impressed me, but today you still cannot escape death. As he reached out and grabbed it, he saw a golden great sun cloud patterned armor shield appear in his hand. The moment such a magic weapon came out, it instantly caused his aura to climb, even stronger than before. Blazing Sun Shield. Isn't that senior brother Yu Tianyang's magic treasure? Why is it in his hands? Some people recognized this magic treasure and their eyes were filled with incredulity. This is a top-grade magic treasure. Back then, senior brother Yu Tianyang relied on it to kill a lot of demons. I can't imagine that it was given to Yang Yunfei. The power of the Blazing Sun Shield is no less than that of an extreme magic treasure. This time Su Chen is hanging on. It looked like Su Chen had already won the duel, but unexpectedly, another wave was added. Chapter 62 Xianin Swordqi. As the Blazing Sun Shield slowly rotated around Yang Yunfei's body, this magic treasure actually emitted a soft glow, gradually recovering his injuries. At this moment, the power of the Blazing Sun Shield once again exceeded many people's expectations, while Su Chen was equally vigilant. This is supposed to be a fair duel between senior brothers Su and Yang Yunfei, but I can't imagine that senior brother Yu Tianyang has even acted as a patronizing person, clearly bullying people. Seemingly fair but actually hypocritical. No wonder it displeased senior sister Yu. Chu Ran and the others were unhappy in their hearts and were talking to each other. When Qin Lun heard these remarks, he immediately shook his head to stop them. In front of senior imperial brother, don't talk nonsense. It's also Yang Yunfei's chance to obtain this magic treasure. It's not excessive. It wasn't that she wanted to speak for Yang Yunfei and Yu Tianyang. She was just afraid that the trouble would come out from the senior sisters beside her. At this moment, Yang Yunfei had fully recovered his strength, and with the Blazing Sun Shield in his body, he was instantly born with infinite self-confidence, and walked towards Su Chen with murderous eyes. Little scumbag, do you really think you can turn over the sky? As long as I, Yang Yunfei, am around, you're only worthy of being stepped into the mud. You really don't have a long memory. If you are not strong in yourself, it is useless to rely on any external objects. Su Chen's sentence poked the pain point, and with just a flick of his wrist, the heavenly thunder sword was like lightning piercing through the sky, ruthlessly nailing towards Yang Yunfei. Under the extreme speed, a series of ear-piercing sonic booms rang out from the heavenly punishment stage, and several thunder snakes continuously wrapped around the sword blade with astonishing power. Clang! Just as the heavenly thunder sword was about to pierce Yang Yunfei's body, the Blazing Sun Shield unsurprisingly blocked it, and a violent tremor resounded, causing even the entire celestial punishment stage to tremble with it. Despite the horrifying sound, however, the heavenly thunder sword still failed to break through the Blazing Sun Shield. This magic weapon was indeed tricky. Su Chuan recalled the heavenly thunder sword several times in a row and shot it out again at an even faster speed, but each time it was blocked by the other party with an airtight defense. Buzz! Right at the moment when the heavenly thunder sword struck the Blazing Sun Shield again, the shield suddenly began to vibrate violently and emitted a strange sound wave while radiating a rolling golden light. Under this golden light, Su Chen immediately perceived that his power was actually being rapidly shaken and dissipated, and the heavenly thunder sword had also become less stable. Seeing such a scene, Su Chen even frowned. Seemingly unbelieving, Su Chen recalled the heavenly thunder sword, and the moment he entered his hand, a sword momentum surged out from his body and converged on the blade. As soon as the sword came out, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and a gale rose out of the air, wrapping Su Chen's understanding of the Tao of the sword and transforming it into the purest sword. The burning sky sword chi formed a fiery flame that entwined and came. Su Chen instantly arrived in front of Yang Yunfei and burned the city with a sword. What an overbearing sword momentum! I can't imagine that this son is so enlightened in the sword path. At the moment Su Chen had struck his sword, the several elders immediately saw something. In terms of the understanding of the Tao of the sword that he had demonstrated, even many foundation establishment perfection powerhouses could not reach it. Not bad. If there is another high person to guide us, our future achievements will definitely not be below you and me. these elders had already moved to accept the idea of disciples. Only that there was a hint of hidden displeasure when Yu Tianyang heard it. Facing Su Chen's sword, Yang Yunfei was also a bit flustered, and immediately urged the blazing sun shield with all his might, hoping to hold on. Another shocking collision. The terrifying impact directly shook Yang Yunfei back and forth, his expression terrified. However, it was fortunate that the blazing sun shield still blocked the strike, and the piercing golden light directly dissolved most of the power of the heavenly thunder sword. Yang Yunfei once again let out a loud laugh, looking at Su Chen with a smug smile. Kid, now do you know the power of this magic treasure? Now, instead of being able to inflict damage on me, as time passes, your mana will surely run out. The surrounding disciples were also talking, extremely displeased with Yang Yunfei's face. Relying on senior brother Yu Tianyang's magic treasure is nothing. If he didn't have this blazing sun shield, I guess that kid would have to cry his eyes out. That's a good point. If we let him win, this guy will be sure to humiliate us when the Dragon Tiger ranking is reordered in the future. Hearing this, most of the inner disciples favored Su Chen. After all, the other party had never humiliated their opponents during the outer sect competition, and this point alone trumped Yang Yunfei. Facing the crowd of naysayers, Yang Yunfei didn't care. As long as he could finish off Su Chen, it wouldn't take long for these voices to disappear. With a movement of Su Chen's mind, the heavenly thunder sword returned behind him, maintaining the form of the immortal foundation slowly emitting light. As Yang Yunfei said, for today's solution, we have to fight quickly, so that we can maximize the preservation of power. However, it was not easy to break through the defense of the blazing sun shield. This thing was not only sturdy and extraordinary, and could dissolve the opponent's strength, it was really not easy to deal with. However, this object was not insurmountable, and Su Chen had already thought of a way to deal with it. After he returned to the sword graveyard, he took the time to refine and devour the white bone Taoist's Yin soul streamer, and the heaven-swallowing beast soul extracted demonic chi from it, accidentally obtaining a demonic sect spell called Xian Yin Sword Chi. This method and the sun shield has the same wonder, can quickly corrode the other side of the mana. Only this method with the magic power can be more powerful and overbearing, for the immortal law has a very strong suppression effect. It was just the right time to use it against Yang Yunfei. When he thought of this, he no longer hesitated, and immediately drew out the heavenly thunder sword, and as the temperature dropped drastically, a light blue Xianin sword chi then surfaced above the blade. The moment the sword chi surfaced, even the space around the heavenly thunder sword was corroded to produce tiny cracks. Chi through the rainbow. Su Chen held his sword in both hands and slashed at Yang Yunfei. 100 feet of sword chi instantly cut across the sky, as if it was going to split the sky in two. Useless! Yang Yunfei taunted up, immediately running the blazing sun shield and slammed into it, the blazing sunlight blazingly emanating out to completely exhaust Su Chen's sword chi. However, when Su Chuan's sword slashed down, a terrifying corrosive force began to rapidly disintegrate the blazing sun radiance, and the blazing sun shield flickered violently, yet it was getting dimmer and dimmer. In just a few breaths of time, many people sensed that something was wrong. Not only did Su Chen's sword aura not weaken, the light of that blazing sun shield instead began to dissipate. What kind of sword chi is this? Why is it so overbearing that it can even suppress the blazing sun shield? My god, how many secrets is Su Chen hiding? It's just too surprising. The entire crowd was abuzz. Su Chen had once again staged the myth of the Jedi strike back for them. There was nothing more exciting than this. This technique is indeed overbearing, but it doesn't seem to be something from my Mount Shu, yet it is somewhat familiar. One of the elders muttered, not having a clue for a while. However, the first person on the first place, Yu Tianyang, frowned. The sword aura used by Su Chen seemed to be one he had seen before, once when he himself was eliminating a Devil's Saint Sun. The other party had used a similar aura. Could it be that Su Chen had stolen and learned a magic skill? He couldn't help but stand up at the thought. With a bang, the blazing sun shield was directly blown out, and Yang Yunfei was struck by lightning, and was even more frightened to death. Senior Imperial brother save me. Yang Yunfei was scared shitless and saw that his body was about to be separated. Suddenly, a terrifying divine might enveloped the entire field, and Su Chen's sword chi was instantly obliterated. The crowd was in an uproar as they looked at Royal Sky Yang, who had risen up in the air, wondering why he had made a move. It really is demonic chi. Su Chen, how did you acquire the devilish sword chi? Upon hearing the word demonic chi, many people immediately changed color and looked towards Su Chen. Chapter 63, Shooting the Sun. Within the sword mound, there are countless flying swords. So what's so strange about this Xianin sword chi that I have acquired from it? Could it be that the ferocious sword mound is also the land of the devil sect? In the face of Royal Sky Yang's questioning, Su Chen responded frankly, without the slightest bit of timidity in his tone. The crowd below the scene heard this and couldn't help but feel that there was some truth to it. With the special nature of that sword mound, anything could happen. In the face of this statement, Royal Sky Young frowned slightly. He really did not have clear evidence in hand, and immediately said coldly, "Whether it's true or false still needs to be investigated by the sect. Some days ago there were devil spies sneaking in, so we can't take it lightly. The fight between the two of you today ends here. After the sect finds out the truth, then we will settle our personal matters." Upon hearing Royal Sky Yang's pat decision, Yang Yunfei was instantly delighted in his heart and looked at Su Chen with a smug expression, and immediately prepared to leave the heavenly punishment stage. With Yu Tianyang around, even if he lost, so what? Su Chen couldn't do anything about it at all. As long as he could survive, he would still have a chance to finish this guy off next time. Su Chen also didn't expect that Royal Sky Yang would openly favor Yang Yunfei. If he let that guy get away, then how could he give an explanation to the clansmen who died tragically at the hands of the Black Wind Bandits? No way. How can the rules on the heavenly execution stage be easily changed? Yang Yunfei and I were meant to be a fair duel. Now that he deserves to die if he loses, the true disciples have no qualifications to intervene. The aura on Su Chen's body began to climb crazily. The immortal base behind him flickered continuously, and the lightning arcs on the heavenly thunder sword even exploded continuously. Seeing that Su Chen was not prepared to let himself go, Yang Yunfei immediately panicked and directly pulled out his legs and ran, wanting to get away from this place of wrongdoing. Where to run? Su Chen had already moved to kill, directly launching a thunderous strike, and the heavenly thunder sword behind him suddenly broke through the air. This time, many people changed their faces. They could not imagine that in front of Royal Sky Yang Su Chen still dared to make a move. They were only afraid that the situation would become worse. As expected, his actions clearly offended Yu Tianyang. "Don't you dare!" As an angry rebuke sounded, Royal Sky Yang immediately pressed down a finger towards Su Chen. In an instant, countless golden lights converged, and a strong storm of mana instantly bounced the heavenly thunder sword back. At the same time, that streak of golden light quickly formed a 1,000-foot heaven-imprisoning giant finger shadow in the air, and pressed it down against the top of Su Chen's head. Countless cries of astonishment rang out. In their eyes, that finger was simply one of the hands of God, breaking through the clouds and fog and coming to suppress all of this heaven and earth. The golden shadow appeared to be slow, but it had already locked Su Chen firmly, releasing a terrifying power with every moment of falling, slashing the sky with violent flames. In the blink of an eye, the flame-scorched finger had already reached the top of Su Chen's head, and the powerful force caused the air to distort with it. Is this the strength of a true disciple? Just a casual strike can unleash such power. The crowd of disciples looked dumbfounded and actually felt a deep shudder, not daring to imagine what would happen if they were to face this power. Senior Brother Royal is too strong. His body faintly reveals a Yuaning aura. There is absolutely no way that this power Su Chen can resist it. This is the consequence of offending a true legend. Su Chen is in danger. Everyone looked at Su Chen, wanting to see when he would beg for mercy. With Yu Tianyang's status, he should not directly take his life. And on the heavenly punishment stage, only Su Chen was most aware of just how terrifying this power in front of him was. Just that aura alone had already caused the muscles in his body to tingle. However, admitting defeat and begging for forgiveness has never been his personality. The only sword cultivator who dies on the road of resistance. There is no coward who lives on. In the blink of an eye, a scorching aura began to run out from Su Chen's body, and even his body swelled a little. Is this not going to be a resignation? Chu Ran felt deeply shocked, and the others had even more pupil earthquakes, their eyes full of incredulity. Does he not see the situation, or does he really have the power? One can only wait for the final result. Clang! As a deafening sound rang out, Su Chen directly pushed his sword against that heaven-imprisoning finger, and his entire body was shaken by the tremendous impact and trembled continuously, his feet sinking deep into the rubble. Looking at his clenched teeth, everyone could hardly imagine how much pressure this was under. Brother! Su Long was so scared that tears were about to fall from his eyes, and his heart kept sending out prayers, hoping that he would hurry up and admit his faults to Yu Tianyang. A small person like them couldn't fight others. Yang Yunfei, on the other hand, was full of teasing. Let you not know how to die. Let's see who dies first this time. A few elders frowned as they watched, not realizing that Su Chen was still a strong-natured person. It seems that they could only let him suffer first. After a moment of softening, they will then say a few good words, so that Royal Heavenly Sun's small punishment will be over. It was a pity that everyone had underestimated Su Chen's conviction. At this moment, he had already been forced to the point where his eyes were red, but he still had no intention of begging for mercy. And the aura on his body was actually still strengthening. This kid, is he insistent on seeking death? There was some confusion in the heart of Royal Sky Yang. He did not have the idea of killing Su Chen at this moment, so as not to end up with the reputation of bullying the small with the big, but the other party seemed to be determined to go against him. Burning sky, destroy the earth. Just when everyone thought that Suchen was bound to die, they saw him violently let out a stern cry, followed by his entire body turning red, actually burning up a blazing flame, as if he had only just walked out of purgatory. In the next moment, a majestic fire spirit shadow erupted from his body, and under the gazes of countless horrified people, he actually used his infinite divine power to fiercely knock that imprisoning heavenly finger out. Not only did this scene dumbfound the crowd of disciples, even Yu Tianyang and the several elders didn't react to it. Taking advantage of this short gap, the sun shooting bow had already fallen into Su Chen's hands, and he immediately opened his bow and strung an arrow, gathering all of his mana to shoot out. This extreme magic treasure was too powerful, and even with Su Chen's current mana, he could only shoot one arrow without utilizing the spirit stone formation, but it was already enough. The entire shooting sun skybreaker arrow wrapped in the might of death and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yunfei. This fellow had just escaped to the edge of the heavenly punishment stage, only to look back and see that Su Chen had actually resisted the pressure of Royal Sky Yang and unleashed this surefire strike on him. Before he could resist, Yang Yunfei's entire body was blasted into slag. The room was filled with silence for a while, and then it completely boiled over immediately afterward. Crazy. Completely insane. It was simply a myth that a brat at the early stage of Foundation establishment could resist the suppression of a Yuaning powerhouse to forcefully kill someone. Right or wrong yet? This will surely be the center of discussion in Shushan for some time. This guy, ugh. The several elders glanced at each other and shook their heads somewhat helplessly. While everywhere was bustling with activity, the only thing that became cold was the aura around Yu Tianyang. Killing someone in front of him? This is really not taking himself seriously. Unbridled. A bit of anger arose in the heart of Yu Tianyang. This feeling hadn't appeared for a long time since he had become a true disciple. Since Su Chen was obstinate, he would waste this brat himself today. The moment that Yu Tianyang opened his mouth, thunderous explosions continued throughout the heavens punishment stage, scaring everyone into shutting up in a hurry. Senior Brother Royal, Su Chen killing Yang Yunfei was originally a rule on the heavenly execution stage. Please show mercy for senior sister Yu's sake. Qinlan hurriedly opened his mouth to plead for Su Chen. At this time, if Imperial Heavenly Sun struck again, he wouldn't give any chance of getting away with it. Not to mention that Su Chen had already exhausted his strength. You don't get to talk here. With just one look from Royal Sky Yang, Qinlan was struck by lightning and turned pale with fear. At this moment, Su Chen seemed to be truly dying. Deep within the sword mound, Elder Zhou's gaze had fallen through the layers of space onto the heavenly execution stage, surrounded by thousands of flying swords slowly rotating, ready to intervene at any time. However, not waiting for Yu Tianyang to make a move, but saw a majestic pillar of light on the Yu peak rushing into the sky, followed by a silhouette rising into the sky, a strong Yuaning stage aura stirring within the entire Shushan mountain. Chapter 64, The Sun and the Moon Meet. Between the flow of moonlight, a round of bright moon emerged from behind that cool silhouette, and the moonlight shone like a starry night. Before the crowd could get a good look at Yu Liushang's worldly appearance, they saw her instantly disappear from her original location, turning around and directly appearing on the heavenly punishment stage. In an instant, the high-hanging bright moon released endless moonlight, as if it was a flood that broke the dike and attacked, crushing all of Royal Sky Yang's full of pressure. Looks like the warning I gave you last time wasn't enough. Without any nonsense, Yu Liushang raised her hand and chopped two sword chi. The terrifying power caused the heaven and earth to tremble crazily. The divine might of a Yuaning stage powerhouse had the ability to move mountains and reclaim the sea with a single strike, and the entire dome of the sky took on the shape of a shattered spider's web. Watching the crowd of disciples stare in disbelief, the several elders on the platform originally wanted to resolve the strife. However, when they really faced this force, they all changed color and dodged to avoid it. The entire grandstand instantly exploded into pieces, and the powerful killing moves directly suppressed down towards Yu Tianyang. So fierce. Su Chen had been enveloped by Yu Liushang's domain at the moment and was not affected by the waves, but he was still surprised by the other party's decisive and ruthless strike. Yu Tianyang also didn't expect Yu Liushang to make a move against him just after he had emerged from the gate, and his heart was immediately a bit unhappy. A round of blazing sun emerged behind itself, sweeping up a storm that directly strangled those two sword chi. Ryusho, what do you mean by that? Yu Tianyang was at least the first true disciple of Shu Mountain, breaking through the Yuaning stage earlier than Yu Liushang, and it was more or less unseemly for the other party to fight each other so recklessly. It's not your turn to lecture my fiancé. As soon as the words fell, Yu Liushang actually struck out again, and between the wind and the clouds, the terrifying momentum actually made the rest of the disciples feel that it was difficult to breathe, and they had to quickly pull away. I can't imagine that senior sister Yu would defend Su Chen so much. Is this going to start a Yuaning-level war? The others immediately felt a wave of panic. The duel at the Foundation establishment stage could still be watched as a spectacle, but I'm afraid that the entire clan wouldn't be able to withstand a duel of art techniques from a Yuaning-level powerhouse. Seeing Yu Liushang leaping into the sky, the magic sword in her hand pointed at the dome of the sky, and all of a sudden, all the 100 miles of clouds were covered with gloomy clouds, turning into a terrifying whirlpool. The moment the canopy fell, the bright moon behind her transformed into a 1,000-foot white jade phoenix, and the loud and clear phoenix roar shook the 8 wastelands. That phoenix feather spilled countless points of light, actually corrupting the entire space. In the next moment, the entire phoenix transformed into a shadow and merged into the Dharma sword, raising Yu Liushang's aura to an astonishing height. Seeing that the sword was about to chop down, Yu Tianyang's face also turned cold. Although he had already regarded Yu Liushang as his forbidden property, he could not afford to be so provocative. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? With a single step of his feet, the space around him was instantly crushed, while his entire body had already risen up in the air, with the light of the blazing sun behind him forcibly dispersing the dark clouds. As he choked and recited the incantation, the entire blazing sun directly swelled 100 times, from which a 5-clawed golden dragon flew out to emit an ear-splitting roar. The moment the golden dragon roared, the entire Mount Shu shook, and the countless mountain protection formations flickered continuously, having long since automatically opened their defenses. With this kind of divine might, both sides will surely destroy the sky and the earth if they fight. Ridiculous! Stop it all! Seeing that a shocking battle was about to be staged, a majestic voice suddenly came from the void, and then sect leader Su Wenji appeared in the middle of the two out of thin air. The moment they saw the sect leader, everyone immediately saluted, while Yu Liushang and Yu Tianyang didn't dare to make a fuss and immediately withdrew their divine abilities. It was still the first time that Su Chen had met the sect leader, but there was no doubt that this person's power was unfathomable. And even as arrogant as Yu Tianyang and Yu Liushang did not dare to disobey the other party. The two of you are the true disciples of this sect, and you are making a big fuss in front of many of your fellow disciples. Won't it be a joke when it spreads out? Su Wenji glanced towards both of them, but his tone wasn't really harsh. It just carried a few hints of warning. The sect leader's lesson is correct. It was the disciple who was impulsive. Yu Tianyang went with the flow while Yu Liushang said nothing. Su Wenji nodded, glancing at Su Chen if he had any deep meaning, and continued. Nowadays, immortals and demons are opposing each other, and recently there has been even more friction, so there must not be any more such trivial matters to distract me. Liu Shuang, your breakthrough to the Yuaning stage deserves a reward. Tomorrow this seat will give you a magic treasure. Hopefully it will help you blossom in the immortal demon war. Thank you, sect leader. Having defused this great battle in the end, Su Wenji nodded his head in satisfaction and then disappeared into thin air. After this tossing and turning, Yu Liushang didn't have the heart to fight anymore and directly floated down to Su Chen's side. Let's go. I'll send you back to the sword mound. At this moment, Yu Tianyang didn't stop anymore. An early Foundation establishment disciple couldn't pose the slightest threat to him. However, Su Chen did not leave there. Instead, he walked to the front of Yu Tianyang, his expression as calm as autumn water. The crowd was perplexed and didn't understand what he was going to do again. But Yu Tianyang was fearless. Yu Tianyang, when I first entered the inner sect, you coerced and attempted to make me withdraw from my marriage contract with senior sister Yu, directly causing me to be thrown into the sword grave and wait for death. However, not only did I survive, I became stronger step by step. Those fans of yours set me up and oppressed me time and time again, even going so far as to send people to exterminate my clan. But unfortunately, all of these tactics were defused by me until I stood on the heavenly penalty stage. Su Chen calmly recounted his experiences over the past few months, and the crowd on the stage was silent, not knowing what his intentions were now, while Yu Tianyang even looked at him indifferently. Indeed, even if I build my foundation, I am still like an ant in front of you. Yes, you are a towering sun, but that's not a reason for you to trample on me recklessly. One day, I will let you know that even a blazing sun will fall when it is high in the sky. The final toss resounded through the valley, and Su Chen was even gripping the sun shooting bow, as if implying that he would eventually shoot down his wheel of the blazing sun with an arrow. Upon hearing this, the crowd was even more in an uproar, all filled with shock. A brat in the early stage of Foundation establishment also dared to call out to the first true legend of Mount Shu. Courage is daunting. Is this brat crazy? To talk to Senior Brother Royal like that? With this meager strength, Senior Brother Royal could blow him to death with a breath. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Many of Royal Sky Yang's fans couldn't help but scream and curse, while the few who appreciated Su Chen didn't dare to open their mouths easily. However, Yu Liushang was a little surprised by Su Chen's actions. Unexpectedly he was so manly, it was quite to her liking. Instead, There was some appreciation joy in her heart. Imperial Heavenly Sun was similarly a bit surprised. It was the first time in so many years that someone dared to speak to him in such a manner, finally making him unable to resist giving Su-chen a proper look. When the two of them met their gazes, Royal Sky Young revealed a smile full of confidence and laughed. Then I'll be waiting to see how you'll shoot down my Haori in the sky. Countless fans suddenly erupted into a burst of shouts. Simply more confident than you, Tianyang. For the sake of senior sister Yu's face, I will not pursue today's matter any further. The rest of the sect disciples will rest and recuperate with all their might. The 6 sects of the Devil's Way have been in trouble for a long time, so prepare to slay the demons. I respectfully obey the decree of senior brother Yu. Thousands of disciples answered neatly, their voices shattering the clouds. Chapter 65 Red Sky Sword Formation. Outside the door of the sword mound, Yu Liuxuang and Su-chen stepped out from the void. From the heavenly penalty platform to here in just an instant. This was the ability of Yuaning stage cultivators. Just coming out of the gate and striking out because of me. Thanks a lot this time. Su-chen looked at Yu Liuxuang and opened his mouth. Before the other party had also been letting people send pills. This favor had to be taken. It's just a small matter. I originally disliked Yu Tianyang's behavior, so it's a good time to try my strength with him. Yu Liuxuang didn't care about that, and then shifted her words and said, it's only been 3 months since we last met, and I heard from Qinlan that you've even reached Heaven's Path Foundation establishment. Such talent is truly rare. From next month onwards, I will have Qinlan send a double portion of Jade Du pill. If you need anything else, just ask her. The talent and resilience that Su-chen displayed caused Yu Liuxuang's sense of anticipation towards him to rise quite a bit, and he couldn't help but take a few more moments to care for him. Well, thank you for your kindness, but I shouldn't need anything else at the moment. Su-chen didn't thank the other party for their goodwill, or else it would instead lead both parties towards rustication. Then I will leave first. Now that the siege of the 6 sects of the Devil Dao is imminent, this is a major event for the entire sect. Previously, the White Bone Demon sect's sneak attack and backstabbing nearly caused me to fail in my breakthrough, so it's time to settle the score with them. The moment she thought of the White Bone Demon sect's behavior, killing intent surged in Yu Liuxuang's eyes, and even the temperature around her plummeted. Su-chen knew that there was a lot at stake, and after exhorting a sentence to be more careful, the two sides parted ways. The air of the sword mound had a fury drifting everywhere, yet Su-chen still felt that this place made people feel close. Master, I'm back. On the top floor of the sword mound, Elder Zhou, whose face had also been wearing a smile, said to Su-chen, I already know about your situation on the heavenly punishment stage. In line with the practices of a sword cultivator, you did not disappoint me. That Yu Tianyang was too overbearing and tried to stop me from killing Yang Yunfei. If it wasn't for senior sister Yu Liuxuang standing up for me, I'm afraid he would have made a move against me. Su-chen didn't hide his dissatisfaction with Yu Tianyang, and the idea of defeating the other party would become his motivation for a long time. Even if Yu Liuxuang doesn't make a move, master won't just sit back and do nothing. In this Mount Shu, you let go of your hands and have your own master to protect you. Elder Zhou responded in a domineering manner, causing Su-chen to feel much more at ease. And even more so, he felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, master. Elder Zhou nodded and then inquired. Then how is the cultivation of the first layer of the Tsunghai Sword Sutra going, and has it been fully mastered? It has been cultivated to perfection. This result was expected by Elder Zhou, who still knew quite a bit about Su-chen's talent. That's good. Rest for a day first. Tomorrow I'll teach you that multiple sword control technique. Considering that Su-chen had just returned from the heavenly penalty platform, Elder Zhou did not hurry, and Su-chen did not say much. After leaving the top floor of the sword mound, he didn't rest. Instead, he directly came to the middle 3 floors to start picking out a suitable Dharma sword to wash his sword. Now that he had regained his mana, the more baneful energy he absorbed, the more beneficial it would be to his cultivation instead. As his eyes surveyed these magic swords, when he saw a red magic sword, there seemed to be some kind of sensation in his heart, and the innate sword tire brought him an instinctive impulse. You're it. Su-chen grabbed this crimson magic sword, and the moment he held the hilt a dense cloud of sword fury immediately impacted over. These baneful auras were much stronger than the ones he had encountered before, and the powerful baneful aura transformed into a poisonous wasp that came straight for the face the moment it lit up its tail needle. However, Su-chen wouldn't care about this. No matter how amazing these baleful chi were, the moment he exerted his mana to block them, the innate sword tire shook slightly, instantly devouring and absorbing them. As this majestic power entered his body, Su-chen felt that his body became filled up, mana flowed through his limbs, and his realm grew. Without the baneful chi blocking him, Su-chen began to polish the crimson magic sword named Red Emperor. In the middle of the illusion, between a swamp of mountains, the downtrodden scholar walks the mountain paths. wanting to take advantage of the darkness to enter a broken temple in the distance to rest. However, as the ground shook, a red-trained long snake suddenly poked out from the lake and swamp next to it, and its huge body of dozens of feet long could be said to be covering the sky and the sun. The most amazing thing was that the snake had 3 heads and looked hideous. Seeing this scene, the scholar had long been so frightened that his legs went weak and he fainted in the twinkling of an eye. When he woke up again he had already arrived at the temple, while at the entrance sat an old Taoist with messy beard and hair. The original 3-headed red snake had already had its head chopped off, and beside the bonfire, 3 red magic swords were inserted on top of the 3 snake heads. Seeing the scholar come to his senses, the old Taoist then performed a miracle on him. Just by watching the old Taoist reach out and call, the 3 flying swords on the snake's head flew into his hand, instantly fusing into one. In the blink of an eye, it split into 3 again before the scholar could see it clearly, forming a sword formation that blasted an ancient tree into pieces in the distance. Seeing this scene, the scholar immediately chose to worship his master and learn this sword formation. Within the next few decades, the scholar, with this red emperor sword and that set of sword formation, even more in the Jianghu to break into a hefty reputation. Soon, Su Chen came to his senses from the illusion. However, the harvest this time was exhilarating, and from this red emperor sword, he had actually obtained a set of sword formations of extraordinary power. This formation was called the Red Sky Sword Formation, and although it was 100,000 miles worse than the 10,000 Swords Return, it was already extraordinarily powerful for the current Su Chen. Once this Red Sky Sword Formation was formed, the swords in it would form a bond, and not only would their power increase exponentially, even their speed would be greatly increased. It's just a pity that I don't know how to harness multiple flying swords at the same time right now. Otherwise I really want to try the power of this sword formation. Su Chuan's divine thought moved, and the Red Emperor's sword then split into 3, transforming into 3 even lighter and thinner flying swords suspended in the air. Although they could also be barely catalyzed, but they could not exert much power to harness multiple flying swords at the same time. What was needed was a strong mental power and precise control of these flying swords. This is like a group of sparrows falling on the ground. It is not difficult to make them fly up at the same time. What is difficult is how to not collide with each other when thousands of sparrows take off at the same time. However, it was good that this problem was about to be solved, and all he had to do now was to finally perceive this sword formation. Under the control of his divine thoughts, the 3 flying swords continued to rotate, actually forming a wind cone that could instantly fly out once they merged into one. Such use was extremely mentally draining, and this was only possible because the Red Emperor's sword was already strongly bound. When he changed to the other 2 flying swords, the effect instantly became extremely poor, especially since these flying swords had different attributes and also possessed their own wills. Trying to make the same harness and explode in power wasn't that easy. After cultivating for a while to no avail, Su Chen also chose to give up and return to the side hall to continue cultivating the sword nurturing art and the Tsunghai sword scripture. Chapter 66 Rising Spirit and Sword. Swordsmen often take the enemy's head with a flying sword from 100 paces away. With one more flying sword in your hand, you have one more chance. However, if you want to manage several swords without confusion, where do you think the key lies? Under the dome of the sword mound, Zhou Lao and Su Chen stood in the void, surrounded by 10,000 swords shuttling back and forth constantly, as if countless flying swallows were stunningly illuminating shadows in the air. The trajectories of the 10,000 swords were different, and the speed of each flying sword was faster than Su Chuan harnessing a sword alone. Yet in such a complicated situation, there was no collision of any flying swords. Not only that, in between Zhou Lao's words, all the flying swords converged at the feet of the 2 of them, forming an autumn chrysanthemum bloom. The scene was extremely shocking. This moment would completely strengthen his resolve to learn this art. After some deliberation, Su Chen returned. Previously, disciples have also tried to harness several flying swords at the same time, but they found that it was very consuming to the divine mind. So I think the key to achieving stability without chaos lies in a strong divine soul. In response to this answer, Elder Zhou smiled non-committally and then opened his mouth. If it were for normal people, your remarks would not be wrong. But even so, it is difficult to show its power in actual combat. With a casual call of Zhou Lao's hand, a flying sword fell into his hand and was displayed towards Su Chen. You see in this flying sword, the will of my master is fused together with the spirit of this flying sword, so that it doesn't need to use so much divine thought to manipulate it, and it can also act according to my thoughts. So saying, Su Chen seemed to be enlightened. Can it be that master wants me to refine all the flying swords I use? In that case, if I want to mobilize 10,000 swords at once as you did, but it seems unlikely. You think, well, once you want to harness many flying swords at the same time when it comes to refining them one by one is indeed unrealistic. That's why this is what I'm going to teach you now. What I am going to teach you now is called the art of spirit initiation. Once it is performed, It can quickly make the flying sword spirit close to you, just like a baby meeting its parents. Elder Joe nodded the secret method into Su Chen's brain, and then continued to speak. Learning this method for the first time is a bit difficult, and you need to spend a lot of time to figure out how to grasp it, so that you can establish a relationship with these flying swords, and then manipulate them with your divine thoughts. In the future, when your divine soul is strong and you are skilled in this method, you will be able to quickly reach an intimate relationship with an unfamiliar sword, and you will be able to do so without the need for refining. Listening to these teachings, Su Chen was enlightened and gradually came to a clear understanding in his heart. I can't imagine that this spirit rising technique is so powerful. Thank you, Master, for preaching. Elder Joe smiled amiably and waved his hand with full concern. The techniques have been given to you. How much you can learn depends on your personal skills. Go down and ponder. When he waved his hand again, all the Dharma swords immediately returned to their original positions, and his entire person dissipated in thin air. Su Chen immediately returned to the middle third floor area, and after completing the daily sword washing task, he immediately began to study this spirit rising art. Every magic sword in the world has a spirit, but the spirit of mortal swords and magic treasure level flying swords are not high, and need to be warmed up by the sword owner to grow. However, high-level magic swords like the heavy floor demon sword almost always had a powerful and intelligent sword spirit that already possessed a very high degree of initiative, and that was the case with the demoness sword spirit. With Su Chen's current state, it was most appropriate to choose these magic treasure level flying swords. This type of flying sword itself is powerful, and the spirit is not strong nor weak, convenient to go to communicate and master. As for the mortal sword, it had begun to be a little less adapted to his battles, and was too low in spirit to communicate instead. Thinking of this, Su Chen began to cultivate the spirit rising technique, taking out the Red Emperor sword and the Emperor Magpie sword that he had washed today, and functioning in accordance with the requirements of the technique. He then began to go about communicating with the spiritual intelligence of these magic swords. However, this was not an easy task. The Dharma sword's spiritual intelligence was like a mayfly floating in the world of swords, and it took him 3 days just to accurately locate these spiritual intelligences. Originally, I thought that it wasn't difficult for me to raise the spirit, but I didn't realize that it would be so difficult as well. Su Chuan sighed, but it was still rewarding. At least he now had an understanding of these spirits. Finding them was much faster. It was a process where practice makes perfect. It's a waste of energy to start a spirit against this trash. Why don't you take me and try? Once the heavy floor demon sword comes out, any bulls, horses, snakes, and gods will have to give way to you. The witch sword spirit appeared behind Su Chen, revealing a wry smile. Greed is not a good thing. When I first learn how to start the spirit royal sword, then I'll go and take a look at that heavy floor demon sword. This time Su Chuan was a little moved. Last time when the white bone demon sect spies tried to steal the sword, he felt that the heavy floor demon sword and the demoness sword spirit weren't that scary. Now that he had built the foundation of the heavenly Tao, after absorbing so much fury chi day and night, he felt that he would break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment in a few days. So he could try it then. Hearing Su Chen's melon, the demoness sword spirit immediately felt joy in her heart. Really? So I'll be able to get out of this hellhole and get some air soon. The witch sword spirit was jumping up and down with joy, and although she was full of shenanigans, she did have a bit of a child's heart. Su Chen's eyes rolled. Then he asked towards the demoness sword spirit. As the sword spirit, you should know these swords the best. Do you have any suggestions to mention? I realized that the location of the spirit of each sword is different, and it's quite troublesome to find it. Wanting multiple imperial swords was all about speed, but searching for them was too time-consuming. But he already had a vague feeling that there should be a pattern in the distribution of these spirits. He just needed to take time to summarize it. You're pretty smart to use me to save time, but you've really found the right person this time. And since you're taking me out, I'll give you a few pointers. The witch sword spirit came over, then attached her ear and said a few words, which immediately made Su Chen's eyes light up. According to the witch sword spirit, each flying sword roughly corresponded to an attribute, and by dividing the world of flying swords according to regions and subdividing it from these attribute regions, it would be easy to find the spirit. Su Chen immediately took action, and following this method was indeed able to quickly find the spirit of each flying sword. After solving this problem, the next step was to use the art of spirit rising to establish a connection between one's divine mind and the flying sword's spirit wisdom, and it was equally necessary for Su Chen to figure out on his own how to get the other party to agree. This time, the witch sword spirit had no way out. It all depended on practice makes perfect. As long as she could take the first step, then conquering other flying swords in the future would be gradually easier. Su Chen sank his heart and tried to raise his spirit again and again after washing his sword every day. The process was extraordinarily consuming of his divine soul's thoughts, but in the process of emptying and recovering, His divine soul was also rapidly becoming stronger. Such a change was not even discovered by Su Chen himself. It just felt like his mana was growing. After half a month like this, at a certain moment, with Su Chen's thought, 2 flying swords actually flew out of the sword mound at the same time. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, the Emperor Magpie sword and the Red Emperor sword seemed like 2 swimming dragons of green and red, flickering at extreme speeds within the sword mound, the sonic whistling sound resounding incessantly, causing the air to continuously explode. In the next moment, Su Chen rose up in the air, and 2 flying swords instantly appeared at his feet, emitting a faint glow. It's finally done. I can barely execute the red sky sword formation. The power of these 2 flying swords is really stacking up. He nodded in satisfaction. But just as he landed, Topaz's voice came from outside. Senior brother Su, come out quickly. Your sister seems to be held up. Hearing this, Su Chen's face instantly turned gloomy. Chapter 67, Instant Defeat. The moment the door to the sword mound opened, Su Chen had already arrived in front of Tuobayan, his body surrounded by flickering green and red sword chi. With a constant current. What happened? Su Chen was like a majestic dragon, and his powerful aura caused Tuobayan's heart to tremble as he hurriedly said, just now I passed by under Yuling Peak, but I saw a few inner disciples stopping Su Long from leaving. I listened to a few sentences before I realized that it was senior sister Su Long who had accidentally picked senior brother Wu Maniacal Rock's dragon's marrow grass, and it was almost scaring her to tears. How dare you even grab my sister? You didn't tell him that Solon is my sister? Su Chen snorted coldly. This Wu Maniac Rock he knew, was the 9th-ranked expert on the inner sect's dragon and tiger list, and could break through to the late stage of foundation establishment at any time. However, the one who was really scary was his fellow brother, Wu Mangsu, who occupied the top spot on the dragon tiger ranking, was only a hair's breadth away from the conjugation of the Dan, and was deeply appreciated by Imperial Heavenly Sun. Just based on Tuobayan's tripe at this moment, Su Chen was still unable to determine right or wrong, but that was not even a reason why others could bully Su Long. Tuobayan let out a bitter smile and hurriedly explained, of course I gave your name, but I ended up not saying it and got beaten up instead. He lifted his shirt with some aggravation, only to see a visible footprint on his body, clearly kicked. Very well, then let's go and meet this guy. Su Chen stopped talking nonsense and immediately took Tuobayan and rose up with his sword, instantly flying towards Yuling Peak. After the last incident at the Heavenly Penalty platform, Su Chen had successfully allowed Tuobayan to get the Burning Mountain Sword, and since then, this fellow had become Su Chen's follower, often keeping an eye on the situation of Su Long for him. Now that Su Long had been stopped and Tuobayan had been beaten, Su Chen had no reason not to step forward. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at Yuling Peak, and there were already about 10 people gathered here, and the Dan Hall's chief disciple Bai Lu was also there. Brother, Master Su. Both of them looked towards Su Chen, but those disciples from Qingyang Peak still didn't let Su Long come over. Let her go. Su Chen looked at Wu Maniacal Rock, not placing the other party in his eyes in the slightest. This person's aura was indeed considered thick, much stronger than Yang Yunfei. However, with Su Chen's current strength, it wasn't effortless to clean up this kind of person. What kind of a thing are you? How dare you talk to our senior martial brother like that? An inner disciple stood out menacingly, but the next moment a flying sword was against his throat, and the cold blade caused him to shiver. Wu Zhanyan also frowned. The inner disciples around him were considered a handful, and there were defensive astral chi in key areas like the neck, but it was unthinkable that they were instantly broken by Su Chen. If you weren't in the clan, you'd be a dead man by now. Continuing, a few disciples were immediately ready to make a move, but they were stopped by him. Su Chen, I'm not a savage person either. Your sister destroyed my dragon marrow grass, and that was an important material that I kept to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. As long as you can give me a satisfactory compensation, I will release her. Wu Zhanyan revealed a smiling expression, but secretly, he was ready to strike at any time. Brother, don't listen to him. This Yuling Peak has always been the place where our Dan Hall grows spirit medicines. Today I found a dragon's marrow grass in this area, but Wu Maniacal Rock insisted that it was his. It's simply a scoundrel. Su Long was afraid that Su Chen would be the wrongdoer, and his tone was even more filled with aggression. Upon hearing her defense, Wu Maniacal Rock but coldly smiled and asked in return, although this has always been the place where the Dan Hall grows spiritual medicines, it doesn't seem to mean that the entire Yuling Peak is your Dan Hall, does it? Since that's the case, what's wrong with me planting a dragon marrow grass here? These words instantly made Su Long speechless. Nowadays no one could prove that this dragon marrow grass was not something that belonged to Wu Maniacal Rock. What kind of compensation do you want? I can compensate you for my senior sister. Bai Lu was also clear about Wu Maniacal Rock's background and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. However, Wu Maniacal Rock's purpose was clearly not that simple, and immediately extended a finger and wiggled it. 1,000 spirit stones. What? Why don't you go grab it? Hearing this figure, a wave of anger immediately appeared on Bailu's face. According to the market price, that dragon marrowgrass was worth at most 30 spirit stones. Now with such a sky-high price, an ordinary inner disciple would have to save up for a few years to come up with enough. Regarding this result, Su Chen acted as if he had expected it. Looks like you're coming for me. As an expert on the Dragon Tiger ranking, it was reasonable to say that there was no need to bother with Su Long at all, and the only explanation was that he wanted to use this to suppress Su Chen. Having been seen through to his purpose, Wu Maniac Rock remained unconcerned, just defeating a waste like Yang Yunfei. Do you really think you're qualified to call the shots with senior brother Tian Yang? Either hand over 1,000 spirit stones to ransom you, or let me break one of your legs and this matter will be considered over. Wu Zhanyang clenched his fists into crackling sounds, and behind him, the Panglong Stick Immortal Foundation suddenly emerged. His burly body's mana lingered endlessly, and the entire person resembled a world-destroying demonic ape. In the next moment, he only saw his feet slamming down, and the entire earth shook crazily, with a large number of cracks expanding crazily, and Wu Maniacal Rock's entire body had already risen up in the air, backhandedly pulling out the Pan-Dragon Stick and slamming it down fiercely against Su Chen. Ear-piercing sonic booms rang out. Many people were shocked by Wu Maniacal Rock's fierce aura. This strength was indeed very human. Master Su, be careful, Bai Lu hurriedly reminded, but Su Chen did not move at all, raising his head and letting Wu Maniacal Rock kill him. Boy, you can't be scared, silly. Wu Maniac Rock laughed hideously, and with a vicious swing of his hand, the coiled dragon stick rushed to smash Su Chen's head, under the crowd's nervous gaze, only to see Su Chen's right hand wrist turn. All of a sudden it was the green and red sword she steeply broke through the air. The Red Emperor sword and the Emperor Magpie sword seemed like a submerged dragon coming out of the abyss. The clear sound of the sword rang out, and before anyone else could see it, Wu Maniacal Rock's entire body was sent flying backwards, and the Pan-Dragon stick in his hand was instantly knocked away. The sudden shift directly made everyone dumbfounded. What just happened? I don't know. The few disciples from Qingyang Peak looked at each other in dismay. Su Chen's flying sword was simply too fast for them to see the details. Bai Lu on the side was similarly filled with surprise. When he was at the heavenly penalty stage before, Su Chen's flying sword didn't have such speed and power. Could it be that in just over half a month's time, Su Chen had gotten stronger again? Her mind shook again at the thought. Wu Maniacal Rock was knocked away by the two flying swords, and before he could land, he was kicked out by Su Chuan and slammed heavily on the ground. This kick, it's paid back for you. Su Chen turned around and glanced towards Tuo Baiyan. The latter was also flattered. He could not imagine that Su Chen would take him to heart. It seemed that he had not received that kick in vain. Bastard! I'll kill you! Wu Maniac Rock fell on the ground in an extremely sorry state, not expecting to lose in a single move. And at this moment, he was already infuriated. Stand down! Just as he was about to make his move, a powerful divine might suddenly descended, and Wu Maniacal Rock instantly lost his temper after seeing the visitor. Martial Madness OG, elder brother, Bai Lu also became surprised. Now that the swinging devil war launched by Shu Mountain had opened, Wu Maniac OG had already followed Yu Tianyang to kill the enemy some days ago, and did not expect to return to the sect at this moment. Wu Mangsu was a quiet man and did not pursue the responsibility any further, only glancing towards Su Chen. This look was filled with powerful spiritual power, with a slight sense of suffocation, and filled with a warning. In the next moment, several people from Wu Maniacal Rock were taken away by him. Chapter 68, Subduing the Devil Sword. How are you? You're not hurt, are you? After Wu Maniacal Rock and the others left, Su Chen immediately became concerned towards Su Long. It's okay, I've given you another mess of trouble this time, Solon said with some shame, his face filled with self-condemnation. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled and comforted. The family which has nothing to add or not to add trouble. You feel at ease to follow the Dan King to learn alchemy skills on the line. The rest is left to when the brothers. Hearing his words, Su Long's mood became relaxed. In fact, Su Chen could see her efforts. Her alchemy skills had improved rapidly in the past few months, and from time to time, she would send him refined pills, just to provide him with a little help. This heart, how could Su Chen not understand? On the way down the mountain, Bai Lu looked at Su Chen and asked, what do you think of Martial Madness Ogre's strength? Very strong. I can't help him with my current strength. Su Chen still gave his judgment after a little thought. Wu Mangsu is not only a strong person who has completed the foundation establishment, but has also reached the point where he may break through the Jindan stage at any time, and in the past, he has rarely been defeated in the inner sect, and even in the whole of Shu Di, he is also considered to be a little famous. Tuoba Yen, who was at the side, immediately asked with worry. Then what can we do now? These two brothers were originally senior brother Yu Tianyang's people, and today you beat up Wu Maniacal Rock. I'm afraid there will still be trouble. Upon hearing this question, Shiro however shook his head. There's no need to worry too much about that. Now that the demon extermination war launched by the sect has swept through several nearby states, the rest of the immortal sects have also responded. Martial Madness Su, as the right-hand man of Imperial Tianyang, will be out on the battlefield for a very long time, and shouldn't have the time to target senior martial brother Su. With these words from her, Tuoba Yen and Su Lon were then quite relieved. Su Chen raised his head and glanced at the sight of the sect in the distance, always feeling that there was an extra trace of blood in the air. This will surely be a long-lasting war, and just because of the words of the Great Ones, an unknown number of lives will be turned into white bones in this war. After sending Bai Lu and the others back, Su Chen quickly returned to the sword mound. During this period of time, he realized that many disciples within the sect were growing rapidly in their realms. After all, most of them would rotate out to experience great battles. Under this kind of life and death crisis, it always inspires human potential. Faced with the constant emergence of powerful people, Su Chen didn't dare to be the slightest bit lax, and continued to cultivate and improve while washing his sword. After another month, he finally felt that his realm had reached the tipping point and seemed to be about to break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Such a speed was already flying for others, but only Su Chen himself was aware of the hardships that had been put into it. In addition to talent and hard work, what was more crucial was the ample support of the baneful chi in this sword mound. Nowadays, the aura between heaven and earth had become thin, and many geniuses could do nothing even if they had empty talent. However, Su Chen had a constant supply of fatal chi to absorb, and the power that was transformed was enough to fulfill the cultivation needs. With such an advantage, coupled with the talent base that was already Heaven's Path Foundation establishment, it was not surprising that Su Chen was able to make a rapid breakthrough. After his successful breakthrough, he also moved to obtain the heavy floor demon sword. He was clear that this sword had extraordinary power, not to mention the existence of a sword spirit, so it was at least a spirit sword. Once it was in hand, then one's strength could definitely skyrocket several times. On top of that, if he could use it as the sword base for the core of the sword formation, when he performed the red sky sword formation, the power would be even more unimaginable. If this purpose was realized, then one should be able to be invincible against experts below Jindan. After clearing his thoughts, he made his thoughts known to Zhou Lao, while also wanting to listen to the other party's opinion. Since you already have an idea, you can go and try it. Originally, Su Chen had been prepared to be rejected, even thinking that Elder Zhou might be thunderstruck. Yet the other party acted calmly and seemed to be encouraging. Although it was a bit perplexing, Su Chuan was able to achieve what he wanted and immediately rushed to the depths of the sword mound. Although that heavy floor demon sword was not simple, but after all, there was Elder Zhou sitting here, and Su Chen was not worried that the demoness sword spirit would make any small moves at that time. Looking at Su Chen's distant back, Zhou Lao let out a slight cough and muttered, "That heavy floor demon sword is not destined to be sealed here for a long time. The sword Dao breath on you is quite special, so maybe you can really control this sword." Elder Zhou was clear about Su Chen's character and would never be easily influenced by the demonic sword, which was also a point that warranted his peace of mind. When Su Chuan approached the Rift Abyss, he already had the Wu Jin Su ready in his hand. The demonic sword was already sealed. Using this item was enough to control it easily. "Little brother, you're finally here. Truly the most trustworthy man under the sky." The witch sword spirit appeared beside Su Chuan, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth when she smiled. "More like a little devil. I'll take your essence out in a moment. You won't make any small moves, will you?" Su Chen stared into the witch's eyes. Regardless of whether or not this fellow had a small mind, she had to be subdued first. "Why not? We're friends in need. Don't worry." The witch sword spirit smiled wryly, revealing a harmless appearance. "That's good. Su Dust naturally will not believe her ghost words. He will be in a while will be the heavy floor of the devil sword out of the first time will be refined. At that time let this magic sword spirit has 1,000 ideas cannot play a role." Taking a look at the scorching magma below, Su Chen immediately threw down the Wu Jin rope to lasso the magic sword in the depths of the magma. However, the moment he lassoed the magic sword, the witch sword spirit let out a miserable scream and instantly returned to the heavy floor magic sword. "Little brother, take it, I will be at your disposal." The pleading voice of the witch sword spirit came out, and sure enough, it was simply irresistible just like last time. "Okay, that's what you said." Su Chen withdrew the Yujin rope, but was able to use it again at any time, just by reaching out his hand. The crimson heavy floor demon sword slowly flew out of the magma, releasing a horrifying demonic aura, as if a sleeping dragon had just awakened, until it floated in front of him. No accidents appeared. Only that all the magic swords in the sword mound slowly turned up, ready to deal with accidents. However, right at this moment, the heavy floor demon sword erupted with a dark red light, causing the entire Dharma swords within the sword mound to start trembling. Immediately afterward, a terrifying baleful aura erupted from the demonic sword and instantly rushed into Su Chen's body. This baleful aura was far beyond what those magic swords could do, and was almost capable of instantly destroying the sanity of a foundation establishment stage expert. However, Su Chen had already taken precautions, and his innate sword body erupted with power, devouring this baleful aura almost instantly. The sudden change made it difficult for even the heavy floor demon sword to react. However, how could a magic weapon of its level give in so easily? Directly vibrating madly, the sword flashed violently, wanting to explode in power to counterattack. Be honest with me. Su Chen let out a stern cry, while the mana in his body suppressed the past, and the aura of the innate sword body even suppressed it instantly. The originally unbeatable devil sword was actually really quiet at this moment. As the mana converted by the fatal chi slowly spread through his body, a vision also appeared before Su Chen's eyes. In the midst of a deep mountain demon cave, Su Chen followed his senior brother to quietly sneak into a demon sect lair. Countless pillars of blood stood on the path to the depths, each with a flayed man hanging from it, all from the same family. At the moment, their blood was flowing continuously, flowing down the grooves into a mouthful of blood pools, a miserable sight. Before the pool of blood, a little girl cried continuously, yet it became the pleasure of the demons to flay her parents with a knife in front of her. Screams, cries and indulgent laughter resounded throughout the demonic cave. A scene so intensely stimulating to the little girl that the tragic death of her parents actually caused her to cry tears of blood. The anger in Su Chen's heart was hard to suppress, so he wanted to rush out and kill all the demons. Don't be impulsive. The other fellow disciples haven't arrived yet. Going out at this moment will only cost us both our lives for nothing. Is it possible to just leave it alone? Then what's the difference between us and these devils? Su Chen suppressed his anger and looked at his senior brother, but the other party could only say nothing and kept grabbing his hand. Do not jeopardize the great event. If you go out at this moment, the devils will have run out. Su Chen fell silent, then watched as the little girl's soul was drawn out to sacrifice the devil's sword in the blood pool. In an instant, the entire blood pool burned with terrifying flames, and the little girl's soul released monstrous grievous fury, causing the entire devil's cave to begin to tremble, killing her entire clan of 108 mouths. This little ninny with a luscious heart has finally become completely demonized. What a ferocious fury. These devils were pleasantly surprised that the devil's sword was finally going to be forged. The fury is too great. I'm afraid it's difficult to suppress it with our strength. Refine her flesh, blood, and bones into a Wu Jin Suo, so it's better to control it a bit. Soon, a few devils didn't even spare her remains and threw them into the blood pool to start refining them with a secret method. At the moment when the Wu Jin Suo became a reality, the signal to destroy the demons finally came from outside. Su Chen, who has long been full of anger, immediately killed out. Except for a devil with a Wu Jin Suo seriously injured to hide away, the others were all eliminated by the Shushan disciples. Afterward, Su Chen took pity and put away the heavy floor demon sword. This sword is ferocious. Beware of going off the deep end, elder brother advised. But he stayed. Since then, this sword has accompanied him on his journey south and north, and I don't know how many devils he has destroyed. However, that sword spirit lured him to kill again and again, and every time he killed someone madly he actually felt a pain in his heart, and even his mana grew faster. He also didn't know when it started, but when he couldn't find a demon to kill, he would actually be incredibly annoyed and want to kill at any time. This kind of thinking is simply uncontrollable, and in the end it is a big mistake. Looking at the people who were slaughtered all over the city, he finally chose to cut his own throat to atone for his sins. By this point, Su Chen came to his senses from his fantasies and looked at the demonic sword with palpitations. I can't imagine that you have such a past. No wonder this sword is so demonic. You can actually see my past? The witch sword spirit was shocked. She felt that Su Chen wasn't lying. Su Dust nodded. Not bad. I can indeed know your experience through the heavy floor demon sword, and since this Wu Jin Suo is made of your flesh, blood, and bones, there's no need for me to keep it, so let it return to the heavens and earth completely. With that, he shattered the urchin cord and threw it into the magma. Seeing this scene, the witch couldn't help but tremble inwardly. That was the only thing you had that could suppress me, destroying it so easily. Aren't you afraid I'll backfire later? Su Chen smiled. Since I chose you, I'm not afraid of the consequences. The witch sword spirit fell completely silent. This was the first time she had seen such a strange person, and Su Chen also went along to refine and control the heavy floor demon sword. In fact, even if the other party wanted to revolt later, it was useless. Su Chen had also hidden the secret of the heaven-swallowing beast soul, and at that time, if this woman had second thoughts, she would directly devour it. However, the witch was not aware of this. Now that the heavy floor demon sword had been refined, Su Chen was already able to use it at will. Chapter 69 Blood Gas Refining the Body. The moment Su Chen raised the heavy floor demon sword, the entire sword mound of 108,000 swords, none of them erupted in sword chants in response. It was only at this point that he truly realized what a truly exceptional sword was. With just a thought, the magic sword in his hand was able to instantly appear in any corner he envisioned. It was faster and more powerful than other magic swords, and once it was sheathed it could cause all swords to submit. As Su Chen wielded the heavy floor demon sword, the sword slowly emitted a baleful aura that instinctively invaded his body, attempting to invoke his heart demons. However, Su Chen merely felt a slight dryness, and then the power of the heaven-swallowing beast soul devoured the baleful aura and even suppressed the heavy floor demon sword with a terrifying aura. As soon as he touched this aura, the originally high-minded and proud demonic sword immediately lost its temper and no longer dared to emit the slightest bit of fury. It is said that the heavy floor demon sword hinders the Lord, and this rumor should end when it comes to me. Su Dust put away the magic sword. The heart is even more emotional about the power of this heaven-swallowing beast soul. Unruly as the magic sword also have to obediently bow. Soon after, he came before old man Zhou to report the situation and showed the sight of himself manipulating the heavy floor demon sword. Seeing such a result, Zhou Lao's face was filled with relief. Being able to manage the heavy floor also proves that you are not an extraordinary hit. I will report this matter to the clan, and in the future you won't have to worry about being chased by the clan for using this sword. Zhou Lao considered it more thoroughly, and in his heart, he felt more and more that Su Chen's origin was not simple, and it was not like a character that could be cultivated by a small family like the Su family. However, all of this was irrelevant. As long as Su Chen could go far enough on the immortal path he was content. After Su Chen thanked him, a few tired colors appeared on his face, and he then waved his hand. If there's nothing else, go down, and if you feel you can't suppress this sword, give me the word in time. Disciple understands. After excusing himself, Su Chen returned down below to continue studying the heavy floor demon sword. Now that he had completely refined this sword and had the dual suppression of the innate sword body and the heaven-swallowing beast soul, he would not be half affected on weekdays. Master, now that your attainments and spells are already not low, would you like to make your physical body even stronger? I have a secret technique here to strengthen the physical body, and using it in conjunction with the heavy floor demonic sword will surely satisfy you. The witch sword spirit spoke with gusto, and her address to Su Chen changed. How is it reinforced? Hearing this, Su Chen also became interested. His own cultivation is the innate sword body. Physical strength far more than ordinary cultivators, but the cultivation speed is not fast. If the little witch has a secret method, can try. I have a secret method here called the blood refining technique, which can strengthen the physical body by absorbing the essence blood. You can go to the demon locking tower and try it out. The heavy floor demon sword is able to absorb the flesh and essence of living beings, and then you can just use the blood refining technique to absorb it. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned instead. Cultivating by devouring the flesh, blood, and essence of other living beings, this seems to be a devil's way tactic, right? The witch sword spirit hurriedly shook her head. I can just let you go hunting demonic beasts to cultivate. Besides, isn't that demon locking tower the cultivation place that Shushan specially provides for you guys? Killing some demonic beasts on weekdays is peaceful. It's hard not to kill some more to become a psychological burden? That does make sense. So let's try the demon locking tower. Su Chen was not a pedantic person, and the other party's words indeed could not be picked out. And after learning the blood refining technique, he directly moved to the demon locking tower. Now that he was able to easily suppress the fury chi, the witch sword spirit was unable to affect his mind. Soon, he entered the demon locking tower. The number of disciples practicing here has obviously become more. It seems like everyone is working hard to raise their realms. Su Chen swept a glance around, then flew directly towards the area where the demonic beasts gathered. In a valley, dozens of green-eyed ghost-faced owls were besieging a chi-refining stage disciple. Facing such a crisis, this person was not an opponent at all. Just when he was ready to escape, but saw the air, suddenly flew a silhouette, followed by a blood-red flying sword in the air, extremely fast shuttle, and so on. When flying back to the man's feet, those green-eyed ghost-faced owls have fallen. Become a dry corpse fell at his feet. So many green-eyed ghost-faced owls were killed in a single move. What kind of god is that person? The young cultivator was filled with shock as he killed so many demonic beasts in just one move. And the most bizarre thing was that all of these demonic beasts had their essence blood drained away. A few moments later, in the middle of another swamp, one could only see a huge crimson flying sword descending from the sky, as if a heavenly calamity had fiercely bombarded the center of the swamp. In an instant, hundreds of dragon blood crocodiles were obliterated, and a path of flesh and essence was instantly absorbed by the heavy floor demon sword, which then rose up in the air and disappeared. A squad that was originally preparing to come over to hunt the dragon blood crocodiles looked dumbfounded, and for a moment they couldn't figure out what was going on. Such an incident was being staged everywhere on the first floor of the demon locking tower, and for a while a large number of disciples began to discuss intensely just which big brother had come running in to get his goods. However, just as they were discussing, Su-chan had already entered the second level. This blood refining technique of yours is really useful. After absorbing so much essence blood, my innate sword body has obviously metamorphosed, and my fleshly body is nearly half as strong as before. Su-chan sighed with emotion. Just now he had hunted and killed thousands of demonic beasts. A steady stream of blood chi poured into his body, and the blood refining technique didn't stop for a moment. It was a pity that the essence and blood chi of those low-ranked demonic beasts were limited, and absorbing them had been of little use by now. However, his innate sword body had become much stronger, and when he performed it, there was a layer of silver-white astral energy protecting his skin, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to break through. Now that you know the benefits of this blood refining technique of mine, continue to kill through this entire demon locking tower. Your innate sword body will definitely increase dramatically. My original body has been suppressed for many years. It may not release its ferocity for a bit, so it will also be convenient for you to control it. The voice of the witch sword spirit sounded in his mind. Trapped in the sword graveyard for so long, now that she had come out she had become very excited. Good, then keep killing your way up there. As Su-chan continued to use his sword, the second level of the demon locking tower soon saw the same situation as the first level, with a large number of demonic beasts being killed with a single sword strike. With the power of the heavy floor demon sword, this kind of low-level demonic beast was a complete existence to be killed in seconds, and even if there were more of them, they wouldn't be able to play a role. After only half an hour, the demonic beasts here began to drop drastically, causing great shocks. The movement of the demon locking tower quickly attracted the attention of a large number of disciples, who converged together to constantly inquire about the situation. Soon, the disciple in charge of maintaining the demon locking tower sent out the news that it was Su-chan who was hunting demonic beasts in large numbers and had now appeared on the third floor. It's this Su-chan again. Is this guy crazy? How can he move so fast? In less than an hour, he had killed through 2 layers of the demon locking tower. When did those cunning demonic beasts become so easy to hunt? It looks like he's going to kill all the way up. It can't be that he wants to kill through the demon locking tower, right? Someone couldn't help but ask, and someone next to him immediately retorted. Are you kidding me? From the 4th layer onwards, the difficulty of each layer will double. Those demonic beasts up there aren't that easy to mess with. With Su-chan's strength, at best, he'll make some noise on the 3rd floor. That's true. I just don't know if the elders sitting in the demon locking tower will interfere. In the face of this situation, more and more people ran to spectate, wanting to see just how far Su-chan could go. Elder Su inside the demon locking tower had already discovered the situation, especially when he saw Su-chan holding the heavy floor demon sword. He revealed a meaningful look. It's a bit interesting, this little guy even refined this Tao demon sword. Truly a hero. Master, should we stop him then? If we keep on killing like this, the demonic beasts on the 3rd floor will almost be killed by him. A young female cultivator asked for permission, looking quirky with 2 pills tied on her head. No matter, he can't kill many of them. Let's see first. Elder Su waved his hand. This kind of low-level demonic beasts clans have as many as they want. It is not worth the heartache. Chapter 70, the 7th floor. Inside and outside the demon locking tower, many people were paying attention to Su-chan's movements. In the past, those who entered the Tower of Trials were all focused on cultivation, with a certain purpose to find materials, or to improve themselves through actual battles with demonic beasts. Only Su-chan appeared out of place. He seemed to be there just to kill. The demonic beasts that were originally difficult to deal with on a normal day were not a match for him. What was even more odd was that many disciples had realized that all those demonic beasts that he had killed had all become dry corpses. Could it be that he's traveling specifically to collect demonic beast essence blood? Some smart people's guesses were close to the truth, while others focused on his flying sword. Have you guys ever noticed Su-chan's flying sword? And I don't know what kind of sword it is. Dealing up with all these demonic beasts surprisingly only used 1 sword. I went to look at the corpses of quite a few demonic beasts, and they didn't have a second wound on them. One of the disciples mentioned a new problem, and the more they thought about it, the more appalled they felt, knowing that they were completely incapable of that. The key is that Su-chan has now broken through to the 5th floor, and there is no sign of stopping. Won't his mana run out? One question kept popping up, yet none of these people could explain it. This guy, he's so mysterious. He's going to be my idol if he keeps doing this. There is always no shortage of admirers after a person has become too good. Some people followed along Su Chen's trajectory, wanting to see something up close, but they accidentally discovered that after killing those demonic beasts, Su Chen would only pick some precious materials and inner pills, leaving most of the benefits behind. Like the demonic beasts above the third layer, almost all of their bodies were treasures, so this instantly cheapened these people. They didn't have to work hard to hunt the demonic beasts to pick up the benefits, and sometimes they could even get the spiritual medicines that those demonic beasts were guarding. After gaining the benefits, many disciples immediately developed a favorable impression of Su Chen in their hearts, and more people hoped that he would be able to kill the demon locking tower through. After all, the materials of the 6th and 7th floors were only worth 10,000 gold. The reason why Su Chen did this, besides the fact that he couldn't fit too much in his own storage bag, he also understood that you can't be too greedy as a human being. He had now killed his way to the 5th level in one breath, and the essence blood he had absorbed alone had greatly strengthened his innate sword body. And the sect administrators had not stopped his frantic hunting and killing, and had already taken advantage of the situation. If you take advantage of every single benefit, you are prone to trouble instead. This little guy is very smart and understands the reasoning behind the moon being full. No wonder he was able to gain old Zhou's favor. Elder Su couldn't help but praise him. He had some issues with Royal Sky Young in the past, and Su Chen and Royal Sky Young had clashed, so he was happy to see Su Chen grow up. Master, is this Su Chen that good? The number of times you have complimented him today has caught up with the amount of times you have complimented me in a year. How biased. The sweet-looking Zhou Yingying immediately pretended to be puffing with anger. Don't look at her with a harmless appearance, but in reality, she was the 4th-ranked genius girl on the Dragon Tiger ranking. At this moment, seeing his master constantly praising an outsider, it was also hard to avoid some heartburn. If you're not convinced, you can go and try sparring with him. Elder Su looked towards this precious disciple of his, a smile appearing on his face. Just go. I'm still afraid that you won't agree. See me directly beat him down in a while to prove that you've looked away. Zhou Yingying waved her white fists, clearly unconvinced. Elder Su didn't care and continued to exhort. If he wins, you will invite him to go to the 7th floor with you and bring back that treasure. Isn't the 7th level that injured 1,000-year-old ogre? I'm afraid we can't deal with it alone. Zhou Yingying was a bit incredulous. She was self-conscious that she didn't have that skill at all. Don't worry, Master has his own way. Elder Su had a confident attitude, and Zhou Yingying could only stop when she saw this. The 6th floor of the demon locking tower. The moment Su Chen decapitated the guardian beast here, all the disciples who were concerned about this matter boiled over, feeling like they were dreaming. He actually did break the 6th layer. How did he do that? The 6th level is known as the genius's land of proof. Not only are the demonic beasts hand-picked by the sect, but the 10 times gravity of that setting alone is enough to stop the vast majority of inner disciples in their tracks. In the past, we all laughed at him for being out of his depth by going against senior brother Yu Tianyang, but now it seems that perhaps we have spoken our words too early. In front of Su Chen's absolute talent, all doubts were gradually silencing. The bloodshed demon tiger. It's still a bit of a pain to clean up. Su Chen took out its inner Dan, while the pure blood chi absorbed over by the heavy floor demon sword energized him even more. After the previous layers of blood chi absorption, at this moment, his innate sword body had already become a small success, and the replenishment of the abundant essence blood caused his skin to take on a light red color now. From the 3rd to the 5th layer, his hunting speed had slowed down considerably, and in addition to leaving plenty of time to absorb the blood chi to cultivate his innate sword body, he didn't forget to practice various sword moves with the help of these demonic beasts. With the cooperation of the heavy floor demon sword, the power of his sword moves became even more powerful. The attack power of this bloodshed demon tiger was very strong, and once he did it, he directly gave up his defense and attacked fiercely. However, it was fortunate that Su Chen's defense had increased dramatically, and the protective astral body formed by the innate sword body withstood several attacks. After absorbing this blood chi, Su Chen's complexion once again flushed, eliminating all his fatigue in one fell swoop, and his physical body was once again strengthened by a small margin. This head has a trace of the bloodline of the heavenly demon tiger, which is considered high-quality essence blood, but it is far inferior to that demonic beast on the 7th floor. The witch sword spirit's voice sounded in Su Chen's mind. Her perception ability was not something Su Chen could compare to. Then what kind of demonic beasts are on the 7th floor? Su Chen immediately became interested. If he had the opportunity, he wouldn't mind killing through the 7th layer as well. It's an injured 1,000-year-old ogre. If you want to get its essence blood, we can work together once. A voice came from behind him, and the person who came was none other than Zhou Yingying. Su Chen turned to look at her, feeling that this person was very strong, but she could not pose too much of a threat to herself. You are? Zhou Yingying, Fourth on the Dragon Tiger ranking, my master is Elder Su who sits here. Zhou Yingying introduced herself while sizing up Su Chen. She felt that this person was younger than she thought and had a good temperament, making a first impression that couldn't be bad. How do you want to cooperate? Su Chen did not easily agree, but for the time being, he did not see any hostility in the other party's eyes. Zhou Yingying responded with a smile. That 1,000-year Jiao was knocked off its realm from the Jindan stage by the clan seniors, and although it's now severely injured, its offensive and defensive capabilities are still very terrifying. However, my Xian Ice mysterious technique has a great restraining effect on it, but it's difficult to break through its defense with my strength. So, you mean you'll control it and then let me kill it? Su Chen's summary caused Zhou Yingying to nod her head repeatedly. That's what it means. After it's done, that dragon's blood and inner Dan belong to you. The clan left a piece of heavenly silk in her armor there. This item belongs to me. After hearing Zhou Yingying's words, Su Chen nodded his head in agreement after pondering for a moment. That 1,000-year Jiao is too dangerous. I have to try your abilities before I go. A strong battle spirit suddenly arose in Zhou Yingying's body, instantly pulling back to make a move, and the immortal foundation slowly emerged at the back of her head. However, Su Chen suddenly erupted into a thunderous strike. The heavy floor demon sword swept the monstrous bloodlight, instantly piercing through the darkness, and before Zhou Yingying could even react, she was hit by a sword against her head. In front of the heavy floor demon sword, her so-called body-protecting deity was nothing but a joke. A cold sweat filled out from her forehead. She didn't expect Su Chen's moves to be so rigid and harsh, and she ended it before she even had a chance to warm up. Go! Su Chen retrieved the demon sword and turned around to fly towards the 7th floor, while Zhou Yingying had been completely convinced in her eyes. Chapter 71, The Yellow Bird in the Back. Somewhere in the dense forest on the 5th floor of the demon locking tower, as a strange flower slowly blossomed, it even formed a small vortex of airflow, constantly gathering the surrounding aura to nourish it. At that exact moment, Wu Mangsu reached out and plucked this wind-attributed elixir, and not far away, a demonic beast had long since fallen to the ground. The day of my breakthrough to Jindan should be approaching, and now that the materials have almost been collected, it's time to make preparations. Just as he was calculating, Wu Maniacal Rock walked over and said with some excitement, Big brother, I heard that Su Chen made a huge commotion here, killing his way through the first 6 floors, and I'm afraid he's going to the 7th floor. Upon hearing this news, Martial Madness OG immediately raised his eyebrows. It looks like he should be making a move on that Millennium Jiao. The purple electricity snake inner Dan I collected earlier was a bit short of fire. It's just a pity that Millennium Jiao is not easy to deal with. Then why don't we let him be the praying mantis and we be the yellow bird? Wu Zhanyan heatedly smiled, which caused Wu Zhanyu to light up as well. What you said makes sense, but that 7th floor is dangerous, and even more dangerous with 30 times gravity. I'll just go alone. Su Chen had just broken into the 7th floor when a scorching aura hit him, while the gravity of more than 30 times was causing his figure to instantly fall. Faced with such a situation, Su Chen had prepared himself mentally and immediately executed his innate sword body to stabilize himself in the air and began to offset most of the gravity on his body. Looking at the entire 7th floor, it was surprisingly a world of magma, with some rocks of different sizes suspended in the air that could be used as a place to step down. The lava vein here contains a very strong fire poison, so be careful how you deal with it yourself, Zhou Yingying reminded. And at this moment, an ice flower was blooming under her feet, the cool aura of Xian Ice completely isolating those lava breaks. When she was ready to approach Su Chen to share the Xian Ice breath, Su Chen shook his head and refused. I have the means to be able to withstand it. It's better to look for an opportunity to settle that 1,000-year Jiao. The lava vein here might be a big trouble for other people, but in Su Chen's eyes it was a good thing that could be devoured and absorbed. When the baneful qi entered his body, it was quickly devoured and transformed, forming mana to replenish the loss. Then be more careful. I'll find a chance to freeze the 1,000-year Jiao first after I find it later. Zhou Yingying began to continuously float over the magma world, but kept a height of 100 meters, so as not to be sneak attacked and assassinated by that head. Su Chen followed suit and searched, his divine thoughts probing beneath the magma all the time. However, these magmas had a strong isolating effect, causing their divine thoughts to not be able to penetrate deeper. Strange, why is there no trace of it after searching around? Zhou Yingying stopped. She was clear that with the strength of that Millennium Jiao, the other party should be able to sense them at the first opportunity. But as a former Jindan stage demonic beast, it actually treated both of the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators with such caution, so it had to be said that it was very cunning. Maybe it's not even down there, Su Chen said thoughtfully, while Zhou Yingying did not understand what he meant for a moment. What? However, the moment she opened her mouth to inquire, a wave of terrifying heat suddenly struck from the darkness above the duo's heads. In an instant, A dragon flame transformed into a rolling sea of fire spread out, looking to engulf them. "It's up there. Pull out." Zhou Yingying had already been stunned, and Su Chen, with his keen perception to detect the crisis overhead one step ahead, immediately grabbed Zhou Yingying and flew towards the distance, escaping the moment before the dragon flames wrapped around him. With this sudden change, even the 1,000-year Jiao was a bit caught off guard. It didn't expect that someone would see through its ploy, causing the sneak attack to fail. Accompanied by an angry hiss, the dragon roar of the 1,000-year Jiao shook the entire magma world and began to tremble crazily, as uncountable pillars of fire erupted and rushed towards Su Chen and the two of them. "Get out of the way." Su Chen pushed Zhou Yingying away as he turned his sword and slapped the incoming pillar of fire away. It wasn't until then that Zhou Yingying reacted and began to dodge continuously. However, the 1,000-year Jiao had already killed it. The monster was 100 meters long and had a hideous wound on its abdomen, though it had now solidified into a blood scab. It had to be said that this guy's speed was very fast, almost instantly arriving in front of Su Chen, opening his fangs and biting down hard. "Sweep away the thousands." Su Chen dodged to avoid the attack of the Millennium Jiao, followed by a diagonal slash towards its eyes. The 1,000-year Jiao reacted extremely quickly, with its head on one side, and the sword blade suddenly cut at the scales in the corner of its eyes. However, other than bursting out a large cloud of sparks, Su Chen's sword unexpectedly failed to achieve the slightest result. What a strong defense! Now he had seen the strength of this 1,000-year-old augur, which was able to easily receive one of his swords. The 1,000-year Jiao once again let out a roar. Su Chen's awareness and speed were beyond its expectations, and it instantly made it its main target. Before Su Chen had the chance to retract his sword, a claw grabbed over, and the air was slashed with a string of sparks. Su Chen was about to dodge, but suddenly felt that the gravity on his body had directly increased by tens of times, and his body felt like it was stuck in a quagmire. This was precisely the ability of the 1,000-year Jiao, which actually released a gravity field the moment it opened its eyes, making it difficult for its prey to escape. Seeing that the dragon's claw was about to slap on Su Chen's body, a Shen ice-cold chi suddenly broke through the air and froze the Millennium Jiao's claw directly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the sword body millimeters emitted by the innate sword body instantly dissolved the gravity, allowing Su Chen to escape. The intense cold aura kept freezing towards the Millennium Jiao, but this bit of power was difficult to bring it under control, and all the cold ice shattered and fell off in a breath's time. "Stall him for a moment, so that I can cast a secret art to directly freeze its entire body, and then you can attack its wounds." Zhou Yingying immediately released her immortal base, after which her body's aura began to climb upwards. Su Chen nodded his head in response, and then maneuvered the heavy floor demon sword to deliver a thunderous blow to the head of the 1,000-year Jiao. Although the Millennium Jiao's speed was fast, it still could not be faster than Su Chen's flying sword, which crashed into the root of the dragon's horn, knocking its head crookedly over. Now it was completely enraged, directly chasing towards Su Chen, and a swinging tail shook out countless cracks in space. Countless scarlet mana transformed into cages to penetrate over, and the first strike was a crushing force, and there was even a gravity field that unfolded, which was almost a sure kill move for an ordinary Foundation establishment expert. Overlord unloading armor. The gravity field couldn't work on Su Chen at all, and at this moment, his blood boiled up and he directly made a heavy chop to harden the dragon's tail. A color of contempt flashed in the eyes of the 1,000-year Jiao, secretly mocking this human stupidity in his heart, daring to prove a hard fight for power with it. However, when the two sides collided, the entire heavy floor demon sword began to erupt with a monstrous fury. A burst of crimson sword light completely erupted, and the sharp face actually caused the scales of the 1,000-year Jiao to begin to rapidly crack. Not only that, the innate sword body also provided Su Chen with extraordinary physical strength. Not only did it block the impact hard, but it also allowed Su Chen to slam the 1,000-year-old augur into the magma at once. At this moment, he was the master of this lava world, and his rigid and overbearing aura deeply subdued the 1,000-year Jiao. However, the 1,000-year Jiao was only surprised by his sharp sword chi, and had not exploded its full power itself. "Kid, no one can save you this time." The 1,000-year Jiao tossed up in the magma, and the broken scales on its tail were actually recovering, killing again in a flash. "I can't believe it's talking." Su Chen then realized that he had underestimated this monster and immediately turned to retreat. If it was a pure competition of strength, Su Chen might not be afraid of it. But this guy had only entered the magma for a few moments, and not only did his scales begin to recover, but even the aura on his body had returned to its peak. Obviously, if he couldn't kill the 1,000-year Jiao in seconds, this fellow would definitely be in an undefeated position here. "Get out of the way." Just as the 1,000-year Jiao was killing again, Zhou Yingying's voice entered Su Chen's ears. The big move that was brewing was finally ready. Su Chen flickered with all his might to pull away, while the heavy floor demon sword in his hand began to rhythmically move at an extreme speed, constantly gathering power. The thousand-year Jiao had already sensed that the situation was wrong, yet it was still a step too slow, and the moment it turned its head around and prepared to dive into the magma, a cold white light illuminated the entire space. Immediately afterward, an ice cone blasted onto the thousand-year Jiao, directly generating a thick layer of ice to freeze it completely. Do it! Zhou Yingying hurriedly shouted. That thousand-year-old augur had just been frozen and his body began to tremble. It wouldn't take long for him to break through this arcane ice. Where would Su Chen give it this opportunity? The devil sword in his hand accurately pierced through that blood scab, directly penetrating its stomach. In just one breath's time, all the dragon's blood was absorbed by the demonic sword, and the entire sword released a bizarre light. The Xian ice exploded, and the Millennium Jiao's eyes revealed infinite horror as it let out a sad roar and fell heavily. I can't believe you killed it. Zhou Yingying's pupils quaked. She had thought that Su Chen would most severely injure the other party, but she didn't expect the thousand-year augur to be directly gone. Su Chen was about to open his mouth when his body suddenly perceived a shocking crisis and hurriedly dodged sideways. A flying sword grazed his body, bursting the pumice below. This sword is a warning to you. Now get the hell out of here immediately. A silhouette walked out from the darkness with the smile of the ultimate winner on his face, and this person was none other than the #1 expert of the Dragon Tiger ranking, Wu Maniac Ogre, and his arrogant behavior immediately caused Su Chen's eyes to freeze. Chapter 72 The First Person of the Inner Sect. When Su Chen entered the 7th floor after, the news of his attempt to kill through the demon locking tower quickly swept through the entire sect, with thousands of disciples rushing to try and witness the historic moment. If it was said that earlier on, his killing his way through the 6 layers of the demon locking tower was amazing, then at this moment, if he were to get all the way through the 7th layer, he would truly become a legend. For most of the people in the sect, with their talent they were not qualified to enter the 6th floor. The 10 times gravity alone made it difficult to hold on, not to mention having to face a demonic beast with a powerful bloodline. However, Su Chen was destined to run to become a legend, and at this moment, he had already been on the 7th floor for a long time. No one was sure what was happening inside, but just being able to withstand 30 times the gravity was already beyond the reach of many geniuses. I've been cultivating hard day and night for the past few months, and my realm has improved quite a bit. I was thinking of making a splash on the next Dragon Tiger ranking, but I've been taught a lesson by reality. Some people sighed helplessly. Su Chen's performance today was indeed terrifying. Maybe that's not a bad thing. The only way to give yourself a better spur is to see how your opponents are improving. The people next to him comforted up. The talent of those who were able to enter the inner gate would not be bad, so why be presumptuous? Now I would like him to succeed. I've heard that the demonic beasts that the sect holds on the 7th floor are the strongest ever. If Su Chen can defeat them, it would give all the disciples an extremely strong confidence. Discussions rose and fell, but everyone was waiting for the final result. Today, perhaps all are witnesses to a miracle. However, they didn't know that at this moment, the 7th floor of the demon locking tower had long been a different scene. When Wu Berserkers appeared, the originally calm lava world actually began to boil continuously. A bone-scraping wind swept the lava fury at will, constantly eroding Su Chen and Zhou Yingying's mana. But Wu Mangsu was like the god of wind who harnessed the long wind, standing with his arms folded, his breath surging, becoming the new master of this place. Wu Maniac OG, you are at least the top of the Dragon Tiger ranking, but now you are doing such a nasty thing. It's really despicable. Zhou Yingying cursed indignantly. They had managed to kill the 1000-year Jiao with great difficulty, but they didn't expect the other party to want to come over and pick the peach. Upon hearing Zhou Yingying's words, Martial Maniacal Ogre did not see the slightest hint of anger, but instead smiled faintly. Vile? Oh, if noble people could become immortals and become ancestors, why would the demonic path be rampant in this world? There seems to be no rule in the sect that one cannot fight for demonic beasts within the demon locking tower, right? Wu Mangsa's words instantly left Zhou Yingying dumbfounded. So it seemed that the other party had indeed not violated the rules. This 1000-year Jiao Inner Dan is useful for my breakthrough. Now all get out of here. This is my last warning. Bully, but so what? As the #1 person in the inner sect, Wu Mangsu had this capital. Swish! In the next moment, the heavy floor demon sword had broken through the air, and the entire world was enveloped in crimson light. Thousands of blood-light contractions converged on the blade of the sword, and the explosive force instantly nailed towards the center of Wu Maniac Ogre's brow. Ding! At the moment Su Chuan struck, Wu Mangsu had already prepared his defenses, and with a clip of his 2 fingers, it actually seemed like 2 great mountains colliding together, causing the heavy floor demon sword to be unable to move. Is that all you've got? Wu Mangsu grinned. Yet the next moment the heavy floor demon sword shook madly, suddenly exploding dozens of blood-colored thunderbolts, and countless sword chi madly impacted. Explosions sounded back and forth. Wu Maniac OG immediately changed his face. His body shape exploded back to pull away. At the same time, a storm sphere emerged on his body to protect himself firmly. A ray of light and blood lightning crazily exploded in front of him, shocking the protective storm astral chi and weakening it constantly. In particular, the sword fury chi was extraordinarily overbearing, and just by invading his body a little bit, it caused his emotions to feel irritable. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suchen quickly maneuvered the heavy floor demon sword to pummel over again and again. Compared to the other flying swords, the speed of the heavy floor demon sword was clearly upgraded by a notch, and the power that erupted from it was even more terrifying. Within a few breaths, the heavy floor demon sword had impacted dozens of times towards Wu Xiaoxiu, each time without seeing the slightest weakening of its power. Every time a sharp sword blade impact sounded, Wu Mangsu's defensive astral aura would flicker and fluctuate violently, rapidly weakening, and his entire person was even knocked backward continuously. There's something odd about this sword. Wu Mangsu became righteous. Originally Su Chen's attacks were already strong, and at this moment, with this sword in his hand, it was even more powerful. But he was not helpless as a veteran powerhouse. The moment he saw that his defense was about to be broken, he only saw him reach out his hand into a claw, and the airflow quickly condensed into a wide green wind sword in the center of his hand. With a tremor of his palm, the green-colored wind sword accurately crashed into the heavy floor demon sword, directly knocking it away by virtue of its more powerful mana advantage. Stubborn, overrate yourself. Wu Mangsu was as if he was a god on high, and he did not place Su Chen in his eyes at all. In the next moment, countless wind blades transformed into swords and knives attacked, as if they were raining from the sky. Unavoidable. With this move, even the space here surfaced a number of cracks, and the incoming gusts of wind alone caused pain in the cheeks. Canopy. In the face of Martial Madness Ogre's killing move, Zhou Ying directly blocked in front of Su Chen, and the moment she raised her hand to block, a curtain of light actually blocked all the wind blades. Just now, when Su Chen and Wu Maniac Ogres made their move, she had already gone and refined the heavenly silk inner armor, and at this moment, this extremely high-grade magic treasure showed its full defensive power. Together, although Zhou Ying looked sweet and adorable, she was also a dry person, and now that she didn't leave Su Chuan to run away alone, this made Su Chuan's impression of her greatly improve. After blocking Wu Mangsu's attack, the two of them simultaneously erupted their immortal bases and engaged in a fierce battle with Wu Mangsu. Despite being 1 against 2, Wu Mangsu still acted calmly. The strength of a perfect foundation establishment was not a mere name. Think you can win with more people? You're so naive. After a few rounds of fighting, Wu Mangsu was no longer interested in spending any more time, and immediately pulled away and began to display his true power. One move to show you the gap. The moment the immortal foundation surfaced behind Wu Mangsu, the entire magma world unexpectedly changed rapidly, and where the light shone, all substances rapidly weathered, and all the suspended boulders turned into fragments and dissipated. Only when he reached out and grabbed it, the wind spirit scepter in the immortal foundation fell into his hands. As a wind incantation was recited, a sky-destroying swirling storm formed out of nowhere beneath Wu Mangsu's feet. The powerful storm force extracted the terrifying flames directly from the magma, and in the blink of an eye the wind and fire merged together. Su Chen raised his head to look. The fiery storm was indeed appalling. A giant dragon of flames entwined while wind blades constantly flew out. This is a move that is extremely dangerous. With a dull wind whistling sound, the entire fiery storm suddenly swept in, as if it was an ancient beast that wanted to devour everything. There was clearly some panic in Zhou Ying's eyes. With her power she was no match at all, but she still didn't back down. I'll block him with all my might. You find a chance to see if you can sneak up on him, and run away if things don't go right. Zhou Ying voiced her thoughts towards Su Chen, and then she integrated all her mana into the heavenly silk inner armor, forming a thick light screen boundary in front of the two of them. A layer of cold air spread out, freezing even the surface magma. In the next moment, the fiery storm had crashed over, countless flame dragons and wind blades exploding on the boundary, the terrifying power shaking Zhou Ying to the point that she almost spat out blood. Doing her best to support the boundary, Su Chen silently felt the changes in the two forces in front of him and did not strike easily. A few breaths of time passed, the power of the flame storm began to decline drastically, and Zhou Ying had also reached her limit. Right at this moment, he took out the sun-shooting bow and started to open his bow, and the mana in his body was like a rolling torrent surging into the sky-breaking arrow, and he shot it out at Wu Mangsu. An ear-piercing whistling sound rang out, and the futile fiery storm was obliterated by an arrow, followed by the arrow heading straight for Wu Mangsu's brow. Wu Mangsu didn't dare to take it lightly. His magic sword entered his hand, splitting out a green-colored sword chi running through heaven and earth. It had to be said that Martial Madness Ogre's power was extremely strong. even though he had only just unleashed the flamestorm. This sword chi had taken down the heaven-breaking arrow again. Zhou Ying looked full of helplessness and was ready to greet Su Chuan and run away, while Wu Maniac OG was even more swollen to the core. This feeling of making his opponent desperate was incomparably wonderful. However, as Zhou Ying looked over, a few more flying swords appeared in front of Su Chen. The Red Emperor sword transformed into 3, and the Emperor Magpie sword surrounded the heavy floor demon sword. The entire 5 flying swords formed a red sky sword formation in the air, turning into a hole. The moment Wu Mangsa cleaved the heaven-breaking arrow, the entire sword formation had already broken through the air. Wu Mangsu had never seen such a fast-flying sword before, and surprisingly, even he had trouble reacting to it. What was even more frightening was the aura on that sword array, as if it was a demon god's rage-containing strike, causing one's heart to palpitate and not dare to resist. In just one trance, the sword formation had blasted onto his body, shattering his protective astral aura. Wu Mangsu was blasted out and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth, having his sword fury rush directly into his heart chakra. Shit! Wu Mangsu didn't expect that he would turn over the boat in the gutter. At this moment, the chi and blood in his body was surging. The baleful chi was destroying his body dramatically, and he had to suppress it quickly before he could do so. Thinking of this, he could only give Su Chen and the two of them a hateful glance, and then quickly left. I can't believe we defeated Martial Madness Ogre. Su Chen, you're too good. Zhou Ying felt like she was dreaming. Killing the 1000-year Jiao earlier was a surprise to her, and as a result, she was now defeating the #1 expert of the inner sect in the process. This would be a great lineup for yourself if you spread the word. Chapter 73, 10 Generals of the Heavenly Sword. With Wu Mangsu having fled, it was only then that Su Chen felt a slight sense of weakness coming from his body, and had a clearer perception of the strength of a Foundation Establishment perfection expert. However, the augur essence blood he absorbed this time was too powerful, causing his power to be recovering rapidly. After taking the inner Dan, Su Chen directly put away both the scales and dragon tendons of the Millennium Jiao, both of which were top-notch materials, and were cost-effective whether they were used to make treasure or sold. Thank you for stepping in just now, otherwise I would have had more trouble dealing with martial madness alone. Originally, Zhou Ying could have left after taking the heavenly silk in her armor, but she still chose to stay and help, and also offended Wu Maniac Ogre as a result. This sentiment Su Chen remembered in his heart. Zhou Ying smiled indifferently. We agreed to work together. It's not my style to abandon my companion. From now on we are considered friends, right? Of course. Su Chen followed with a smile. When you go out in a while, you don't need to mention me. Master told me to keep a low profile. This 7th layer will be as good as if you alone had broken through it. If something happens, you can come to the demon locking tower to look for me. Zhou Ying waved her hand and directly bid farewell and left. Su Chen nodded his head and agreed, and then he went out of the demon locking tower. This time the heavy floor demon sword had absorbed a large amount of essence blood, while he still needed to go back and digest it for a while. Whether it was enough to cultivate the innate sword body to strengthen his flesh or consolidate his realm. When Su Chen appeared outside the tower, the crowd that had been waiting outside instantly boiled over, looking at him with monster eyes, each asking how he had killed the 1000-year-old Jiao. Some people were even more marveled when they saw that there were no external injuries on his body. Facing a group of strange and frenzied objects, Su Chen wasn't too comfortable. No wonder Zhou Ying chose to keep a low profile. Senior brother Su. Tuoba Yen waved his hand, his face filled with excitement, and Su Chen immediately walked through the crowd. What brings you here? Of course it's to witness the miracle. Now you kill through the demon lock tower thing but spread all over the sect. Just now here even opened the handicap attracted a lot of disciples to bet on whether you can successfully kill that 1000 years of augur. I put the 100 spirit stones I had with me all bet on it, and it directly doubled 8 times. Tuoba Yen shook a storage pouch, and a ringing sound of spirit stones colliding was immediately emitted from inside, which made his smile grow more and more pleased with himself. Su Chen was speechless in his heart. This kid is really a business material, earning so much that even he is red in the eyes. It feels a bit condescending to let you cultivate immortality. Tuoba Yen hemmed and hawed, intending to distribute some spirit stones to Su Chen. His family didn't lack money anyway, so he might as well invest more in Su Chen. Su Chen refused his good intentions. After all, it was hard to repay a love debt, and selling some dragon scales and tendons and other materials at some point should be able to exchange quite a few spirit stones. This time, when he killed through the 7 layers of the demon locking tower, he didn't fail to collect materials and inner pills, as well as some exotic flowers and herbs, all of which were huge fortunes. Tuoba Yen saw that he insisted on refusing, so he stopped mentioning it, and then pointed to the stone monument next to him and said, "Look, your name went up." Su Chen looked over and realized that there were just 3 people's names on that stone tablet: Chopping Ice Spider, Kill the golden salamander Mo Wushan. Exterminating the scaly dragon Su Dust. This time, it was considered to be officially certified, and a celebratory congratulatory sound rang out around him. But Su Chen was clear that he had doped up the water. But even without Zhou Yingying's assistance, he should still be able to kill the 1,000-year Jia with his flying sword speed. It's just a false name. Defeating Royal Sky Yang is my goal. Let's go. When Su Chen uttered these words, the people around him rarely had much of a retorting voice. The reason why Imperial Heavenly Sun was in the position he was in today was laid down by creating miracles over and over again, while Su Chen was struggling to catch up step by step. Just as he was leaving, he glanced at a few disciples in the distance who had an uncommon temperament. The breath of these three people appeared to be very special. In Su Chuan's perception it should not be worse than Wu Zhaoxiu, but all of them were hidden in the corner without attracting the attention of bystanders. After both sides exchanged glances, these people instantly disappeared in place, while Su Chen felt a powerful sense of oppression, feeling that the other party was extraordinary. It seemed that the sect was indeed hiding crouching tigers and dragons, and it was unknown what the identities of those three just now were, but the level of danger was only stronger than that of Wu Zhaoxiu. Soon, Su Chen returned to the sword mound, and when old Zhou heard that he had killed through the demon locking tower he wasn't too surprised. The wound in the abdomen of that 1,000-year Jiao was already a huge breach. Perhaps other people couldn't help it, but it was still relatively easy for Su Chen to do so with the heavy floor demon sword in his hand. Master, today when I left the demon locking tower I saw three people with odd breaths. Their breaths were not weaker than Wu Zhaoxiu's, but they didn't look like true disciples. Do you have any knowledge about this? Su Chen asked about his doubts, and Elder Zhou quickly gave an answer. These people should be the 10 generals of the Heavenly Sword. 10 generals of the Heavenly Sword? It was the first time that Su Chuan had heard of this name, but just by the sound of it, it was very racy and should be very prestigious. Not bad. Those who can become the 10 generals of the Heavenly Sword are the true powerhouses of the inner sect. These people have outstanding talent, and the strength of each of them can easily suppress a foundation establishment perfection powerhouse of the same level. They are also the geniuses who are most likely to break through Jindan and compete for the position of true successor, and are highly valued by the sect. When talking about these people, Elder Zhou's tone was also much more serious, and it could be seen that he took his attitude seriously. Su Chen nodded, and in doing so, it also proved his guess. Shao Dust, foundation establishment breaking through to Jindan is a huge threshold. It's not something that can be broken through once you've perfected your cultivation. The slightest carelessness will result in failure. According to my intuition, that Wu Rashu wants to break through to Jindan and still lacks the fire. You'd better not start a conflict with this 10 generals of the Heavenly Sword in the inner sect nowadays. They're the ones who may break through at any time, and they act in a low-key manner, and have never been involved in the competition for the rankings of the Dragon Tiger ranking. Disciple remembers. After the conversation ended, Su Chen returned to the lower level to continue cultivating. The amount of qi and blood he had absorbed from the demon locking tower was too much. Enough for him to digest it properly for a while he was trying to cultivate. Wu Mangsu, who had returned to Qingyang Peak, was full of gloom, and it took him a great deal of effort to remove the baneful qi from his body. However, compared to this injury, being defeated by Su Chen's sneak attack was his great shame, and a wave of hatred constantly arose in his heart. Right at this moment, a message surfaced within the clan token, and reading it immediately caused his expression to become grave. Senior brother Tian Yang is short of manpower at the moment and is already urging me to go over. Now is the time when the White Bone Demon Sect's counterattack is intense. With my current realm it's still dangerous to go over there, so it seems like I have to let go. Thinking of this, Wu Maniac OG immediately opened the Spirit Gathering formation and took out various materials to try to break through. As time went on, the whole process seemed to go exceptionally well. It seems that the heavens have truly favored me. I'm going to make it. Wu Mangsa got excited. Once he became a Jindan stage cultivator, he could be among the experts of the immortal sect, and he had an extraordinary status wherever he was. However, just when he was about to form the Dan, a throbbing suddenly came from within his body, followed by a disturbance in his qi and blood. How could this be? That baleful aura wasn't even completely removed. Martial Maniacal Ogre's complexion changed drastically. The entire breakthrough process ended instantly after being interfered with, and the carefully prepared breakthrough materials were directly destroyed. The huge blow nearly caused his mind to explode, and his teeth were nearly clenched. Su Chen, I will kill you sooner or later. Chapter 74 Heaven and Earth's Desperation. After returning from the Demon Locking Tower, Su Chuan had been cultivating in the sword graveyard, and in addition to washing the sword to absorb the demonic qi, it was through the blood refining technique to finally digest the essence blood absorbed by the demon sword. During this period, he also sold quite a few materials and exchanged them for some spirit stones to come back. And by the way, He gave some spirit medicines to Su Long, so that she could feel at ease and boldly go to alchemy. Su Long was already extremely talented in the Dan Dao, and with the guidance of the Dan King and Bai Lu, coupled with the fact that Su Chen was willing to smash resources to give her practice, so her progress was also very fast, and she was often able to refine high-quality pills and send them to Su Chen. With the advantage of the pills, originally in the martial arts and the little talent Su Long is also a small breakthrough. A few months' time realm also raised to the 6th layer of refining chi, barely have the power of self-protection. As for Su Chen, he had also been working steadily in the past few months, constantly laying down a firm foundation and raising his innate sword body to another small level. During this period of time, his ability to raise the spirit had even increased dramatically, and the number of flying swords he was able to mobilize had increased quite a bit, and he was already able to control 13 flying swords, and the power of the Red Sky Sword formation had directly doubled when he executed it. I've heard that the conflict of the demon swinging war has expanded again this time, and even the By Blood Demon sect, which is a long way from Mount Shu, has joined in, and the casualties of the disciples who have been rotated out lately have significantly increased by a lot. As he walked around the sect, Su Chen noticed that many people were hanging on to their colors. However, such battles were also the most stimulating of potentials, and with the sect shedding resources to reward them, many people's realms had improved, making many disciples who hadn't yet participated in the battle foolishly eager to do so. Times make heroes, and there are many opportunities in this chaotic world, so we have to find an opportunity to go out and practice a bit behind us. After entering the sword mound, Su Chen continued today's sword washing task, and after selecting some, he finally stopped in front of a slender soft sword. This sword is light in the hand, but the texture is very strong, and there are flowers and cloud patterns on the sword body, and there is a pink jade bead sword spike hanging from the hilt, and its sword owner should be a woman. At the moment there were several cracks and gaps on that blade, and even the spike had long been soaked in blood. I don't know what kind of experience the owner of this sword has had, but the fury on this sword is almost double that of the surrounding Dharma swords, making it very treacherous for sword-washing disciples. However, what Su Chen was looking for was this kind of heavy balefulness, and immediately reached out to hold the hilt of the sword and took it out. Sword name, 100 Flowers Falling. Sword Master, Zhang Muyi. The moment Su Chuan gripped the magic sword, the raging fury instantly surged, accompanied by a woman's mournful scream, which was so creepy to hear that the palms of his hands went cold. It was the first time he had encountered such a wail of despair and heartbreak, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy in his heart. As the innate sword tire swallowed and absorbed these baleful chi, Su Chen also saw the sword masters pass through the illusion. This is an extremely beautiful woman, with a good family since childhood and a kind heart. After entering Shushan Mountain to cultivate, she even showed an extremely high level of talent. Not only was she powerful, but she also had countless suitors, but she had always been indifferent to them. Until one day when she was collecting elixirs in the snowy mountains, she suddenly woke up a sleeping snow bear. Facing this ferocious demonic beast, the few suitors who had originally come to protect her instantly scattered, causing her to despair. However, right at this moment, a disciple with mediocre strength stepped forward and escaped with her through serious injuries. In this moment, she admitted that her heart fluttered. For the next month, they recuperated from their injuries in the snowy mountains, and they recognized each other even more as their lifelong companions. Even though the other party's family and talent were unremarkable, it didn't shake his conviction. After returning to the clan, in just 1 year's time, her cultivation once again surged forward, while the other party remained in the same place. The huge gap caused countless people's gossip. Perhaps it was a matter of pride that the other party chose to go down to the mountains to practice for a while, though 1,000,000 times over, she agreed, hoping that the other would have a strange encounter. For 3 whole years, the other party was nowhere to be found, which made her become incredibly pensive and ask around. Finally, one day a message came from the other party, saying that he had found a way to enhance his talent and invited her to meet him. Despite the fact that the meeting place was an eerie, remote place, she went anyway, and it was all worth it the moment she saw her lover. However, the beautiful dream was soon shattered, and the other party had actually practiced the devil's power to kill her to completely go to the merciless devil's path. She didn't believe the other woman would hurt herself, and kept persuading her, which really seemed to do the trick. Yet just as she threw herself into the other woman's arms in relief, a cold dagger stabbed into her heart. Changfeng, you, Muyi, I'm sorry, I want to live forever. I don't want to be stepped on all the time, just fulfill me. A wave of despair surged through her heart, and with things having come to this, she was prepared to fulfill the other party. However, at this time, a magical girl stood behind Changfeng. Changfeng, what's the point of wasting so many words with this woman? Hurry up and kill it to use the bones as a medicine guide. At this moment, she realized that this man had long betrayed her, and the grief was not greater than the death of her heart. In the angry hissing sound, her 3,000 green silk even instantly whitened. With endless hatred comprehended a brand new sword skill, heaven and earth absolute love. With that sword, countless sword chi crashed down, and the entire mountain was blown to rubble. And when she thought of the image of that pair of dogs begging for mercy in panic as they were dying, she couldn't feel the pain in her heart. No wonder there is such a resentment. It turns out that a piece of heart has met a negative person. One can only say that the human heart is unpredictable. Although Su Chen was not able to stay at home, he washed his sword day after day in the middle of the sword mound, but he had tasted the life of countless people, and his mental experience had been greatly improved. This heaven and earth desperation sword skill is very domineering, almost a dead-end range attack. That kind of same death aura, enough to make any opponent chills. After completing the sword washing quest, Su Chen had just walked to the entrance of the sword mound when he saw Qinlan fly over, revealing a few moments of gravity between his brows. Senior sister, what happened? Senior brother Su, the clan has orders for you to lead a team to the battlefield. Hearing this news, Su Chen was not surprised. Now that the immortal demon war dynamic was expanding, all disciples were inevitably going to the battlefield. It seems that the situation is a bit dire. Sending me out as a sword-guarding disciple so soon, I have to go back and talk to my master. Su Chen's heart was a little more square, and Qinlan nodded. Yes, the entire immortal and demon paths in Shu are almost all involved, and manpower is stretched thin on all the battlefields. The news of your killing through the demon locking tower earlier has spread to the front lines, and this time it seems that senior brother Yu Tianyang intentionally named you. There's no harm in it. As a disciple of Shushan Mountain who should contribute to the sect, I'll go back and bid farewell to my master. Seeing that Su Chen could have such a mindset, Qinlan was also quite relieved. Alright then, you go directly to the front of the voodoo hall in a moment and wait for the arrangements. I'll go inform the others. Immediately after Qinlan left, the voice of the demoness sword spirit rang out, its tone filled with excitement. Great! Finally we can leave this hellish place. That battlefield is a place where essence and blood flourish, so master can kill again. Su Chen knew that she had a heavy killing heart and ignored it, coming directly to Zhou Lao to explain the situation. Regarding this matter, Elder Zhou was not surprised, and there were a few more shades of encouragement in his gaze towards Su Chen. The battlefield is most suitable for teaching a man to grow. It's good for you to go for some training. It's just that the battle of life and death is incredibly dangerous, and the hearts of people on the battlefield are even more unpredictable, so you have to be more careful yourself. Facing Elder Zhou's teaching, Su Chen nodded his head vigorously. My disciple keeps this in mind, and you yourself, master, should take care of yourself. His eyes were full of reluctance. Zhou Lao usually treated him as if he were his own son, and he himself had long regarded the other party as a relative. Well, go on. After saying goodbye to Elder Zhou, Su Chen immediately rushed to the square, where a large number of disciples had already gathered. Their eyes were all filled with excitement and a little nervousness, as if building a career was just around the corner. Chapter 75 Absolute Suppression. When Su Chen landed, many people's gazes looked over. Although a few months had passed since he entered the inner sect, most of the time had been spent in the sword mound, but he had created the rumor of defeating Marshal Madrock in one move, as well as the heaven-defying performance of killing through the 7th floor of the demon locking tower. As a legendary figure full of conversation, it was naturally easy to attract enough attention, and at the moment, a large number of inner disciples were casting their gazes. Respect, curiosity and suspicion were intertwined, but no matter what, that powerful aura on Su Chen's body had already caused countless veteran inner sect experts to feel fear. Senior brother Su, we meet again. Bai Lu Chao walked up next to him and greeted him. This time she would be leading a group of alchemists to refine pills on the front line, but it should be unlikely that they would be able to directly kill the enemy. Senior sister Bai, it seems that we are indeed destined to be together. As the two spoke, an icy gaze looked over, and in the distance actually stood Wu Maniacal Rock. At this moment, he had already broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment, and the look in his eyes towards Su Chen was quite unkind. However, Su Chen did not care. With his current strength, Wu Maniacal Rock was no longer much of a threat. As the candidates for this demon swing arrived one after another, the elder in charge of this matter began to inform the situation of the battlefield today, and then assigned these inner disciples to different battlefields. The next period of time was when the sect distributed all kinds of materials and equipment for inner and outer disciples to make a two-way choice. Soon, a large number of outer disciples came to Su Chen in admiration, which actually included Tuoba Yen. Senior brother Su, this time I'm going to follow you in a big way. Tuoba Yen, by virtue of the family's financial resources plus their own talent, has now reached the degree of the 9th layer of chi refining. The strength of the outer door is considered very good. Yes, Su Chen let him stay, and of the rest of the disciples who came over, Su Chen selected more than 10 according to their respective strengths, plus Tuoba Yen for a total of 20, which was the standard for a team. After everyone had completed their assignments, they quickly boarded a dirigible cloud ship and headed towards the battlefield. This time, Su Chen's destination was the Ice Demon Valley, which was said to have been used by the White Bone Demon sect in the past to refine medicinal people, equivalent to a large-scale testing ground that was very tightly guarded. However, his mission at this time was not to exterminate the demons here, but to rescue his fellow disciples who were deeply trapped. In the previous month's time, Shushan had already sent out several teams to try to eliminate the Ice Demon Valley, but not only did they fail to achieve their goal, but instead, many disciples were caught in the process. At the moment, he was standing at the stern of the ship looking at the map of the Ice Demon Valley, as well as the various intelligence provided by the sect. In addition to my team, this time there is also the Thunderbolt Hall as well as the Jade Maiden sect who have also sent their manpower, agreeing to rendezvous at the Jiue Peak in the northeast of the Ice Demon Valley, and counting the time they should arrive one step ahead of me. The Thunderbolt Hall and the Jade Maiden sect belong to the same immortal sect of Shu, but these two sects were still much inferior to Mount Shushan, so these two teams would nominally be under Su Chen's command as well. However, right now, Su Chen was not interested in coveting the power in his hands. According to the information on the intelligence, it was feared that there were at least 4 or 5 Foundation Establishment experts in this Ice Demon Valley, and there was at least one late Foundation Establishment great expert sitting in the town. On top of that, this place has been operated by the White Bone Demon sect for many years. Not only is the terrain treacherous, but there are also heavy legal formations, so there is no room for carelessness. While Su Chen was thinking about how to break the situation, the cloud ship had already flown to the area of the engagement. Tuoba Yen and the others became even more excited, each one of them rubbing their fists and clapping their hands, as if killing the devil was just something that could be done with their hands. However, they were soon splashed with cold water, as their cloud ship flew over a city gate. A terrifying blood demon formation blasted down from the long sky, directly shattering the defense formation along with half of the city gate. Immediately after that, there were countless devils killing over the sky, and a large number of immortal sect disciples directly became the targets of slaughter. Seeing this scene, the entire ship's disciples were scared pale, feeling that their own lives were also at stake. Su Chen immediately urged the ship's spell formation with all his might, causing the entire cloud ship to break through the air at its fastest speed. Just a second after they fled, a powerful spell attack brushed against the cloud ship, nearly knocking them off. Now see the brutality of the battlefield? Su Chen glanced towards these people, and all of them fell silent, some even already beating a retreat. It's come to this, there's no turning back for any of us. Prepare for the battle with peace of mind. The more distractions there are, the faster we die. He only reminded up to this point, the rest was up to each of them. Still, the news that the gateway had just been breached was quickly passed on to higher level commanders so that they could send reinforcements in time. After the cloud ship flew at full speed for another hour, Su Chen and the others finally arrived at the Jiue Peak, and after such a long time, Tuoba Yen and the others had recovered and were filled with the will to fight again. Senior brother Su, the people from the Thunderbolt Hall and the Jade Maiden sect have already arrived. Tuoba Yen pointed towards the bottom, on the side of the mountain peak that backed up to the Ice Demon Valley. 30 or so people were waiting hidden in the snow. Go down, and be careful to collect your breath, Su Chen reminded, and all of them immediately changed into a snow-white costume, hiding their breath greatly. Why don't the people from Shushan come yet? Isn't it just an Ice Demon Valley? So many people went there earlier. I'm only afraid that those devils have died most of the time by now. I think it's enough to go there with the people from my Thunderbolt Hall. A large man in the middle stage of Foundation establishment broke his mouth in dissatisfaction, while the experts behind him chimed in. We've already scouted earlier. There aren't many devils in that Ice Demon Valley at all. If we don't make a move, I'm afraid they've all run away. That's right, senior brother Chang, why don't we just do it? In the face of these people's agitation, Yen Yu of the Jade Maiden sect, however, shook her head repeatedly. Don't be impulsive. Earlier those Taoists were the ones who suffered the loss of carelessness and lightheartedness that led to the disastrous defeat. We'd better wait for the Taoists from Shushan to arrive. Then it's not too late to act together. Humph. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. How can you grasp the opportunity of battle if you are afraid of it? Chang Penghai mocked, not putting Yen Yu and the others in the slightest. You, the people of the Jade Maiden sect all rose up in anger, never imagining that the Thunderbolt Hall would send someone so impulsive over. Since he wants to go to his death, let him. Right at this moment, Su Chen descended from the sky, and behind him were even 20 outer sect elites, with an aura far superior to the 2 large sects below. Facing that powerful aura on him, Yen Yu and Chang Penghai and the others were shocked. Who are you to speak so wantonly? Chang Panghai forced himself to support his chi. He also saw that the other party was also only a mid-stage foundation establishment expert and might not be able to suppress him. However, the moment Chang Panghai finished speaking, Su Chen disappeared into thin air, and in the next moment had already placed a sword against his throat. With just one move, it unexpectedly made Chang Panghai not even have a chance to resist, and for a moment, the people from the two major sects were so shocked that they sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and their gazes instantly became respectful. The disciples of Mount Shu, on the other hand, were doubly honored, and their morale soared for a while. In front of the disciples of Mount Shu, all of them will behave with their tails between their legs. Understand? Su Chen retrieved the heavy floor demon sword, while Chang Panghai had long been scared into a cold sweat and nodded his head coyly in agreement. Understood. Understood. All of us from the Thunderbolt Hall are at your disposal. Senior brother Su. Before they came, they had all gotten some basic information about the other two teams from the sect. Chang Panghai clearly remembered that the intelligence said that Su Chen was just a disciple who had just entered the inner sect of Mount Shu, and thought that it was a good target to hold. But it turned out to be so horrible. Our Jade Maiden sect also looks up to senior brother Su. Yen Yu hurriedly stated her position, but her heart relaxed a lot. Firstly, she didn't have to worry about Chang Panghai, a prick, messing up. And secondly, with Su Chen, a great expert, this operation should be stable. Chapter 76, The Medicine Man of the Magic Valley. At the top of the Jiue Peak, Su Chen looked down at the entire Ice Demon Valley in the distance, and all the situation was in his eyes. That Ice Demon Valley looked ordinary, but the interior had long been made into a giant fortress, carefully divided into several parts by the White Bone Demon sect. The layout of this Ice Demon Valley should have been instructed by a high-level person. Only a small amount of manpower is needed to control the situation. Trying to forcefully attack will surely result in heavy losses. The people before were all blinded by the illusion of appearance. Su Chen analyzed it while thinking of a way to crack it. Chang Panghai and Yen Yu listened to the two of them, but they were in the clouds and did not understand the meaning at all. Senior brother Su, is there anything special about the layout here? Chang Panghai immediately asked respectfully, keeping an eye on Su Chen's change in expression. Look at the entrances and exits in those directions. It looks like there are 4 roads, but in fact, the left and right are dead roads. There is nothing much in the way of blood and corpses on those 2 roads, just waiting to invite the king to enter the jar. There should be a formidable spell formation, and the north and south 2 roads are life roads. As long as you kill in from these 2 roads, you will encounter fierce resistance, obviously much bloodier. Su Chen pointed at the surrounding situation and explained, which immediately dawned on the duo next to him. So that's how it is. These devils are really cunning. Yen Yu's expression became grave. Earlier she had thought that the left and right directions looked even weaker, but she hadn't expected it to be a dead end. The location where the other immortal sect disciples are being held is inside the Devil's Sacrifice Tower, and they have all been fed the blood compulsion pill to control them. I've brought Shushan's poisoning Dan to temporarily suppress the demonic poison. Send 20 people to block the northern passage in a moment, and you two can kill your way in from the south. Su Chen began to deploy his plan. All of this was already in his mind on the way. Chang Panghai and Yen Yu immediately nodded their heads and agreed, while Su Chen mixed and redistributed the manpower of the 3 major sects once more. Shushan sword cultivators were good at breaking through, while the people of the Thunderbolt Hall had good offense and defense, only lacking quite a bit in speed, and the Jade Maiden sect's kung fu was also biased towards assisting and controlling. After allocating the manpower, Su Chen spoke for the last time. The strength of the 2 devils in front of you are both ordinary, and even with the cooperation of a large number of pill people, the strength of the 2 of you is enough to break through. I'll enter directly from the north, when I behead the Pill King's son and seize the antidote to save the other disciples. Yes, sir. Soon after, Chang Panghai and Yen Yu led their people to kill the southern entrance in great numbers, immediately attracting the attention of the White Bone Demon sect, and quite a number of medicinal people who had been refined to the point of inhumanity followed the demons and began to respond to the battle. I don't know how many great battles have been experienced here. The entire Ice Demon Valley is shrouded in a strong bloody atmosphere, and the snow is even more everywhere in the corpses and bones. Watching the battle already being fought, Su Chen then led the remaining people straight to the north. To Oba Yen, pick 10 of your elite disciples to follow me in, and when I suppress Pill King's son in a moment, a few of you will give those imprisoned Taoists the poison transformation pill. The rest of you guard the position and don't let any devils go. Su Chen gave the poison transformation pill directly to Tuoba Yen, who immediately picked some elite experts to follow and broke in. As soon as he entered the Ice Demon Valley, Su Chuan immediately noticed that the surrounding temperature was going to be lowered quite a bit, and the corpses and bones of the immortal sect's disciples could be seen everywhere on the Longshan Ice Road. It's finally time for a big kill. I can't help but drink their blood already. The witch sword spirit became excited, and the heavy floor demon sword vibrated slightly with it. Soon, a group of demon sect disciples killed over, the blood-red death hook scythe in their hands making a sound of gold and iron colliding with the pitch-black chains. However, Suchen didn't pay the slightest attention to it and directly threw out the heavy floor demon sword to instantly kill the crowd. And for a time, the flashes of bloodlight kept on flickering, and the countless sword chi directly decapitated most of the devils. Suchen didn't stop. The moment the magic sword flew back, the whole person flew into the Ice Demon Valley first, while the remaining demons were given to Tuoba Yen and the others. Kill for me. Getting rid of the demons is just around the corner. Tuoba Yen was the first to rush over with the burning mountain sword in his hand, all the way as if he was chopping melons and cutting vegetables. These devils had already experienced a lot of battles, and now they were completely unable to compare to these immortal sect experts. After these immortal sect experts realized that the devils were not strong, their confidence increased and their aura grew stronger. Soon, Su Chen ran into a large group of medicine people. Most of these people were ordinary people, and there were also quite a few original immortal sect experts mixed in. I don't know what mischievous things the White Bone Demon sect is researching here. These test subjects are all miserable. Their bodies are swollen and twisted. Their blood is like a layer of armor protecting the outside, and their faces still have painful expressions. But by the looks of it, it should be a failure without a doubt. There was no combat power at all. Su Chuan just moved forward and quickly went deeper. The heavy floor demon sword automated as a flying sword reaping lives in large numbers, and the essence blood absorbed allowed Su Chuan to keep absorbing it with the blood refining technique. Instead, he was slowly increasing his strength. These medicine men had already been tortured to the point where their lives were worse than death, and now that Su Chen had killed them, it was instead a relief for them. After killing hundreds of medicine men and demons, Su Chen finally arrived at a square with a strong smell of herbs. An ugly old man with white hair and muscular body was boiling something in a cauldron, and an extremely pungent smell emanated from the air. Pil King Sun acted as if he hadn't noticed Su Chen, still giggling as he kept adding ingredients, making the pot of dark green soup even weirder. It's about to be good, and this time the test subjects will be most successful. Pil King Sun finally looked over towards Su Chen, but soon both eyes were glowing. Not bad, not bad. What an excellent experimental body. Let you be the first to receive the transformation in a while, so that you can thoroughly enjoy the wonderfulness of becoming a demon. A burst of red light emanated from Pil King Sun's hand, and immediately afterward, he grabbed a few stagnant medicine men around him, and then scooped up a ladle of the pot's medicinal juice and poured it into their mouths. In an instant, the aura of these medicine men began to become berserk, their eyes glowing red, and their realm grew even more. Originally, these three medicine men were still at the early foundation establishment level, but in the blink of an eye, they had reached the middle foundation establishment stage. Such a strong drug. One indeed had to admire Pil King Sun's methods, except that these medicine men had been completely wasted, completely burning their vitality. Pil King Valley is at least one of the major immortal sacred places in Shu. I heard that your talent was even favored by the Pil King, but I can't imagine that you're willing to fall into the devil's path. Su Chen's words caused Pil King Sun's movements in his hands to slow down, and a strong hatred surfaced on his face. That old thing, the Pil King, is nothing but a piker's opinion. How can he understand my grandiose dream? Only in the White Bone Demon sect can I accomplish my feat of freeing all people from the limitations of their mortal flesh. I'm a credit to mankind. Pil King Sun had obviously been deeply brainwashed by himself and immediately had those few pill people kill Su Chen. Su Chen naturally did not place these goods in his eyes, and with a movement of his divine sense, the heavy floor demon sword in his hand began to vibrate continuously, emitting an incomparably stern aura. Far below the demon's sacrifice tower, a large number of imprisoned immortal sect disciples looked at the square through the observation window, and many of them were surprised. Who is this person who dares to face Pil King Sun alone? Is he crazy? Earlier, we were just careless, and as a result, we were all locked up by that old monster. And in a while, we're probably going to become medicine men as well. The disciples of the rest of the sects were in despair, but those disciples of Mount Shu instead had a few more moments of anticipation. No, he's different. If anyone else did this, they would be sending themselves to their deaths, but he certainly has full assurance. Hearing this, many people scoffed. However, at the very next moment, all of these people who were just about to open their mouths in mockery all revealed shocked expressions and looked incredulously towards the center of the square. And even Pil King Sun, who was still boiling the medicine, stopped his hand movements, only seeing that when those few medicine men killed Su Chen, the heavy floor demon sword was only a few thunderous strikes away, cutting off the heads of those medicine men directly. How could killing three experts of the same realm with a single move not shock people? This person. No, who exactly is this senior brother? Now these immortal sect disciples were respectful, and a look of reverence appeared in their eyes. By this time, Tuoba Yen and the others had already arrived and quickly opened the cage to start rescuing the people. He is Su Chen, the inner disciple of Mount Shu, a man who will become a legend sooner or later, Tuoba Yen said with a face full of pride, and then escorted these disciples to take the poison transformation pill to escape from this place. As for Pill King's son, after experiencing the initial shock, he directly threw the last herb into the cauldron and looked at Su Chen with a cold smile on his face. It seems that old me also looked away. The young scion has some skills. Chapter 77 Rainstorm Pear Blossom. Hand over the antidote and I can leave your body intact. Su Chen looked at Pill King's son with a cold gaze. The old man looked like he had a powerful breath, but in reality, he had long since become a pot of medicine, and his body even had multiple traces of remodeling, but it was nothing more than a futile appearance. Hearing these words, Pill King's son immediately burst out laughing, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. Ignorant little child, do you really think that you are invincible just because you killed a few of Lao Fu's remnants? If you can kill old me, you can have this antidote. Pill King's son fiddled with a gourd in his hands and then put it away again. His gaze toward Su Chen was actually filled with greed, clearly already treating him as a perfect experimental subject, insisting on seeking death. It would be rude of me not to fulfill it. Su Chen increased his power by a few points, and the heavy floor demon sword once again broke through the air. The entire body of the sword was haunted by a blood-colored baleful aura, and there was even an arc of thunder that exploded. Another thunderous strike. The terrifying sword blade reached Pill King's son's throat in almost the blink of an eye. Ding! An ear-piercing sound rang out, but Pill King's son's shoulder blades and ribs wriggled at the same time, followed by a few bone spurs sticking out, blocking the heavy floor demon sword. A violent collision sounded, and the heavy floor demon sword immediately bounced back, while Pill King's son was even more filled with smugness. The one I planted for myself is the protective bone of a cloaked beast, so with your little power you can break it? Yes? Just as Pill King's son was boasting, the heavy floor demon sword killed once again, instantly cutting through the sky, and the laughter of the demoness sword spirit echoed in every corner. With the speed of Su Chen's sword, it was simply difficult for Pill King's son to resist. Still in the same position, as an intense sword light flashed by, Pill King's son's heart guard bone shattered in response. At this moment, the old man was completely flustered, hastily mobilizing his artistry to defend himself, and tilting his head in time, which allowed the heavy floor demon sword to slice through his neck, still leaving a bloodstain. The heavy floor demon sword swung back in the air and immediately returned to Su Chen's hand. In the face of such terrifying strength, Pill King's son's face became incomparably ugly, reached out and touched his neck, but also a handful of blood. The immortal sect experts who were fleeing from here in the distance watched the scene, and one by one, their blood boiled, feeling that Su Chen was like a war god who had walked out of a myth. However, they didn't have time to lament before a large number of devils and medicine men surrounded them, so they could only leave first under the escort of Tuoba Yen and the others. Kid, you're very talented in the Tao of the Sword. Why don't you join the White Bone Demon sect right now? I can guarantee that you'll become a saint's son and enjoy the topmost resources. Pill King's son became somewhat scornful and began to promise various benefits. However, Su Chen was well aware of the other party's trick, but it was just stalling for time. You're not even human yourself, and you're left here to refine some trashy medicine man. So what are you going to do to make me the holy son of the White Bone Demon sect? When these words came out, Pill King's son burst into a rage. I'm dedicating my life to the world. How can a narrow-minded person like you understand my thoughts? One day, I will refine the best immortal medicine and let everyone live forever together. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he lifted the cauldron and poured down all the boiling hot, pungent medicinal juice in one gulp. As these medicinal juices entered his body, Pill King's son's aura then became extremely berserk, and the disordered power even caused him to instantly break through to the late stage of foundation establishment, and even his body began to continuously alienate, as if he were a beast man. Under this chaotic tremor of mana, Su Chen was afraid that this fellow would suddenly explode himself. However, it was good to see that Pill King's son's breath had stabilized. Not only had a bunch of scales and bone armor grown on his body, but even a hideous fuzzy human face had surfaced on the back of his head. I'll let you see what power is here. Wait to become the strongest modified body. Pill King's son let out a burst of maniacal laughter, and although his body was bloated as if he were a giant ape at the moment, he acted incredibly flexible. In just a blink of an eye, he flashed to Su Chen and slapped down. The moment the palm fell, only to see that the huge bone palm above the demonic aura, palm at the center of the emergence of a blood gas turned into a ghost face tearing down. The terrifying palm wind wrapped with unimaginable power. Before it fell, the entire ground was suppressed out of a huge palm print, all within a radius of 100 meters cracked and broken. Su Chen immediately dodged backward. His stance was faster than the opponent's attack speed. And with a swing of the heavy floor demon sword in his hand, layers of sword chi sliced through the uncountable masonry. Pilking Sun once again launched several attacks. However, they were all easily dodged by him. It seems that the medicine you configured isn't any good. It's futile. Su Chen once again mocked, constantly enraging this fellow. Fly that only dodges around. Die for me. As soon as Pilking Sun became agitated, his body's aura also became extremely unstable, although his power had clearly increased. However, it was more like he was draining his vitality to drink hemlock to quench his thirst. This time, he had clearly moved to kill, only to see his right hand become abnormally huge, as if it was the pincer of a tide crab, and it shook against the top of his head. In the next moment, countless black gases began to surge, and even his flesh and blood entered them, and his arm actually dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally huge black gas began to twist dramatically, as if there were countless worms tearing and wriggling in it. Suddenly, the demonic energy that had turned dark red turned into a rain of blood. Each rain of blood was like a parasite, more like a sharp knife. The powerful technique was so powerful that a large portion of space was dyed red, and patches of cracks appeared. Let's see how you can still dodge this move. As long as it touches the slightest bit, it will immediately pin your soul and eat your bones. Pilking Sun let out a sharp laugh, but his own breath was already weakening at an extremely fast pace. But as long as he could kill Su Chen, it was worth spending a little bit of price. Sidekick. Looking at the rain of blood that filled the sky, Su Chen's power began to be exerted as well. Powerful strength began to rush towards the heavy floor demon sword. A channel of mana rapidly traveled through the meridians, and the aura on his body was steeply raised by several times. Let's show you a real storm. In a flash he had already risen in the air, and then with a wave of the devil's sword in his hand, he instantly performed the heaven and earth extinction. All the sword chi wielded by the devil sword instantly turned into a torrential rain that strongly enveloped the entire heaven and earth. With a loud boom, the power of the two men collided fiercely together. However, Pilking Sun's demonic blood rain was not a match for the sword chi at all. In the blink of an eye, these compulsion blood rain was completely pierced through and obliterated, and the compulsion was even emitting intensive screams, turning into a path of smoke and dissipating. This can't be. Pilking Sun fell to the ground in fear. His power had long since weakened and he no longer had the strength to fight. Su Chen directly flew out with a sword, directly piercing through his heart, and the sword body did not enter the ground. Pilking Sun only felt that his blood was rapidly draining away, and even breathing was a bit difficult. I am clearly doing this for the sake of the world's people, strengthening everyone's flesh with my own strength. Why is it that the immortal sect's righteous path just can't tolerate me? As he was dying, Pilking Sun let out a lament. Even but in death he thought he was doing the right thing. Because of your selfishness, yet countless people become medicine men and eventually die in agony. Yet you try to disguise your indifference and murderousness with fraternity. It's really laughable. Su Chen put away the antidote, while Pilking Sun had long since severed his breath. Just then, the duo of Chang Panghai and Yin Yu also killed the demons in front of them and rushed to him. Now that the antidote is in hand, immediately leave the Ice Demon Valley to join them. Su Chen vaguely had a not-so-good intuition in his heart, feeling that this was still a place of wrongdoing. However, just as several people were preparing to leave, the entire Ice Demon Valley shook wildly, and a surprised voice followed. Heavy floor demon sword. I never thought that I would run into it today. The ear-piercing demonic sound resounded through the Ice Valley, and Su Chen also felt the danger climbing dramatically, and immediately led the crowd to fly outward. However, in the depths of that Ice Demon Valley, a large amount of cold ice quickly shattered, and a demonic shadow had already chased after him. Chapter 78 Demon Protector. Before Su Chen and the others had completely left the Ice Demon Valley, a demonic aura even descended directly as an iron curtain, shrouding everyone in darkness. As a demonic sound rang out, even Su Chen felt a sense of vertigo coming from his brain, and the Ice Demon Valley below was spinning and shattering. This feeling quickly caused Chang Panghai and the others to lose weight and fall down at extreme speed. Right at this moment, a crimson light flashed above the heavy floor demon sword, instantly bringing everyone back to their senses, and even the Ice Demon Valley stopped rotating. Escape from the Ice Demon Valley to Obayen and others did not dare to turn back at all, and could only return to Jiyue Peak to wait for Su Chen to bring people out. It's him, it's the man coming out. We can't get away. A Foundation establishment immortal sect cultivator said in horror, and those rescued experts almost all had the same expression, looking at Tuobayan's head full of confusion. Who are you talking about? The White Bone Demon sect sent out an old devil to sit here? No, it wasn't those old devils, but a young man at the Foundation establishment stage. Although he was young, his strikes were too dry, and we were captured without even having a chance to resist. It was as if these cultivators had resigned themselves to their fate, recognizing that they could no longer escape. However, Tuoba Yen was incredibly confident in Su Chen. He had witnessed the miracles that the other party had created time and time again. Since they're young, there's nothing to worry about. There won't be any accidents with elder brother Su Chen around. He'll definitely bring the antidote back to you. Seeing how confident he was, these immortal sect cultivators could only remain silent, quietly waiting for that demon sex expert to come out and perhaps capture them back in less than a few breaths of time. The dense demonic aura had already covered the entire Ice Demon Valley. Su Chuan looked up into the air, where a silhouette was hovering, but because of the demonic aura there was no clear view of the appearance. Facing that terrifying aura, Cheng Penghai and Yen Yu and the others only felt ice cold and had no courage to fight with it at all. Senior brother Su, what can we do now? Cheng Penghai pressed all his hopes on Su Chen. If he was also afraid, then everyone would be dead. Stand back. I alone am sufficient here. Su Chen did not turn around, but his usual calm tone had already pacified everyone's panicked hearts. Good. Senior brother Su, you take more care. The people from the Thunderbolt Hall hurriedly followed and flew backwards, and although Yen Yu did not have a bottom either, she still said towards Su Chen, Senior brother Su, we are willing to help you get rid of the demons. There's no need for that. Leaving right away would be the biggest help to me. Su Chen didn't belittle them, but this opponent in front of him was indeed a bit tricky, and he simply couldn't intervene if he wasn't strong enough. Seeing his resolute attitude, Yen Yu then flew into the distance with her people. The demon in midair silently watched this, a mocking smile hanging at the corner of his mouth the entire time. You're an interesting person. It looks like you think you're qualified to fight me? The young Devil Dao expert stared at Su Chen, and after sizing up the heavy floor devil sword for a moment, his heart instead grew a bit more cautious. It's just the late stage of foundation establishment. It's nothing to me. Su Chen could see the other party's cultivation level, but not only did he not let his guard down because of this, he instead became more serious. Of all the late-stage foundation establishment masters he had seen, the sense of crisis this person brought to him was undoubtedly the strongest. Hearing such a sentence, that devil couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're really a special existence. You're the first one who dares to speak to me like that. And it's no wonder that you can become the master of the heavy floor demon sword. And who are you? The mana on Su Chen's body had already begun to brew, and there was a hidden sword momentum gathering. However, he was still unclear about the opponent's strengths and weaknesses, and did not make a rash move. White Bone Demon Sect Demon Protector Envoy Bai Mingyan. When he heard the three words Demon Protector Envoy, a look of fruition appeared on Su Chen's face, while Cheng Penghai and Yen Yu and the others in the distance were horrified and their hearts were half-cooled. In the White Bone Demon Sect, the Demon Protector Envoys belonged to the core disciples. Their talent was extremely high, and as long as there were no accidents almost all of them would be able to break through to the Jindan. Thus their status was frighteningly high. Not only that, these people's fighting strength was even stronger, almost crushing opponents of the same realm. In a place like the Ice Demon Valley, which was far away from the White Bone Demon Sect's main camp, it was rare to even run into a Demon Protector. I can't believe that it's the Demon Protector Envoy. This time we're afraid that it's going to be a bad time. Although senior brother Su's strength is strong, he is afraid that it is far inferior to the Demon Protector. Alas, the people trapped in the Ice Demon Valley kept talking, and at this moment, even Yen Yu was feeling a bit desperate, no longer believing that Su Chen could save the day. However, Su Chen's next words shocked them beyond belief, almost unable to believe their ears. Since you're a Demon Protector Envoy, it's also enough qualification for me to make a move. If I kill you, I should be able to deal a considerable blow to the White Bone Demon Sect, right? When these words came out, even Bai Mingyan doubted if he had heard wrongly. An ordinary inner disciple of Mount Shu who had just gone through a great battle was presuming to kill him. The hallowed Demon Protector Envoy. Kid, do you know what the hell you're talking about? You will pay for your stupidity. Bai Mingyan's heart grew slightly angry, and anyone who dared to belittle him would be suppressed without mercy. Just getting rid of demons. Su Chen suddenly moved, rushing to be the first to attack before Bai Mingyan could strike, only to see the heavy floor demon sword directly piercing through the sky. The terrifying blood-colored sword aura that emanated directly crushed the demonic chi into pieces, followed by instantly killing Bai Mingyan. Bai Mingyan's speed was also not slow. A magic knife in his hand actually directly slashed the heavy floor magic sword, and both sides were shaken apart. It was important to know that when Su Chen had executed the Thunder Strike before, neither Womaniacal Rock nor Pilking Sun had been able to achieve the same speed, and were thus very passive. However, Bai Mingyan had done it, and that alone was enough to prove his strength. However, the stronger he acted, the less Su Chen was prepared to give him a chance to strike. Red Sky Sword Formation. Before both sides had even begun to warm up, Su Chen directly used his killing move, The moment the heavy floor demon sword bounced back, he directly executed a sword formation, and several flying swords shone brightly, directly illuminating the entire Ice Demon Valley. With the gentle rotation of the flying sword, the terrifying sword formation aura directly stirred this space into tremors, forming 100 feet huge phoenix shadow in the air. Scorching heat and bloody aura rippled out, and the entire sword formation converged with extreme terrifying power, almost instantly blasting to the top of Bei Hai Mingyan's head. The first 100 sword chi converged together to form a truly overwhelming sword that ruthlessly blasted at Bei Hai Mingyan's body. Surprisingly, it's a sword formation. A trace of panic actually appeared on Bai Mingyan's face. Even in the genius-ridden Shushan, there were only a handful of experts who could execute a sword formation, and all of them were greats above the Jindan stage. And it was unthinkable that Su Chen could have done it as well. The power unleashed by that terrifying sword formation was too strong. The demonic chi spreading in the surroundings continuously obliterated, and even the space was distorted by that sharpness. Blood Devil descends. Bei Hai Mingyan didn't dare to be careless and directly sacrificed his lifespan to utilize a forbidden technique. As a blood fire burned on his body, his entire aura suddenly changed, causing an ancient and mysterious aura to emanate. The moment the sword formation got close, he was only seen blasting out a palm, and the majestic power suddenly formed a blood-colored palm print that ruthlessly collided with the red sky sword formation. The two transcendent powers touched and tore apart, forming a storm that completely destroyed the entire Ice Demon Valley, frightening Chang Panghai and the others into desperately joining forces to fend off that shocking robotic wave. At this moment, everyone inside and outside of the Ice Demon Valley was inwardly horrified, and aside from Tuoba Yen, no one had expected Su Chen to be able to battle Bai Ming Yen to this extent. Previously, the heavy floor demon sword had killed quite a few medicine men, and Su Chen was still able to absorb a large amount of blood chi to replenish himself at the moment using the blood refining technique. And every second that Bai Ming Yen fought, it was a huge drain on his own mana. The power of both sides almost split the Ice Demon Valley in two. While Bei Hai Mingyan clearly felt that Su Chen's power hadn't weakened too much, such a result shocked him, feeling more and more that the other party was unfathomable. By this point he was already weak and didn't have the confidence to fight any longer, so he immediately forced the sword array to shatter and turned around to flee. However, where would Su Chen let go of such a good opportunity? He directly took out the sun shooting bow and shot another arrow. How could the archery bow be on you? Bei Hai Mingyan was so frightened that his face turned white. Even though he desperately fought back, he was finally shot down by an arrow, spilling blood into the air. Die! Su Chen would not let this kind of opponent leave, or else it would be another super enemy in the future. The heavy floor demon sword flew straight out and nailed Bei Hai Mingyan to death on the snow, quickly draining his blood. Seeing this scene, all the immortal sect disciples inside and outside the Ice Demon Valley were all dumbfounded, unable to calm their hearts for a long time. That's the Demon Protector Envoy. I didn't expect Senior Brother Su to even kill him. When we return to Mount Shu, who else in the entire inner sect will be his opponent? It's just a pity that Senior Brother Su isn't from our Thunderbolt Hall. Shushan is truly worthy of being the leader of the immortal sect of Shu. These people were agitated, knowing that the story would soon get out and cause a great deal of excitement. Chapter 79, Bad Intentions. When Su Chen beheaded Bai Mingyan, the entire news unsurprisingly began to spread rapidly. Originally, the immortal and demon battlefield at this moment had already shown a scorching situation, with both sides looking for a breakthrough to strike each other so that they could expand their advantages. In the past few months, the elite disciples in several great immortal sects had shown an overall loss when they faced demonic experts of the same realm, which could have struck many people's confidence, doubting whether immortal methods were inferior to demonic techniques. And Su Chen's current beheading of a Bei Hai Mingyan happened to be the best blow to such thoughts. Under the intentional propaganda of the senior management of several great immortal sects, the disciples of the immortal sects throughout the battlefield boosted their confidence quite a bit, and beat the defenses of the 6 sects of the Devil's Path to a constant collapse. It was only that the entire Devil Dao, especially the people of the White Bone Devil sect, hated the name Su Chen to the bone. In the past, when my White Bone Demon sect's Demon Protector came out, how many of those bullshit immortal sect disciples in the same realm were his opponents? I can't imagine that there is now a Su Chen, who even killed Bei Mingyan of the late Foundation establishment stage at the mid-Foundation establishment stage. This is simply a great shame for us. Whoever kills Su Chen in the future will immediately enjoy the treatment of a Demon Protector Envoy. As this order was issued, the entire White Bone Demon sect's people boiled over, wanting to kill Su Chen in exchange for a heavenly reward. As for Su Chen and his group, after killing Bai Mingyan, they rushed all the way to Cast Sword City to report the results of the battle. From Bai Mingyan's storage bag, he directly obtained nearly 1,000 spirit stones, which instantly caused him to run from poor to well off. It is said that killing and setting fire to a golden belt, this is really true. With the spirit stone that I get every month in Shushan, it's like a beggar compared to Bai Mingyan. Su Chen was in a great mood. Besides these spirit stones, there were some miscellaneous items in his Qiankuan bag, but a fish-shaped stone seemed to have a special breath and was kept by him. Those disciples from the various sects that he had saved were all following along with him at the moment as they rushed to Sword-Casting City, and they were all thoroughly impressed with him. In addition to Cheng Penghai and Yen Yu, Su Chen was now followed by 5 Foundation Establishment stage experts, as well as hundreds of disciples from various sects, making a rather loud noise along the way. Senior Brother Su, I've heard that several great immortal sects and those devils have been sending more men to the vicinity of Sword-Casting City recently, and it looks like a skirmish should break out here. Cheng Penghai came over with a fawning smile. Once there is a stalemate on the battlefront, then both sides are bound to look for a breakthrough. There is nothing surprising about that. Su Chen wasn't afraid of a big battle. The current him was in need of the sharpening of blood and fire. Instead, he was somewhat looking forward to it. Senior Brother has a point. But I heard from the elders of the clan that those devils seem to have hidden something here. And at the moment both immortals and demons are sending people to secretly search for it. And this object might have an impact on the battle situation over here. Cheng Penghai spoke vaguely, but Su Chen still left a point on his mind and looked at the others to ask, have you heard of this? The remaining few Foundation Establishment experts all began to recall, and one soon responded. Earlier that Bai Mingyan received a transmission when he grabbed me, and after reading it, he seemed to say that the entrance could originally be found through this object, so perhaps his words are related to this matter. The rest of them were all confused, but Su Chen couldn't help but connect to that fish-shaped stone. Perhaps there was really a connection. Soon, he arrived at Cast Sword City with this team. At this time, a large city built on the edge of the desert had already gathered a large number of immortal sect experts at this moment, and the entire city was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Master Su Chen had just arrived at the city gates when he ran into Qin Lun. And the other parties seem to have been waiting here for a long time. Senior Sister Qin, I can't believe we've met again so soon. A smile surfaced on Su Chen's face while Qin Lun said, I also just arrived not long ago along with Senior Sister Yu, and I heard that you not only rescued your fellow Taoists from the Ice Demon Valley, but also killed the White Bone Demon Sect's demon protector. So congratulations. It's just a fluke. Why would Senior Sister Yu come here? Could it be that a great war is really going to break out here? Su Chen became concerned, feeling that this place shouldn't be that simple and might be related to that secret. I'm not too sure, but several great immortal sects have sent out quite a few experts, and now Senior Sister Yu has gone deep into the desert to scout the situation. The two walked and chatted while the others were taken to their arranged lodgings. Soon, the two of them entered the council hall, and at this moment, there were already quite a number of experts from various sects sitting here, almost all of them at the late stage of Foundation Establishment realm. And a few of them at the very front had even reached the level of Foundation Establishment perfection. It was just that what Su Chen did not expect was that the person who was presiding over the situation here was actually Wu Mangsu, while Wu Manyan was likewise sitting inside, staring right at him with an icy gaze. Our hero has returned. Introduced to all of you. This is Su Chen. That Bai Mingyan died at his hands. Su Chen had just walked in, and Wu Maniac Su spoke with a few flirtatious tones, but the people of the other sects were not aware of the feud between them. So they rose to congratulate them, with all kinds of compliments, except that the gazes of the two Wu Maniac Su brothers were clearly harboring evil intentions. Qin Lan also didn't think that so many Wu clan brothers would be sent to garrison Sword Forging City, which was a bit bad. You are all welcome. Su Chen politely responded to these experts, but he wasn't afraid of the Wu family brothers. At this moment, after all, they were on the battlefield. They wouldn't dare to mutilate their fellow disciples even if they had 10 guts. Su Chen, this is the clan's reward for you. It contains 300 spirit stones and a local rank lower grade technique. I hope you can keep up the good work. In front of the crowd, Wu Mangsa handed these things over to Su Chen, and that gongfu was hot in the eyes of many people. Next, all of them began to sit down to confer on the swinging demon conference. Wu Mangsa swept a circle over everyone before opening his mouth. According to the information given to me from above, the White Bone Demon Sect and the Heavenly Puppet Demon Sect had secretly cooperated near Cast Sword City and seemed to have researched some kind of powerful contraption. Only in the end, I don't know what kind of accident happened, causing all the people involved in this matter to strangely disappear, and no one has found the location of the Devil's Nest so far. The crowd listened carefully, and Su Chen did not react in any way, but now the battle has turned against these devil sects. So they are sending a large number of experts towards this place with the intention of completely occupying this place and finding out that secret. According to the information coming from above, perhaps the devils we'll be facing this time will be 3 times the number of our manpower. As soon as they heard this amount, a lot of people changed their faces and talked about it, and a huge pressure permeated the entire venue. But you don't have to worry. The above will send some experts to assist us in the royal land. Especially there will be quite a few formation masters who will build defense spell formations for the positions you are in, to buy enough time for those senior brothers to find the demon sect's secret lair. With these comforting words, these experts calmed down quite a bit. Soon after, Maniac Su pointed out to everyone the positions to be guarded in each part of Cast Sword City, dividing the tasks for each person. However, among all the positions, there is a hill outside the city, which not only has little danger, but is also in the front line of the fight against the devil, and everyone avoids it. After assigning a few placements, Mangsu deliberately landed his gaze here, pretending to have a difficult look on his face. The defense areas within the city are guarded. It's just that this one position is choking the gateway, so we need a prim and fearless person to hold it. I wonder which senior brother is willing to take someone there. Unsurprisingly, all of these experts stayed silent, feeling that anyone who went to guard that small mountain would be sending them to their deaths. Seeing that no one responded, Womaniacal Rock immediately stood out unkindly and looked at Su Chen and said, "Gentlemen, I think Master Su is just the right person for the job. He was able to kill a demon protector envoy in such a treacherous environment of the Ice Demon Valley and bring the trapped disciples back safely. Now that this heavy responsibility of guarding Cloud Sand Mountain is given to him, it's the most reassuring." The others were already afraid of death, and now that someone suggested that Su Chen should go, they were of course happy to do so, and began to chime in. "Since all of you fellow Taoists are fine with it, then let Master Su take on the big task. As long as we can stall here for 10 days, then more experts from the Immortal Sect will be able to outflank and encircle these devils." Mangsu didn't even ask Su Chen's opinion. This time it was to let this guy go to his death. Su Chen naturally knew exactly what these two brothers were thinking. Originally there was no need for guards on that Cloud Sand Mountain. These two were deliberately trying to get him killed. "I have a problem with that." Right at this moment, Xinlan stood out and said as he looked towards Martial Madness, "This Yunsha Mountain is an isolated mountain, and there are no powerful defense spell formations set up in advance. So instead of wasting manpower to guard this place, it would be better to focus on solidly defending this sword-casting city." Naturally, Mangsu would not listen to her and just sneered. "Military arrangements, senior sister doesn't know much about it yet. My defense plan has been approved by senior brother Luo in the western battlefield. Could it be that you want to question senior brother Luo?" For a while, Xinlan also found it difficult to open her mouth again. The senior brother Luo that Martial Madness OG referred to was an expert among the 10 people of the Heavenly Sword, and that kind of status was not something that she could call out. Just as Mangsu was about to slap a decision, Su Chen finally opened his mouth. "It's fine for senior martial brother to want me to defend Cloud Sand Mountain, but since all of you are well aware of the ferocity of this place, wouldn't it make more sense to take turns defending? I'm willing to hold out for 3 days first, and if I do, I would like the next person to go over and change the defense to be Womaniacal Rock. You guys are okay with that, right?" A powerful aura emanated from him, again representing that the words just now were not to be questioned. "I don't have a problem with that. Senior brother Su has a point. Indeed, we should all take turns switching defenses. I don't have a problem with it either. Since Senior Marshal Crazy Rock suggested Senior Su Chen, it makes the most sense for him to take over the defense second." The rest of the sect's disciples quickly agreed. They were only supposed to hold out for 10 days, and the two of them, Su Chen and Womaniacal Rock, had held the most dangerous place for 6 days. And by that time there were probably quite a lot of reinforcements arriving, so there was nothing for them to be afraid of. Wu Zhanyan's face was a bit ugly. He didn't expect to lift a stone and hit his own foot so soon. Wu Meng's face was similarly a bit gloomy, but he didn't dare to go against the wishes of the crowd and could only look at Su Chen and agree. "That's it then. Senior brother Su, you can take the people over. If you were to donate your life for the clan, I would be very sad. Better save your tears for the next one. No need to send them." Su Chen laughed, then glanced towards Wu Zhanyan before heading out the door, and the latter immediately clenched his fists in anger. Chapter 80, Killing 2 Birds with 1 Stone. Senior brother Su, I can't imagine that at such a juncture the 2 Womaniac Ogre brothers would still not forget to suppress you. I'm going to send a message to senior sister Yu so that she can do you justice. Xinlan followed, with a few angry looks on his face. Su Chen, however, shook his head. Senior sister has the best of intentions, but let's forget about this matter. Elder sister Yu has important matters on her mind at the moment. How can she be affected by this little matter? Furthermore, since I'm on the battlefield I have to be prepared to face dangerous situations. If everyone is greedy for life and afraid of death, when will that devil be eliminated? Hearing this, Xinlan's heart became even more impressed with him. Compared to Su Chen, the stream of Martial Madness Ogre was simply like a bugbear. As far as I know, the advanced troops of the 6 sects of the Devil's Path have already approached Cast Sword City, leaving us less than a day. I will call on some Yu Peak disciples to assist you in garrisoning Yunsha Mountain, and then urge the sect to send more reinforcements as soon as possible. After seeing Su Chen's firm attitude, Xin Lan could only try his best to provide some help. The disciples of Jade Yul Peak still have to set up defensive sword casting city, so you don't have to let them wade through the muddy waters after me. Don't worry, I'll come back alive. Su Chen smiled and comforted. Just then, Tuoba Yen had already rushed over with the rest of the 19 outer disciples, along with Cheng Panghai and Yen Yu, who would be following Su Chen to set up the defense of Yunsha Mountain. This time will be very dangerous. It can be said to be a 1 in 9 deaths. If any of you are afraid, you can stay in the sword forging city. Su Chen did not choose to hide it. Not being afraid of death and sending him to his death were two different things. This was originally a death trap laid down for him by Wu Maniac Ogre, and there was no need for him to allow others to follow him and send themselves to their deaths for nothing. Senior brother Su, we believe in you and are willing to follow you to guard Cloud Sand Mountain. Cheng Panghai was the first to voice out. After seeing Su Chen's ability in the Ice Demon Valley, he had always believed that Su Chen was extraordinary and that there was a way out by following him. Yen Yu didn't flinch either. Although she was a daughter, she had never abandoned her companions in the face of danger. Senior brother Su, we disciples of the Jade Maiden sect are not greedy and fearful of death, so we are willing to help Senior brother. Senior brother Su, we all believe in you. Everywhere you go you are removing demons. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yes, we are willing to follow Senior brother Su. Dozens of people gathered their courage and swung their fists with determined gazes. And us. There was a cacophony of footsteps in the distance, followed by the nearly 100 people who had been rescued earlier rushing over. Senior brother Su, you gave us this life, and now that you're going to guard Yunsha Mountain, how can we be missing out on this kind of thing? Although there aren't many of us from Skyfox Mountain, none of us are cowards. As long as Senior brother Su doesn't mind, we are willing to rush to the front. Facing so many people's followers, Su Chen's heart was also quite touched. In this world of immortals and demons, there was still no shortage of people who sang songs of generosity and sorrow. Good. Since you all chose to follow me to the Cloud Sand Mountain together, I will not let you sacrifice yourselves so easily. We only need to guard for 3 days, and then we can retreat and rest, and the countless spirit stones, feats and magic treasures rewarded by the clan will all go to you. Su Chen made a promise and was about to set off towards Cloud Sand Mountain when he saw Bai Lu and a group of other Dan Hall disciples rushing over. Senior sister Bai, what brings you here? I'm here to deliver pills to Sword Casting City, and I heard that you're actually going to guard Cloud Sand Mountain. What's going on here? Bai Lu was obviously a bit surprised, and she was also well aware that Cloud Sand Mountain was practically harmless. It's a long story, but it's nothing. Su Chen appeared indifferent, but Bai Lu was also a smart person, but it was not good to say anything at this time, and immediately let those Dan Hall disciples send over a large number of pills to those of them. That's all we can do to help. Come back in one piece and we'll have to see you shine in the inner sect when the time comes. Good. Senior sister will also take care of Su Long more for me when I return. Thank you. After saying that, he led the 100 or so people straight to Yunsha Mountain, and on top of the high building in the center of Sword Forging City, the two brothers, Wu Mangsu and Wu Manyan, were silently watching him leave with his people. Big brother, it's still your tactics that are brilliant. Now we can take this brat's life without any effort. Marshal Mad Rock's face was filled with a smug smile, and he couldn't wait to see the situation where Su Chen was made to die by those Devil Dao experts. Wu Mangsu was equally confident. Looking at the sight of yellow sand flying in the distance, lowered his voice and said, last time, Su Chen killed a demon protector envoy in the Ice Demon Valley, which was a severe slap in the face of the White Bone Demon sect. Now if they know that Su Dust is in Cloud Sand Mountain, do you think this brat will still have a chance to live? Wu Maniacal Rock nodded his head repeatedly. I'll put the word out, so that those devils will speed up their arrival. The details in the White Bone Demon sect have come to report that this time, the commander they sent is another demon protector envoy, Tantai Wu Tier. This person just obtained a drop of Phoenix blood not long ago and is cultivating the Phoenix blood fruit in the Devil Wind Valley. According to my projections, that Phoenix blood fruit is about to ripen, and if I eat this item, I will have a 99% certainty of breaking through to Jin Dan. Wu Mangsu's eyes became incomparably fiery, and Wu Manyan on the side was even more excited. Big brother, what a brilliant plan to kill two birds with one stone. That Tantai Wu Tier can be much stronger than Beihai Mingyan. At that time, Su Chen will definitely die, and you can take advantage of the situation to go to the Demon Wind Valley and pick that Phoenix blood fruit. Yamsha Mountain. After Su Chen led the crowd to this place, he also intuitively felt how bad this place was. The entire hill is less than 100 meters high, and is only 10 miles in extent, and there are not a few dangerous places to be found on the hill, so it is not good at all to hold on to. But since he had come, there was no reason to run away from the battlefield, and he ordered at once, Didn't sword-casting city send formation masters? Let them start laying down formations. Senior brother Su. That kid Wu Maniac Su only sent a total of 4 formation masters, and I went to ask just now, and they only know the simplest level 1 defense spell formations. Tuoba Yen immediately reported the news to him, his tone filled with anger. There's no harm in it. This matter has long been in my anticipation. I remember that the people from the Thunderbolt Hall specialize in formations. I should be right, right? Su Chen looked at Chang Penghai, while the latter also nodded confidently. Senior brother Su remembers correctly. All of us from the Thunderbolt Hall are experts in formations. Just leave this matter to us. We guarantee that we'll give those devil cubs a big surprise. Soon, Chang Penghai and a group of other experts from the Parak Hall began to move, laying down various formations at various key locations. Yin Yu also spoke up. Our Jade Maiden sect has a carefully planted plant named 100 Flower Thorns. After planting the seed, as long as it is urged, it will quickly grow highly poisonous thorns and possess a very strong defense. I'll go and work with senior brother Cheng to plant it. That couldn't be better. Su Chen's confidence rose quite a bit, and then he arranged defensive positions for the remaining manpower, telling Tuoba Yen to keep himself informed. After doing this, he entered the mountain alone and began to think about how to hold on to these 3 days. With his current strength, encountering unusual late Foundation establishment powerhouses didn't have much pressure. It was just that the number of devil sex experts would surely far exceed his side by then. With a numerical disadvantage, you have to use your head to hold your position. In a battle between 2 armies, the most important thing is morale. At the beginning of the battle, the other side will definitely develop a sense of contempt. If I directly and forcefully kill the other party's main general, at that time, perhaps the entire demon sect's vanguard army will collapse in morale, so it will be much better to defend. Su Chen kept speculating about the plan. But right at this moment, a wave of wind and sand was blowing over from the middle of the desert in the distance, and a faint devilish aura was mixed in the wind. It seems that the advance guard of those demons is almost here, earlier than I expected. Su Chen flew up the mountain to look into the distance. A black cloud was slowly drifting in, and inside, a devil sect cloud ship was gradually approaching, emitting a powerful aura. Chapter 81, The Big Kill. As the wind and sand suddenly rose, several huge cloud ships slowly approached Cloud Sand Mountain, with thunderstorms constantly flickering in the black clouds behind them, a powerful sense of oppression enveloping everyone's heads. Among the black clouds that stretched for dozens of miles, there seemed to be more cloud ships looming, and it was unknown how many experts of the devil sect were seated in them, and the rich devilish aura raged with the wind, and even the crowd of experts within the Cast Sword City changed their faces. Su Chen quietly gazed at the huge warships in the air, although the other party was full of aura. His own divine thoughts had already probed once. There were no 2 powerful experts within these arriving cloud ships, having a fortified city and not defending it, but running to a mound to resist. You pedantic immortal sect cultivators are really funny. A devil sect cultivator stood at the bow of the boat, surrounded by a group of experts escorting him, looking so imposing. Looking at the enemy that was several times their own, the hearts of Tuoba Yen and the others were also out of breath, and that disadvantage in the comparison of strength was completely difficult to make up for. However, right at this moment, a crimson sword shadow instantly pierced through the sky, surprisingly piercing through the heart of this devil Dao expert with a single sword strike. No one expected that there would still be people who would take the initiative to attack, and also good point the commander of a cloud ship with a single sword, and immediately the devil sex experts became confused. That's Su Chen. He's really here. Kill him. As a voice rang out, several cloud ships suddenly flashed with a violent light, and then a scarlet red spell emerged, erupting a large number of energy spheres at the position below. The moment the sea of attacks fell, the entire Yunsha mountain was subjected to a furious bombardment, and the sense of violent tremors could be clearly perceived even by Cast Sword City. Quickly opened the defense spell formation. Cheng Penghai immediately commanded the defense as a curtain of light rose up, firmly blocking the position. From the outside, it appeared that there was barely a single intact place on the front battlefield of Yunsha mountain, and the light from the spell bombardment continued to provoke everyone's nerves. With such a fierce attack, I don't know how Su Chen's situation is. Qi-Lan watched all of this from afar, and only at this moment did he realize how difficult it would be to defend Yunsha Mountain with those 100 or so people. However, this was a rare good thing for the 2 Wu Mangsa brothers, and things were unfolding as they expected. The odds are that these devils won't be able to kill Su Chen, and once the situation is unfavorable, Tantai Wu Tier and other true experts will be forced to make an appearance. It seems like I have to prepare to secretly leave the city as well. And once I receive news from the spies, I'll immediately head to the Devil Wind Valley to seize the Phoenix Bloodfruit. Wu Mangsa pondered over his plan. The last time he risked breaking through the Jindan failed, causing him to lose a lot of money. However, as long as one obtained that Phoenix Bloodfruit, That powerful effect would make it very difficult for one to fail. Don't worry, big brother. I'm here. There will be no mistakes. Wu Moniyan also hopes that he can break through as early as possible. At that time the status of the Wu family will rocket. And in the future, when he himself breaks through the Jindan, it will also be much more convenient. The two continued to stand by the window, staring at the movement of Cloud Sand Mountain from afar. At this moment, the attacks from those cloud ships had stopped, and although half of Cloud Sand Mountain had been devastated, all of the Immortal Sect's experts had taken refuge within the defense spell formations and had not suffered any serious losses. A Demon Sect expert flew out from the cloud ship, trying to check the situation of Cloud Sand Mountain. However, right at this moment, a terrifying sword light steeply emerged from the top of the mountain. The intense sword on was 100 meters long, and it came from the top down with a sword chop, seemingly wanting to open the gate of heaven with a single sword. The terrifying sword blade instantly arrived in front of him, frightening the demonic cultivator so much that he couldn't even let out a scream. Right at the moment he fell, the sword's might did not decrease, and it directly chopped on top of that cloud ship, actually directly splitting it into two halves. The huge cloud ship disintegrated and exploded in the air, and a large number of demons scrambled to escape. A scene that directly subdued everyone. Su Chen, how dare you? Everyone listen to the order. Take this mountain with all your might. I'll personally chop off his head. An enraged voice rang out, followed by hundreds of silhouettes killing over, with all sorts of artistry rays constantly flashing. Do it! Su Chen flew directly into the long sky. The heavy floor demon's sword in his hand traveled through the air at great speed. Any devil could not block a single sword, and was almost instantly robbed of his life, and smashed down heavily from the air. Start the counterattack. Chang Panghai gave an order, and several spell formations on the mountain went into operation, and with a flash of light, dense energy arrows were shot out, bursting a large number of demon heads in the air. For a while it seemed as if brilliant fireworks were blooming in the sky above Yunsha Mountain, except that each explosion was accompanied by the fall of many devil experts. These several hundred devils had not expected this scene at all, and thought that these immortal sect experts had long been massacred in the bombardment just now. At the moment, they were so dead and wounded before they even hit the ground that their morale collapsed. Hold on. Those who dare to retreat will be killed without pardon. Seeing that these demons were about to escape, an expert directly killed one of the retreating ones, which stabilized the situation. However, the moment these demons landed on the ground, Yen Yu and the others immediately urged the 100 Flowers Thorns. In an instant, a large number of 100 flower thorns grew out of thin air in the middle of the land. These thorns were extremely fast, as if they were a protruding thorn, instantly piercing through some of the unsuspecting devils, and for a while, the screams continued. Some of the others kept dodging while casting their magic skills in an attempt to shatter these thorns. However, these 100 flower thorns were as flexible as a giant python and immediately chased after them, crushing these demons to their heart's content. Faced with such a fierce attack, this wave of Devil Dao experts directly damaged half of them. At this moment, the experts of the Immortal Sect hidden behind the spell formation rushed out one after another, killing these already chilled devils side by side. Between the staggering light and shadow, blood stained the earth. Bunch of losers. Facing the battle below, a group of true experts swooped straight to the top of the mountain, encircling towards Su Chen. Those stray fish can't affect the big picture. As long as we kill Su Chen, this position will be broken. Above the mountaintop, with a wave of demonic aura, 12 Devil Sect experts instantly surrounded Su Chen. These 12 people held the same set of magic swords, and their breath was even more highly similar, as if they were the same person's doppelganger, not to be underestimated. It's just a mid-foundation establishment expert. It's lucky to kill the demon protector envoy, but that's where the luck ends. Magic power flowed from the 12, and a strange network of black light surfaced underneath each of their feet, instantly forming a spell formation. Su Chen swept a glance, and the heavy floor demon sword in his hand was even rotating at great speed, emitting a thick fury. It is foolish to try to resist. The cooperation of these 12 people was extremely tacit, and the magic swords in their hands flew out at the same time, surprisingly forming a sword formation directly, blasting towards Su Chen. A channel of demonic chi erupted from the sword formation, transforming into a huge porky silhouette that took up a small half of the sky dome, as if it wanted to swallow this entire mountain in one gulp. I never would have thought that you guys would still use this method to form a sword formation. Very resourceful indeed. Su Chen couldn't help but boast. But these people were just ordinary foundation establishment stage demons. Their own strength wasn't strong, and the sword formation they formed was nothing more than an intimidating formation. Right at the moment when the sword formation fell, the aura of the heavy floor demon sword in Su Chen's hand completely erupted, and the entire body of the sword became incomparably hot, and he instantly slashed out with a single stroke of the sword. At this moment, everyone saw a pillar of crimson light rise from the mountaintop, stabbing through the clouds almost instantly, directly shattering the entire Porchi shadow the moment it chopped down. The entire sword formation shook fiercely, and the countless sword lights that erupted were directly crushed by the might of the demonic sword, and those 12 demons immediately changed color. Not good. Run your mana with all your might and maintain the sword formation. One cried out in a rush and began to desperately power up. Do you think it's too late? Su Chen once again added power. The blood chi he absorbed gave him an unimaginably powerful mana. In the eyes of these people's despair, the devil sword formation instantly disintegrated. The flying swords scattered all over the place, and these devils were even subjected to a huge backlash. Spitting out blood. Die! Su Chen flew out with his sword, and the heavy floor demon sword circled around and returned to his hand, only for the 12 demons to die on the spot. Seeing this scene, the few cloud ships in the sky were frightened and immediately turned around, while Su Chen put away all of his magic swords. This set of demonic swords is good. Just enough for me to perform a sword formation. Su Chen looked down to the battlefield below. The immortal sect experts who had just held their positions looked up to the sky, and more cloud ships happened to fly in from the distance, resembling an ancient beast. In those cloud ships, a silhouette suddenly rose directly into the air and flew above the 9 clouds. Before the crowd could react, the silhouette instantly smashed into the cloud sand mountain. At this moment, all the spell formations were actually instantly shattered, and a large number of immortal sex experts were shaken out, and the entire position directly went up in smoke. In the midst of the smoke and dust, a clean-cut young man walked out, and what alarmed everyone even more was that he actually had a face that was exactly the same as Su Chen's. A terrifying power filled the entire Yunsha mountain, while the devil sect expert with the terrifying aura was revealing a hint of a smile as he stared at Su Chen across the air. Tantai Wu Tier. Finally striking. Chapter 82, It's a Gentleman Who Doesn't Retaliate. The moment Tantai Wu Tier appeared, the war drums beat above the voluminous black cloud ship, and the sound of the trumpets resounded for dozens of miles. Even the entire sword-casting city shook as a result. As the commander of such an army, Tantai Wu Tier's aura was even more extraordinarily powerful, with a large number of Foundation establishment experts constantly flying behind him, and the terrifying sound caused the entire defense army of Cast Sword City to tremble. Within those clouds, a cloud ship sailed in as if it were a war beast, constantly approaching Cloud Sand Mountain and Sword-casting City, surrounding everyone. Everyone get ready for defense. Wu Mengsu's expression was extremely grave as Qin Lan and a large number of other experts arrived at their defensive areas and raised a spell formation. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was still on Yunsha Mountain, and it was clear that Tantai Wu Tier was going to take Su Chen, and it was unknown how many rounds he would be able to last in front of this demon sex expert. However, all of this was exactly what the 2 martial madness ogre brothers were looking forward to. At this moment, Su Chen had already succeeded in dragging Tantai Wu Tier down. And regardless of whether or not he survived, he had already done them a great favor. Leave this place to me. You guys go take Cast Sword City. Tantai Wu Tier casually wiggled his fingers gently, and the nearly 100 Devil Dao experts behind him instantly killed towards Cast Sword City, and the entire battlefield suddenly erupted into the most brutal of battles, with countless sword chi streaking across the landscape, and array explosions continuously. Only after doing this did Tantai Wu Tier refocus her attention on Su Chen. I heard it was you who killed that punk. Beihai Ming Yen? A powerful pressure emanated out, and the already injured Tuoba Yen and Yen Yu and the others were even forced to retreat, and it was as if the entire Cloud Sand Mountain had become Tantai Wu Tier's domain. You're no different than him. Su Chen stared at the other party indifferently. This person was indeed very strong, even more so than Wu Rampant Ogre, but today's him was even more different than in the past, and there was no need to be the slightest bit afraid. Even Tantai Wu Tier's expression was gloomy when these words came out. He had never thought that there would be such a bold and arrogant person. Very well, ignorance is fearless. I admire your courage, but that's as far as it goes. At Tantai Wu Tier's signal, the several cloud ship battleships hovering over Cloud Sand Mountain immediately emitted a bright light, and a spell formation began to gather a powerful force, already locking Su Chen in place. However, just before these spell formations were about to launch their destructive beams, Su Chen suddenly gripped the sun shooting bow in his hand, and then he opened his bow and strung an arrow, condensing 3 sky-breaking arrows, and instantly shot them out. In the blink of an eye, these 3 arrows flashed with dazzling golden light, carrying an invincible divine might that directly blew up those 3 huge cloud ships. The entire sky was burned red, and soon these cloud ship battleships completely exploded and fell, smashing into the ground and causing no small tremors. With such a huge commotion, even the battles in the distant sword-casting city slowed down and looked at the shocking scene. Su Chen actually blew up all 3 Devil Sect warships. What a terrifying strength! These devil cubs are really some fancy people. All of them work me to death. Concentrate the formation to bring down these cloud ships and extinguish their might. For a while, many people perked up. And even though the number of Devil Dao experts far exceeded them, they didn't feel that it was too scary. Underneath the noisy clamor, Tantai Wutier's face became even more gloomy. In front of me, there's no room for you to be reckless. Only to see him grabbing towards Su Chen in the air. And immediately the entire Yunsha mountain began to tremble crazily. The ground cracked continuously, as if a sleeping demon god was awakening. An endless demonic chi began to emanate from these cracks. The moment he was tainted with these demonic chi, Su Chen instantly felt as if his feet were fixed, making it difficult to move at all. In the next moment, a huge white bone hand stretched out directly from the torn abyss, and it ruthlessly slapped down at Su Chen. The moment he struck out, countless demonic Dao spell formations lingered on top of that white bone, becoming incomparably hard, and the terrifying power slapped the space and shook it. Boo! As that large hand fell, the entire mountain was directly smashed, splashing up countless dust and debris. Senior brother Su, Tuoba Yen and the others, who had already fled to the distance, were terrified, not knowing if Su Chen could resist this terrifying strike. Dead? Tantai Wutier frowned, no longer able to sense Su Chen's aura below that mountain. Although he had absolute confidence in his own strength, he still didn't think that Su Chen would fall so easily. Do you think it's possible? A voice came from behind him, and when Tantai Wutier turned around, there were already countless sword blades aimed at him. As Su Chen raised his hand, the 12 flying swords that he had previously acquired floated behind him, followed by the Emperor Magpie sword and the Red Emperor sword, while at the center was the heavy Floored Demon sword. A full 15 powerful flying swords converged together, slowly forming a terrifying sword formation. Underneath this sword formation, Tantai Wutier could clearly feel the sharpness that still caused his skin to tingle from tens of meters away. What kind of sword formation is this? Why are you actually able to catalyze so many flying swords? Tantai Wutier's eyes were filled with shock, feeling that she was actually like a sparrow being targeted by a hawk. The feeling that there was no way to escape was enough to suffocate a person. But Su Chen was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. How could he burst out with such a powerful force? If you can't do it, it doesn't necessarily mean others can't. Su Chen snorted coldly and immediately activated the 10,000 swords sword formation. At this moment, the original 15 flying swords even kept transforming more and more, as if there were thousands of flying swords synthesized into one. Countless sword chants rang out, and the blinding light shook one's eyes. Even the demonic aura on Tantai Wutier's body was constantly dissipated. Perish! With Su Chen's thought, the entire sword formation was like a torrential rain falling down, tearing apart everything that stood in its way. Elder Zhou's true mastery was once again making its power known at this moment. Trying to kill me is a fool's errand. How could Tantai Wutier be willing to admit defeat in this way? His techniques might not be inferior to this sword formation. Not to mention that his own realm was even higher than Su Chen's. White bone destruction. Tantai Wutier no longer retained her power and directly summoned the 1,000-foot huge bone demon out of the abyssal rift and slapped it fiercely towards Su Chen's sword formation. With this palm, countless ghost flames scorched up, and the entire Cloud Sand Mountain was haunted by that thick demonic aura. The two powerful forces collided together, and the aftershocks alone shattered the entire Cloud Sand Mountain, scaring Yin Yu and the others into a hasty escape. Under the gaze of countless gazes, the killing moves of the two had begun to impact fiercely, yet the 10,000 swords sword formation instantly blasted that white bone into pieces with invincibility, leaving the people watching dumbfounded. This can't be right. Tantai Wutier suffered a violent backlash and couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. He could never have imagined that he would lose to such a little-known person. However, what responded to him would only be countless flying swords. The sword formation directly broke through the last of his protective astral aura, and the heavy Floored Demon sword nailed him to the ground with a single stroke of the sword. Sucking a body's essence and blood dry, Su Chuan slowly flew down, scavenging all the loot from his body, and immediately flipped open his Qiankuan bag to inspect it. In the middle of a large pile of spirit stones and other materials, a token was flashing continuously. Su Chen frowned as his mind sank into it. A few stray calls for help were soon heard. This token should be used by the Devil's Way sect to communicate and liaise. Through the token, Su Chuan realized that it was actually that Wu Zhaoxiu who had intentionally revealed his information, which had attracted a targeted siege from the Devil Sect's experts, while he, himself, had taken advantage of Tantai Wutier's strike to sneak up on the Devil Wind Valley, and was in the process of attempting to seize a treasure known as the Phoenix Bloodfruit. Martial Madness Ogre. Almost got me killed. This bastard even played a handful of Yellow Bird. The Phoenix Bloodfruit is an opportunity that can dramatically improve the conjugation of Dan, so we must not let this person take advantage of it. It's time to settle this account with him. Su Chen immediately had an idea. At this time, Tuoba Yen and Yen Yu and the others also flew back and were dumbfounded when they saw that he had actually killed Tantai Wutir. Su Chen didn't talk too much nonsense with them. Now that Tantai Wutir is dead, those devil sect experts have lost their morale, so you guys go back and help out. I'll go after the other devils. Yes, sir. Without any doubt. Several people immediately flew towards Sword Casting City, while constantly chanting the news that Tantai Wutir was dead. Su Chen rose up with his sword, breaking straight through the clouds as everyone watched. Chapter 83, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. In the middle of the endless desert, when the storm gradually faded away, a huge canyon appeared in front of Su Chen. The valley in front of him was extremely huge, stretching out for an unknown number of miles, as if it had been torn apart by a pair of giant hands. At the location of that entrance, there were already quite a few Devil Dao experts who had fallen, with wounds that had just appeared on their bodies not long ago. It seems like that Phoenix Blood Fruit is indeed here. Martial Madness is really good at calculating. Su Chuan immediately followed. The moment he entered the Magic Wind Valley, the entire valley was actually instantly dimmed. The deeper it went, the darker and colder it became, in stark contrast to the bright sunshine outside. Perhaps in order to cover up, this section of the road did not have too many traces left by human beings, as if it was a primitive valley with few people. However, there are still quite a few diversions and formations in here, and there are a few unlucky ones among the people brought by Wu Mangsu who were trapped and died miserably in that formation. With these people scouting the way, it was much easier for Su Chen to quickly chase after hiding his aura, and soon discovered the traces of Wu Maniac OG and the others. Su Chuan followed him all the way, and Martial Madness Ogress couldn't even imagine that there was someone following behind him, and after paying a little attention twice he completely relaxed. The dimly lit valley was filled with dead vines and black trees that reeked of rot, and every now and then a few beast bones hung. When the demonic wind filled with fury blew by, a hair-raising ringing sound resounded throughout the valley, as if evil spirits were hissing. Regarding these situations, neither Wu Maniac OG and the others nor Su Chen behind them had the slightest fear, and any demons that dared to show their faces were directly obliterated. Soon, the two brothers, Wu Mangsu, arrived in the deepest part of the huge underground palace. Here, the entire ground was covered by a demonic formation, and a groove of blood outlined a portrait of a demon god. The open mouth of the demon god was filled with scarlet blood, while a towering and luxuriant demonic plant was growing out of the pool of blood, with the soon-to-be-ripe phoenix blood fruit growing on the top of the tree. Big brother, look! That phoenix blood fruit is up there. Wu Zhanyan got excited and wanted to go and pick the phoenix blood fruit. However, Wu Mangsa stopped him in his tracks and pointed at the ground. Don't be impulsive. This is the immortalization formation. That entire phoenix blood tree has been demonized into a tree demon. Blindly barging in will surely lead to death. While he was speaking, the phoenix blood tree had already been stirred, and immediately emitted a faint pink mist, enveloping everyone in a mist, while the fruit was even hidden deeper into the leaves of the tree. Su Chuan only inhaled a tiny bit and felt his brain get a little dizzy. His eyes even started to get disoriented, and there seemed to be a voice in his visions that was calling him over. However, soon the devouring power within his body began to activate, devouring all of the fog within his body. This pollen is surprisingly hallucinogenic. Even I almost fell for it. Like his situation, the dozen or so experts around Wu Mangsu were similarly struck, and in a trance they began to walk uncontrollably towards the blood pool. However, Wu Mangsu was prepared for this. He immediately pulled out 2 pills for himself and Wu Manian, only that he didn't pay any attention to those henchmen. Big brother, what are you? Martial Madness Rock was a bit confused, but Martial Madness Ogre said, now the tree demon is extremely aggressive. We may not be able to take advantage of it by forcing our hands, and we may even damage the phoenix blood fruit. If we let it devour the dozen or so people, it will reduce its mobility in a short period of time and not be as aggressive. Hearing this, Wu Maniacal Rock was enlightened and allowed the dozen or so people to walk into the formation, and then they all fell into the pool of blood. In the next moment, countless tree root magic vines instantly entangled these immortal sect experts, piercing through their bodies and beginning to suck the flesh and blood. Only then did those experts come to their senses, but it was too late, and they quickly sank into the blood pool. Everything was just as Wu Xiaoshu expected. After the tree demon devoured a large amount of flesh and blood, it really looked like it was going to sleep. The branches floating in the air didn't move much. You guard the outside. Never startle the tree demon again. And even less can you be dragged into that blood pool, otherwise even I will have trouble getting out. Wu Mangsi droned on, and then took a step through the mist, moving ever closer towards the phoenix blood fruit. However, how could Su Chen let him have his way, and had been dormant for so long waiting for this opportunity? Right at the moment he appeared, Wu Maniacal Rock turned back violently, yet his face was filled with incredulity, as if he had seen a ghost. Su Chen, how are you still alive? Obviously, In his thinking, Su Chen had already been finished off by Tantai Wu Tier. However, Su Chen would not give him time to react. The Heavenly Thunder Sword Immortal Base emerged, and with a direct thunderous strike, he pierced his sword through his heart, and the huge inertia even directly cut through the sky, pinning him firmly to the Phoenix Blood Tree. At this time, Wu Mengsa had already reached the tree, and was about to pick the Phoenix Blood Fruit, but he abruptly saw his own brother die tragically in front of him, and the vitality in his eyes was dissipating. For a moment he was struck by lightning, and his eyes suddenly filled with blood. However, the Phoenix Blood Tree was similarly startled, instantly erupting with countless demonic vines twining towards him, and the demonic god on the immortalization formation under his feet seemed to be emitting a gust of sardonic laughter as a constant stream of demonic chi bound his ankles, making it difficult for him to break free. Wu Mengsu was instantly startled and couldn't care less about Wu Minyan's corpse. He erupted a wave of power to shatter those demonic vines and demonic aura, wanting to pick the Phoenix Blood Fruit and escape. However, just as he flew up, Su Chen grabbed the Phoenix Blood Fruit and turned around to look back with a smile. "Senior Martial Brother. Thanks a lot, Su Dust." Martial Maniacal Ogre's expression was filled with shock and anger, completely not expecting how the other party would appear here. "How did he know about his plan? I have to say your plan was well thought out. It's just a shame it was still a bad move." Looking at Wu Mengsu, who was already on the verge of going crazy, Su Chen felt even more amused in his heart. Wu Mengsu thought he had his own praying mantis, but he didn't realize that there was a yellow bird waiting for him. "Kid, I want you dead." Wu Mengsu had gone completely crazy. Not only did Su Chen kill his brother, he also took away the Phoenix Blood Fruit, almost depriving him of all hope. "Then I'll give you a ride." The mountain-turning seal appeared in Su Chen's hand, and in the next moment, it directly soared against the wind, as if a mountain was heavily smashed down. The Immortal Foundation similarly emerged behind Wu Mengsa's back, and with a raised palm, he blew up a terrifying gale, sending the mountain-turning seal flying out. Su Chuan had a backhand, directly slashed down with another sword. The violent force directly split the surrounding mist into two halves, and the lightning arc above the sword light flickered endlessly. Wu Mengsu hurriedly resisted, forming a storm shield in front of him, but unfortunately, Su Chen's sword was too sharp, constantly slicing the storm and forcibly cleaving him down towards the blood pool. The moment he fell into the blood pool, countless demonic vines and demonic chi directly blocked his path of retreat. Frantically winding over, Martial Madness Ogre's soul was about to be scared off, and he began to frantically explode his mana, as endless wind blades shot out to shred these demonic vines and demonic chi. However, the greater his commotion, the stronger the stimulation of the entire spell formation became, and the entire Phoenix Blood Tree demon began to attack him, while the demon god on that immortalization formation even slowly closed its mouth to devour the entire pool of blood. "Senior Martial Brother, just stay here properly. I'll go first." Seeing the large amount of devil vines attacking, Su Chen no longer stayed and turned around and flew out towards the outside of the valley. "Su Chen, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Behind him, Wu Maniac OG's voice came from far away, anger mixed with even more intense fear. Chapter 84. You're very skillful. 100 miles away from the Devil Wind Valley, Su Chen was meditating and cultivating in a dense forest. Only after he had adjusted his state to his best, did he then take out the Phoenix Blood Fruit. Now the fruit was thoroughly ripe and gave off an enticing fruity scent. The Witch Sword Spirit appeared next to him, and her eyes brightened after seeing the Phoenix Blood Fruit. Nowadays, under this heaven and earth, the Phoenix is already a very rare existence, and I can't imagine the devil was able to get a drop to use to cultivate this Phoenix Blood Fruit. It's just a pity that he didn't have the fortune to enjoy it, and instead, he made a dowry for you, Master. Her gaze fixed on Su Chen, feeling more and more that the other party had a chi in his body that was metamorphosing into something powerful step by step. The energy inside this fruit is indeed very abundant. If I were to eat it directly, I'm afraid that an ordinary foundation establishment expert would be bursting their flesh, but with my innate sword body I'm completely able to withstand it. Eating it directly would cause no small amount of waste, and many experts would refine these types of precious heavenly materials into pills when they encounter them. Although you don't know how to refine pills, you can use blood refining techniques instead. Hearing the suggestion of the demoness sword spirit, Su Chen immediately agreed, and then laid down a few prohibitions around him and began to absorb the Phoenix Blood Fruit. When his magic power began to absorb the energy of the Phoenix Blood Fruit, the fruit unexpectedly had a not small spirit. A phoenix silhouette vaguely emerged from the interior, and even attempted to escape after emitting a phoenix cry. Sure is a good one. How could Su Chuan follow its wishes? Just a slight move to firmly control it, and then he refined and absorbed it. This Phoenix Blood Fruit appeared to be a fruit, but Su Chuan felt that what surged into his body when he absorbed it was divine beast essence blood, and just a small portion of it gave him the feeling that his body was being satiated. and these energies soon flowed down the meridians, surging to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels after being refined. In just a few moments, he felt that his realm was rapidly rising, gradually approaching the late stage of foundation establishment. What this brought about was not only an increase in realm, but more critically, a double increase in the quality of mana and the innate sword body. Originally, with the strength of his mana, he would be able to easily outperform experts of the same realm, and at this moment, under the Phoenix's power, his mana had been condensed and enhanced once again, and the power generated by the same mana would be several times that of an expert of the same level. In addition to this was the change in the physical body. After cultivating the innate sword body, Su Chen's physical body had already gone through 1,000 refinements and was not weaker than a physical cultivator. Now after this phoenix power within the phoenix blood fruit entered the flesh, it was as if there was an invisible phoenix true flame searing the flesh, removing more impurities. In doing so, his innate sword body became even more powerful with it, and his flesh was like the body of a divine beast. It was only after a few hours that Su Chen absorbed and transformed all of the phoenix blood fruit, and his strength soared to an even more terrifying height. It really is a rare treasure. Although it didn't allow me to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment, my foundation has become even stronger, and it won't be the slightest bit difficult to break through to Jin Dan in the future. Su Chen felt the power within his body for a while, and a small flame jumped up on his fingertips. This was the Phoenix True Flame that was generated by utilizing the power of the Phoenix within his body. Just this single flame was also capable of releasing searing power. If it fell onto the enemy along with the sword chi, it would quickly consume the opponent's mana and would be difficult to extinguish. Now that both Tantai Wu Tier and Martial Madness Ogre have fallen, the battlefield of Caste Sword City both lacks a commander, and I don't know what the situation is like. Thinking of this, he took out his clan token and sent a message to Tuoba Yen to inquire about the situation. Soon, Tuoba Yen sent a message over, informing that Caste Sword City had held the line, and that those devils were already scattered at the moment. Moreover, several other great immortal sects were sending reinforcements to arrive, and it wouldn't take long to close in on these devil experts. Hearing such a result, Su Chen was then quite relieved. However, right at this moment, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above the forest in front of them, and immediately afterward, a silhouette flew out from it, with an obviously somewhat disturbed aura. However, when Su Chen saw who it was clearly, he also revealed a look of surprise. Flowing Frost, are you injured? Why is your breath so disorganized? In just a split second, Su Chen sensed that his opponent's situation was not good. How did you appear here? Hurry up and leave this place. There are a few devil sect experts coming after us. I'll fend them off for you for a moment. After seeing Su Chen, Yu Liushang was also startled, but her situation was obviously a bit bad. But after sensing the demonic aura behind her, she still chose to break off. At this moment, Su Chen also saw the two silhouettes flying over from the sky, and realized that they were only two late-stage foundation establishment devils, so his heart was relieved. It's better to leave it to me while you suppress what's going on inside you. Su Chen flew up and took the initiative to block in front of her. You are only in the middle stage of foundation building. You should not be their opponent. But both Demon Protector ambassadors died at my hands, and I just ate a phoenix blood fruit. Su Chen dispelled Yu Liushang's concerns with a single sentence, and a look of surprise clearly surfaced in her eyes, completely not expecting the other party's growth rate to be so fast. Yu Liushang, you've been hit by our Saint Sun's 1,000 autumns and 1 longevity. Unless you can break through to transformation, you won't be able to detoxify yourself from that strange poison. Bind your hands and be captured. Arrogant laughter resounded through the air, and in the blink of an eye those two devil sect experts flew close. Where are the stragglers? Die away. The other devil frowned when he saw Su Chen, and then he slashed over with his sword, which was so powerful and domineering that it was enough to slice 10 ordinary middle-stage foundation establishment powerhouses to death. However, Su Chen let out a cold laugh and directly raised the heavy floor demon sword to deliver a sweeping strike. Vertical and horizontal blood-colored sword shadows covered the long sky, each of them fused with the power of the phoenix. Fierce and overbearing, faced with such a powerful sword from Su Chen, the two experts were instantly startled and scrambled to fend it off. But it was already too late by this time, and he was directly split in half by a sword. This is what happens when you belittle a stray fish. After resolving these two demons, he immediately returned to Yu Liushang's side, and at this moment, the other party was already somewhat unable to suppress her demonic aura, with a few moments of pain between her brows. What happened? How could this happen with your strength? Su Chen could see that Yu Liushang was not seriously injured, but was poisoned, and at this moment, she seemed unable to suppress it. I was assassinated by the holy sons of the 3 great demonic sects, and accidentally fell prey to the strange poison of 1,000 autumns and 1 life. This matter is a long story, and I must return to the sect immediately. By this point, Moonflower Frost's pupils were beginning to bubble with demonic aura, and the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. It's simply too late to return to the clan. If you trust me, sit down and remove your outer clothing. Perhaps I have a way to get rid of the poison for you. Suchen had the heaven-swallowing beast soul in his body, so he naturally had no small amount of confidence, but he didn't dare to fill his mouth with words. Yu Liushang was clear about Suchen's character, and she herself was not a pretentious person. At this moment, she knew her situation best, and saying that returning to the clan was all comforting. Instead of doing that, it's better to let it go. In the next moment, without the slightest hesitation, she removed her clothes and sat down, and Suchen didn't have the effort to have any distractions, and immediately put his hands on her back and began to activate the heaven-swallowing beast soul. The last time he returned to the family, he had solved the toxin on his sister-in-law by Ling, which was a domineering and strange poison left behind by an old monster at the god transformation stage, and it was still solved by him. Now this 1,000 autumns and the same life is indeed not to be underestimated. According to Suchen's speculation, I'm afraid that even the Jindan masters will have to die after being contaminated. Good thing that Yu Liushang has become a Yuaning power, which has suppressed it for such a long time. Soon enough, the heaven-swallowing beast soul began to exert its power, completely devouring and absorbing the toxins in Yu Liushang's body. Compared to the poison of that transformation god, this 1,000 autumns and one life was clearly a notch below. In just a few moments, Yu Liushang gradually came to her senses, and when she felt that the toxins in her body were really dissipating, her heart was even more incomparably shocked by Suchen's strength. However, when she was just about to open her mouth, she suddenly thought that the two of them had already had skin-to-skin contact at this moment, so her cheeks couldn't help but raise a blush. However, after Suchen had cleaned up the toxins, he also did not forget to ferry a strand of his phoenix power over, utilizing that powerful restorative ability to clean up some of her internal injuries to be able to recover faster. Faced with such a meticulous man, Yu Liushang's mind was quietly changing. You're very skillful. You wouldn't have often healed other women in the past, would you? Yu Liushang couldn't help but deliberately test the waters, while Suchen was dumbfounded and somewhat bewildered. No. Other than getting rid of my sister-in-law's poison once, I've only had contact with you. That's good. Seeing Suchen in this serious manner, Yu Liushang's heart actually had an extra trace of happiness. Chapter 85, White Bone Taoist. What are you going to do now? Taking advantage of the gap between Yu Liushang putting on her clothes, Suchen changed the topic. Kill back to the White Bone Demon sect's hinterland. The White Bone Demon sect has a huge plan brewing. If they can't destroy it, the Immortal Sect's army will definitely suffer a heavy blow. Yu Liushang's expression also became grave. This matter was quite complicated and had to be dealt with carefully. With your strength you have been assassinated. Wouldn't it be dangerous to kill back again? Su Chuan got worried. No matter how strong Yu Liushang was, breaking into the White Bone Demon sect's lair was an extremely dangerous act. It's because I've just been assassinated that they're lacking in defense now that I'm going back. Seeing her say that, Su Chen also felt that it made sense. So what's the situation now? And is there anything I can do to help? Yu Liushang was just about to refuse, but suddenly thought of something else and then said, You're not as strong as you used to be, so maybe you can really help me. Soon, Yu Liushang took Su Chen and flew towards the depths of the desert, explaining on the way. In the past, the White Bone Demon sect and the Blue Blood Demon sect had come up with a puppet transmutation technique, a method that could awaken those old monsters of the demon sect who were sleeping due to near death, and allow them to transfer their consciousness and mana to their puppets to provide the demon sect with a huge amount of battle power in a short period of time. Listening to her description, Su Chen's heart was also startled. It seemed that the means of these devil fruits should not be underestimated. However, after utilizing this method, those puppets will only get a portion of the devil's power, and those old devils may die real soon. Right now, these old monsters are all sleeping in the protective magic formation, and waking them up requires 3 fish rune stones. It's just a pity that they lost one of them, leading to the slow progress right now. Fish rune stone? Is that what you're talking about? Su Chen took out the fish-shaped stone he had obtained from Bei Mingyan, while Yu Liushang instantly lit up after seeing it. Great! This is the item. With this item, we can also control the protective magic array. It won't be so easy for those old devils to awaken. Moreover, it is said that in order to maintain the vitality of these devils for a long time, the patriarch of the White Bone Devil sect even binds them to himself with the help of the protective magic array. As long as one side doesn't die, the other side will be able to hang on to a breath. Su Chen was once again surprised. This kind of means was truly heaven-defying, but he also heard the other party's strings. Do you mean that if we finish off those devils, at that time, the White Bone Devil sect's patriarch will also suffer a backlash? Well, if everything goes according to our plan, then the White Bone Demon sect won't be far from death. and our credit will be the greatest. Yu Liuxuang brought Su Chen to continuously travel through space and soon arrived at the White Bone Demon sect's sphere of influence. And looking from afar, one could still see the vast alliance of immortal sects besieging the White Bone Demon sect. At this moment, whether it was in the sky or on the ground, there were all kinds of strong people fighting, especially those Jindan and Yuaning powers. A casual strike will have the power of destroying the sky and the earth, and the unlucky ones who get close will instantly go up in smoke. It seems like the White Bone Demon sect could be overrun at any time, so it's no wonder they're trying to wake up that bunch of old monsters to fight for their lives. Moonflower Frost was satisfied with his comprehension and began to talk about the key points. That's right, the White Bone Demon sect is like a 100-footed insect that dies but never falls down. Even though it has suffered heavy losses now, it still has a large number of experts. If we awaken those demons again, we will have lost our efforts. Earlier, I investigated that hidden demon nest, but I didn't expect to be discovered by the 3 great saints in charge of this matter, and took advantage of my defenses to sneak in and win. After understanding the causes and consequences, Su Chen also understood the seriousness of the problem. So what do we do now? If we just go in hard, we shouldn't be able to take advantage of anything, right? Yu Liuxiang brought him to sneak into the White Bone Demon sect in a detour, and now that the two camps were in the middle of a fierce battle, no one had noticed them. Indeed, but you don't have to worry. Of those 3 holy sons, only Taoist Heaven Devourer and Duke Yui Knight are the same Yuaning masters as me, and both are not as strong as me. The remaining one is Taoist White Bone. That person's talent is indeed very good, but he hasn't broken through to Jindan even now, so with your strength, you're strong enough to take him down. At that time, I will hide first, and you will be able to attract them by using the fish talisman stone. Once the White Bone Taoist misses, he will be able to draw out one of the other 2, and then I will take the opportunity to sneak attack. After listening to Yu Liuxiang's plan, Su Chen couldn't help but nod his head in praise and had no objections to it. Soon, the 2 of them entered into a grotto, and Yu Liuxiang also hid at that moment. Even Su Chen thought that she had disappeared into thin air. The entire underground Devil's Cave was huge and gloomy, but now that the White Bone Demon sect was obviously short of manpower, there weren't too many people guarding the place. Su Chen dived all the way into the depths to go in, and along the way, he only encountered a few waves of experts, all of which were easily taken out. Soon, he reached the depths of the demon nest, which resembled a huge dungeon, with a huge protective magic formation occupying a full half of the space, and in the middle of that spell formation, a large number of blood-colored coffins slowly floated in the air, while the ground was set up with many transmutation puppets. These transmutation puppets were all carefully refined. They didn't look the slightest bit different from normal people, and there was even a faint aura of vitality in their bodies, and they weren't completely dead. At this moment, the White Bone Taoist was directing a few of his men to act, placing these transmutation puppets according to a kind of evil formation, while at the same time writing a large number of incantations on the puppets' bodies with blood, which made them look incomparably evil. As for the other 2 great saint sons, they were laboriously manipulating the spell formation in an attempt to awaken these sleeping old devils. As time passed, the demons in these coffins seemed to start responding and were slowly vibrating while emitting a faint sense of oppression. What a hoot! Su Chen walked in from the entrance, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 3 great saints. Hearing such a loud noise in the cold, the entire people in the underground palace looked over, but when they realized that Su Chen was only at the mid-foundation establishment realm, they relaxed quite a bit more. A small foundation establishment expert dares to barge into this place? I seem to have seen you before. It was you who seized the sun shooting bow at the trap mountain, causing me to lose my efforts. The White Bone Taoist's face clouded over, never imagining that they would run into each other here. It seems you have a good memory. Now I can give you a chance to take revenge. It depends on whether you have the skills or not. As he spoke, he intentionally took the fish talisman stone in his hand and played with it, immediately causing the pupils of these few saints to shrink. Surprisingly, it's a fish rune stone. Kid, you've given me another reason to definitely kill you. The White Bone Taoist's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he immediately waved his hand to signal those few Devil Dao experts to make their move. In an instant, the 4 great experts simultaneously rose up in the air. The swords and knives in their hands instantly shot towards Su Chen, and the powerful demonic chi induced the air to emit bursts of popping sounds. However, Su Chen stretched out 3 fingers and pointed them at those swords, and the heavy floor demon sword scurried out, instantly sending those swords flying. The devil's sword then turned around in the air and shot in a burst, directly piercing through these people's bodies. With them alone, they are not qualified enough to kill me. Su Chen gripped the heavy floor demon sword. His aura became extraordinarily stern, and his eyes were even more provocative as he looked at the White Bone Taoist. Quickly kill him. Take the fish runestone to reincarnate the seniors earlier. The situation of the clan is no longer optimistic. Within the spell formation, Daoist Heaven Devourer opened his mouth indifferently towards the outside, and he and Duke Yuyi did not stop the movements of their hands. Chapter 86, Are You Worthy? After hearing the Heaven Devouring Daoist's command, the white-bone Daoist's complexion also became serious, passing through the transmutation puppets with odd postures on both sides and taking a few steps towards Su Chen. One move to finish you off. He stretched out a finger. His tone was as if a heavenly god was looking down on the ants of the lower realms, terminating all the fantasies of the other party with a single sentence. At this moment, the aura on his body began to grow wildly, and a monstrous demonic aura was released from his entire body, causing the airflow of the entire underground palace to boil in a flash. And when that thick demonic aura eventually stopped, it was 4 times that of a strong person in the same realm. No wonder he would become the holy son of the White Bone Demon sect, with such talent and a solid foundation. Su Chen did not doubt for a second that he would be able to break through to Jin Dan. Defeated generals who think they have a few strengths start sitting on their asses. Su Chen was not spoiled. This white bone Taoist might be considered a top genius in front of others, but it was still not worth mentioning in his eyes. Under the Jin Dan, what does he have to fear? The white bone Taoist didn't expect that after he released such might, the other party still showed contempt and disdain, which could seriously stimulate his pride. Seek death. In this moment he was angry, and the consequences were dire. Just by raising his hand, he wrote a talisman in the air with his demonic chi, and in the instant it was completed the entire demonic talisman instantly turned blood red, and even continued to ooze out blood. Please demon. The white bone Taoist tilted his head and let out a cry, and the blood-colored demonic talisman suddenly shattered, followed by the entire space beginning to shake wildly, as if some monster was about to come out of the other world. The strong tremors became more and more violent, and even Su Chen began to find it difficult to stand, while countless tiny cracks surfaced in the surrounding space, from which a dangerous aura from the distant past emanated. In the next moment, under the gaze of the crowd, a dry demonic arm unexpectedly appeared out of thin air above the underground palace, slowly suppressing down in Su Chen's direction. When Su Chen looked at the arm, the mysterious power unexpectedly seemed like an electric current surging into his body, causing one to tremble. What a strong might! This guy has a few tricks up his sleeve. Su Chen coldly stared at this terrifyingly large hand, and other than feeling shocked for that moment at the beginning, he immediately regained his composure. However, the other party's move still possessed unimaginable power, and as the demonic hand suppressed it, he felt as if his body was bound in place, making it extremely difficult to move. Not only that devil hand every downward suppression of an inch. The horror of the demonic might on his physical body exerted an extremely terrible destructive force. Even ordinary foundation establishment perfection experts, I'm afraid that under this overwhelming move will also have to die on the spot, bursting body. Steeply, it seemed as if the heavy breathing of a devil appeared in the void, causing the devil's chi within the entire space to turn extremely fast like a whirlpool, followed by the devil's hand instantly suppressing down, ruthlessly slapping at Su Chen. In the face of this overwhelming strike, none of the 3 great saints doubted the outcome. Su Chen was bound to die. There are many who want me dead, but unfortunately you are not worthy. With a tremor of the heavy floor demon sword in Su Chen's hand, those binding sensations on his body instantly dissipated. Looking at the devil's hand suppressing down from the top of his head, his heart was born with a strong will to fight. The sword intent on his body surged madly, and his body's mana was like a furious sea of waves surging into the heavy floor of the devil's sword. In an instant, a phoenix true fire in the sword blade above the burning up. In its back is the immortal base emergence. Countless sword mango intertwined together, even vaguely formed a phoenix shadow. A cry piercing through the clouds rang out, resembling both a phoenix cry and a sword chant formed by the collision of sword chi. Originally, the aura on the white bone Taoist was already quite appalling. However, when Su Chuan completely exploded, the might of the sword Dao mixed with the power of the phoenix even directly crushed him. And even the devil's hand that landed in the air above his head was slowed down for a moment as a result. This is the aura of a phoenix. Just who is this kid? White bone Taoist's pupils instantly dilated. His heart actually thumped. Somehow the original full confidence was actually disintegrating. It wasn't just him. The heaven-devouring Taoist and the spectral Night Duke in the spell formation also stopped their hand movements, subdued by Su Chen's performance. What a powerful sword aura. The sword in his hand seems to be extraordinary as well. It's also mixed with the power of the phoenix. This is definitely not an ordinary person. In just an instant's effort, the 3 great saints were no longer as relaxed as they originally were. But they didn't think that Su Chen could really win against the white bone Taoist. Overlord unloading armor. The majestic sword power gathered on Su Chuan's body was like a river reversing, blossoming out countless blood-red sword shadows. And the might of the heavy floor demon sword was in full swing, and it even instantly swallowed all the light of the entire underground palace. Everyone hadn't expected a sword to have such divine might, and were directly stunned beyond words, accompanied by a dull sound. Su Chen fiercely rose up in the air, holding the heavy floor demon sword with both hands and slashed at the terrifying demonic hand. As if the mountain-like sword power erupted with a roar, the just darkened underground palace was instantly illuminated by the light and shadow of that 100 feet huge sword power. At this moment, if that devil's hand was the demon god's annihilation strike, then Su Chen's sword was the declaration of a mortal's god-killing. Layers and layers of crimson sword awnings kept storming in, stuffing half of the space, and on both sides of that sword awn, there was the blazing phoenix true flame, which was difficult for any touched demonic chi or even space to resist. Everyone's gazes converged over as the two extreme powers of the Foundation establishment realm began a true summit duel. However, when Su Chuan chopped over with this sword, that devil hand could no longer fall for a single point, and even more so, it kept exploding with demonic chi, and was actually forced to keep retreating. This, White-Bone Taoist's face instantly turned ugly. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to lose, but he couldn't believe that he would lose to a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. He was the saint son of the White-Bone Demon sect, the best genius within his realm. Hang on to me. The White-Bone Taoist's divine thoughts manipulated the demonic hand and increased its power even more. However, none of this worked. The demonic hand began to flicker violently, and even if the roar of the demon god erupted once again, it still couldn't shake Su Chen's determination to exterminate the demons. With a loud boom, the entire demonic hand could no longer withstand it and continuously crumbled under Su Chen's onslaught, and the phoenix true flame rapidly burned along the arm, leaving the White-Bone Taoist without even a chance to remedy the situation. As the air crazily exploded, a large amount of broken pieces scattered down, and the huge impact forced even the White-Bone Taoist to take a few steps back. Your power doesn't seem to be very good either. I think it's better not to talk about this title of Saint Son to disgrace yourself. Killing to kill. Su Chen had never been in the habit of being merciful to his enemies. The White-Bone Taoist was so infuriated that his face turned green and white, and he was about to have a complete seizure right away. However, Duke Yuyi called out to him, "We don't have that much time. Stand down and let me destroy him directly." Just now, his failure to take down Su Chen had already displeased the two sacred sons, and now that the White-Bone Demon sect was in danger, there was no more time left for him to waste, and the Spectral Knight Prince was already very dissatisfied in his tone. The White-Bone Taoist was annoyed in his heart, but he didn't dare to attack, so he could only obediently retreat to the side, his eyes resentfully glancing at Su Chen. In the next moment, the Spectral Knight Prince stood up, and the moment he stepped out of the spell formation, he arrived in front of Su Chen, and the two of them were no more than 10 meters away from each other. This kind of true Yuaning powerhouse didn't bother releasing any divine might at all. Merely standing there possessed a suffocating pressure. "You're very good. It's just a pity that you're not a member of my White-Bone Demon sect. Out of respect for your talent, I'll give you a chance to cut yourself." His eyes were very indifferent, and with his status, he didn't even bother to take a shot at Su Chen. "Do you think it's possible that I waited this long just to lure you out?" Su Chen suddenly smiled at him, and the Spectral Knight Prince was first stunned, and then his expression changed drastically, and he panicked, wanting to escape back into the protective magic formation. However, how could Yu Liushang give him this opportunity? Instantly appearing from the void, a round of bright moon in his hand went straight to the Yui Knight Prince. The soft moonlight directly sealed heaven and earth, followed by the bright moon directly crashing into the Yui Knight Prince's body. This super move, which had been prepared for a long time, could not be carried by anyone. A huge explosion rang out, and the entirety of the Spectral Knight Duke was blown away, and his aura was even more drastically reduced. Moonflower Frost, you're surprisingly not dead. Heaven-devouring Taoist also flew out, hurriedly catching the Yui Knight Duke, and the two of them simultaneously applied their energy, which stabilized their injuries. However, this only allowed the Spectral Knight Duke to barely regain his life, with all of his strength falling off, and he was directly hit hard. "Want me dead? Are you worthy?" Yu Liushang sneered and stood beside Su Chen, and at this moment, the two of them directly occupied an absolute advantage. Chapter 87 Devil Sect Spiritual Weapon. From the White-Bone Taoist being repulsed to the severe injuries suffered by the Spectral Knight Duke, the three great saints all felt a deep crisis at this moment. "What now?" the White-Bone Taoist asked towards the other two. He had lost a lot of his confidence and had run out of ideas. The Spectral Knight Duke and the Heaven-devouring Taoist exchanged glances, and the eyes of the two began to become even more ruthless, clearly making some sort of determination. Duke Yuyo stared at Yu Liushang and said in a ghostly tone, "As long as those ancestors can awaken, my White-Bone Demon sect still has a chance. We can only use our bottom cards now. The two of us will hold back Yu Liushang. You will take out the eye of the protective magic formation and quickly kill that brat. and use the 3 fish talisman stones to awaken all the ancestors to transmigration. Take out the formation? The white-boned Taoist's expression changed. But the heaven-devouring Taoist and the spectral Night Duke had already thrown the fish talisman stones in their respective hands. Yu Liushang, you forced me to do this. Forbidden technique, demonic bone rebirth. In the next moment, the originally seriously injured spectral Night Prince was even more so as countless bloody demonic chi emerged from under his feet, wrapping him up like a silkworm chrysalis, as if he was being reborn in a fire. And outside of that thick blood chrysalis, there was even a path of demonic bones like bamboo growing out, wrapping around it and turning it into a bone chrysalis. In just a few breaths of time, the bone chrysalis was violently flickering with bloodlight, while Lord Pixie Knight's breath was unexpectedly recovering rapidly. Do it! Yu Liuxuang's aura iced down and instantly killed towards the 2 great saintly sons, wanting to interrupt the recovery process of Lord Yuyi. Just by waving her hand casually, a moonflower was transformed into a sharp sword blade and shot down, and the space was instantly twisted and torn, as if it could be blown up at any moment. Boo! A few demonic flames quickly obliterated it, and the heaven-devouring Taoist appeared in front of Yu Liushang. I couldn't poison you last time, but you won't be so lucky this time. As he let out a roar, a monstrous demonic shadow immediately surfaced behind him, and he fought fiercely with Yu Liushang. On the other side, Su Chen directly launched a thunderous strike. The heavy floor demon sword in his hand shuttled at the limit, carrying explosive thunder and instantly stabbing at the center of the white-boned Taoist's eyebrow. Ding! A string of eye-piercing sparks erupted in the air, only to see that the white-boned Taoist actually appeared in front of him out of thin air with a devilish aura of the floating pagoda, and very easily popped the heavy floor demon sword back. The moment this treasure appeared, Su Chen unexpectedly felt a tremor in his divine soul, as if he was being targeted by the devil gods of the heavens. Kid, I can't believe you've pushed me this far. It's time for everything to come to an end. White-boned Taoist looked at the 1,000 devil floating buttresses that was running extremely fast in front of him, and his confidence swelled up again. Even if he thought about it, he couldn't think of a possibility that he could still lose. As he spoke, that 1,000 devil Faust was also completely bursting with might. The entire tower enlarged 100 times, and amongst the countless devil niches on it, a single devil god opened its dark red eyes, and the divine might of the group of devils directly suppressed the heavens. Facing such a terrifying thing, Su Chen realized that his mana was dissipating under the illumination of the demonic light, and his heart could not help but be shocked once again. This is a spirit weapon. You are blessed. The witch sword spirit suddenly opened her mouth, becoming excited in her tone instead. How does it compare to you? Su Chen looked at the 1,000 devil floating buttress with vigilance. The white-boned Taoist was already not weak, plus this devil sect spiritual artifact. It was not to be underestimated. Just garbage. That is, your realm is too low to utilize my true power. If you had the strength of your daughter-in-law, I would have split this broken tower with one sword. The witch sword spirit laughed heatedly. But that strong sense of confidence didn't look like an act. If you say so, then I'm relieved. Show me more power this time. Battle intent surged madly in Su Chen's eyes. Only the stronger the opponent was able to make him explode into greater potential. Kid, this is my white bone demon sect's treasure. You're proud enough to die on top of this 1,000 demon pontoon. White bone Taoist's killing aura was like substance. Now he had to wash away his shame with Su Chen's blood. In the next moment, countless blood chi suddenly erupted from his body, followed by this horrifying power turning into a pillar of light that madly surged into the 1,000 devil floating pagoda, once again allowing the might of this devil tower to be raised by one step. With just a slight tremor, this magic tower caused the surrounding space to tear out dense spatial cracks, as if it was a broken spider web. A terrifying air current fluctuation spread out from the 1,000 devil floating buttress, and uncountable demonic god hissing sounds pounded back and forth against Su Chen's divine soul, wanting to tear it apart directly. This sudden impact caused Su Chen to instantly turn pale, but fortunately, the innate sword body and the heavy floor demon sword emitted a wave at the same time, directly dissolving this mental attack. The divine soul attack of the 1,000 devil Faust has to be careful even for Jindan powers. And you're actually fine? The white-boned Taoist's pupils shrank, feeling that Su Chen was like a freak. If that's all you've got, it's my turn. Su Chen directly executed the heavenly thunder sword immortal base, releasing a large amount of mana once again. And more than 10 flying swords slowly emerged behind him, a powerful sword formation unfolding, and behind it, it seemed like there was a phoenix silhouette, emanating divine might. In the distance, the spectral Night Prince had already transformed into a skinless blood man, with a single demonic bone turned outwards, and he and the heaven-devouring Taoist had teamed up to surround Yu Liushang, and the two sides were fighting very anxiously. Joke, the power of a spirit weapon is not something a country bumpkin like you can imagine. With a wave of his hand, The white-bone Taoist used all of his mana to catalyze the thousand devil floating buttress, ruthlessly suppressing Su Chen. Amidst the thunderous roar, countless devil gods cast shadows above the thousand devil Faust, and as the Faust tower suppressed down, the terrifying devilish might was simply going to completely shatter the boundless earth. All mortals need to tremble under this power. Are you the only one with a spiritual weapon? Su Chen let out a cold laugh while the heavy floor demon sword completely exploded with it, only to see that the sword body suddenly burst out above the infinite sword awnings. A sword chant issued a true primordial ancestral devil's might, and even directly disintegrated that one devil shadow. The white-bone Taoist was directly stunned in place, and at this moment, the might of that thousand devil Faust directly dropped by half. However, the heavy floor demon sword looked like it had completely opened its shackles, constantly dripping thick blood, and the aura emanating from its blade was frighteningly strong. It really is a good sword. Let me completely utilize the power of this 10,000 sword formation. With a movement of Su Chen's divine thought, the heavy floor demon sword was integrated into the sword formation, and all the flying swords immediately formed a hole around it, exuding an unstoppable sharpness. I'm the one who destroyed you with one move. Su Chen's confidence reached its peak, and he directly made a move to return all the swords to the emperor. And the sword formation behind him immediately transformed into countless sword shadows and killed towards the white-bone Taoist. Then let's see who dies and who lives. The white-bone Taoist also knew that there was no way back, and directly sacrificed all of his flesh and blood longevity, instantly turning into a withered old man. However, the power he exchanged was terrifying, all of it surging into the thousand devil Faust, suppressing it with double the power. The sword formation and the demon tower clashed together fiercely. The spirit weapon level collision was horrifying. Even Yu Liushang and the heaven-devouring Taoist few couldn't help but look back. Every collision of these two attacks would impact in all directions of madness, forcing Su Chen and the white-bone Taoist back continuously. However, Su Chen's innate sword body was incomparably powerful, and his physical body outclassed most experts of the same level, completely withstanding the impact. The white-bone Taoist had long ago over-released his mana, sacrificing even his flesh and blood, and was now spitting out blood from the impact. It's time to end it. Su Chen continued to increase his power. The heavy floor demon sword suddenly became powerful, and the power of the sword formation directly increased by 2 to 3%, and a single impact sent the thousand demon Faust flying out. A doomed defeat. The white-bone Taoist instantly collapsed his Tao heart and directly spat out blood and fell to the ground. Su Chen retrieved the sword formation, then flew over and stomped on the white-bone Taoist's heart, then grabbed the thousand devil Faust in his hand. This powerful devil sect's greatest treasure would be his from today onwards. Chapter 88, Heart of the Transfigured God. The moment Su Chen destroyed the white-bone Taoist, the entire world seemed to go quiet for it. The spectral Night Duke and heaven-devouring Taoist looked at him with eyes full of incredulity, and even Yu Liushang felt that something was not quite real. White-bone Tao alone was enough to match the top-ranked 10 heavenly swords of Shu Mountain, and Su Chen being able to defeat him had already satisfied Yu Liushang. Just now, when the white-bone Taoist used his spirit weapon, her heart grew even more worried. However, Su Chuan was Su Chuan, never letting her down, and had actually decimated the white-bone Taoist even in such a situation. Contrary to her relieved satisfaction, the spectral Night Duke and the heaven-devouring Taoist only felt the heavens spinning, both feeling a bit unfamiliar with this world. An ordinary Shushan inner disciple, in the past, never even heard of. Why did he directly kill the white-bone Taoist who was holding the thousand devil floating slaughter? Was this kid too strong? Or was this senior brother of theirs too weak? However, this moment was not the time to dwell on this issue. Yu Liushang immediately shouted, "The remaining 2 fish runestones are also on the white-bone Taoist. Hurry up and take control of the protective magic formation and use this formation to kill these 2 with me." Hearing this, Su Chen decisively flew towards the protective spell formation, and the 3 fish runestones in his hands continuously emitted a soft glow, mirroring the entire spell formation. Seeing such a sight, heaven-devouring Taoist and Duke of the Spectral Night immediately changed their faces greatly. This protective magic array was the key used to maintain the vitality of those seniors. If the supply of mana was cut off, then everything would be over. Stop! The heaven-devouring Taoist blasted over with a demonic chi, wanting to cut Su Chen down. However, Yu Liushang had prepared for this and wiped him out with a single sword strike. Do you guys think there's any chance of getting away with it with me around? She was like an insurmountable mountain just by standing there quietly. If Lord Yuyi hadn't been seriously injured, the 2 of them would still have some advantage in joining forces against Yu Liushang right now. However, right now, the Spectral Night Duke was merely using a secret method to hold on, and his mana would continue to accelerate the rate of loss over time. And once they allowed Su Chen to join in by utilizing the protective magic formation, then they would have no chance of overturning the situation at all. Kill her? The survival of the clan is at stake. the heaven-devouring Taoist made up his mind. A vortex erupted from his body and began to crazily absorb demonic chi, the entire person continuously squeezing the limits of his body, instantly releasing a great move towards Moon Lu Shuang and killing him. The spectral Night Prince was equally unwilling to show weakness. Half of the flesh and blood on his body directly exploded into pieces, turning into a rich blood devil gas sweeping heaven and earth. The entire person was only left with internal organs wrapped in demonic bones, looking as if he had only just crawled out of hell as an evil ghost. The powerful Fury Chi was like countless evil ghosts, encircling towards Yu Liushang and Su Chen. However, at the same time he made his move, the three fish talisman stones in Su Chen's hand had already been thoroughly integrated into the protective spell formation, and his divine thoughts began to randomly integrate into the spell formation and began to manipulate the massive spell formation. With a movement of his divine thoughts, a formation boundary instantly blocked in front of him, and the onslaught of baleful chi directly collapsed. With that much power, it seems you're weakening badly. Su Chen glanced at the dozens of coffins suspended around him and directly withdrew all the power of the formation. In the next moment, these coffins fell down one after another, and from within their lids, blood began to continuously ooze out, and the entire air was filled with a smell of decay. In the sky above the White Bone Demon sect's main altar, Patriarch Heavenly Bone alone blocked the three major true transmitters, including Yu Tianyang, and his domineering and invincible lordly posture ruthlessly shocked the besieging immortal sect army. However, just when he was so spirited, the aura on his body actually began to be wildly disorganized. He had bound his life to those demon sect forefathers, and at this moment, the old demons in the coffins were cut off from their supply by Su Chen, and even the heavenly bones were impacted. How could this be? Something has happened in the land of slumber. His face instantly changed drastically, but the land of slumber had clearly sent over his three most assured sage sons. Why would such a situation still occur? It was a pity that Royal Heavenly Sun was not going to give him a chance. The moment he saw his breath disordered, he decisively killed over. The entire White Bone Demon sect had a round of terrifying great sun floating in the sky above it, instantly obliterating all the demonic chi. The breath is gone. Excess struggle will only make you look even more ridiculous. Royal Heavenly Sun indifferently pronounced Heavenly Bone's death sentence, and an unimaginable might erupted from his entire body as he directly attacked fiercely towards Heavenly Bone. The situation shifted too quickly, causing the confidence of countless devil sect experts to begin to crumble. While the immortal sect's allied forces were spirited, beating the devils back step by step. In the middle of the underground palace, after seeing those coffins oozing blood, the spectral Night Duke's gaze instantly became alarmed. After all, that was their hope of turning the tide. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, he didn't dare to hold back and tried to kill Su Chen with all his strength, so that he might still be able to save it. There's no need to fight him, just stall him for a moment. Yu Liushang's voice came out, and Su Chen immediately understood, and began to utilize the protective magic formation to form a spherical boundary, firmly blocking the spectral Night Duke from the outside. This protective spell formation was not an attack-type spell formation in the first place, and Su Chen did not intend to use it to clash hard with Duke Yui Knight. After all, the other party was a Yuaning expert, and even if he was at the end of his strength, he had to be careful. As for the heaven-devouring Taoist, he was completely no match for Yu Liushang, and before, together with the heavily injured Yui Knight Duke, he was only barely even with her, but now he was completely being suppressed. Not only that, the spectral Night Prince was now using secret techniques to forcefully restore his power, and it wouldn't be long before he would be completely weakened. The longer the time dragged on, the more favorable it would be for Su Chen. If I were you, I would take this opportunity to hurry up and escape, or else I wouldn't even have a chance to live. Su Chen began to disintegrate the heart of the spectral Night Prince through the boundary, and once the other party's beliefs collapsed, they would completely give up resisting. Nonsense! As long as these ancestors are around, you will all be decimated by my White Bone Demon sect. The spectral Night Duke kept attacking the boundary, his powerful demonic power bombarding the protective magic formation and shaking it fiercely as well. Self-paralyzing? Then I'll put an end to your illusions. Su Chen directly backhanded a sword slash. Erupting a sword light directly split all the coffins all to pieces, and those old devils that were dormant inside directly flew into ashes. This time, the spectral Night Duke had even his last shred of fantasy shattered, knowing that the White Bone Demon sect was completely finished, only to see him kneel down directly in front of the boundary, neither attacking nor escaping, and the aura on his body began to fall rapidly. Yui Knight, escape with me, we still have a chance to rise again. Heaven-devouring Taoist panicked. Right now he alone was no match for Moon Lu Shuang. The clan has been destroyed by your hands and mine. What face do I have to live on? The spectral Night Duke directly smashed his head with a slap and died just like that. Such a strange scene caused Su Chen to be shocked. It was unexpected that this person would be so loyal to the White Bone Demon sect, and could be considered a worthy opponent. However, compared to him, Heaven-devouring Taoist was a complete and utter wimp. He was in a trance for just a moment before Yu Liushang seized the opportunity to slash down with his sword, slamming it hard into the ground. As a sword chant sounded, Yu Liushang's flying sword reached his brow in the twinkling of an eye. "Don't kill me. I know where there is the heart of the transformation god. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you the news." The heaven-devouring Taoist spoke in a panic, and Moonflower Frost's expression moved at his words as she immediately flew down. "You know the news about the heart of transformation? Speak quickly." Yu Liushang's tone carried a bit of urgency. The so-called heart of God transformation was the realm perception of a great power above the God transformation stage. Not only did it contain their entire understanding of breaking through to the God transformation stage, it also contained a hint of the power of the origin. This kind of thing was completely unattainable, and generally only a certain superpower would deliberately expend a lot of energy to condense this kind of thing when he was about to fall, leaving it to his own family's descendants or disciples. This kind of thing was a supreme treasure for every Yuaning stage expert. "As long as you don't kill me, I'll reveal it to you. I'm the only one who knows that place, and I've only just gotten the information. It's absolutely accurate." "Okay, I won't kill you." Yu Liushang immediately agreed, and then glanced towards Su Chen without a trace, and the latter immediately understood. After making Yu Liushang swear, Heaven-devouring Taoist also relaxed and immediately sent a voice message over to her. "Can I go now?" The heaven-devouring Taoist asked tentatively, his body already moving towards the entrance. After pondering for a few seconds, Yu Liushang said towards Su Chen, "The news should be true." After receiving the signal to make a move, he didn't hesitate to put the heaven-devouring Taoist's sword through his heart, and the heavy floor demon sword instantly sucked his essence blood dry. "You guys, didn't you say you'd leave me alone?" The heaven-devouring Taoist turned to look at Su Chen, his eyes filled with anger. "She's the one who promised you. I didn't say anything." Su Chen smiled without the slightest psychological burden. Chapter 89, Returning to Mount Shu. After resolving the three great saints in the underground palace, both Su Chen and Yu Liushang breathed a sigh of relief. This time, stopping the other party from awakening those demon sect experts was already a great achievement, not to mention the heavy treasure. "Thanks to you this time. I'll ask the sect leader for credit for you after we return to the sect." Yu Liushang looked at Su Chen, feeling more and more that the other party was not ordinary. Especially with this terrifying rate of progress, no wonder the family had allowed themselves to be betrothed to him in the first place. "These are all trivial matters. Since you have news of the heart of the transfigured god, do you intend to go fetch it now?" Yu Liushang nodded. This was exactly what she was thinking. "I do have this thought. If I can obtain this item, perhaps the time to break through to god transformation can be advanced by a few decades. Now that the White Bone Demon sect's bottom card has been lost, perhaps it will soon be breached. You should return to the sect first." "I should be returning soon." "Well then, take care of yourself." Soon after, Yu Liushang left the White Bone Demon sect, and Su Chen didn't leave in a hurry, but collected all the storage bags of these few holy sons, earning thousands of spirit stones in one go. With such a large sum of money, there should be no shortage for some time to come. However, when performing the 10,000 sword formation now, the consumption of mana was extraordinarily huge, and now that there were more spirit stones, it would be possible to switch to burning spirit stones in the future, and to better conserve strength when fighting. In addition to harvesting these spirit stones, what he was most proud of at this moment was this 1000 Devil Faust Tower. When he took out this item, the entire dungeon was instantly haunted by a dense demonic aura, completely deserving of the status of a spiritual weapon. Perhaps sensing that Su Chen wanted to refine it, the 1000 Devil Faust began to struggle violently, and the artifact spirit in it transformed into a devil god that let out a furious roar, trying to bluff him. Bluff. Su Chen naturally wouldn't be intimidated by this kind of trick, but the other party was a spirit weapon after all, and it would be a bit troublesome for him to try to forcefully refine it at his current realm. "Ungrateful fool, let me wake it up." The witch sword spirit suddenly floated out, then flew directly into the 1000 devil float. In a flash, the entire devil tower began to shake violently, and the two artifact spirits began to fight desperately at this moment. However, it was clear that the demoness sword spirit was much more powerful than the other party. And soon the sense of resistance of the 1000 demon float began to drop like crazy. Only at this point did the witch sword spirit fly out with satisfaction, looking at Su Chen with a dashing face and saying, "It's done. Now it will be much easier for you to refine this magic tower again." Su Chen immediately revealed a look of admiration and asked towards her, "You are both artifact spirits. Why is the gap so wide?" This 1000 devil floating pagoda was created much later than I was, and the artifact spirit within it has only just coalesced a short while ago, and it hasn't even taken a concrete form. "Master, You can now mold a form for this artifact spirit according to your own ideas, and when you refine this demonic tower, your control over it will be unparalleled. Listening to the demoness sword spirit's explanation, Su Chen also revealed a sudden realization. It seemed that his good fortune had not been broken. In the next moment, he directly exerted his mana to rush into the 1,000 demons floating pagoda, and a wave of phoenix true flame directly broke through all the obstacles, and his divine thought soon met the artifact spirit inside. Just as the witch sword spirit had said, the artifact spirit hadn't been molded into a form. It was just floating like a cloud. Su Chen immediately refined it back up, and the other party didn't even dare to resist in the slightest, directly pinching it into the appearance of a small auger dragon. From now on, you shall exist in this image, faithfully carrying out my ideas and maximizing the power of the 1,000 Devilfaust Tower, and shall not be disobeyed. At this moment, Su Chen's divine thought was like a creator god, looking down on the small auger artifact spirit from on high, which was a great shock to its heart, and had already treated Su Chen as its own creator, immediately agreeing respectfully. After doing this step, Su Chen completely refined the 1,000 Devilfaust into his own, and at any time, he was able to sense any situation of this spiritual weapon, and mobilized it as if it were his own. Now that the destruction of the White Bone Demon sect has become final, it's time for me to return to the sect. Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately left the place and stormed the White Bone Demon sect's main altar along with the Shu Mountain army. After he had destroyed those underground palace coffins earlier, the heavenly bones had suffered a strong backlash, and were seized the opportunity to be forcefully obliterated by Yu Tianyang. That battle in the long sky was seen by more than 100,000 people in the righteous and devilish paths. The moment when Tian Bone was killed, Yu Tianyang was directly sealed as a god in the eyes of countless people, and no one thought that a true disciple of Mount Shu would be able to cut down a devil sect master. The entire White Bone Demon sect immediately collapsed, and it was no longer difficult to form an effective resistance, and after only 3 days all the demons were completely wiped out. On top of that, throughout the demon extermination battlefield, the forces of the rest of the demon sect were shrinking, and the remaining subruns belonging to the White Bone Demon sect were taken down one after another. Since then, this demon-slaying battle would be considered the end of the first stage, and they, the disciples, could return to the sect. During the time he was waiting to return to Mount Shu, Su Chen also saw Tuoba Yen and Bai Lu and the others coming from elsewhere one after another, and after seeing that each other were alright, there was a little more relaxation in the atmosphere. Senior Brother Su, I heard that this time it was under the command of Senior Brother Yu Tianyang that the White Bone Demon sect was breached, and that he personally beheaded the Heavenly Bone. I'm afraid that he deserves the first place in terms of credit this time. Tuoba Yen chatted about this topic in a small voice, while Bai Lu nodded in agreement, both agreeing that the merits set up by Yu Tianyang could not be surpassed. Maybe, it depends on how the clan decides. This kind of thing doesn't have much to do with you and me either, Su Chen said carelessly, but this kind of concern about merit had long been discussed among the disciples, all of them discussing which true transmission and inner sect experts had more merit. That's true, but this time, if there are no accidents, I'm afraid that the magnitude of our inner sect senior brother Mo Wushan's credit will even surpass quite a few true transmissions. Bai Lu also began to gossip, and in her eyes, she was quite impressed with Mo Wushan. Hearing this name, Su Chen also felt somewhat familiar, and quickly remembered that he had seen it on that stone tablet under the demon locking tower before, and before him, it was the names of Royal Sky Young and this Mo Wushan on it. How? He showed some interest, though he didn't brag about what he and Moonflower Frost had done. Last time, the crisis in Sword Casting City was resolved by Senior Brother Mo, and then he led us directly to the first rudder of the White Bone Demon sect, the Autumn Water Dock, where there was a Jindan stage elder, with more than 5,000 people under his command. I never imagined that Senior Brother Mo would sneak into the Autumn Water Dock alone, and I don't know what tactics he used to kill that Jindan stage devil, and then brought us 3,000 people to take down the Autumn Water Dock in one fell swoop. Listening to Bai Lu's words, Su Chen also felt a little surprised. It seems that inside Mount Shu there really are crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and after this great battle there is no telling how many disciples will rise. Soon, they returned to the sect along with most of them, and along the way, they also heard quite a few people discussing the events on the battlefield, arguing about which disciple had performed outstandingly and who had regretfully fallen. However, before they returned to Mount Shu, Yu Liushang had already returned to the sect first and reported the situation to sect leader Su Wenji and the other higher-ups. Su Wenji had long been clear about the White Bone Demon sect's desire to awaken those old devils, and he was even more satisfied with Yu Liushang's performance. But when he learned of Su Chen's various performances, he was surprised. Senior Brother Evergreen, I see that this Su Chen's performance is in no way inferior to yours back then. Now that he has assisted Liu Shang in setting up such a huge feat, I think he is fully capable of being ranked 3rd, so that he can receive the reward after Liu Shang and Tianyang. Sword God Gu Changqing also nodded his head in recognition, but his thoughts returned to many years ago, and in Su Chen's body, he clearly saw the shadow of his late friend. Chapter 90, Celebration of Merit. As a large number of disciples returned to Mount Shu in great numbers, the entire sect was buzzing with excitement, and everyone was looking forward to the rewards this time around. After destroying the White Bone Demon sect, Shushan's status in the entire southwest realm of the Immortal sect has risen another step, and it has likewise gained great popularity among the people. Brother, you're finally back. Su Chen had only just returned to the sect when Su Long greeted him, his face filled with joy. Worried you? Su Chen smiled, then took out the storage bag he had prepared long ago and handed it over. Su Long glanced at it. Inside were some spirit stones and heavenly materials, but she revealed a shocked expression. Brother, this is too expensive. You still need to use it for your own cultivation. Seeing her push back, Su Chen immediately stopped her movement. Don't worry about it. This time I captured quite a few supplies, enough to last for a while. Now that you also need spirit stones to cultivate, take these spirit materials to refine pills. Well, thanks brother. Just as the two of them were talking, a huge cloud ship unexpectedly landed above their heads at an extremely fast speed, clearly exceeding the area where it should have been parked. But the people up there didn't seem to care at all, and landed directly towards the square, and many of those close by dodged in a hurry. Su Long was startled by this formation, but fortunately, Su Chen pulled her behind him with one hand. Don't have eyes, and don't let go. Before Su Chen could say anything, one of the people on the boat impatiently called out, drawing angry glances from the surrounding people. What are you looking at? Could it be that you don't recognize senior brother Mo Wushan's ship? That inner disciple glanced towards a few people around him, and after hearing that it was Mo Wushan, the remaining few people immediately changed their faces, and then hurriedly left. So it's senior brother Mo. Brother, we'd better hurry. Su Long had also heard about the 10 people of the Heavenly Sword, not to mention that Mo Wushan was still the number 1 ranked existence, and this time, he had also made a huge battle feat in the middle of the Great War. Su Chen shook his head, then looked at the inner disciple on the boat under the gaze of many eyes and opened his mouth to order. Apologize. 2 short words, but filled with an unquestionable attitude. What? You actually want me to apologize? Do you know that this is delaying senior brother Mo's time? That inner disciple laughed coldly, completely with the face of a bully. Seeing that Su Chen actually dared to stand in front of this cloud ship, quite a few people revealed astonished gazes. Some had a mocking look on their faces, while others admired his guts. Did I not make myself clear enough? You've already scared my sister by illegally parking the cloud ship, and asking you to apologize is already considered polite. Even though the other party had already moved Mo Wushan out, Su Chen remained unmoved. He didn't even give face to Royal Sky Young, let alone a Heavenly Sword powerhouse. Brother. Solon became trembling. Her soft character made her not dare to cause trouble at all, even if it wasn't her fault. Tuoba Yan also noticed the commotion here, and as soon as he saw the symbol on that cloud ship he immediately shivered in fear, revealing a helpless expression as he hurriedly shook his head towards Su Chen. Senior brother Su, we can't afford to mess with the one on the boat. I heard that he's preparing to make a breakthrough soon, so it should be foolproof. However, Su Chen himself was unmoved and just stood in front of that cloud ship. The disciples on that boat also didn't expect Su Chen to be so headstrong, and more disciples had already converged around them watching, wanting to see how things would develop. What's going on? Just then, a group of inner sect experts with even more powerful auras walked out from within that cloud ship, and the one who was surrounded by stars in the center was none other than Mo Wushan. The man was tall and handsome, and his extraordinary temperament easily gained the favor of others. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding chatter stopped, and the gazes of quite a few young female disciples looking over showed adoration. Senior brother Mo. This person intentionally blocked the front to pick a fight and wanted me to apologize. This is clearly not putting you in your eyes. That inner disciple was also a bit flustered and hurriedly made up a lie to turn black and white. Mo Wushan did not easily believe what he said. Instead, he looked at Su Chen and asked, is that really what happened? What do you think? The gazes of the two men met, yet Su Chen had no fear whatsoever, which made even Mo Wushan feel that he was a bit special. Senior brother. This person is that sword guard disciple Su Chen, the one who killed through the demon locking tower some time ago. Previously, when he was still in the outer sect, he went up to the heavenly punishment stage with an inner sect disciple who had defected to senior brother Yu Tianyang, and ended up winning. A few experts around Mo Wushan recognized Su Chen and whispered a reminder. So it is. After Mo Wushan pondered a little, he then asked the reason towards one of the onlooker disciples. After figuring out the ins and outs, He went so far as to directly ask the disciple who opened the boat to apologize to Su Chen's siblings. Senior brother Mo. That disciple was obviously unwilling, but he was scared back by Mo Wushan's eyes and hurriedly flew over to apologize. Not only that, Mo Wushan even personally led the people over, always keeping a smile on his face. Senior brother Su, it was me who was lax in restraining my companions just now and disturbed the two of you. I apologize once again. Seeing Mo Wushan's stance put so low, everyone around him was impressed by his sincerity and actually began to praise him side by side. In this demon extermination battle, Mo Wushan's performance was already bright, and now that he was so sincere, he immediately won the favor of many people. Aha! Su Chen nodded, not caring if the other party was putting on a show to buy people's hearts, and brought Su Long to prepare to leave. Wait! Mo Wushan suddenly called out to him and then said, I'm going to invite some of my fellow disciples to share a drink tonight. I wonder if senior brother Su would be willing to honor me with a gathering, trying to pull me in? Su Chen glanced at those experts on Mo Wushan and instantly realized that this person was trying to create a small circle with him as the core. It seemed that this person's ambition was not small. I'm sorry, I've always been a quiet person, so I won't be attending. Su Chen directly refused the other party's banquet. Rather than spending time partying with these people, it would be better to spend more time cultivating in the sword mound. When these words came out, they immediately caused a huge commotion, and many people looked at the little cutie with the like eyes towards Su Chen. That was Mo Wushan's invitation. How many people squeezed their heads and couldn't squeeze into the circle? This kid actually refused so simply. And those people around Mo Wushan's side were also gloomy. Su Chen's refusal in front of so many people really didn't give his big brother the slightest bit of face. The moment he received the reply, Mo Wushan's eyes visibly iced over, and even the people around him perceived a chill. However, this feeling only existed for an instant before Mo Wushan returned to normal. Since senior brother Su has his own thoughts, I won't bother you. After saying that, Mo Wushan led the people to prepare to leave. Really don't know how to appreciate. This time, senior brother Mo's merit is not even comparable to many true disciples, destined to be reused by the sect. This kid is not up to speed at all. Yes, from my point of view, this time, apart from senior brother Yu Tianyang, it's senior brother Mo who gets the most credit. He, Su Chen, is only a jerk who hasn't gotten an inch of credit yet, and he dares to reject senior brother Mo's good intentions. It's really laughable. I've heard that soon the sect leader will personally show up at the reward assembly. I'd like to see what this kid has to his credit to be so wild. The crowd murmured, but most of them were not good words for Su Chen. These people are too much. Senior brother Su, I'm going to give you credit for this. Let's see how many people can compare. Tuoba Yan couldn't help but fight for Su Chen. When the battle at Cloud Sand Mountain was fought, Su Chen had taken out the command of a fleet of devil sect warships. This alone was better than most people. Let them talk. What's the point of bothering with these people? Su Chen waved his hand indifferently. When it was time to discuss the rewards, these people would naturally shut up. Right at this moment, a bell rang out while a voice spread throughout the sect. All disciples who participated in the demon-slaying battle immediately head to Shaoyang Peak's immortal gathering ground to participate in the celebration assembly, where the sect leader and the sword god will personally receive you all. The originally scattered crowd immediately flew towards Shaoyang Peak, their expressions filled with anticipation. Chapter 91, First Class Merit. In just a few moments, tens of thousands of disciples converged on the Shaoyang Peak immortal gathering ground, and a large number of deacons appeared in the air around them to start maintaining order. Senior brother Su, I can't imagine that the sect leader and the sword god would show up at the same time this time. It looks like the rewards will be very generous this time. Tuoba Yan stood behind Su Chen, looking excited as he kept surveying. When all of them, the ordinary inner and outer disciples, had arrived, an imposing figure then came with a sword and slowly floated down to the very front of the group. Divine light flickered on these people, and their powerful might caused countless people to envy and discuss. The heavenly sword masters represented by Mo Wushan and a few true disciples entered. That lofty stance naturally carried a sense of distance, and although ordinary disciples in them were in the same dojo, they felt as if they were separated by heavenly beings. When Yu Tianyang turned back to look at the tens of thousands of people, a large number of disciples immediately bowed their heads respectfully to meet the salute. That transcendent status the entire Shushan mountain also not many people could reach. Even Mo Wushan, who was the number one person of the heavenly sword, could only gaze at Yu Tianyang from afar at this moment, his eyes filled with ambition to take his place. All of my fellow disciples have worked hard by accompanying me to exterminate the White Bone Demon sect. Imperial Heavenly Sun looked at the crowd. This time he had made such a huge achievement. Even the always unsmiling man had a few more moments of spiritedness. Another neat response from below made him nod in satisfaction. When Yu Liushang saw such a scene, she only secretly shook her head. In her opinion, Yu Tianyang was indeed a rare genius in the world, but the conceit that was revealed in the other party's bones could not be changed. Such a person may be generous about many things, but once his dignity is touched, he will be suppressed. And he's so triumphant that sooner or later he's going to suffer a setback that doesn't match her heart's expectations. Her gaze locked with Su Chen, nodding slightly to each other, but this was still noticed by Yu Tianyang. Only no reaction was seen, and a few people around Mo Wuxian noticed the situation and whispered to each other. It looks like the rumors are true. Senior brother Royal really does have thoughts about senior sister Yu. That brat Su Chen in this situation even refused senior brother Mo's good intentions. It's really ungrateful. The other took up the conversation and continued. It's good that someone like this kind of brainwashed person didn't join us. When the next inner sect reschedules the Dragon Tiger ranking, any one of us can make a move to make him go out early. Regarding these few companions' comments, Mo Wuxian did not have any intention of stopping them. Since Su Chen was high-minded, it would be good to let him suffer a little. Soon, a group of elders and Su Wenji's own Gu Changqing all walked out of the void, that powerful and profound aura resembling a true land god, giving the Shu Mountain disciples extremely strong confidence. Soon, Su Wenji will be speaking to the crowd to say a few words of scene, but most of the words of encouragement, and did not go into too much detail, and will soon be announced each other's reward program. The rewards this time were divided into 5 major levels, and then subdivided according to some indicators, but the rewards for each level were very generous, and the spirit stones were almost doubled according to the weekday standard. Before issuing the rewards, Su Wenji intentionally set aside time for them to compare themselves against the indicators, so as to make sure that they are aware of the situation. Su Chen also set himself up, combining his killing of the 2 demon protector ambassadors, and decapitating the general plus killing the white bone Taoist, a holy son, and assisting Yu Liushang in crushing the white bone demon sect's demon head reincarnation plan. He was afraid that he would obtain the second-class reward. Even with this kind of reward, one could obtain thousands of spirit stones, various permissions, and heaven-ranked techniques. As for the first-class reward, everyone was clear that it was given to a few people such as Royal Sky Yang. A moment later, Su Wenji began to distribute rewards to the crowd. This is a reward for all 5th-class merit recipients. If you have any objections you may contact the deacons after the meeting is adjourned. As soon as the words fell, a large amount of orange light appeared from the void, directly transforming into an arc that landed on the hands of many disciples. This first-class reward is the most, as long as it is on the battlefield will have. If you kill the devil reward is doubled. Soon, the rewards for the 4th class were also sent out, and this time there were significantly fewer recipients. The number was only about 20% of the previous class, and Tuoba Yen was in this class. After another while, the recipients of the 3rd-class merit also received their rewards. Those who were able to receive this honor were basically the senior experts of the inner sect, with realms barely weaker than the late stage of foundation establishment, and they had to make their mark to do so. By this moment, the vast majority of disciples had already gotten their rewards. One by one, they were overjoyed, and at the same time, they were even looking with envy at those who had not yet received their rewards. Only Su Chen was so alternative that he was a bit blinding. What's going on? That Suchuan hasn't gotten a reward until now. Could it be that that kid can get a second-class reward? Some sharp-eyed disciples immediately murmured, quickly causing countless people to stir. How is it possible? The ones who haven't received their rewards yet are those few true successors and heavenly sword experts. This guy is worthy of it? That's true. I guess it's estimated that the clan couldn't find out his merits and left him out to dry. Some disciples began to speculate maliciously. The entire inner and outer door disciples. Most people either worshipped Yu Tianyang or respected Mo Wuxian. Now Su Chen and these 2 people have friction. Can be said to offend a lot of people. Now that they saw that he hadn't received any rewards yet, the surrounding disciples instantly watched with amusement, sneering and mocking as if it were a constant flood. Xin Lun, who had just received a reward, also noticed his situation and approached over to ask, Senior brother Su, could it be that the sect has left you out of the count? With your performance in Sword Casting City, it's enough to get this 3rd-class reward. I'll reflect this to the sect. Thank you, senior sister. It's better to wait a little longer. There's no rush. Su Chen smiled while Tuoba Yen said with some excitement, Senior brother Su, you're not going to get the 2nd-class reward, are you? That would be too much of a facelift. At these words, there was a burst of laughter from the surroundings. Laugh me to death. This little cutie, is it crazy? A toad wouldn't even dare to fantasize like this. Suchuan is just a middle-stage foundation establishment. What is he going to take to obtain that great merit? That's right, there's still a 2nd-class reward. Why don't you say that he'll get a 1st-class reward just like Senior Brother Royal, Senior Brother Mo and Senior Sister Yu and the others? Some people who were watching the fun even whistled. even attracting the attention of people like Yu Tianyang and Mo Wushan. Next are the second-class merit recipients. They are the true elites of the clan. Let's welcome these prides of Mount Shu. Su Wenji read out a few names with a smile on his face. Almost all of these people were true disciples. And there was also a heavenly sword expert with an equally very powerful aura. These people flew in front of Su Wenji, and were personally distributed rewards by the sword god under the gazes of countless people. But this time there was still no Su Chen. Even he himself was a bit puzzled. Could the clan really have forgotten about him? Behind him, Tuoba Yen was even more embarrassed. He wanted to comfort Su Chen for a couple of sentences, but he was afraid of causing more psychological harm to him. But look at Li Zi's gang instead. They were thoroughly excited, and if it weren't for the wrong occasion, they would have just laughed their asses off. This second-class merit doesn't have Su Chen's name either. It seems that this senior brother Su of ours is really going to be able to compare to senior brother Royal and the others. That's really a strange story for the ages. That a mid-foundation establishment cultivator could also establish a great demon-destroying sect-level feat. The others who didn't open their mouths to taunt also looked over with a smile, feeling that Su Chen was truly a clown who had cut himself off from the world. However, when Su Wenji spoke again next, he directly petrified all the people who were laughing in place. We now invite the 4 disciples who have contributed the most in this demon extermination battle to take the stage. They are Yu Liushang, Yu Tianyang, Mo Wushan, and Su Chen. When they heard the name Su Chen, the entire square was silent, and everyone wondered if their ears had heard wrong. Who? Su Yung? It can't be that Su Chen who was just mocked by countless people, right? However, when Su Chen rose up in the air and flew towards the high platform, the last shred of fantasy in the hearts of the crowd was directly shattered. Not only them, when Yu Tianyang and Mo Wushan saw that he could even be ranked alongside themselves, they also had the thought of doubting the world. However, no matter what, Su Chen stood upright and ruthlessly slapped the faces of those who mocked. Senior brother Su is awesome. Tuoba Yen felt like his heart was about to pop out, never imagining that Su Chen could be treated like this. This guy, what exactly did he do after leaving Cast Sword City? Bai Lu also looked at Su Chen incredulously, feeling more and more that this man was mysterious. Chapter 92 Sword God. When Su Chen stood in front of Su Wenji, the gazes of the tens of thousands of people present all converged. As he stood, all skepticism disappeared from the world, replaced by shock and fear. Among these 4 great masters who had captured the first-class merit, Royal Sky Yang and Yu Liushang were undisputed, and even the other true transmitters felt a sense of powerlessness in front of their talent. As for Mo Wushan, he was likewise a veteran heavenly pride of the inner sect, in order to strive for a perfect foundation, which was why he had not easily broken through the Jindan. But that terrifying strength also allowed him to firmly occupy the position of the first person of the heavenly sword. Only this Su Chen, who actually stood at the mid-foundation establishment realm, while a group of true legends and disciples at the top of the Dragon Tiger ranking stood at the bottom, looked comical anyway. Imperial Tianyang and Mo Wushan felt the same sense of incredulity in their hearts, not understanding why the sect master had called this fellow up. Su Wenji's gaze swept over the 4 people in front of him, his face filled with relief. This time, when my Mount Shu was able to destroy the White Bone Demon sect in one fell swoop, the 4 of you can be credited for it. After my deliberations with several peak masters, I have decided to make the following resolution. Su Wenji paused briefly, and all the disciples under the field were also energized, wanting to see what kind of rewards the sect would actually give them. Jeju Peak Yu Liushang, living up to the clan's expectations, successfully dissolving the White Bone Demon sect's demonic transmutation plot in the midst of this demon extermination battle, while killing 2 Yuaning stage saints, is the first to be given credit. The clan opens the Heavenly Pool Upper Divine Hall for him to cultivate for 3 months, and may mobilize the supervising clan elders as appropriate. When Su Wenji made his first decision, the entire dojo of tens of thousands of people were in an uproar, and even Imperial Sky Yang's face was frozen. Before this, everyone had thought that this demon-destroying first merit would be Royal Sky Yang's, but they didn't expect that it would now fall on Yu Liushang's body. And even more frightening is that reward. Tianqi Divine Hall is the best cultivation sanctuary in Shushan, especially that Upper Divine Hall, in which a day of cultivation can be worth a month of cultivation in the outside world. Not only that, but now she was also given the power to mobilize and supervise the elders, and for a time, she could be described as powerful. Jingyang Peak Yu Tianyang commanded the allied forces to eliminate the White Bone Demon sect, and personally killed the demon sect's patriarch Skybone. When the second merit sect for its opening of the Tianqi on the Immortal Temple training for 3 months, after the release of a full replacement Gu Changqing head of the full command of the Immortal Sect allied forces, external matters can act on behalf of this seat. After hearing Su Wenji's arrangement, Royal Sky Yang's somewhat stiff face eased a lot more. Previously, The chief commander of the demon-swinging war had been sword god Gu Changqing, but now the sect leader had given him this real power. And not only that, but also made him available to represent the sect leader in external affairs. Such a huge benefit was practically equivalent to promoting him to vice-sect leader in sharing internal and external matters with Yu Liushang. Su Chen was also a bit surprised, not understanding why the elder would delegate power to the two of them. This looked like an examination of the two so that he could pick a successor from them later. Most people were not surprised by this result. After all, Yu Liushang and Yu Tianyang were impeccable in both talent and strength. Inner disciple Su Chuan, with the middle stage of Foundation Establishment Realm, has killed the Demon Protector Envoy twice, and later assisted Yu Liushang to kill the Demon Sect Saint Sun, eliminating all the sleeping devils, and deserves to receive this third merit. The sect opens the heavenly pool Chuanxian Hall for him to cultivate for 3 months and receive 2,000 spirit stones. As Su Wenji gave this third merit to Su Chen, the crowd once again stirred, while Mo Wuxian even came close to breaking his defense. If one were to say that Imperial Sky Yang and Yu Liushang ranked ahead of him, then one would have nothing to say. But Su Chen was merely playing a supporting role, yet he was riding on his head, which was simply a great shame for him. But he didn't have the guts to have a seizure under the circumstances. The crowd under the stage, on the other hand, had different looks. Some thought they did not have the same strength as Su Chuan and recognized such a result. However, more people were not aware of the role he played in the underground palace and felt injustice towards Mo Wuxian in their hearts. However, Su Wenji's reward to Mo Wuxian was the same as Su Chen's, and seemed to carry a few hints of appeasement. After giving the rewards, Su Wenji gave some encouragement to the people before leaving the place. The sword god Gu Changqing, on the other hand, did not say anything, but only smiled at Su Chen at the end and looked at him with an approving gaze. Senior sword god, Su Chen felt that the other party's smile seemed to carry a deep meaning, so he immediately went over and saluted. Your growth rate is fast, which is very satisfying to me, but being able to withstand precipitation at a young age might be more beneficial to your cultivation in the future. After saying that, he even gently patted Su Chen's shoulder before disappearing in place. Seeing this scene, Royal Sky Yang and the others were instantly shocked. To know the status of the sword god in Shu Mountain is second only to the head teacher, that all the skills are out of the ordinary, and this person usually very little contact with other people. Even if it is the royal heavenly son went to visit a number of times have touched a nose. A great man like this, who was a god and a dragon, was encouraging Su Chen in front of everyone today, and even made intimate gestures, which had to cause people to speculate for a while. However, regardless of the outcome of their guesses, this time their attitude towards Su Chen became cautious. At this moment, Su Chen was finally valued a few points in the heart of Royal Sky Yang, but that was all. The two sides still possessed a gap like a rift valley. Although many people thought that Su Chen was just an ordinary disciple with no background, if they thought about it carefully, they would realize that such a thought was ridiculous. Now that he was both Sword Mound Elder Zhou's disciple and Yu Liushang's fiancé, as well as having an unspoken relationship with the sword god, he had already made those true experts jealous. There was no reaction from Yu Tianyang, who only glanced towards Su Chen before leaving Shouyang Peak. However, Mo Wuxian's eyes were filled with resentment. He was originally prepared to make a breakthrough as soon as possible, and then surpassed Yu Tianyang step by step. Yet now a Su Chen appeared out of thin air, becoming a stumbling block for him in a little bit. Looks like you've upset another inner disciple. After the crowd had dispersed, Yu Liushang walked towards Su Chen. Let him be. If he doesn't know what's good for him, he will all end up repenting under my sword. This character of his that never bowed down was exactly what Yu Liushang appreciated. I see that the sword god seems to be treating you in a very unusual manner. You two know each other? Hearing this question, Su Chen simply shook his head. He also felt that the situation here was not simple. However, he quickly had a guess in his mind that perhaps the sword god was none other than his father's late father. But this idea was not verifiable right now, and he still needed to find a chance to talk to the sword god later. Seeing that Su Chen did not recognize the sword god, Yu Liushang also stopped asking questions. That Heavenly Pond Divine Hall's cultivation is extremely rare, so after you go back and make preparations, enter the cultivation, and consolidate your own realm well during this period. Well, did you get your hands on that transformation god's heart? Su Chen also expressed his concern towards her, while Yu Liushang spread a smile at him and gave an answer with a smile. Seeing such a smile from that cool and noble face, Su Chen felt his heart speed up a beat, and he was instantly in a much happier mood. After the two separated, Su Chen immediately rushed back to the sword mound. In the middle of a room, Mo Wuxian and a few of his inner circle were converging together, and the atmosphere appeared very heavy. Originally, this time the opportunity was just right. I had thought that I would be able to use this to cause the sect leader and the sword god to pay attention to me, but I didn't expect that it would all be stolen by Su Chen. At this moment, Mo Wuxian's eyes were gloomy, changing his gentle temperament outside, and the anger in his heart seemed like it might strike at any time. Senior brother needn't be in a hurry. Aren't you all going to enter the Chuanxian Hall to cultivate? Why don't you give him a direct warning then? In half a year's time, the Dragon Tiger ranking will be re-established, and we will all go to participate in it, and once we bump into him, we will pretend that we have missed and ruined him. When we break through to Jindan afterward, the clan won't do anything to us. Upon hearing this proposal, several people present brightened up and agreed. Chapter 93, Tanchi Divine Hall. After leaving Shoyang Peak, Su Chen immediately returned to the sword mound. The moment the door was pushed open, the familiar feeling returned once again, and the surrounding sword fury chi had a sense of intimacy instead. Su Chen flew directly to the top floor, and at this moment, Elder Zhou had just suppressed his agitated flying sword and let out a sharp cough. Master, what's wrong with you? Su Chen's expression tensed up, feeling that Elder Zhou's breath seemed a little weak. No harm done, just some persistent illnesses coming on in my old age. I'm fine now. Zhou Lao's breath quickly recovered. Then he looked at Su Chen and asked, "Did you get anything out of this trip?" Hearing his concern, Su Chen immediately spoke roughly about what had happened during this period of time. Hearing Elder Zhou nod his head repeatedly, especially as his expression visibly relaxed as he resolved the crisis time and time again. After hearing this, Zhou Lao's face also blossomed into a very satisfied smile, feeling so happy for the first time in a long time. Not bad, not bad. Your performance this time has far exceeded my expectations, to the point that you even snatched the White Bone Demon Sect's 1000 Demon Faust Tower. Zhou Lao took this spiritual weapon from Su Chen and sized it up, feeling the powerful force contained in this treasure. The power of this object should not be underestimated. At the time in the hands of the Sky Bone but killed several Yuaning stage experts. This time if not to wake up those old monsters, I'm afraid that the Royal Heavenly Sun and they cannot be able to help the Sky Bone that has this object. Hearing his words, Su Chen also felt lucky all of a sudden. If that heavenly bone didn't allow the 1000 Devil Floating Pagoda to be used as the formation eye, then he wouldn't be able to obtain this treasure. Although this object is good, but now it is still demonic. You already have a magic sword on you. If there are too many magic treasures it will be easy to be treated as a devil demon by those who are jealous. Good thing this time the clan let you go to the heavenly pond. You can use the power there to purify away the demonic aura on it, and it doesn't affect its power. So much the better. Su Chen also felt that Elder Zhou said that the suggestion was good. As long as it didn't affect the power of the 1000 demons floating pagoda, it didn't matter if he purified the demonic chi on it. There is a statue of the first sect leader in the heavenly pond Xuanxian Hall, that contains the true intent of the way of the sword left behind by him. If you can succeed in attracting his attention and obtaining this strand of the true intent of the way of the sword, then in the future, your use of the sword will change drastically. True intent of the sword Dao? Su Chen immediately brightened up, although it wasn't too clear, but it sounded like it was extraordinary. That's right, the true intent of the sword Dao is difficult to condense even for a god transformation stage powerhouse. It is a true super powerhouse's understanding of their own cultivated Dao's perception, carrying a hint of the power of the Dao in the underworld. This kind of thing is too esoteric for me to fully comprehend. I only know that no one in Mount Shu has been able to acquire this heavenly chance yet. The more he listened to Elder Zhou, the more excited Su Chen became, but in his heart, he also understood that the difficulty of this must be unimaginable, and he himself might not have this good fortune. Then I'll do my best to try and get my hands on this true intent of the sword Dao. Well, do your best. You don't have to push yourself. If you're ready, go. Elder Zhou still had a lot of confidence in Su Chen. Too many miracles had happened to this disciple of his. Perhaps he could really obtain that strand of the true intent of the sword Dao. As Su Chen excused himself, Elder Zhou couldn't help but continue coughing again, feeling that his body's condition had become much worse. This time, when the sect master and senior brother Gu opened the Heavenly Pond Divine Hall to them, they should have also wanted some of them to be able to obtain that strand of the true intent of the sword Dao. Now that this world is starting to get turbulent again, it's up to whoever can add their chi and stand tall. At the top of the group of peaks, the heavenly pool, Su Chen leapt down from the top of the flying sword and floated through a layer of mist to land. In front of me is a vast pool of heaven. The surrounding mountain peaks are dyed with forests, and leaves of different colors are reflected in the water, intermingling with the strange stones in the water to form a variety of exotic beauties. On top of this heavenly pond, the rich spiritual chi poured out, causing Su Chen to be energized by it as well. And in the center, between the clouds and mist, a temple that looked like an immortal palace stood above the lake. Looking mysterious and majestic, Su Chen immediately flew over and realized that this divine temple actually had 3 identical gates. Only the names on the gates were different. After finding the Hall of Group Immortals, Su Chen walked over. At the moment there was only a civet cat lying there in the sun at the doorway. and it didn't pay any attention to it when it saw someone coming over. It just quietly combed its fur. Su-chen looked at this civet cat and felt that it had been revealing a strange aura, and although it was lying right there, it seemed like it was just an illusion. Disciple Su-chen, meet Senior. Su-chen walked up to the civet cat and bowed, feeling that the clan should not have put an ordinary kitten here. Sure enough, the civet cat raised its head, and just the moment the two sides' gazes touched, Su-chen actually felt that his divine soul drifted to another time and space, and instantly returned to his body. This experience was so bizarre that Su-chen didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. However, that civet cat's eyes flashed with the same astonishment, clearly sensing that there was a mysterious power in Su-chen that easily blocked its prying eyes. Get in there! It pretended to lick its fur absently again, and behind it the gate slowly opened, emitting a glare that made it impossible to see inside. Thanks a lot. Su-chen directly walked in and found that he had directly arrived at another space. One could not see the end of this place at a glance, and everywhere was wrapped in spiritual chi, with its intensity exceeding that of the outside world by tens of times. With such an excellent place to cultivate, even if Su-chen did not deliberately cultivate, these spiritual chi could still enter his body and transform into mana. Cultivating here for a day at my speed is enough to outperform the outside world for a month. Su-chen felt that his consciousness stayed awake. His body couldn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue, and the cells of his entire body were greedily absorbing the surrounding aura. The sword nurturing technique and the Tsunghai Sword Sutra began to run wildly, and Su-chen didn't even need to cultivate with his full strength as his own realm was slowly rising, gradually approaching the late stage of foundation establishment. However, he wasn't in a hurry to raise his realm. It was crucial to build a firm foundation now, otherwise it would be twice as difficult to break through to a higher realm in the future, which was why those heavenly sword experts didn't break through easily. While the Gongfu was running automatically, he had begun searching for the statue of the first sect leader, wanting to obtain that strand of the true intent of the sword Tao. However, this space was very huge, and Su-chen flew for a long time without seeing any statues. Could it be that there are other conditions needed to make the statue appear? Su-chen stopped and began to release his divine thoughts to constantly perceive the world, but the effect wasn't much. After 2 days of this, he didn't find any sign of the statue. Instead, the air had been containing a faint immortal sect sword intent. These auras fused with sword intent were extremely beneficial to sword cultivators, and were clearly able to enhance the power of sword moves. Su-chen simply began to cultivate intensely, putting his various mastery skills into play, while washing the 1000 Devil Buttress Pagoda with these sword intentions aura, causing its devilish aura to dissipate, while adding a few more points of divine might. Between this quiet heaven and earth, his mana recovered a few extremely fast, and he could ponder over the use of his sword moves to his heart's content, and for a while the entire heaven and earth was filled with vertical and horizontal sword strokes, with a sword chant piercing through the pale dome of the sky. Holding the heavy floor demon sword in his hand, he instantly chopped out 600 swords in the air, cutting the entire canopy into a spider web. In the next moment, he only saw him throw a backhanded sword, and the heavy floor demon sword directly shattered the crack-covered space with the fastest speed. However, right at this moment, a pale and ancient aura actually emanated from the broken void. A huge divine path slowly descended from the dome of the sky, and those two sides were filled with stone men holding magic swords, and at the end of that divine path, there was a stone statue that looked like an exiled immortal of the Way of the Sword, and Su-chen was sure that the other party was the first sect leader of Mount Shu that he was looking for after just one look. Chapter 94 Battle of the Divine Principle. Unexpectedly seeing the location of the stone statue, Su-chen immediately flew into that divine path entrance location. At the same moment, all the stone statues on both sides of the divine path all looked over, and their body aura unexpectedly turned into the mid-stage foundation establishment realm, and the stone swords in their hands gradually fell off the surface stone, revealing the bright and sharp blades inside. Is this going to stop me from going over there? Su-chen sensed that this should be a test for him. The face of the ancestor master was not that good to see. Otherwise it would not have been so many years that not a single person had gotten the true meaning of that sword Tao. However, before he could do anything, cracks unexpectedly appeared in the space next to him as well, and immediately after that, Mo Wushan broke through the air and landed on another divine path that had just appeared. It seemed that all those who entered the Heavenly Pond Divine Hall would be given the opportunity, only that whether or not they could ultimately obtain the true intent of the Way of the Sword would depend on luck. Su Dust? Mo Wushan immediately noticed the situation over here, and the aura on his body instantly blazed up the moment he saw Su-chen. However, while the two of them appeared to be in the same space, there was an invisible boundary at the edge of the divine path, isolating each of them from their own divine path. Senior brother Mo, the last time the sect leader put me ahead of you, it looks like you're very unconvinced. This time we just have a chance for a brand new competition. Su Chen looked at those stone statues on the opponent's divine path. They had left their realm at the level of foundation establishment perfection. It seemed that this was related to the challenger's own realm, which was also considered fair. Looking at the smile on Su Chen's face, Mo Wuxian's eyes however looked more and more shady. Now that there weren't so many of his fellow disciples watching, he didn't need to disguise himself anymore. Senior brother Su, right now you stop working against me, we can still be friends. As soon as these 3 months of cultivation are over, I will find a chance to break through the Jindan. At that time, with me as a true disciple covering you, your days in the inner sect will be very good. Mo Wuxian seemed to be promising generous conditions, but his tone was filled with threats. Obviously, if Su Chen didn't choose to cooperate with him, then all these benefits would turn into obstacles. Senior brother Mo is joking. I have never been against you. I have only been firm in doing my own thing. If in your eyes, my performing better than you is a mistake in going against you, then I can't do anything about it. Su Chen smiled at him, not paying the slightest attention to the other party's threat. Very well, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Mo Wuxian no longer paid any attention to Su Chen. Right now, finding a way to get the true intent of the sword Dao into his hands was the most important thing, so he had to be able to cross this divine path as fast as possible. Thinking of this, he directly began to explode. The Dharma sword in his hand directly chopped out thousands of sword lights with a single stroke, crushing several stone statues in front of him, and then his entire person rushed out, displaying his strength to the fullest. It had to be said that this guy's tactics were very powerful. Those stone statues were in the same realm as him, but they gave several seconds in just one move. However, the power on this divine path was clearly rising, and would not allow them, the challengers, to walk in front of the stone statue of the patriarch so easily. After Mo Wuxian destroyed a few stone statues, a burst of light immediately flickered above the divine path, and immediately after that, the defense of those remaining stone statues began to layer on top of each other. As long as he took out one more, then the ones after that would receive a stronger defense. After only a few moments, Mo Wuxian's attack slowed down considerably, and those stone statues began to launch counterattacks in groups of several, with various sword techniques displaying superhuman strength that made people not dare to be careless. For such a long time, Su Chen had not even made a move, and had been using Mo Wuxian as a guinea pig to test the power of this divine path. As he had expected, the stone statues on this divine path became more difficult the further back they went, and Mo Wuxian had only reached just halfway through the challenge before he already felt overwhelmed. Senior brother Mo, it looks like you're going to fail. If you really can't, just admit defeat. Su Chen didn't forget to sneer. At this time Mo Wuxian's heart would have started to rush. He just wanted to make the other party angry. That way he could lose his ability to think. Kid, you're underestimating my strength. Thinking that this will be hard for me to defeat? As expected, Mo Wuxian didn't think about how to break the situation, but instead chose to use even more power to break through the defense of these stone people. Really? I'll see how far you get then. Su Chen made it clear that he didn't believe in it, and this even more inspired Mo Wuxian's desire to win, and the more powerful and domineering the techniques in his hands became. However, the attack of those stone statues became more and more intense, and his spells were always dealing with the few opponents in front of him, constantly being compressed in the space to cast them. Just now, what these stone statues have been increasing is their defense, which has been strengthened tenfold since the beginning. Now it's not just defense, even the attack speed has started to increase. At this rate, no matter how heaven-defying Mo Wuxian's strength is, he won't be able to walk in front of the sect leader's stone statues. Su Chuan pondered carefully. It seemed that killing all the way through was simply not very realistic, so look at it from the beginning. He should destroy all these stone statues at once. His gaze swept around the entire divine path. At this moment, the defense of all the stone statues were still at the mid-architecture level, and there was every possibility that this plan of his could be implemented. Thinking of this, Su Chen had already begun to gather his strength, and his body's aura began to rise ever higher. Within another space, sect leader Su Wenji and Shushan sword god Gu Changqing were looking at the three great divine temples through the folding heavenly mirror, and their gazes all landed on Su Chen at this moment. It looks like he seems to have discerned the secrets of this divine path, so maybe it really will allow him to go before the ancestor. Su Wenji's face revealed a look of approval, satisfied with Su Chen's composure and wisdom. As for Mo Wuxian, he was destined to be just an ordinary genius. Perhaps the Jindan stage was the end. Getting to that point is only the beginning. When you and I didn't similarly get to the ancestor master, but we still didn't get his old man's approval. Gu Changqing's tone carried a bit of unwillingness, but in his heart, he still hoped that Su Chen would become that one and only. That's true, but this time there's also Tian Yang and Liu Shang. I have a feeling that it's about time for one of them to obtain the true meaning of the sword Dao. Su Wenji's gaze flicked back and forth over these disciples, the sense of anticipation in his heart rising. Just then, Mo Wuxian fell. The last 10 or so stone statues came together in a siege, forming a powerful sword formation, while his power was depleted. In the endless hiss of unwillingness and anger, the magic sword in Mo Wuxian's hand was directly knocked out by the layers of sword shadows, and the entire person was even beaten without the ability to fight back, spitting blood and falling into the air. The moment he was knocked off the divine Tao, Su Chen struck out, only to see him rise up in the air and directly offer up the 1,000 devil floating pagoda. And the moment the majestic mana surged in, the entire devil pagoda directly skyrocketed by 1,000 times, as if it was a high mountain fiercely blasting towards the entire divine path. Death to all. At this moment, even Su Wenji and Gu Changqing were shocked by his tricks. This guy was just like a madman. However, under this strong jinx, the nearly 100 stone statues on the entire divine path were incapable of defending themselves. Their defenses were only stuck at the middle stage of foundation establishment, and they were blasted into pieces almost in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, as soon as Su Chen collected the 1,000 Devil Faust Tower, he flew directly in front of the stone statue of the ancestor, and Mo Wuxian happened to smash down on the ground, and seeing this scene nearly spit out blood in anger and fainted on the spot. Chapter 95, Seeing You in Your Eyes. The moment Su Chen arrived under the stone statue of the ancestor, a divine light immediately emanated from the statue, transferring him to a new space once again. Su Chen, you and I have no grudges. Why are you taking away my chance? The moment he saw that Su Chen had disappeared, Mo Wuxian's fists were on the verge of crushing. With his talent and strength, how had he ever lost to anyone? Even if Yu Tianyang was now only a handful of years ahead of him in Shu Mountain, it was only a few years ahead of him, and once he was allowed to break through the Jindan, he was destined to catch up very quickly. But now on such a crucial chance to compete for the true intent of the Sword Dao, he was actually tricked by a brat and completely lost his chance. Mo Wuxian's heart was twisting inside. He felt that his failure must have been influenced by Su Chen, while that guy was deliberately looking for an opportunity in the back, and that was how he managed to pass this test. It seems that I can't break through in such a hurry. I have to wait until the moment when I reorder the Dragon Tiger ranking. I must kill you with my own hands. While Mo Wuxian was annoyed, Su Chen had already appeared on a cliff, and right now there was a person standing in front of him, identical to that stone statue of the ancestor. Disciple Su Chen, meet the ancestor. The moment he saw this person, Su Chen immediately saluted, and from the corner of his eyes, he kept sizing up the other party. I never thought that 3 people would be able to see me within the same day. It seems that my Shushan disciples have not disappointed me. Zhou Xianji didn't act serious. Instead, she kept a gentle smile on her face. So Imperial Heavenly Sun and Flowing Frost have seen you as well. Could any of them have obtained the true intent of the Sword Dao that you left behind? Su Chen's heart became a little nervous. If Yu Tianyang had obtained the true intent of the Sword Dao, it would be troublesome. They are undergoing my test, and it's up to your own chances to obtain the true intent of the Sword Dao. Zhou Xianji looked at Su Chen and had already detected something special within his body, but she had only sensed the existence of the dual immortal foundation, and her heart was already extremely shaken. Dare I ask what the ancestor's test is? The disciple would like to dare to try. Su Chen had come for the true intent of the Sword Dao and naturally didn't want to miss it. Zhou Xianji smiled faintly, turned to look at the distant landscape, and spoke. Mortal emperors holding the sword of the Son of Heaven may not have been stained with blood in his life, but once the sword is out of the millions of corpses, the immortal sect master holds a spirit weapon sword, often incense sacrifices. When the sheath is released, the demons of the heavens retreat and disperse. Now I want to know, what kind of sword is in your hand? When she asked this question, Zhou Xianji had already turned back to look at Su Chen. Faced with such a question, Su Chen did not answer at the first moment. He knew that the other party would never ask a simple question. This must carry some kind of purpose. So what should one's answer be? Should I answer to save the world and fight against demons? Or should he answer to protect Shushan or his own family? Su Chen secretly shook his head in his heart. Perhaps this was an answer that could never go wrong, but it should not be what the ancestor master wanted to hear, much less his own inner thoughts. If saying some pretty words could gain the ancestor master's affirmation, I'm afraid that the true intent of the Sword Dao would have been taken away a long time ago. But if one were to tell the complete truth, I'm afraid that it would only be a bit shocking to the world. What I have in my hand is a magic sword. The moment he opened his mouth, Su Chen began to go off the beaten path. Your answer is original. Then, Zhou Xianji generated some interest in her heart, wanting to see what kind of answer the other party would give. The attributes of the sword. The one who uses it is the person. The sword in my hand is not to save the lives of the world, not to defend the righteous path of the immortal sect. The one who goes against me is the devil's sword in my hand, and the one who obeys me is the immortal sword in my hand. The sword in my hand, although it has an eerie demonic aura, it never kills innocents indiscriminately, but it is also by no means a merciful and weak sword. As soon as Su Chen's words fell, the heavy floor demon sword immediately rushed up into the sky, emitting a clanging sword chant that broke through the clouds. Under Zhou Xianji's watchful eye, this sword quickly traveled through the air at an extremely fast speed, and then the sword was inserted beside Su Chen, merging with the aura on Su Chen's body as one. After hearing this answer, Zhou Xianji did not feel that Su Chen had gone against the tenets of the immortal sect, nor was he angered by the thick demonic aura of the heavy floor demon sword. It's very comforting to me that you told the truth. He gave the first evaluation, and Su Chen was slightly relieved in his heart. Giving this answer was also the result of weighing the situation in his mind. After all, saying pretty words obviously didn't work, but if he lied it would be easy to be detected by this kind of big brother. So in the end, he still gave the truth about himself. In front of the ancestor, the disciple does not dare to make a false statement. Su Chen immediately complimented him, immediately causing Zhou Xianji's face to have an extra smile and another point of recognition for him. There are swords as soldiers, and those who use them are people. As the saying goes, there is no set style for swords, and in my eyes there is no distinction between immortal and devil, good and bad. At your age, you are able to have such an understanding, which makes my old ancestor very satisfied. Zhou Xianji complimented, and then he saw a mountain wind blowing in, blowing 2 leaves to him, and he immediately clamped them in his hand and flicked one over towards Su Chen. Now use this leaf to perform your most familiar sword move. Su Chen knew that the most crucial test had come. It was unimaginable that the other party would allow himself to use a leaf as a sword. However, he quickly became clear about the other party's thoughts. Just now, Zhou Xianji had mentioned that the sword had no fixed style. If one were to stick to the surface, then a sword cultivator would be overly reliant on the sword, and this would instead be a sign of danger. Thinking of this, the mana in Su Chen's body had begun to rapidly run along the meridians, and the leaves in his hands were even spinning up at great speed, gradually condensing a trail of swords. Thunderstruck, in the moment of brewing and maturity, Su Chuan steeply shot out this sword. The leaves immediately cut through the air like flying swords, instantly leaving a hole in the distant cliff, and the surrounding area was even covered with sword chi. It seems you have understood my intentions, and what amazes me even more is your enlightenment. Zhou Xianji was truly amazed. This move of Su Chen's just now could completely replace a flying sword, just like a natural sword cultivator who could immediately turn everything into a sword in his hand once he was nudged. Even if others could realize this layer, they would not be able to transform it so completely. Ancestor is too kind. I'm just doing what you asked me to do. Su Chen honestly said that he wasn't really sure if his performance just now was considered qualified in the eyes of the other party. Zhou Xianji smiled, and the leaves in her hand directly turned into that strand of sword Dao true intent, which then floated towards Su Chen. The moment the true meaning of the sword Dao appeared, Su Chen felt a strong urge to obtain it arise uncontrollably within himself, and his body even erupted with a powerful sword chi to echo it, and even the heavy floor demon sword couldn't help but tremble violently, generating a feeling of excitement. It's yours. After Zhou Xianji's final determination, Su Chen felt even more incredible. That's all I get? Just like that? You don't want it? Then I take it back. Zhou Xianji pretended to reach out to retrieve it, and Su Chen hurriedly grabbed it in his hand before swallowing it in one gulp. In an instant, a terrifying divine light erupted from his body, and endless sword chi rushed in all directions, as if it was going to break the heaven and earth apart. In the midst of that continuously rising terrifying aura, a trace of sword intent was actually birthed, a sword intent that truly belonged to him. The entire heavenly pond divine hall trembled crazily as a mysterious pillar of light shot up into the sky, forming a massive vortex of clouds over Mount Shu and startling countless disciples. Born with a vision, could it be that the true intent of the sword Dao has been obtained by someone? No one has gotten it even in thousands of years. Was it obtained by Royal Heavenly Sun or Yu Liushang? Truly the heavens have blessed my Shu Shan. It's finally going to rise. Both the disciples and those elders were all excited, but they were all guessing between Yu Tianyang and Yu Liushang, and only Elder Zhou and the sword mound appeared very certain. Little dust. Master knew you wouldn't let me down. He couldn't help but cough again amidst a fit of laughter, but this time he still couldn't keep the smile off his face. When that true intent of the Tao of the sword entered his body, the heaven-swallowing beast soul in Su Chen's body continued its mana, completely devouring and transforming it, allowing Su Chen to instantly absorb it and incorporate it into his own Tao of the sword. Ancestor, why did you give me the true intent of the sword Tao so easily? Could it be that the performances of Royal Sky Yang and Liushang didn't satisfy you? Su Chen felt something fishy. With the talent and mind of those two, they should not be below himself, and they should be able to pass even such a test. They're just as perfect, or none of the challengers that have been able to stand in front of me in the past have been bad. Then why did you choose me instead of picking the lucky winner with a more difficult test? Seeing Suchen so puzzled, Zhou Xianji however revealed an elusive smile, because this seat sees you as agreeable. When these words came out, Suchen was dumbfounded, and then he smiled along with them. Chapter 96 Seeing Martial Maniac OG. I can't believe I lost? Within another space, when Zhou Xianji perceived this result of Yu Tianyang, this first true successor of Mount Shu felt a bit of a trance for the first time. Since he had entered Mount Shu and started cultivating, he had never lost to another person in any of the tests. Yet this time the ancestor had said that the winner was someone else. Is it Moonflower Frost? He subconsciously thought of Yu Liushang. In the entire Shu Mountain, this woman was the only one worthy of his high opinion. Whether it is talent or family history, or that cold and arrogant character has transcended the mundane. If this woman wins his own, although still makes him unwilling, but more or less able to accept, perhaps, you will naturally be able to know later. Zhou Xianji gave an ambiguous answer, which caused Yu Tianyang to furrow his brows, and his heart grew more and more uneasy instead. After a short silence, he turned around and was about to leave when a spatial passage automatically appeared in front of him. Your potential is high. Even without this one sword Dao true intent you can still walk out on your own path. Before Royal Sky Yan left, Zhou Xianji still chose to remind him. Yu Tianyang had already broken through to Yuaning at a young age, and this strand of sword Dao true intent was nothing more than icing on the cake even if it was given to him. Yet the other party didn't seem to realize this and chose to leave without looking back. In response, Zhou Xianji could do nothing but smile and shake her head. However, unlike his reaction, when Yu Liushang learned that the true intent of the sword Dao had been obtained, she merely nodded calmly without the slightest change in her expression. Aren't you curious as to who got it? Zhou Xianji asked with interest. The performance of the female doll in front of him gave him a few more points of recognition. Since the dust has settled, why should I be obsessed with the outcome? Whoever obtains the true intent of the sword Dao will not affect my path of cultivation. Such words made Zhou Xianji unable to pick any faults. It seems that this little girl's heart is also extraordinary. The next 3 months were the several people's respective cultivation in the Divine Hall. After saying goodbye to Zhou Xianji, Su Chen went back outside to continue to dive into his cultivation. Although he was in the same Hall of Gods, he hadn't even discovered Mo Wuxian during these months. But this was a good result, saving the other party from disturbing the cultivation. Mo Wuxian is a narrow-minded person. Last time when I didn't agree to form a party with him, I had already attracted his displeasure, and now this guy is even blaming me for his failure. So it seems that this guy will definitely target me. And perhaps the battle to reschedule the Dragon Tiger ranking is the beginning. Su Chen pondered carefully, but didn't worry too much. If Mo Wuxian chose to break through the Jindan after this Heavenly Pond Divine Hall cultivation, then the grudge between the two sides would still be dragging on for the time being. However, if that guy chose to deliberately suppress his cultivation and had to make a move at the inner sect competition, then it would be just right for himself to clean him up. With his current strength, as long as he wasn't a Jindan stage cultivator, he might not be able to help him. Even if one ran into a Jindan stage expert, it was not as if one did not have the means to defend oneself. At the beginning of his own from the sister-in-law to obtain the poison of that transformation of God has not been used. The start by surprise, even if it is a Jindan power may not be able to carry. After having a bottom line in his heart, he began to continue cultivating, constantly absorbing aura to compress and condense his mana. At this realm, the only way to go farther on the path of immortal cultivation in the future was to build one's foundation firmly enough. While cultivating, he was even continuously comprehending the true meaning of the sword Dao that he had just obtained. This strand of power had fully integrated into his body, becoming a part of himself. With every second that passed here, his comprehension of the way of the sword continued to improve. He is like an old monk who has seen through the world, calmly looking at the smoky waves on the river and the masses who are running for their livelihoods, looking down between heaven and earth, and gaining great transcendence of mind. Clang! As a sword chant sounded, a flying sword all hovered behind him, slowly emitting an extremely sharp sword chi, causing the air to buzz. Su Chen reached out and grabbed it, and the heavy floor demon sword volunteered to his hand, a strange luster shining above the blade. As he incorporated the power and understanding of the true meaning of the sword Dao into it, the spinning speed of the entire demon sword immediately broke through its previous limits, reaching unprecedented heights. Thunderstruck, Su Chen suddenly threw out the sword in his hand, and all of a sudden, the devilish chi filled the sky, and the blood-colored thunder arcs exploded endlessly, and with one blast of the sword, he shattered a mountain in the clouds. Looking at the power of this sword, Su Chen felt that it was already twice as strong as before, truly worthy of the true intent of the sword Dao. I've only just acquired it and it's so powerful. It seems like I have to comprehend it thoroughly. Su Chen sank his heart and studied all his mastery over and over again. 3 months of cultivation here was already equivalent to more than 5 years of cultivation in the outside world. With his powerful sword Dao talent, Su Chen's growth rate would be one that would make people tremble, especially that 10,000 sword formation. Under the enhancement of the true intent of the sword Dao, it already vaguely threatened the Jindan. The only shortcoming was that there were only a dozen or so Dharma swords at the moment, and if the number was increased some more, it would be an exceptionally dangerous existence. 3 months flew by, while his strength and realm were rapidly rising, and the sword nurturing technique and the Tsunghai Sword Sutra had also risen by a realm, allowing his meridians to widen a lot, and the amount of mana that he was able to exert was even more terrifying. Under his refining day and night, the original mana in the Sea of Qi had been completely liquefied, and this generally required a foundation establishment perfection expert to polish his realm to the extreme in order to be able to do so, followed by the condensation into a Jindan. With his current state, he could break through to the late stage of foundation establishment at any time. However, Su Chen still restrained himself and quietly waited for the moment when the water was ready. 3 months passed quickly, and the moment Su Chen stepped out of the Heavenly Pond Divine Hall, the aura of his body had undergone a drastic change. At this moment, he was like a true sword Dao master. Even though there was no sword in his hand, his entire person was like a sharp sword that had collected its sharpness, and once it was unsheathed it would likely split the stars with a single sword. The civet cat at the door seemed to have sensed that breath on him, and surprisingly stopped lazily grooming its fur. Instead it looked at him with some surprise, and even brought a hint of respect in its pupils. Farewell, latecomer. Su Chen still humbly arched his hand to it, and then flew down towards the mountain as if he were an eagle swooping down. Just as Su Chen returned to the sword mound, a silhouette was stepping into the gates of Mount Shushan, and at this moment, the aura on his body was so wild and raging that even he himself could not suppress it somewhat. This scene immediately caused many people to look over. Isn't this Senior Marshal mad ogre? It's been several months since he disappeared. I can't believe he's still alive. It's really Senior Marshal brother. The aura on him is so strong. It's several times stronger than before. Right. What happened? Senior Marshal brother, you have finally returned. Many people were talking, and some inner disciples who were on good terms with him had already flocked over, but they were all deterred by his man-eating gaze. Where's Su Chen? He shouldn't be dead yet? Marshal Maniacal Ogre's voice was ice-cold and terrifying, causing the people around him to feel a chill. Back to Senior brother. He's still alive and well, and should have returned from the Heavenly Pond Divine Hall in the past few days. Heavenly Pond Divine Hall? Good. I was worried that he was too weak during the inner sect competition. Not enough for me to enjoy myself. Wu Mengsa clenched his fists to crackle, his powerful aura spreading out, causing everyone around him to perceive that there was bound to be a vicious battle when he rescheduled the Dragon Tiger ranking. Chapter 97, Reordering the Dragon Tiger List. After returning to the Sword Mound, after Su Chen confirmed to Elder Zhou that he had obtained the true meaning of the Sword Dao, Elder Zhou's complexion became much better, and a smile hung on his face at all times, and Su Chen continued his sword washing journey, scrubbing and organizing these magic swords day in and day out, while those sword demons were easily absorbed by him, constantly replenishing his strength and strengthening his innate sword body. During this period of time, Su Long and Tuobayan, Zhou Ying and Qin Lan would occasionally come to visit, sipping wine and enjoying the moon with each other in the middle of the small courtyard of the remote hall, and occasionally they would even invite Elder Zhou to join them for a chat. Originally, Zhou Lao acted as if he had always been a stranger, but now he seemed to have changed his mindset, and sometimes he would follow these young people and sit together, talking about the stories of his youth after getting slightly drunk, and at this time, he didn't seem to be any different from an ordinary old man. During these 3 months, Su Long's talent in the Dan Dao also became more and more obvious. Not only was he famous in the Dan Hall, even in the outer sect he also possessed a considerable amount of fame, which made Su Chen very pleased. As for Tuobayan, because of his relationship with Su Chuan, he was able to get some pills from Su Long on weekdays, and even rushed to break through to the foundation establishment stage before the inner gate competition. Another 3 months later, Yu Liushang appeared outside the sword mound. Although Su Chen did not mention the time when she had passed through the true intent of the sword Dao, her heart was so certain that she opened her mouth to congratulate him. Under the moonlight, the two of them sat at the top of the mountain in the sea of clouds quietly bathing in the spring breeze, and the entire beauty of Mount Shushan was in their eyes. After drinking a few mouthfuls of osmanthus wine, Yu Liushang's cheeks couldn't help but blush a little. What's the matter? Looking dumbfounded. I see your mouth is watering, isn't it? When Yu Liushang turned her head to look at Su Chen, she realized that this guy was actually staring at her with unblinking eyes, and her face suddenly turned even redder. Really? Why didn't I notice? Su Chen smiled awkwardly, but seeing that the other party did not show any aversion, his heart was also a little pleased. Ever since the last time she dispelled the poison for Yu Liushang, the relationship between the two parties seemed to have warmed up quite a bit, and she no longer acted so cool whenever they met. After seeing the other party roll his eyes, Su-chen immediately changed the topic. By the way, how are you doing now after getting that transformation god's heart last time? Upon hearing this question, Yu Liushang also became much more upright, and a touch of confidence surfaced on her face. That heart of god transformation has helped me a great deal, and it has indeed deepened my perception of the realm, and the speed of my cultivation has increased quite a bit, especially the cultivation within that heavenly pond upper divine hall. After the two were superimposed, it directly saved me decades of hard cultivation. Then I have to congratulate you. It looks like it's almost time for you to break through the transformation stage, right? At those words, Yu Liushang but smiled and shook her head. How can it be that easy? Even the sect master has not broken through the transformation of God even after hundreds of years of cultivation. With my current state, unless I get any more major chance, I still won't be spared from decades of bitter cultivation. Hearing this, Su Chuan also had a renewed perception of this immortal cultivation. It seems that the more the cultivation goes to the back, the more difficult it becomes. Just to break through the transformation stage would require hundreds of years of cultivation, and not necessarily have that opportunity. That wouldn't hurt. Anyway, you've got an advantage now. You should be able to surpass Royal Sky Young soon, and it'll just give me time to catch up. Su Chen smiled and comforted. At the same time, a confidence was born within himself. With his current talent, the Jindan stage couldn't keep him for too long. Perhaps in 10 years' time he would be able to break through the Jindan and enter the Yuaning. No! Yu Tianyang is even more powerful than you think. Yu Liushang's tone suddenly became much more solemn as she looked at Su Chen and said, I heard that he had a strange encounter many years ago, obtaining a top-level technique that fits extremely well with his own physique. Even now that you and I have both obtained a great opportunity, we must not underestimate it. Other than that, there is one more thing I have to remind you of. Imperial Heavenly Sun's saint body is Dragon Yang, while my saint body is Shen Yin, so if he combines with me, then his potential and strength will grow horribly. So, he's destined to steal my woman? The originally serious Yu Liushang's cheeks reddened once again after hearing these words, and in her heart, she even cursed this guy for not having a proper form. That depends on your skill. When I cultivate with him to the point of Yuaning perfection, the two saint bodies will be greatly accomplished. At that time, he will definitely try to combine with me by all means, so as to maximize the potential of the saint body. Su Chen nodded, naturally understanding the other party's nature in his heart. It seemed that the time left for himself was not that much. Before these two reached Yuaning perfection, he himself had to raise his strength as much as possible, yet completely break down Yu Tianyang and crush this unrealistic idea of his. Well, I have to go. Nowadays those demonic sects are holding together. Instead, they have become stronger than before. I have to keep going to exterminate the demons. The evening breeze blew over, blowing up Moonflower Frost's silky hair. Well, the inner sect competition is about to begin as well. So when you return, watch me easily take a first place vanity title. The two of them smiled at each other, and Yu Liushang then broke into a run, disappearing into the night. A few days later, the entire Shushan clan then also formally kicked off. After a sustained half a year after the Demon War, many people have been in the midst of the battle to get a great promotion. At the moment, all fists rubbing their hands ready to fight for a name out. When Su Chen walked out of the sword mound, he saw many people discussing the competition, which was much more lively than usual. However, unlike the tens of thousands of people competing in the outer sect, there were only a few thousand disciples in the inner sect of Mount Shushan, so the surroundings quieted down quite a bit when Su Chen entered the inner sect area. Senior Brother Su, Master Su, Senior Brother Su, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tuoba Yan and Zhou Yingying, Qinlan and the others stood not far away and immediately walked over after seeing Su Chen. Ever since working with Zhou Yingying on the 7th floor of the Demon Locking Tower, Su Chen and her relationship had gotten a lot closer. Just that they didn't run into each other during the Demon Swinging War. Looks like you're all quite confident. The rules of this inner sect competition are also the same as the outer sect? Zhou Yingying shook her head and said, the rules of the inner sect competition are very simple. It's to pull everyone together in one trial battlefield, and at that time, a point will be issued to everyone's sect token, so you just need to snatch everyone else's points. Sounds simple enough. Aren't there any other rules? Su Chen began to ponder over it, feeling that it seemed to be too straightforward. To each his own. Try not to kill anyone on purpose. That's all. Qinlan also added a sentence, but everyone understood the meaning. So that means that deaths are allowed to occur, as well as the participants being free to hug each other. Behind simple rules always represent brutal consequences. Indeed, there have been cases of casualties amongst the past grand competitions, and as long as they are not particularly excessive, the sect will not deliberately pursue the matter. Of course, Many people would choose to exit the trial field through the token when faced with death. That's why my idea is for the few of us to form a team and get as many points as possible from others first. Shinlan gave her advice. Her own strength was relatively strong, and with a few disciples from Yu-Peak following behind her, her strength could not be underestimated. Zhou Ying was the fourth existence of the Dragon and Tiger ranking before, and now her realm has even broken through to Foundation Establishment perfection, so she is willing to draw in anyone. Being with such a team, it would also be easier for Su Chen. Okay, then let's work together. Right after Su Chen agreed, he suddenly felt a cold aura approaching, and when he turned around, he saw a familiar face. Martial Madness OG, you're actually still alive? Su Chen was a bit shocked. After all, he had watched the other party get trapped and die in the Demon Wind Valley back then. Su Dust, quite a surprise, isn't it? Remember to wash your neck. Wu Mengsa let out a loud laugh, and behind him was a group of inner sect elites that were quite strong. Chapter 98 Appetizers. In the face of Martial Madness Ogre's arrogance, Xinlan and Zhou Ying were both ready to speak, but they were stopped by Su Chen. Forget it, we're about to enter the trial field. It's not that bad. Seeing him being so bland, these two people quieted down, but their gazes towards Martial Madness Ogre were clearly unkind. When Wu Mengsu and the others left, Tuoba Yen then said towards Su Chen with some uneasiness, "Senior brother Su, I heard that several of those heavenly sword masters are suddenly going to participate in this Dragon Tiger ranking trial as well. Rumor has it that they already have the conditions to break through to Jindan, but have restrained themselves. It seems that they want to. It's to snipe me, isn't it?" Su Chen smiled, already seeing his desire to speak. "Indeed, I have inquired that senior brother Mo Wushan has brought 3 condition experts over to participate in this competition, and beside Wu Maniac OG, there are likewise no less than 3 Dragon Tiger ranking top 10 experts following them. You said that if they work together, then we'll be up in the air." When these words came out, the few people around them fell silent. Whether it was Mo Wushan or Martial Madness Ogre, they were both veteran experts of the inner sect, and their strength was simply unquestionable. Not only that, these two had a large number of followers around them, and there were many elite experts among them. If these two were to join together, they would occupy an almost unassailable position. However, Su Chen shook his head and said with great certainty, "It's true that I've had problems with both of them, but they have their own arrogance as well. Martial Madness OG may have the idea of cooperating with Mo Wushan, but Mo Wushan will never cooperate with him." "Oh, why is that?" Zhou Ying asked in disbelief, but there was an extra glimmer of hope in her heart. "Because he is conceited enough. With his strength he could have broken through a long time ago, and this time he stayed for a few months specifically to deal with me, with 3 heavenly sword experts by his side. With this kind of heaven-defying team, if you still have to find someone to work with, wouldn't you make people laugh?" Hearing this, several people nodded along. Soon, the few of them followed Su Chen to the inner sect Immortal Martial Field, which was exactly the place to sign up for the Dragon Tiger ranking trial. With the sound of several bells ringing, several inner sect elders flew down, while the one in the center was a middle-aged beautiful woman. "I am Long Qianyu, the head of Jade Spring Peak, and I am also the referee of this Dragon Tiger ranking trial. I believe you guys are already clear about the rules this time. It's still the same as before. You are free to form a team, and you only need to snatch the points from the others." Long Qianyu continued to explain the rules of writing, and after a short pause, continued, "This time, the ranking will be determined by points, and at the final end, all the points you have earned will be given to you as a reward in the form of 10 times the number of merit points. These merit points can be exchanged 1 for spirit stones, or they can be used to exchange for high-tier techniques, cultivation chambers and elders' guidance, or even Jindan breakthrough materials." When it was said here, there were already quite a few people who were restless. Such a huge benefit was exactly why these sect disciples wanted to conduct the Dragon Tiger ranking trial, and it was also a benefit given by the sect in disguise. However, I have to remind you all that the venue for this trial is quite dangerous. It is the sect's Dragon Prisoner Field, which holds many demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines, with most of these demonic beasts being trapped by formations. But there is no shortage of accidents. The level of danger is high. You will also receive different points for killing these demonic beasts, and the materials you obtain will go to yourselves. In order to better encourage you, the sect has decided to multiply the points of the first place winner by another 10 times. After this final reminder, a huge spatial vortex immediately surfaced in front of the crowd of disciples, and a terrifying hissing of demonic beasts came from within, frightening many people who began to turn pale. "Alright, you guys can go in now. You have all placed a teleportation talisman within your clan token. If you feel that your life is in danger, remember to crush it and naturally you can exit." After Long Qianyu finished his explanation, The thousands of inner disciples on the field immediately flew in towards the spatial vortex, fearing that if they were one step late, they would fall behind the others. Only when everyone had pretty much entered did Suchen open his mouth towards the few people around him. It's about time. Let's go in too. As everyone entered the prisoner's dragon field trial land, a points leaderboard immediately surfaced in front of Long Qianyu and the others. And soon enough, some people's scores changed. Some people increased by 1 or 2 points, while others were directly eliminated from the game. In just a minute or so, there were disciples who directly fell out of the spatial vortex with bruises and swollen noses, which could be described as extremely unlucky. The several elders around Long Qianyu also began to cast spells, floating multiple images in the air, making the situation of those outstanding disciples crystal clear. Whenever there was a change in someone's points, some of the images would also be immediately transferred over, allowing these elders to inspect the specific situation. This term's inner disciples are all good in terms of strength. There are no less than 20 people who have successfully completed foundation establishment alone. It seems like it will indeed be a battle between the dragons and the tigers. Long Qianyu's gaze continuously shifted through these images, showing full interest. There are rumors amongst these disciples that both that Wu Berserker OG and Mo Wushan seem to have a considerable amount of conflict with Su Chen. I'm afraid that these people will soon be fighting, an elder reminded. But Long Qianyu looked indifferent. The more intense their fight, the better. Even if 1 or 2 die, it doesn't matter. My Mount Shu is not some kind of brotherly, friendly and kind place. How can I go out and fight demons and defend the way if I don't have enough strength? Seeing such a strong attitude from her, the few surrounding elders immediately understood. It seemed that they would have to refrain from interfering with the trial this time as much as possible. I'm afraid the results would be quite bloody. At this moment, within the prisoner dragon field, Su Chen, Xin Lan and the others were transported to a grassland, with no other disciples seen for miles around. With such a vast trial field, could it be that we have to go around looking for others? If someone insists on hiding, wouldn't they be able to drag it out until everyone else has been eliminated? Su Chen immediately realized that the situation was wrong. He wasn't interested in looking for people one by one. There's no need to worry about this. There are many powerful demonic beasts within the prisoner dragon field, and these demonic beasts tend to be on the periphery. So once someone enters the territory of these demonic beasts, they will immediately be discovered. So we only need to see if there are any demonic beasts within a certain demonic beast's territory to roughly determine if there is anyone here. Zhou Yingying spoke out her experience, and the remaining few nodded immediately. Right at this moment, the entire grassland they were in began to shake crazily as a terrifying demonic beast aura surged from the underground, surprisingly causing everyone's breath to begin to be disorganized. What a terrifying aura! It's at least a great demon with a perfect foundation establishment. Xinlan's face changed, and the crowd quickly flew up. At the same time, the grassland within a few miles radius shattered and exploded at the same time, and immediately afterward, a full 10 frost demon wolves flew out. The moment these demon wolves appeared, the original blistering wind quickly froze and turned into countless sharp frost blades coming towards the crowd. At the same time, the flying snow landed in the sky, and the entire grassland was directly covered with a thick layer of snow. One foundation establishment perfection. The rest are all late foundation establishment. These frost demon wolves are too strong. Let's hurry and retreat, Zhou Yingying nervously reminded. Tuoba Yan directly turned white with fear. He was the weakest here. He had only just broken through the foundation establishment. Facing this kind of demonic beast group was a complete death sentence. Withdrawal? It's just an appetizer. Su Chen smiled contemptuously and just casually waved his hand, and all the incoming frost blades immediately turned into pieces. In the next moment, a superb formation formed by flying swords surfaced behind him, only to see him fiercely pointing at these wind frost demon wolves, and a terrifying rain of swords fiercely blasted over. That dense rain of swords seemed to have no end, manifesting countless sword chi, directly forming a heavenly dragnet, making it impossible for these frost demon wolves to escape. Accompanied by a mournful wail, all of the demon wolves were killed by the sword formation, and all of them fell to the ground. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Xinlan and Zhou Yingying and the others immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, almost unable to believe their eyes. That's the end of it? Tuoba Yan's gaze toward Su Chen was as if he was looking at a heavenly god, his eyes full of worship. The few female disciples who followed behind Xinlan were even more beautiful, feeling that Su Chen was so perfect. If I didn't have some means, then wouldn't I be waiting to die when I run into those guys from Mo Wushan? Su Chen revealed a powerful confidence in his body, as if no difficulties could stop him. Soon a light emerged from these frost demon wolves, which then disappeared into Su Chen's identity token, and his points directly came to 56 points. It seems that killing a demonic beast in the late stage of foundation establishment will earn you 5 points, while killing a demonic beast in the full stage of foundation establishment will earn you 10 points. This is more cost-effective than defeating a disciple Na. Su Chen pondered, and then asked the others to pack up the important materials of those wind frost demon wolves. It was enough for him to have these points. Chapter 99, Not Following the Rules. Senior Brother Su, then how should we act next? Tuoba Yen looked towards Su Chen, and the rest of them followed his instructions naturally. This change in status generated by strength. Even the duo of Qin Lan and Zhou Yingying did not have the slightest opinion. They had all received a lot of benefits from those wind frost demon wolves just now, but the most important essence blood had already been absorbed cleanly by Su Chen with the heavy floor demon sword. When this essence blood was absorbed by him with the blood refining technique, he also detected that there seemed to be a higher order bloodline power within this blood. This is the bloodline power of the divine beast whistling moon pale wolf. Although it's very weak, but it's also useful at your current stage, especially for strengthening the innate sword body. The voice of the witch sword spirit sounded in Su Chen's mind, which also made his mind active. This imprisoned dragon field was originally used by the sect to imprison all kinds of demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines. In that case then there would be a large amount of bloodline power to absorb. Yu Tianyang has the Dragon Yang sacred body, and Liu Shang also has the Xianin sacred body, but my innate sword body isn't any worse than theirs. Since the demonic beasts here all have powerful bloodlines, that's just what I can use to strengthen my innate sword body. At this moment, Su Chen's thoughts had already changed. His goal was never just the number one on the Dragon Tiger ranking in front of him, but to defeat Yu Tianyang. Let those inner disciples go kill each other first. The points won't run away anyway. Let's go and hunt those demonic beasts first, and then we'll harvest their points in the end. Su Chen spoke lightly, and the others were taken aback by such a crazy idea of his. You have to know that the demonic beasts in here can be very powerful existences. Not only do they themselves possess the strength of late stage of foundation establishment or even the complete stage, there is also some ancient beast power in their bloodline, so the average person would not dare to hit their idea at all. Senior Brother Su, you really are different from the norm. Everyone else can't wait to avoid these demonic beasts, but you're going to go and find trouble with them, so I'll lay down my life. Zhou Yingying had always been this lively character, and at this moment, she even showed a face of indifference. The few female disciples behind Qin Lan were a bit uneasy. Their strength was mostly in the middle stage of foundation establishment, while Tuoba Yen was even only in the early stage of foundation establishment, basically not qualified to participate in this kind of battle. Senior Brother Su, your idea is very good, but Senior Brother Tuoba Yen and these senior sisters of mine can't participate in this kind of battle for the time being, so why don't I lead them to go and spar with the other fellow disciples first, to earn some points and also increase some battle experience. It had to be said that Qin Lan's idea was very meticulous, which was a better choice for Tuoba Yen and the others instead. That's good. If you run into trouble just send us a message and I'll come over immediately. After exhorting one sentence, the two parties would temporarily separate, while Su Chen brought along the excited Zhou Yingying, and the two of them continued to fly along the outskirts of the imprisoned dragon field, so that once they encountered a powerful demonic beast, they would directly make a move. This anti-routine operation directly saw Long Qianyu and the others dumbfounded, and those demonic beasts similarly lacked defense. In the past hundreds of years, the disciples of those trial clans had hurriedly run inside as soon as they saw them, so they had gotten used to making a show of it. After all, if they really killed a few Shushan disciples, then their days would be over. However, now there are two who are not afraid of death to specifically find up. The moment they meet, they are out of the killing moves, beating these demonic beasts. Many demonic beasts have not yet reacted to go to the west. Long Qianyu looked at the scoreboard. At this moment, Su Chen and Zhou Yingying's scores were bristling upwards, with the momentum of killing through the prisoner dragon field as well. What are these two guys up to? Could it be that they're on the wrong side of the fence? She looked a little skeptical. Could it be that Su Chen and his duo were not afraid of running out of power early? When the time came, there were two major groups, Mo Wushan and Wu Maniac Su, waiting inside. Dragon Chief, what should we do now? Those few elders were also seeing this kind of operation for the first time, and for a moment they couldn't come up with a plan. Let them toss and turn. I want to see if this Su Chen has 3 heads and 6 arms. Wake up that mad Taotai rock beast with Taotai bloodline in a while. And by the way, let all the trialists be able to see the scoreboard through their tokens, so that they can snipe that kid. A smile appeared on Long Qianyu's face. She loved to see these accidents that went beyond the norm appear. Soon, the entire experts within the imprisoned dragon arena discovered the change in the scoreboard through the tokens in their hands. Su Chen and Zhou Yingying's points were rising, and one by one, the inner sect experts were all being squeezed down. Strange. Where exactly is this brat hiding? There are clearly many more experts within the entire prisoner dragon field. Wu Mangsu led his men to look around, but there was just no sign of Su Chen. But according to that change in points, Su Chen should have been constantly defeating his fellow disciples. Senior martial brother. Could it be that guy didn't even enter the core area at all, but is still stuck in the periphery? Don't forget that there are many powerful demonic beasts in the periphery, and they can be exchanged for points as well, an expert warned, which caused Wu Mangsu to be startled. But those demonic beasts aren't easy to deal with either. Could this kid really be that crazy? He carefully pondered over it, but it felt like it was indeed possible. That Su Chen kid had always been unconventional. Okay, then we'll go to the perimeter and look for him. Martial Madness OG immediately led his people to rush out, and he didn't even pay attention to some of the disciples he bumped into along the way. His purpose was only to kill Su Chen. On a distant hill, Mo Wushan and the other 3 heavenly sword experts had already noticed the movement of Wu Mangsu. The 5th-ranked heavenly sword powerhouse Gu Hong said, Martial Madness OG has already killed over Senior Brother Mo. Should we go over as well? Lest he gets the jump on us. No need. Martial Madness Ogre won't be able to kill that kid. Let's just go inside and wait for the battle. I heard that the sect has left a dragon blood red lotus in the center area this time. It's good for strengthening the bloodline. Let's go get it first. As soon as the words fell, the 4 great experts instantly disappeared in place. Within a valley, Su Chen had just finished off a swarm of poisonous scorpions, and the heavy floored demon sword's demonic aura had become even more dense after absorbing a large amount of blood. After being refined by so much essence blood, the power of this magic sword was slowly increasing. And after Su Chen absorbed the blood chi through the blood refining technique, his mana showed no signs of weakening. Instead, the sword chi that was faintly emanating from his body brought a strong sense of danger. The essence blood of these demonic beasts seems to be very good for you. I feel like you've gotten a little bit stronger again. Zhou Yingying, who was on the side, had a very sharp perception. And when it was linked to the last time Su Chen killed through the demon locking tower, it all made sense. Well, these divine beast bloodlines are good for my cultivation. Maybe I'll be able to make a direct breakthrough in here. 3 months ago when he was at the end of his cultivation at the Heavenly Pond Divine Hall, Su Chen was able to make a breakthrough, and the cultivation at that time was equivalent to 5 years of hard training. Now after another 3 months of precipitation, the mana in his body had condensed to a very frightening level, and he didn't need to worry about the foundation at all. Right at this moment, a few figures were suddenly thrown over in the distance, rolling directly on the ground a few times. Senior sister Qinlan. Senior brother Tuoba. Zhou Yingying was incomparably shocked, because the several people who had been seriously injured were none other than Qinlan's several people who had separated from them not long ago, and at the moment, they were all beaten up and swollen. Senior brother Su, they told me to call you a pussy coward. I didn't say that. I didn't disappoint you, did I? Both of Tuoba Yan's legs were broken, but at this moment, he was smiling very proudly, but his mouth was full of blood, and a few of his teeth had fallen out. You did a good job. Who did this? Su Chen felt that he was truly enraged. He was well aware that some people wanted to deal with him, but Tuoba Yan and Qinlan several people were all brothers from the same sect. It was surprising that they would also be treated in such a way. It's me. Wu Mangsa flew down slowly with his men, a hideous smile on his face. Zhou Yingying hurriedly moved Qinlan and the others to the side and gave them pills to start treating them. Senior brother Su, Martial Madness OG has gone crazy. You have to be careful. Qinlan hurriedly reminded. She was also a foundation establishment perfection, but as a result, she couldn't even hold up a single move in the hands of Martial Madness Ogre. It was indeed very frightening. Don't worry, senior sister. I have my own measure. Su Chen took the initiative to walk over towards Wu Berserkers and the others, and the aura on his body was like a gale ravaging the heavens and earth, and was spreading out. A powerful sword chi spread continuously from Su Chen's body, almost instantly enveloping a few miles around, forming a blistering wind that wreaked havoc on the heavens and the earth. However, in the face of this sight, Wu Mangsu was unmoved, and the few experts beside him even surrounded him as if they were angry. Su Chen, do you know how anxiously I've waited for this day? Wu Mangsu clenched his right hand into a fist, and a crackling sound came from his fingers, surprisingly causing the space around him to emit bursts of sound. Almost instantly, the blistering winds of the entire heaven and earth seemed to be manipulated by him, quickly forming a storm through the sky. At the center of the storm, Wu Mangsu was just like the god of the storm. There were a total of 6 people in the team beside him. 3 of them belonged to the top 30 experts in the last dragon and tiger ranking, and each of them had already obtained the foundation establishment perfection level. The realm of the remaining 3 was slightly closer, but they had reached the late stage of foundation establishment. At this moment, these 6 people were standing in a position to vaguely form a formation, emitting several different attribute rays in the blink of an eye to reflect onto the ground, fusing to form a spell formation, trapping Su Chen in it. 6 Din Demon Locking Formation characterized. No one can escape from this. By Qingshan, the third on the Dragon and Tiger rankings, smiled, looking at Su Chun with a gaze full of confidence. When Zhou Yingying, who was taking care of Qinlan's several people from afar, heard these words, she immediately attacked as a stream of light. Her magic sword in her hand shot out in all directions, and with a blast of her sword, she slashed on top of the spell formation. However, this six-din demon locking formation was indeed extremely powerful, vaguely resembling a massive viper turning. The purple light above its scales flickered violently, and then it shook Zhou Yingying out. Zhou Yingying, who had landed on the ground, retreated a few times in succession, and could not help but let out a gasp of surprise from her mouth, obviously not expecting this formation to be so powerful either. Wu Mangsu immediately let out a wild laugh, his eyes even more full of confidence. Today I have only one target. If the others don't want to die, hurry up and get out of the way. He viciously glanced towards Zhou Yingying, wanting to let the other party know what to do. After all, this place was still within the clan's boundaries. Going too far would not be easy to explain. Inside the sect rules, it is forbidden for fellow disciples to kill each other. Wu Maniac Su, could it be that you want to be punished by the sect rules? Scorn surfaced on Zhou Yingying's face. She knew very well that with her own strength it was impossible to be a match for these people. However, Wu Mangsu and the others laughed collectively, appearing completely unconcerned. Don't forget that this is a trial ground, and the sect originally allows for a certain amount of casualties to occur, and our purpose is also just to seize the points from Su Chen. So if he insists on not admitting defeat by himself and is killed by us by mistake, it doesn't seem to be a strange thing, right? Wu Mangsu had long thought of a countermeasure to get out of the situation, and Su Chen also realized that in this six-din demon locking formation, he seemed to be completely isolated. And even if he wanted to use the clan token to leave the prisoner dragon field, he couldn't do it. I have to say, you are a smart person with a good mind. Fearing that I would escape, you even set up a spell formation in advance to trap me here. Su Chen dismantled Martial Madness Ogre's thoughts, while Zhou Yingying and Qinlan and the others even changed their faces when they heard it, never imagining that the other party had prepared so thoroughly. I have endured for 3 months for this day. Su Chen, do you know how I escaped from the Demon Wind Valley in the first place? If I didn't hold a heart that must kill you, I'm afraid I would have died in there long ago. Wu Mangsu's teeth clenched, and even his body couldn't help but tremble, not knowing whether it was excitement or anger. Fine, since you're adamant about it, it's time for us to end this feud. Senior Sister Yingying, you lead them further away, and I'll follow after I've resolved Martial Madness. From the beginning to the end, Su Chen's performance was calm, not putting Wu Mangsu in his eyes in the slightest, and this light demeanor ignited the anger in Wu Mangsu's heart. How could I leave you behind at a time like this? It's not my style. Zhou Yingying still showed her chivalry and commitment, but Su Chen still waved his hand. This isn't a fight you're fit to be in. Just leave it to me. This time there was an air of unquestionability in his tone, but it was even more confident. Okay then. Zhou Yingying had seen his strength. Su Chen was a monster in her eyes, and as long as he wasn't a Jindan stage expert, there was really nothing to worry about. At this moment, outside the prisoner dragon arena, not only was Long Qianyu staring at the situation here, even sect leader Su Wenji was silently following the battle. This little fellow's growth rate is surprisingly fast. It seems like that true meaning of the sword Dao ended up in his hands after all. Upon hearing this, the nearby sword god Gu Changqing shook his head. Do you really think that his changes because of this true intent of the sword Dao? Faced with this question, Su Wenji also fell silent. When the incident of the heavenly penalty platform, even he was shocked, but from then to now it was less than a year. But Su Chen had grown from a freshly enrolled disciple to today's point. Even he couldn't help but feel emotional at the thought of such a cultivation speed. It seems that I was indeed wrong in thinking that this true meaning of the sword Dao would serve as nothing more than icing on the cake for him. No wonder the ancestor chose him. There are still a few years left before that flying immortal conference opens, and I see that in his case he already has the qualifications to go for our Mount Shu. Gu Changqing reminded, and this caused Su Wenji to instantly perk up, his tone much more serious. That's true. This matter is so important that all the 100 immortal sects of the major states will participate. It's a good thing that we have 2 great heavenly prides this time, Tian Yang and Yu Liushang, and counting Su Chen, we have a good chance of winning. While the two of them were talking, Wu Maniac OG and the others had already begun to make their move. Change formation. Use the white snake killing formation. Bai Qingshan ordered towards the remaining 6 people, and in a flash, several people simultaneously made a seal and began to madly pour in their own mana. And the entire 6-din demon locking formation instantly condensed 100 feet huge mana snake, and in the blink of an eye, it entangled Su Chen. The powerful squeezing force shook even the space of the spell formation violently, surfacing a crack that seemed to crush both heaven and earth. Not only that, the berserk aura of the giant snake's body was even crazily impacting towards Su Chen. Under this power, Even a perfect foundation establishment expert could be charged by the fury chi, and as long as the breath in his body was disorganized, then he would soon be strangled by the giant snake. It had to be said that this formation was very overbearing, not to mention the fact that the ones who formed the formation were still 6 top strength experts. Su Chen will be alright. This formation is too powerful. In the past, I don't know how many demonic beasts and devils have fallen on it, Qin Lan said with some concern, while the more dangerous Wu Mangsu hadn't even made a move until now. It should be fine, we have to trust him, Zhou Engying kept consoling, but even she didn't have a bottom. In the face of the giant snake entanglement and the onslaught of baleful qi, Su Chen, however, could not help but sneer, especially since the baleful qi was instead a tonic for him. Bunch of ignoramuses. The moment the baneful qi entered his body, the devouring power in Su Chen's body instantly removed it cleanly, and soon transformed it into a stream of mana flowing through his body. Surprisingly, you're completely fine, so you do have some skill, but how did you get past the white snake's stranglehold? Increase your strength. Bai Qinshan let out a stern cry and directly poured all of his mana into the formation, and for a moment the strangling power of that white snake became even more terrifying. However, the innate sword body on Su Chen's body was releasing a faint layer of protective sword chi, and no matter how terrifying and tightly contracted that white snake's stranglehold was, it had no effect on Su Chen at all. Is that all you've got? Then it's going to be my turn. The moment Su Chen opened his mouth, the few people in the formation were all startled, because the other party surprisingly did not have the kind of hardship of being in a desperate situation at all, and their tone of voice was extraordinarily calm. Is this an illusion? Just as this thought rose in them, Su Chen had already begun to move, only to see a terrifying sword momentum erupt from his body. Countless sword chi erupted out between the flashes of light and shadow, and even directly blasted the entire mana white snake into pieces. This power completely surpassed the limits of the 6th demon locking formation, and Bai Qinshan and the others didn't even have time to maintain the formation before the entire formation was directly shattered. In a moment, thousands of sword chi impacted, and these so-called dragon tiger ranking experts had absolutely no strength to fight, and were directly blasted out, their bodies cut by dozens of sword chi, and they fell to the ground, unable to move. However, at this chaotic moment, a meteorite-like palm print suddenly descended from the sky, directly blasting towards Su Chen. Little bastard, die for me. Wu Mangsu struck, timing his sneak attack just right. Xian Turtle Shield. However, the moment he struck, Su Chen was prepared and directly blocked the Xian Turtle Shield in front of himself. With a loud boom, the entire Xian Turtle Shield was actually directly burst, and the terrifying power shook the surrounding heaven and earth continuously. However, Su Chen had long since drifted to the ground with his hands behind his back and a mocking smile on his face. Your helper couldn't even take a single move from me, so it's your turn next, but I'll probably miss and take your life. Su Chen did not hide his purpose in the slightest. Wu Mangsu had already moved to kill him, so there was no need for him to leave this scourge behind. Joke, I'm not afraid of you. Wu Mangsu smiled coldly. His body actually exuded a faint trace of Jindan aura, which seemed to have allowed him to touch the threshold of Jindan. The twists and turns that occurred between a few short seconds were too intense, so much so that Qin Lan and the others in the distance were once again stunned. When Su Chen broke the entire 6th demon locking formation with a single move, that kind of strength was strong enough to make anyone admire, and the 3 experts in the top 10 of the dragon and tiger ranking were sitting in it, but they still couldn't change the final ending. At this moment, in the eyes of Tuoba Yan and Zhou Engying several people, Su Chen had just become synonymous with invincibility. However, as Wu Mangsu completely revealed his strength, they quickly became nervous again. Surprisingly, the aura of the Jindan stage has appeared. This Wu maniac Su's strength is definitely no less than those heavenly sword experts, Zhou Engying said with a serious face. Although they were both at the same level of foundation establishment perfection, the real difference was worlds apart. The reason why the 10 heavenly swords distinguished themselves from the other disciples was that their talent was high enough that they already had a high level of understanding of the Jindan realm. Not only was it easier to break through the Jindan, but they were even able to taint the slightest bit of the Jindan's power when they cast their spells. Originally, with Wu Zhaxiu's realm was still far from this step, but now it seemed that his strength was afraid to have been enhanced several times. Su Chen, do you really think that I'm on the same level as those ordinary foundation establishment perfection powerhouses? If that's the case, then you're doomed to be spared from being pulverized today. A strong killing chant surged out from Wu Mangsu's body, as if it were a substance enveloping Su Chen, even from a very far distance. Tuoba Yan's few people felt that it was a little difficult to breathe. What a strong sense of oppression. I don't know if Master Su can block it. In the midst of their worried voices, Su Chen still appeared calm, oblivious to the aura on Wu Zhaxiu's body. You people are always so confident that no matter what you become, it doesn't make the slightest difference in my eyes. Su Chen's words were still as simple and straightforward as ever. And the way he looked at Wu Maniac Su was no different from looking at an idiot. And this kind of indifference made Wu Mangsa feel mad, and also made him infinitely disgusted. And your mouth is as tough as ever, but this time I won't give you any more chances. After saying that, the aura on Wu Mangsa's body was like a nuclear bomb exploding. And surprisingly, it instantly swept up a super gale that swept the surrounding 10 miles. The range of this whistling gale was his domain through and through, putting Su Chen firmly under control. At this moment, Wu Mangsa was like the son of the wind, his body incomparably light, floating 100 meters in the air, quietly looking down at the ants below. The power of the blast wind, only to see him reaching out and grabbing, as if he had grabbed this entire invisible gale into his hands. The pale earth was directly grabbed up a thick layer of earth, which then crazily crumbled. Under this power, even Su Chen felt that a force was sucking him, wanting to grab him towards the long sky. However, his innate sword body was constantly flickering, radiating a thick power making him as solid as a rock. However, in just one breath of effort, the original blistering wind had instantly transformed into endless wind blades, as if it was a huge sword formation that occupied the entire sky. He actually condensed a spell formation directly, so fast. Tuoba Yen was stunned, feeling that each of those wind blades could wipe himself out. However, at this moment, the wind blades condensed by Wu Mangsa were so huge that their number had exceeded 10,000. It was an exceptionally terrifying number, and what lay before them was a cage that enveloped heaven and earth. Strangle! Martial Madness Ogre's gaze looked indifferently at Su Chen, and in the next moment, he ruthlessly suppressed downward towards the bottom. The moment he spoke out of his mouth, all the wind blades began to flash with blinding flashes of light, and their power climbed even higher, spinning crazily as a whole. At this moment, the canopy poured down, and countless wind blades fell to the earth as if it were a sharp rain, streaking countless sparks in the air. Looking up, this was surprisingly like a meteor falling is down, but the power of that blistering wind was increasing, rapidly cutting through the mana and defenses on Su Chen's body. When these wind blades were 50 meters away from the ground, the earth within a 10-mile radius could not withstand them, and the 1-meter-thick soil and rocks instantly turned into pieces, raising dust and ash tens of meters high. This scene directly stunned Zhou Yingying and the others, and even Long Qinyu and a few elders outside the arena were slightly surprised. I can't imagine that this Wu Maniac OG has such abilities. It still seems highly likely that he will be able to break through the Jindan. Head Dragon. The sect leader has just sent a message that we must not allow the slightest accident to occur to Su Chen. This move of martial madness Su seems to be too powerful. Should we make a move? One of the elders looked towards Long Qinyu, but this crazy woman would love to see this kind of situation right now, and immediately waved her hand. No, just watch Su Chen perform. Can't you see how calm he is? I believe in his strength. Just as they were speaking, Martial Madness Ogre's killing move had already reached less than 10 meters above Su Chen's head. That terrifying power was considered to be completely manifested, as if an ancient beast had opened its fangs to devour Su Chen in one gulp. Tens of thousands of wind blades turned into swords, all converging towards him at this moment, and a sea of fire was formed as far as the eye could see, accompanied by a rumbling sound. This killing move that was enough to obliterate any Foundation establishment stage powerhouse fell blatantly, blowing up a full mile of land within Su Chen's vicinity into a hell. That terrifying power rarely erupted into pillars of fire that rose up to the sky, and even from dozens of miles away, one could see the flames and feel the tremors of the ground. Many of the trialists flew up and looked over in this direction, but when they felt that breath in the wind, they even directly changed color. This is Senior Martial Madness Ogre's killing move. It looks like he has already touched the threshold of the Jindan stage. With such a terrifying power, could it be dealing with Su Chen? It should be. These months the Inner Gate has long been spreading a lot of rumors. I heard that his younger brother, Wu Maniac Yen, died because of Su Chen during the Battle of Sword Casting City in the first place. So how can this breath be swallowed? It's a pity that Su Chen, a generation of wizards, still lost to Senior Martial Brother. The crowd murmured. Yet just as they were about to disperse, they suddenly realized that the entire earth was trembling in an even more violent manner. In the next moment, they saw a giant tower slowly emerge from the sky charging fire in the distance. As the 1000 Devil Faust tower shook, all the fiery flames were wiped out, while the thick and shocking aura was enough to slow down one's breathing. Soon, the 1000 Devil Faust tower was directly collected in Su Chen's hands, and he was even unharmed. You even have a spirit weapon. The corners of Wu Mangsu's eyes were about to collapse. He didn't expect Su Chen to be so lucky, and the defense of that 1000 devil floating pagoda was even more powerful to an unimaginable extent. Is that weird? It's my turn now. Su Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy, and the moment he made a move, it was directly a killing move. With a casual toss of his hand, The 1,000 Devil Faust tower in his hand instantly transformed into a 1,000-foot massive divine tower, exuding a mysterious and divine radiance around it. This light was somewhat extremely oppressive to Foundation establishment stage cultivators, completely crushing their existence. In an instant, that tower is the emergence of countless demonic god silhouettes, with a mysterious demonic sound spreading out. The powerful sealing power directly makes Wu Mangsu unable to move, and now sending you on your way. Su Chen's right hand pressed down in vain towards Wu Mangsu, and the entire 1,000 Devil Buttress Pagoda instantly suppressed down fiercely, and that demonic god's power strongly suppressed the heavens, impacting the entire heavenly dome to constantly distort and expand. Martial Maniacal Ogre was so frightened that his liver and gall bled, frantically casting spells to fend them off. However, this point of power in front of the 1,000 Devil Faust tower, just like a thin paper trying to hold a blazing flame, the ultimate end can only be shattered. Accompanied by a miserable scream, Wu Mangsu's body was directly smashed into pieces, unable to block the power of the 1,000 Devil Faust. This scene had long been witnessed by countless people. Those experts dozens of miles away watched their scalps numb. No one dared to imagine that Su Chen actually dared to kill someone, and the one he killed was still the number 1 ranked Martial Madness Ogre on the Dragon Tiger ranking list. Qin Lan and Zhou Yingying were even watching in awe, once again being convinced by Su Chen's terrifying strength. Strong, just too strong. Strong as Wu Zhaoshu, he couldn't even block a single move from Su Chen. What kind of monster was this? Senior brother Su, I knew you were invincible. Tuoba Yen was originally his loyal little fan, and at this moment, he was even treating him like a god, admiring him to the core. After Wu Mangsu's death, those points in his token instantly went to Su Chen's token, directly surging his ranking to the first place. Bai Qingshan and the others had long since pissed themselves in fear, and at this moment, they instantly wanted to escape. You want to leave just like that? You don't think too much of me, do you? Su Chen sneered, but he didn't intend to take these people's lives either. Su, senior brother Su, we were wrong. Bai Qingshan and the others hurriedly knelt down, having long since been frightened to the point where their bodies trembled. Su Chen ignored them and turned his head to look at the Tuoba Yen several people and said, there should be quite a few points in their tokens, so you guys can collect them, and by the way, make them hand over their spirit stones as compensation for you. In the face of such a generous display from Su Chen, several people were touched. Who wouldn't want to follow such a leader? After resolving Martial Madness Ogre, Su Chen directly led Qin Lan and the others towards the center area of the imprisoned dragon field. After the shocking battle just now, many people had seen Su Chen's terrifying combat power and fled early once they touched it. The deeper they went into the center area, the more intense the battles around them became. There were battles between fellow cultivators, as well as great battles between these inner sect experts and the nearby demonic beasts. The later it got, the less you could see any lone wolf players in the prisoner's dragon arena. It was almost always a strong team. However, no matter which team bumped into Su Chen, several people, they were all on guard from afar. And it was only after confirming that Su Chen was not interested in making a move on them that these people breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother Huang, it's Su Chen and the others. It looks like several people here are injured. Now that Su Chen is at the top of the scoreboard, if we snatch them up, we won't have to do it again. A team was hibernating in the darkness, and all of them couldn't help but move when they saw Su Chen's few people passing by. The leader was a heavenly sword disciple whose aura was not the least bit weaker than Wu Mangsu's, and he shook his head after much hesitation. It seems that the rumors are indeed true. Just now I felt that Su Chen had already discovered me. He exudes an extremely dangerous aura, and I feel that if I make a move, I will probably be killed by him in a single move. After hearing these words, the few people around them immediately revealed a look of horror. Even a heavenly sword expert couldn't block a single move. So what kind of strength did Su Chen have? Let's go. The experts still in the prisoner dragon field will soon be down to only 100. And by then the new ordering of the Dragon Tiger ranking will be finalized. All that's left is to compete for the top 10. Didn't senior brother Mo Wushan spread the word to make a move against Su Chen? That's true. I heard that senior brother Mo could have broken through to Jin Dan. And this time, he chose to participate in the inner sect competition specifically to deal with Su Chen. So there should be a good show. Soon, all the disciples rushed towards the center area, where a huge demonic beast that had been sealed off stood in every direction. These demonic beasts were entangled in a thick chain, and the chain was filled with various runic incantations. In addition to these sealed behemoths, the ground was piled up with all kinds of white bones, and when the gusty wind whistled, it added a few more eerie and deathly feelings out of nowhere. When the experts of the inner sect entered this place, they were all shocked by the surrounding scene, especially when those chains clanked with the wind, as if these great demons might escape at any time. When Su Chuan entered this giant beast graveyard with his people, there were already quite a few experts who stood on the skeletons and looked over. while Mo Wushan and the other 3 heavenly sword experts even stood on top of the head of a giant beast, like a king looking down on the beings below. Senior brother Su, that Mo Wushan's gaze is aggressive and seems to have set his sights on us. Tuoba Yen opened his mouth with some uneasiness. With his strength he didn't dare to meet Mo Wushan's eyes at all. He only felt that the other party's gaze was as sharp as a knife blade. It was extremely uncomfortable to fall on his body. It's not on us, it's on me. Su Chen shook his head indifferently. That Mo Wushan was already only a hair's breadth away from Jindan, and after 3 months of training in the Heavenly Pool Hall of Gods, his current strength was indeed very powerful, and he didn't know how many times more powerful he was than Wu Maniac OG. Everyone noticed that the atmosphere had become extraordinarily oppressive, but most of them were in the mindset of watching the show, wanting to see if Mo Wushan could cure this inner sect rookie. It's already full of 100 people. The competition for the top 10 can begin. Mo Wushan looked at the dragon blood red lotus in his hand, and in an instant, the dense blood-colored light directly enveloped the entire beast graveyard, while there was even a faint dragon's might suppressing it, causing countless people to change color. At this moment, his words would represent absolute authority, and no one would be willing to go against this true number 1 expert of the inner sect. Wait, senior brother Mo, a few of us are late. Just then, the last team of 5 flew towards the behemoth graveyard, wanting to enter the final round. However, Mo Wushan frowned, and Zhou Jinxuan, who was ranked 5th in the heavenly sword beside him, immediately understood, and a flying sword instantly pierced through the sky, directly cutting down these people with a single stroke under the eyes of everyone, and all of them were seriously injured at once. In the next moment, the points in these 5 people's tokens were seized, and the severely injured ones were even directly teleported out of the prisoner dragon field.